This is a world where martial prowess reigns supreme. Lin Bei finds himself transported to a humble mountain village, relying on the Taichi skills imparted by a local elder to deceive the village children who are unable to practice martial arts. This is a method of cultivation that surpasses even the mightiest warriors. At this juncture, a martial artist whose dantian has been destroyed learns of Lin Bei's reputation, and, harboring a sense of curiosity, seeks to become his disciple, declaring that if Lin Bei is a fraud, he will strike him down. Lin Bei feels as though the heavens have collapsed upon him. Thus begins his frantic attempts at deception. Before long, a voice resounds in his mind, startling him. Your disciple has cultivated the breathing technique you fabricated beginner level, and you have comprehended the breathing technique mastery. Chapter 1. Survival through Deception. Younger one, due to the treachery of my kin, my dantian has been utterly destroyed, and my martial path is hopeless. I humbly request that you, esteemed elder, take me as your disciple and impart your techniques of cultivation. Lin Bei gazes at the handsome youth kneeling before him, offering a spirit herb, and feels overwhelmed. In this world, martial artists are held in the highest regard. Since his arrival, Lin Bei has surpassed 18 years of age. With no wealth and no land, he has not only missed the prime age for martial training, but is also on the brink of starvation. Desperate, he resorts to masquerading as a reclusive master wandering the world. Utilizing a set of Tai Chi moves learned from the park elder, he manages to captivate the native villagers who have never seen the world beyond their village. Fearing exposure, he boldly claims that the teachings he imparts are not martial arts, but rather methods of cultivation. The unworldly villagers believe him wholeheartedly. To ensure Lin Bei remains to teach their children, the villagers hastily construct a dwelling for him and furnish it with the necessary amenities. Moreover, they designate a vast area of land as Lin Bei's dojo for imparting his cultivation techniques. Life was going smoothly until a genuine martial artist sought to become his disciple. Cultivation techniques? What cultivation techniques? He was merely boasting. Lin Bei laments inwardly. Who on earth was foolish enough to persuade a martial artist to seek him as a teacher? How did you come to know of me? Lin Bei inquires, eager to discover the identity of this foolhardy individual. The handsome youth respectfully replies, within Qingyan town, I occasionally overheard Neo Air from your village mention you, esteemed elder, and learned of your dedication to cultivation over the centuries, leading me to admire you deeply. After thoroughly researching your esteemed self, I have come to seek you out, hoping you will impart your cultivation techniques and allow me to reconstruct my path. Lin Bei's heart races. What on earth had Neo Air told this young man? Are you not afraid that Neo Air is deceiving you? I am not afraid. I have been deceived before, and now the grass on his grave has grown 7 feet high. Oh no, he has a fiery temper. Lin Bei scrutinizes the youth, realizing he speaks the truth. Although the young man's dantian is destroyed, his martial body is honed through rigorous training, and with a single punch, he could easily send Lin Bei to his demise without hesitation. Lin Bei curses the multitude of villagers surrounding them. If there were no spectators, he would have honestly confessed his ignorance of cultivation techniques. But now, he cannot bring himself to say it. No, he must devise a way to send this young man away. With determination, a spark of inspiration ignites, and Lin Bei quickly concocts a response. Your bloodlust is too heavy. The bond of master and disciple between us is not yet destined. Please take your leave. His astonishment. Rather than extinguishing the youth's enthusiasm, his words ignite a fire within him. Elder, you may inquire in Qingyan town. I, Zhang Teng, am known for my kindness and sincerity towards others. With that, Zhang Teng bows deeply 3 times before Lin Bei. Thud, thud, thud. His forehead bleeds from the force of his blows. Such earnestness. Lin Bei recalls the tales he exchanged with Neo Air and suddenly realizes, oh no, this act of bowing was taught by Neo Air. I implore you, esteemed elder, do not judge me harshly. I do not possess a heavy heart for bloodshed, merely a profound disdain for fraudsters. A profound disdain for fraudsters? Isn't that dreadful? Isn't that a direct challenge to him? Witnessing the stone floor being battered, Lin Bei begins to contemplate his refusal to tea that moment. The villagers begin to chime in. Master Lin, I can attest that young Master Zhang is indeed a good person. He despises fraudsters because he witnessed one abduct a child, shattering a once happy family. Clearly, Zhang Teng enjoys a stellar reputation in Qingyan Town. Rest assured, young Master Zhang, Master Lin is kind-hearted. A person of your caliber will surely earn his teachings. Another robust man adds. Indeed, Master Lin has stated that kindness towards others is the path to true understanding. With your sincerity, Master Lin will not refuse you. Seeing the villagers rallying around Zhang Teng, Lin Bei's heart sinks. Oh no, this young man has bought them off. Now, the atmosphere has escalated to such an extent. Lin Bei curses himself for being so loose-lipped and boasting too much. If he does not accept Zhang Teng as his disciple, it will be hard to extricate himself from this situation. Should he be suspected of being a fraud, it would spell disaster for him. With no choice left, he steels himself and submits. Lin Bei makes a decisive statement. Since you are so earnest, I shall accept you as my disciple. Zhang Teng rejoices, promptly offering the spirit herb. Disciple Zhang Teng pays his respects to Master. I beseech you to accept this token of my apprenticeship. Good lad, rise. Lin Bei reluctantly accepts Zhang Teng's offering of apprenticeship. He comprehends that from this moment forth, the relationship of master and disciple between him and Zhang Teng is firmly established. I'm feeling somewhat fatigued. Lin Bei wishes for a moment of solitude, contemplating how to send Zhang Teng away. Although you have entered late, the inner disciples practicing on the field are all your junior brothers. My first lesson for you is to never hesitate to ask questions. Go seek their guidance on Taichi. With that, Lin Bei turns and steps into his dwelling. As he closes the door, he feels a wave of disbelief wash over him. He has truly accepted a martial artist as a disciple, and one whose dantian is destroyed, no less. Having been in this world for some time, Lin Bei understands well that the first realm of martial artists is body refinement, with the second stage involving the condensation of the dantian's qi si. Those with a dantian are all formidable experts. The more skilled they are, the harder they are to deceive if he cannot provide any substantial guidance. In time, the ruse will be uncovered. The thought is too dreadful to entertain. Exhausted, he lies on the bed, sprawled in a position of utter resignation. At that moment, Lin Bei suddenly hears the voices of several disciples outside. Senior Zhang possesses exceptional talent, having grasped the essence of Taichi so swiftly, blending softness with strength in perfect harmony. Indeed, he is a true martial artist. His comprehension is unparalleled. It appears that within a few breaths, his Taichi will surpass ours, achieving the entry-level realm as described by Master. Master has stated that when someone reaches the entry level, he will impart the next stage of cultivation techniques. The voices outside send Lin Bei into a panic. He knows nothing of the next stage of cultivation techniques. His Taichi is merely at a beginner's level, learned from the park elder. What on earth should he do? If Zhang Teng comes in seeking deeper insights into Taichi, he will have nothing to offer. Martial artists are not easily deceived. What if he is exposed as a fraud? In a daze, Lin Bei seems to see the towering grass atop his grave once more. Just then, a knock resounds from outside the door. Lin Bei jolts upright. Oh no! Could it be Zhang Teng returning to inquire about more advanced techniques after mastering Taichi? Who is it? Lin Bei calls out from behind the door. Master, it is I, Tainyo. Tainyo. Lin Bei let out a sigh of relief. What brings you here? Master, I come bearing good news. Senior brother Zhang Teng possesses extraordinary talent and is on the verge of entering the fold at long last. Our dojo shall witness the emergence of a master who truly comprehends the essence of Taichi. A chill ran through Lin Bei's heart. This was hardly good news. It was akin to a funeral dirge. Simultaneously, cheers erupted from outside. Senior brother Zhang has succeeded. This is dire. Lin Bei's heart raced in alarm. Zhang Teng is coming. Chapter 2. Zhang Teng arrives. The clamor outside the door was accompanied by a palpable joy. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking reverberated, followed closely by Zhang Teng's voice. Master, are you there? His voice struck Lin Bei's ears like a death knell. In that instant, Lin Bei felt as though the sky had collapsed. Just then, a voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Your disciple Zhang Teng has comprehended the essence of Taichi and has stepped into the threshold, beginner level. Your mastery of Taichi has reached perfection. Previously, his own skill had been at the level of an amateur in the park. At this moment, his understanding of Taichi underwent a profound transformation. Was this the activation of a golden finger? After a year of traversing this world, just as he was about to give up, happiness arrived with such suddenness. Lin Bei instantly felt a surge of confidence. "Come in," he called, his tone calm and affable, exuding self-assurance. Zhang Teng pushed the door open. "Master, I have grasped the principles of Tai Chi, yet I harbor some doubts that I hope you can clarify." Lin Bei's understanding of Tai Chi had now reached an extraordinary level. Hearing Zhang Teng's uncertainties filled him with renewed confidence. As a master, it was his duty to impart knowledge and resolve doubts. With a cheerful smile, Lin Bei replied, "Feel free to ask any questions you may have." Zhang Teng hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Master, while Tai Chi is exquisite, it seems unrelated to the practice of immortality." Though his tone was humble, the hint of skepticism nearly pierced Lin Bei's eardrums. Oh no, could this lad doubt my integrity? Indeed, it seems martial artists are not easily deceived. Stay calm. I must navigate this with cunning. Lin Bei took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. To practice without mastery, merely skimming the surface, and yet to aspire to learn the ways of immortality, you are not yet qualified. Zhang Teng shivered, hastily bowing his head in apology. "Master, please quell your anger. It is my impatience that has led me astray. My dantian is shattered, and upon hearing of the profound nature of the immortal arts, I found that after learning Tai Chi, it feels no different from ordinary martial skills, hence my doubts." Although Zhang Teng was apologizing, Lin Bei understood that if he could not provide a satisfactory answer, the seed of doubt would only grow larger. Tai Chi might awe those unversed in martial arts, but it would not deceive true practitioners. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei's expression softened. "Your doubts are quite normal, especially since you have just begun." Zhang Teng assumed a posture of attentive listening. "Tenger, the practice of immortality hinges on comprehension. It appears you have yet to grasp the method." Upon hearing this, though Zhang Teng feigned earnestness, a flicker of skepticism crossed his eyes. Lin Bei realized the lad was beginning to doubt him, so he refrained from further pleasantries. Brushing off his garments, he stood with a commanding presence. "Tenger, today I will impart the teachings. Follow me and witness what true Tai Chi is. You shall understand why I refer to Tai Chi as the foundational method for cultivating immortality." With that, Lin Bei stepped out, his movements light and imbued with an air of mastery. Along the way, Lin Bei began to weave an elaborate narrative based on his memories from before his arrival in this world. Tai Chi embodies the principles of yin and yang, the source of heaven and earth. Tenger, your initiation into Tai Chi signifies that you have understood the harmony of softness and hardness. Next, you must contemplate the duality of yin and yang, achieving unity with the heavens, ultimately reaching the realm of oneness with the cosmos. Lin Bei continued his elaborate explanation. Only by achieving this unity can one enter a state of clarity, thus qualifying to approach the threshold of cultivation. When the time comes, I will teach you the techniques of breath regulation, and then you will truly have stepped through the door. Do you understand? The skepticism on Zhang Teng's face began to diminish. Upon arriving at the training grounds, numerous apprentices turned their gazes toward them. "Today, I shall demonstrate what Tai Chi truly is. Remember, observe, and comprehend." Without further ado, Lin Bei executed the initial stance of Tai Chi, shifting his weight to the right. He raised his left foot to step forward, followed by lifting both hands upward. Though his movements appeared casual, they exuded an enigmatic aura. Zhang Teng's pupils slightly constricted. To him, each of Lin Bei's gestures seemed perfectly harmonious, as if he were inextricably linked to the cosmos. The concepts of unity with nature and oneness with the heavens, which had previously bewildered him, now appeared vividly tangible. Despite Zhang Teng's novice status in Tai Chi, he felt an undeniable disparity between his own technique and Lin Bei's. In the stillness and motion, in the interplay of softness and rigidity, profound truths seemed to be encapsulated. Many apprentices within the village who were studying Tai Chi were also unwittingly captivated. Incredible. Even as a beginner, I can sense the profundity of Tai Chi. Truly the master. This demonstration is unlike any I've seen before. I find myself somewhat bewildered. Of course, we haven't even begun our studies, so naturally, the teachings would be more foundational. Brother Zhang Teng has already entered, hence the demonstration is distinctly different. At this moment, Zhang Teng's doubts regarding Lin Bei vanished entirely. He felt an inexplicable sense of enlightenment dawning upon him. Indeed, the arts of immortality and martial discipline are entirely different. I must cast aside my previous misconceptions, or I shall never breach the path of cultivation. As the demonstration concluded, Lin Bei gathered his energy. Noticing the enlightened look in Zhang Teng's eyes, he felt a sigh of relief. He had managed to quell his doubts. "Tenger, do you have any insights?" Zhang Teng abruptly knelt on the ground. "Master, I must confess that I unjustly doubted the Tai Chi you imparted based solely on my fleeting impressions. I am deeply ashamed. Your technique is indeed profound, and I have yet to fully comprehend it. Lin Bei responded with a smile. If you have not yet comprehended, then dedicate yourself to understanding. Remember, do not allow impatience to cloud your mind. You must empty yourself and attune to the cosmos. I shall heed your teachings, master. Go and practice diligently. I hope you will be the first disciple to knock upon the door of immortality. Lin Bei casually offered encouragement. Zhang Teng instantly appeared invigorated, as if infused with newfound energy. Rest assured, master, I shall exert every effort. Lin Bei nodded in apparent satisfaction, though inwardly he lamented his own folly. Once again, he had succumbed to his tendency to embellish. Zhang Teng was a martial artist. What if he quickly grasped the intricacies of Taichi and attained perfection? Would he then come seeking the techniques of breath regulation? He had not yet prepared them. True warriors cannot be easily deceived. Just then, a male villager rushed over from a distance, a look of urgent distress on his face. Master Lin, something terrible has happened. Chapter 3, The Mind's Clarity. What is it? Lin Bei was taken aback. Just as he managed to convince Zhang Teng, trouble arose again. Neo Air is in trouble. The villager panted heavily, taking a moment to catch his breath before continuing. While at the market in Xianxian City, he boasted after a few drinks, claiming that Master Lin is a powerful immortal. Unfortunately, he encountered a martial artist who called him a fraud. Unable to contain himself, Neo Air retorted, and as a result, he was beaten severely and brought back here. The villager explained. Lin Bei exhaled in relief. Neo Air was beaten? Good. He deserved it. If it weren't for Neo Air bringing him such a troublesome disciple, wouldn't he be living more freely now? Moreover, the villager continued, there's more. Lin Bei was instantly struck by an unsettling feeling, a foreboding sense of dread rising within him. The martial artist had declared, you are nothing but a fraud, intent on demolishing your dojo. Lin Bei felt a surge of frustration. Neo Air, how could you, Neo Air, who claimed you would be honest about attending the market, indulge in such baseless boasting? If you relish in your own fabrications, must you drag me into your folly? Summoning Zhang Teng was one thing, but now you've entangled another martial artist? Is it truly so arduous to earn a living in these times? Despite the turmoil churning within, Lin Bei could only feign composure with Zhang Teng and the others behind him. What does it matter if a mere martial artist wishes to lay waste to my dojo? They hardly possess the standing. I shall take better care of Neo Air and ensure he treads carefully with his words. As practitioners of the Tao, we disdain rivalry and the pursuit of superiority. Upon hearing this, the villagers finally exhaled in relief. It's good to know Master Lin is unperturbed. Unperturbed? Lin Bei longed to personally deliver a couple of resounding slaps to Neo Air, then seize him by the collar and proclaim, so you delight in your own bluster, do you? Noticing the anxious expressions of his disciples surrounding him, Lin Bei calmly stated, there is nothing to worry about. Continue your practice. The disciples departed. Alone in the room, Lin Bei felt an overwhelming restlessness, pacing back and forth while murmuring to himself. I must inquire with Neo Air about the identity of the individual he provoked, their prowess, and whether their threat to demolish the dojo holds any truth. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei promptly left the dojo, heading in the direction of Neo Air's abode. Upon arriving at the small courtyard surrounded by a fence, he hesitated before knocking on the door. He suddenly paused, for he heard a familiar voice from within. It was Zhang Teng. Uncle Neo Air, who has laid hands upon you. As a martial artist, how could they so brazenly assault a mere commoner? Zhang Teng's voice was laced with indignation. Uncle Neo Air, you introduced me to this place to study under master, hoping to defy fate. This is a great kindness, and I cannot stand idly by. Lin Bei stood outside, his heart swelling with delight upon hearing Zhang Teng's words. What a good child. He is concerned for his master. Neo Air wore a look of distress. That person claimed to be a martial artist from the Liuhe Martial Arts School, calling himself Zhao Bao. I merely remarked that even martial artists are no match for Master Lin. And he struck me with a single punch. Zhang Teng scoffed upon hearing this. The more insignificant the martial artist, the more they cling to their identity. I shall ensure you receive justice. I will make him come and apologize and cover your medical expenses. Neo Air immediately interjected, Young Master Zhang, do not act rashly. That person is formidable. With just a casual punch, I lost consciousness entirely. Formidable? Zhang Teng dismissed the notion. The Liuhe Martial Arts School in Xianxian City is merely a third-rate establishment. The headmaster is at best a perfected body cultivator. What is there to fear? Seeing Neo Air's skepticism, Zhang Teng continued to clarify, though my Dantian is damaged, I have once entered the Danhai realm. I would face no pressure in a challenge. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Oh, as long as young Master Zhang is confident, that is good. Neo Air expressed his gratitude. Lin Bei outside the door breathed a sigh of relief. I almost forgot. My disciple is also a martial artist. It seems he is quite the skilled one too. If that is the case, then the threat of demolishing the dojo is no longer a concern. For the first time, Lin Bei felt that having a martial artist disciple might not be so bad after all. At this moment, Zhang Teng continued, However what? Niu Air inquired. I am somewhat worried, for Master has stated that practitioners of the Dao must avoid rivalry and the pursuit of superiority. Therefore, please do not inform Master of this matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's face broke into a joyful smile. Excellent. This disciple knows to keep things from him. Rest assured, young Master Zhang. I, Niu Air, am not one to gossip. Lin Bei outside the door scoffed at Niu Air's words. You, of all people, talk the most. Nevertheless, considering that the trouble seemed to have dissipated, Lin Bei felt considerably more at ease. However, just as Lin Bei was about to turn and leave, the door swung open. Zhang Teng and Lin Bei locked eyes, the atmosphere suddenly thick with awkwardness. Just moments ago, Zhang Teng had said that it should not be known by him. And now they had collided head-on. Lin Bei felt equally embarrassed. He genuinely intended for Zhang Teng to stand up for Niu Air and resolve his troubles. What to do now? In this moment of discomfort, Zhang Teng spoke first. Master, I, Zhang Teng, was about to explain, but seeing you silent, I chose to bow my head instead. Master, I remember your words that practitioners of the Dao must avoid rivalry and the pursuit of superiority. I acknowledge my mistake. Upon hearing Zhang Teng admit fault, Lin Bei felt a pang of unease. Surely this lad does not think I disallow such actions? I wholeheartedly support it. While I approve, I cannot express that at this moment. Lin Bei's mind raced, and he quickly devised a counter. To recognize one's errors and amend them brings great merit. Practitioners of the Dao should indeed avoid rivalry, but Lin Bei shifted his tone. Practitioners of the Dao must also prioritize clarity of thought. If one's thoughts are muddled, how can one learn the ways of cultivation? Zhang Teng's eyes sparkled with understanding. Master speaks correctly. Does this mean you consent to my standing up for Niu Air? Lin Bei offered a slight smile. Go forth. But remember to conclude your matters decisively and sever any lingering consequences. He emphasized his warning with a slightly elevated tone. This was, in fact, a reminder to Zhang Teng. After confronting the individual, ensure the issue is resolved thoroughly, lest they return to cause further trouble. Rest assured, Master. I will handle this matter with utmost efficiency and will leave no room for future complications, Zhang Teng vowed earnestly. Observing Zhang Teng's fervent assurance, Lin Bei couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Could this lad have misunderstood my hints? Remember, grievances have their origins, and debts have their owners. Only through virtue can one avoid future troubles, Lin Bei reiterated. Master, rest assured. Your disciple understands and will certainly act with virtue, Zhang Teng replied respectfully. Master, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go on, this matter should not be publicized. Understood. Watching Zhang Teng's retreating figure, Lin Bei harbored some doubts. Did he truly grasp my meaning? Would this not escalate further? This lad is quite clever. Surely he won't misconstrue it. Lin Bei consoled himself. Chapter 4. Fist is the principle. In Qingyun town, the scorching sun blazed in the sky. Within the Liuhe martial arts school, Zhao Bao, the head instructor, was diligently lifting a 1,000-pound stone block, his arms straining with each repetition. With every lift, the sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. The other martial artists within the dojo gazed at Zhao Bao with envy. The cultivation of a martial artist involves refining the skin, tendons, bones, and blood. To produce the sound of cracking bones signifies that one's physical cultivation has reached its zenith, a mere step away from refining blood. Brother Bao, you are impressive. Refining blood and gathering energy cannot be far off. In our Liuhe martial arts school, aside from the headmaster, you are second to none. Brother Bao, could you demonstrate your signature technique, the opening mountain hand? Amidst the flattery, Zhao Bao felt a swell of pride, his face beaming with confidence. Very well. I shall showcase my martial skill, the opening mountain hand. With that, Zhao Bao strode to a pile of river stones in the dojo's courtyard, hoisting a massive stone weighing 1,000 pounds. Watch closely. Zhao Bao glared fiercely, his right arm bulging with muscle as he transformed his palm into a blade, bringing it down with force. The sturdy cobblestones shattered with a resounding crack. Bravo. Impressive. Numerous martial artists began to boast. At this moment, an exceptionally discordant voice pierced through the air. Such trivial skills, daring to show off? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Bao's previously beaming expression froze instantly. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the voice. Outside the martial arts hall, a figure leaned casually against the doorframe, arms crossed. A look of disdain etched across their face. Who are you to speak so boldly? Zhao Bao exclaimed, fury bubbling within him as he sensed the newcomer's ill intent. So you are Zhao Bao? Zhang Teng inquired. Zhao Bao snorted coldly. I am Zhao Bao, unchanged in name or nature. And you are? I am Zhang Teng. Is it true that you defeated Niu Air? I've also heard you plan to demolish my master's dojo. At this point, Zhang Teng paused, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Zhao Bao. If that is the case, allow me to experience your esteemed techniques. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bao felt a surge of rage, his eyes bulging with fury. You wish to challenge the dojo? Zhang Teng sneered disdainfully. I merely wish to use my fists to discuss reason with you. Each word struck Zhao Bao's heart like a dagger. What an audacious claim. To speak of reason with fists. You shall enter upright and leave horizontal. In a fit of rage, Zhao Bao lunged forward like an arrow released from its bow. As he approached, he executed a familiar move, transforming his palm into a blade and striking down fiercely. Faced with this overwhelming force, Zhang Teng remained unfazed, lifting one hand slightly as if to directly receive Zhao Bao's assault. Is this boy mad? Even the headmaster would not dare to take Zhao Bao's strike head-on. He is simply courting death. The martial artists inside the hall whispered among themselves. At that moment, the strike descended. Zhang Teng's blood surged within him. And under the setting sun's glow, a bronze hue radiated from his raised hand. With a thunderous impact, the stone slab beneath him cracked. Yet, the hand that received the blow stood firm and unyielding, like Mount Tai itself. He actually withstood it. Bronze skin and iron bones. My heavens, he has cultivated his physique to such an extent. The depth of that bronze hue indicates at least superior quality. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the martial artists surrounding them. In this world, countless martial artists understand that the pinnacle of body refinement is the attainment of bronze skin and iron bones. And those who achieve such a feat are undeniably geniuses. However, among these geniuses, those who reach the superior level are truly the elite, deserving of the title heavens chosen. At this moment, Zhao Bao was in disbelief. His hand, capable of shattering mountains, now throbbed with pain. In a daze, he felt a powerful hand pressing down upon his head. In the next instant, the world spun, and he was uncontrollably propelled toward the ground. Bang! The bluestone floor cracked upon impact, and blood flowed freely from Zhao Bao's head. Almost simultaneously, a foot landed upon his skull, and he heard Zhang Teng's mocking voice. Is that all? With such meager strength, you dare to boast? The martial artists from the Liuhe Martial Hall immediately surrounded Zhang Teng, yet he remained undeterred. What? Do you wish to join forces? Very well. I shall first incapacitate Zhao Bao, then see what the martial artists of Liuhe Martial Hall are capable of. Zhao Bao hastily exclaimed, do not intervene. The martial artists exchanged glances, hesitant to act. Zhao Bao then turned to Zhang Teng. What do you want? 2 conditions. Zhang Teng declared. Firstly, as a martial artist, to assault a civilian is a grave error. Thus you must compensate for the medical expenses. Secondly, you must apologize in person. How do you respond? Under the eaves, one must bow their head. This is the code of martial artists. The strong are revered. Defeated by Zhang Teng, Zhao Bao had no choice but to concede. I will pay for the medical expenses, and I will apologize in person afterward. Only then did Zhang Teng withdraw his foot. Indeed, only with fists can one convey reason. I await your visit. Otherwise, I shall return and destroy this martial hall. With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance. As Zhao Bao watched Zhang Teng's retreating figure, his expression shifted. Brother Bao, I was reckless with my words, my temper flared, and I was repaid with violence. I accept this. It is the way of martial artists, I understand. Zhao Bao's tone turned sharp. However, his public assault on Liuhe Martial Hall is a direct affront to the headmaster. If the headmaster comes seeking retribution, he too must accept the consequences. At these words, the surrounding martial artists nodded in agreement. The headmaster was on the verge of gathering energy to break through the Danhai realm. It was indeed normal that Zhao Bao could not match him. Alas, the headmaster was absent. Had he been present, such insolence would not have been tolerated. As time passed, the glow of the setting sun bathed the floors of Qingyun town. The once lively town had grown somewhat desolate, but suddenly it came alive again. A figure appeared, shouldering a slain white-striped tiger, his steps steady and his demeanor proud. It was Master Cheng Lu, carrying the legendary golden-eyed tiger. Rumor had it that the ferocious tiger of Nanshan devoured its victims, turning them into vengeful spirits to deceive travelers. Could this be that very beast? Indeed, it was. It was said that the people of Nanshan had come to request the headmaster to hunt the tiger. Amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd, Master Cheng returned to Liuhe Martial Hall with a smile. Upon his return, he noticed a group of despondent individuals. The surrounding bluestone floor bore many signs of damage. What has transpired? Master Cheng's voice was low, yet carried an undeniable authority. The headmaster has returned. Have you made a breakthrough? The martial artists within the hall rejoiced upon seeing him. Master, someone has challenged the dojo. Brother Bao was beaten, and that challenger demanded he apologize and compensate. Upon hearing this, Master Cheng was initially taken aback, but then erupted in fury. Who dares to be so audacious as to challenge the dojo in my absence? This is sheer insolence. Chapter 5. Martial virtue is also virtue. After his rage, Master Cheng calmed himself. What exactly transpired? Speak plainly. As the martial artist recounted the events in detail, Master Cheng's expression shifted from anger to skepticism. You say this challenger has refined his body to superior bronze skin and iron bones. The martial artist confirmed promptly, indeed. He introduced himself as Zhang Teng. When Master Cheng heard the name Zhang Teng, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Ah, so it is him. The Zhang Teng of the Nanyang Zhang clan. One of the martial artists exclaimed in astonishment, Master, you know of him? Zhang Teng was once a prodigy of the Nanyang Zhang clan, but after violating clan rules, he was stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the family. I never anticipated he would hide in our Qingyan town. Master Cheng chuckled softly. Given that he was once a master of the Danhai realm and possesses bronze skin and iron bones, it is only natural that Zhao Bao would not be his match. But what crime did he commit? One martial artist inquired curiously. It is said that at a banquet of the Nanyang prince, he drunkenly intruded into the prince's inner court and tarnished the princess's reputation, inciting the prince's wrath and a bounty for his capture. Master Cheng's smile widened. Originally, Zhao Bao was arrogant and dismissive. I had no face to seek revenge. Now, however, I can use the guise of a challenge to reclaim my honor and capture Zhang Teng. In a small mountain village, Lin Bei's dojo. Upon Zhang Teng's return, many disciples rushed to greet him. Coincidentally, Zhang Teng spotted Lin Bei seated beside the stone table in the dojo and hurriedly approached. Master, I have returned. Lin Bei nodded and inquired with a smile. How did you fare in resolving the matter? The disciple recalled his master's teachings on winning people over with virtue. I engaged in a candid dialogue with the other party, exchanging views to facilitate a deeper understanding. Zhang Teng replied with a smile. I am pleased to report that they have acknowledged their mistakes and will soon come to apologize to Niu Air. Lin Bei, upon hearing this, nodded in approval, his heart swelling with satisfaction. This is truly reliable, he thought. What does he dread the most? Trouble. Now, with Zhang Teng's straightforward conversation and in-depth communication, ultimately leading to a resolution based on virtue and an agreement for an apology, it appeared that the matter had been splendidly resolved. Excellent. The disciple expressed newfound insights into Taichi and excused himself to practice. Good. Off you go, Lin Bei replied with a nod of satisfaction. At that moment, within the dojo, many apprentices expressed their admiration, saying, Zhang Xixiang is remarkable. Could you teach us? Indeed, indeed. How did you manage such candid communication? Lin Bei's keen hearing piqued his curiosity, and he secretly listened intently. The renowned martial artist Zhao Bao was known for his prowess, and among fighters, words were often superfluous. Direct engagement was the norm. Zhang Teng chuckled. Zhao Bao underestimated me and attacked first. In a single exchange, I subdued him and had him underfoot. What? The apprentices gasped in astonishment. Is that what you call candidness? Lin Bei nearly spat out his tea, feeling exasperated. Is that truly what you define as candid? And what of the in-depth communication? Another apprentice queried. I pointed out his errors and insisted he visit to apologize. He was convinced and agreed to my request. Zhang Teng responded matter-of-factly. Lin Bei almost burst into laughter. Ah, I see. So this is your version of in-depth communication? But Zhang Xixiao, didn't you tell the master that you win people over with virtue? Another apprentice asked. Lin Bei inwardly nodded, appreciating the astute question. He was eager to see how Zhang Teng would respond. Among warriors, we speak with our fists, Zhang Teng confidently asserted. Martial virtue is virtue, too. His statement was met with cheers and admiration from the apprentices, while Lin Bei felt a surge of irritation. It appeared that his instructions for a clean and thorough resolution had gone unheard. Was this truly a clean resolution? Was this not merely instigating conflict to force submission? A seed of resentment sprouted within Lin Bei's heart. No wonder this boy had been tricked and had his dantian ruined. He was utterly naive. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. Suddenly, Lin Bei called out, Teng, come here. Zhang Teng rushed over. Master, what is your command? Taichi emphasizes the harmony of movement and stillness. Yet your current state of agitation hinders your comprehension of its profound mysteries, Lin Bei said with a gentle smile. Now, go to room 1 for seclusion and contemplation. You shall emerge only when I summon you. Yes, disciple obeys, Zhang Teng replied, elated, believing Lin Bei was pleased with how he handled the situation and that he was being guided in his cultivation. Once Zhang Teng departed, a voice of confusion arose among the apprentices in the dojo. Why did the master send Zhang Teng to the small dark room? Isn't that reserved for those who have erred? You understand nothing. This is guidance and cultivation, not punishment. Can Zhang Xixiang be compared to us? We entered because of our mistakes. He has earned his place there. The more they spoke, the more they questioned the situation, yet no one dared to voice their doubts. Iron Bull, a robust apprentice, hurried over. Master, Zhang Xixiang needs to focus in seclusion. Do not disturb him, and do not bring him food. Yes, master, Lin Bei replied with a satisfied nod. Within the dojo, another apprentice voiced their concern. Master, this seems too harsh, both the confinement and the lack of food. One might think you are punishing Zhang Xixiao. You know nothing. This is guidance and cultivation. Pay attention and learn well. Back in his quarters, Lin Bei wore a frown. Zhang Teng's audacious challenge to the martial arts community might soon lead to repercussions. While the dojo being damaged was trivial, if his masquerade as a cultivator were to be exposed, it would spell disaster. Could this boy be testing his limits with such antics? Lin Bei mused, doubting whether Zhang Teng, if truly cunning, would have fallen victim to such a scheme. The conclusion dawned on him. Zhang Teng was merely a naive youth with little worldly experience. As Lin Bei simmered with dissatisfaction regarding Zhang Teng, he suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Your disciple, through guidance, has experienced a sudden enlightenment and achieved a breakthrough in Taichi, reaching perfection. Your own Taichi has elevated to the limit-breaking level. Congratulations, your Taichi, limit-breaking, is now approaching the Tao. What on earth? Could it be that Zhang Teng possesses a congenital Taichi sacred body? How could such a short time have led to a breakthrough in perfection? This young man is truly extraordinary. In a daze, Lin Bei found his own understanding of Tai Chi entering a new realm. More accurately, through Tai Chi, he gained profound insights into the universe. Approaching the Tao. Initially, he had no knowledge of how to formulate the breathing method, but now, he felt he could grasp the elusive thread of understanding. Chapter 6. Formulating the breathing method. Originally, the so-called breathing method was merely a fabrication Lin Bei concocted to deceive the villagers. Deceiving martial artists was but a fool's errand. This was also the source of Lin Bei's anxiety. Although Zhang Teng seemed obedient, the thought of him discovering Lin Bei's deceit was daunting. Lin Bei vividly recalled Zhang Teng's fierce expression when he mentioned fraudsters. But now things had changed. With the aid of Tai Chi, Lin Bei genuinely sensed the spiritual essence of the universe. This realization greatly inspired him to create the breathing method. The breathing method involves the absorption and expulsion of the universe's spiritual energy. Lin Bei yearned to rely on his abilities to formulate the breathing method. However, he despaired upon realizing that he lacked the insight and talent to genuinely create it. What to do? Lin Bei remained unperturbed, for he had read numerous related texts before his transmigration. Armed with direction, he could extract key terms from these books to assemble a logically coherent breathing method. Soon, drawing upon his perceptions of the spiritual energies and his accumulated knowledge, he began to formulate the method. Before long, a somewhat esoteric breathing technique took shape. Zhang Teng, I have done my utmost to align this with my understanding of the universe's spiritual energy. The rest is up to you. Lin Bei thought as he made his way to the dojo. Iron Bull, he called, waving him over. Master, what is it? Iron Bull rushed over. I have sensed that your Zhang Xixiao has grasped the essence of Tai Chi. Send him to the transmission room to await me. Lin Bei said with a warm smile. Really? Master, your cultivation is so profound that you can perceive this, Iron Bull said, his face brimming with admiration. What do you intend to impart to Brother Zhang? His Tai Chi has reached a state of perfection, and he is certainly qualified to comprehend the method of breath regulation. Lin Bei responded, no more idle chatter, go quickly. Understood, Master. Observing Iron Bull's naive demeanor, Lin Bei couldn't help but exclaim, this simpleton is quite endearing. If only Zhang Teng were as guileless. At least he wouldn't doubt him as a fraud. At this moment, in room number 1, Iron Bull gently knocked on the door. Brother Zhang? A puzzled voice inquired from within. It's me, Iron Bull. Master sent me to find you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng's expression shifted to one of surprise. Previously, Lin Bei had instructed others not to disturb him during his contemplation of Tai Chi. He had just made a breakthrough and was in the process of digesting it. Had Master truly sent someone to find him? Was it merely a coincidence? With a hint of skepticism, Zhang Teng asked, what did Master send you for? Iron Bull replied earnestly. Master sensed your understanding of Tai Chi has reached a state of perfection and instructed me to tell you to wait for him in the transmission room. I see. Zhang Teng exclaimed, astonished by Master's immense capabilities. The moment he had a realization, Master had already perceived it. At that moment, Zhang Teng's trust in Lin Bei began to deepen, along with his admiration and respect. Iron Bull, do you know what Master plans to teach me? Zhang Teng inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity despite having a hunch. Iron Bull chuckled, you've asked the right person. Master said he will teach you the method of breath regulation. Zhang Teng was elated. What is the method of breath regulation? It is the foundation of cultivating immortality. If I can comprehend it, I shall step through the door of cultivation and become an immortal practitioner. I'm going right now, Zhang Teng declared, hastily pushing open the door and moving with great speed. Iron Bull hurriedly followed suit. Brother, you are exceptionally gifted. Once you master this cultivation method, you must guide us. Iron Bull exclaimed. Of course, Zhang Teng readily agreed. In the transmission room, Zhang Teng sat cross-legged, his expression solemn as he awaited Lin Bei. simultaneously delving into the intricacies of Tai Chi. Quite right. Lin Bei's voice resonated, feigning an air of being a master who greatly appreciates his disciple. To be able to comprehend the principles of Tai Chi without arrogance is commendable, though your innate talent is rather ordinary. Nonetheless, you can still be considered a potential cultivator. From the outset, he began to playfully deceive. Zhang Teng was indeed a prodigy with outstanding insight, and it was imperative to temper him. Otherwise, how could Lin Bei's prowess as a master be demonstrated? Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng hastily bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to master. There's no need for such formalities. Lin Bei waved dismissively. Master, is my aptitude for cultivation truly that poor? Zhang Teng cautiously inquired. Your aptitude is rather average. To illustrate with Tai Chi as an example, if one comprehends it within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, one is a genius. If within an hour, one is a talent. If half a day, one is merely of average quality. The time you have spent exceeds half a day. So you can only be regarded as possessing average aptitude. Lin Bei spoke this with a straight face, fully aware that if Zhang Teng could comprehend in the time it took to burn an incense stick, he would certainly time it down to his breath. In the realm of deception, Lin Bei was an expert. As expected, Zhang Teng, who had initially felt a surge of pride, suddenly felt deflated. Yet, he remained somewhat unconvinced. Master, I have one matter that perplexes me, he said. Speak. Zhang Teng insisted, his discontent evident. Even if my comprehension time falls short, surely my aptitude shouldn't be rated so poorly? Lin Bei chuckled, embodying the expression of a youthful ignoramus, perfectly executing his role. Average talent can indeed break through shackles. Your aptitude is insufficient, and with your mastery of Tai Chi, that is your limit. Break through shackles? A trace of confusion flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes. What did this mean? He had no concept of it. It suddenly dawned on him that perhaps this was the reason Master deemed his talent as average. Master, what does it mean to break through shackles? Zhang Teng humbly inquired, eager to learn. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, realizing he had successfully deceived him. To break through shackles is to grasp the principles of heaven and earth and understand the subtleties of breath regulation. However, you need not worry. You will not be unable to step into the realm of cultivation. Lin Bei continued his charade. Since you have become my disciple, I shall certainly impart the method of breath regulation to you, and I hope you will diligently pursue your practice. Zhang Teng, not dwelling on the matter, promptly replied. I humbly request Master to bestow the teachings upon me. Lin Bei smiled, continuing his ruse. Your aptitude is quite lacking. If I were to impart the teachings, you might struggle to comprehend them. Now, allow me to demonstrate what it means to break through shackles through Tai Chi. Lin Bei's expression turned serious. You must not only see with your eyes, but also perceive with your heart. Do you understand? Zhang Teng quickly nodded, focusing intently. Lin Bei stepped forward and began the Tai Chi opening stance. In that instant, Zhang Teng's pupils constricted. He could sense that as Lin Bei executed Tai Chi, the aura surrounding him transformed entirely. An indescribable spirit radiated, as brilliant as the sun. Zhang Teng felt a profound sense of shock. Could this be the Tai Chi that transcends limits? Chapter 7. Unparalleled Insight. Mastery of Breath Regulation. Each time Zhang Teng observed Lin Bei perform Tai Chi, his perception shifted significantly. At this moment, Lin Bei's Tai Chi was a harmonious blend of softness and strength, perfectly intertwined. Every movement seemed as if it were born of nature itself. The radiant spirit resonated with the heavens and earth, manifesting an ineffable harmony. In the depths of his being, Zhang Teng experienced an extraordinary sensation. It was as if there existed a wondrous rhythm between Lin Bei and the universe. At this moment, Lin Bei's voice echoed. The method of breath regulation is the process of gathering the energy of heaven and earth to forge the path of Tao. To cultivate Qi, one must comprehend the forces of Yin and Yang and the principles of Tai Chi. This is the beginning of breath regulation. To exhale and take in the new. Rooted in the Tao, uniting humanity and nature, unlocking the myriad doors of wisdom, and paving the way to ascendancy, one must practice the art of Qi cultivation. As Lin Bei reached this point, an unsettling feeling gripped his heart. Oh no. While fabricating this narrative, the content was far too convoluted, and in a moment of anxiety, he completely forgot the subsequent details. What to do? In a flash of inspiration, Lin Bei seized the moment and confidently declared, the Tao can only be understood intuitively, not articulated. He gazed at Zhang Teng with a face full of benevolence. As the saying goes, a master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. Tenger, you must forge your own path. I believe in you. When Zhang Teng looked into Lin Bei's eyes, he felt a stirring within his heart. He could see that the trust emanating from Lin Bei's gaze was almost blinding. Master, I will not let you down. Zhang Teng felt an exhilarating surge of determination. This trust. How long had it been since he experienced such a feeling? ever since his dantian was destroyed. Every gaze directed at him felt like that of a worthless waste. Only Lin Bei had never regarded him as such, consistently teaching him with utmost dedication. Even though there were moments of reprimand, they were all for his own good. He understood. Unbeknownst to him, his reverence for Lin Bei had deepened further. Sensing Zhang Teng's trust, Lin Bei felt a sense of relief wash over him. At last, he had managed to navigate through this. However, with this experience, Lin Bei realized that when fabricating stories, one must not be too elaborate. While it may be difficult to remember, the most critical aspect is that if one concocts too much, mistakes are likely to arise. The more one fabricates, the more errors one makes. Therefore, it would be more prudent to craft a vague introduction and framework. Judging by Zhang Teng's feedback, the results seem to be more favorable. But what if Zhang Teng comes to inquire due to a lack of understanding? That is quite simple. I shall reprimand him sternly, urging him to truly contemplate the matter. Perfect. At that moment, Lin Bei's thoughts became clear. Thus, he casually offered a word of encouragement. The journey of cultivating the path is long and requires both upward and downward exploration. The disciple shall remember this. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes, as if he had gained insight. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I take my leave. Having said that, Zhang Teng turned to depart. Observing Zhang Teng's retreating figure, Lin Bei fell into contemplation. Guidance. What had he truly imparted? Merely a casual word of encouragement. Never mind, let it be. Lin Bei entered the courtyard, basking in the warmth of the morning sun, which enveloped him in a sense of contentment and comfort. He casually accepted the tea offered by Taichi. Watching the apprentices in the village practice Taichi, such delightful times have returned. As time passed, ever since Zhang Teng had acquired Lin Bei's breathing technique, he had become a fervent practitioner, delving into it day and night. Lin Bei was immensely pleased with Zhang Teng's dedication, having praised him on numerous occasions. Especially when they occasionally crossed paths, Lin Bei's approving demeanor, suggesting that the disciple was indeed teachable, invigorated Zhang Teng, fueling his efforts to comprehend even further. The reason for Lin Bei's recognition was straightforward. The world had finally become tranquil, at least from Lin Bei's perspective, for the foreseeable future. Zhang Teng would harbor no doubts about him. As for mastering the breathing technique, Lin Bei held no expectations whatsoever. After all, the so-called breathing technique was merely a fabrication of his own. However, such delightful times seemed fleeting. Just as Lin Bei was leisurely sipping his tea, Taichi hurriedly rushed over. Not good, Master, not good. Bah, the Master is quite well. What could possibly be wrong with me? Lin Bei retorted with irritation. What has happened now? It is about old Zhao from our village. What about old Zhao? Has he been beaten again? Lin Bei furrowed his brow, pondering whether Zhang Teng's arrival had disrupted the village's tranquility, leading to a series of unfortunate events for the previously unassuming villagers. No. Old Zhao said he heard that Master Qinglu from the Lioha martial arts school has returned. Taichi quickly explained, his expression somewhat anxious. Old Zhao has provoked the Lioha martial arts school? Lin Bei was perplexed. In his memory, old Zhao was a simple farmer. How could he possibly provoke a martial artist? Taichi shook his head repeatedly. No, it is not that. Didn't senior brother Zhang defeat Zhao Bao? Zhao Bao is a martial artist from the Lioha martial arts school. Taichi continued swiftly. Old Zhao went to Qingyan town for the market and heard quite a bit of news. Master Chung has declared that he intends to bring people to our dojo to return the favor. Return the favor? What favor? Lin Bei inquired. Senior brother Zhang went to the Lioha martial arts school and took on Zhao Bao, which, according to the school's rules, constitutes a challenge. Hence, the so-called return of favor is a challenge to our dojo, Taichi lamented. Lin Bei's previously cheerful demeanor instantly froze. However, before Taichi, he forced himself to suppress his emotions. On the surface, he feigned nonchalance, but inwardly, he had already scolded Zhang Teng 100 times. He had clearly instructed him to handle matters with precision and to leave no room for trouble, to win people over with virtue. Yet, this fool not only failed to resolve the issue, but also complicated it further. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. No, he needed to vent his frustration on Zhang Teng and see if this lad could withstand the pressure. With this thought, Lin Bei rose and made his way to Zhang Teng's training room. As he walked, he inquired of Taichi, "Do you know how formidable Master Cheng's abilities are?" Taichi spoke with great reverence. "I have heard that Master Cheng is quite exceptional. He hunted a monstrous tiger in Nanshan." "What monstrous tiger?" Lin Bei questioned, intrigued. It is said that this tiger had become a malevolent spirit, preying on humans, and those who were devoured would turn into wraiths, Taichi explained. Wraiths? Lin Bei echoed, puzzled. Yes, wraiths retain their appearance from before death. I have heard that many people from Nanshan town were lured into the mountains by these wraiths and became the tiger's next meal, Taichi elaborated. And what of his martial prowess? Lin Bei pressed on. Old Zhao mentioned that Master Cheng went to Nanshan to hunt the tiger in search of a breakthrough. Now that he has returned from hunting, he is likely to have become a great martial artist, possessing the legendary strength of the Danhai realm. Danhai realm? This is bad. Lin Bei's heart sank. Zhang Teng had once been a formidable warrior of the Danhai realm, but now that his Dantian was shattered, he was likely no match for Master Cheng. This is it. Will our dojo be destroyed? Lin Bei began to ponder whether he should find an excuse to evade the impending storm. At that very moment, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Your disciple is comprehending and refining the breathing technique. Congratulations, your disciple Zhang Teng has grasped the breathing technique, beginner. And your breathing technique has ascended to perfection. Chapter 8. My disciple Zhang Teng possesses the talent of a martial emperor. As the voice in his mind faded, Lin Bei felt a torrent of knowledge surge into his consciousness, akin to a tidal wave. The breathing technique he had previously fabricated was abstract and esoteric, but now, his words seemed to be validated. If one were to draw an analogy, the breathing technique Lin Bei had concocted was akin to a precarious tower on the verge of collapse. Yet now it was different. Zhang Teng had not only constructed a ladder beneath this tower, but had also transformed the dilapidated structure into a magnificent palace in the clouds. Such comprehension is truly extraordinary. Lin Bei's heart was profoundly shaken. Simultaneously, he began to realize that his unique ability seemed to possess a power of extraordinary foresight. This had been the case with Taichi, and now with the breathing technique. As long as the knowledge he imparted was grasped by Zhang Teng, it would immediately reach perfection. Attempting to apply the breathing technique, Lin Bei felt an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy surging into his body like a tide. His previously frail physique was undergoing a continuous metamorphosis under this spiritual refinement. The breathing technique, the path of cultivation, had indeed succeeded. Tainyo observed Lin Bei, who appeared transfixed. Master, what is the matter? Nothing, Lin Bei replied, understanding that this was not the time for cultivation. Though their conversation was quiet, Zhang Teng's training room was small, with only a door separating them. His hearing was acute, and he quickly sensed Lin Bei and Tainyo's presence. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Teng concluded his practice and opened the door. Disciple greets Master. Master is truly omniscient, knowing that the disciple harbors doubts, and has come personally to provide enlightenment. The disciple is immensely grateful. Lin Bei was taken aback. When had he become omniscient? When had he come specifically to enlighten Zhang Teng? It was clearly Tainyo who had come to report, and he was increasingly irked, prepared to unleash his frustration on Zhang Teng. However, Zhang Teng had just made a breakthrough, and his timely appearance was merely a coincidence. Yet, given the atmosphere, Lin Bei certainly could not reveal the truth. Thus, he donned an expression of casual indifference. The master discerned that your understanding of the breathing technique has become profound, and knowing you may harbor doubts. I have come to provide clarification. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude within. Memories of Lin Bei's words resurfaced in his mind. What constitutes a master? To impart knowledge, teach the craft, and resolve uncertainties. Oh, revered teacher, your disciple is eternally grateful. Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively and entered the quiet chamber. Finding a cushion to sit upon. Speak freely. Your grasp of the breathing technique has reached a fundamental level. What uncertainties linger? Lin Bei's confidence was unwavering. His mastery of the technique was complete, and his comprehension of it undoubtedly surpassed Zhang Teng by several tiers. Zhang Teng approached Lin Bei respectfully, voicing his confusion. Master, I understand the intricacies of the breathing technique, yet I have merely scratched the surface. I have glimpsed the path for my future cultivation, but the more Lin Bei listened, the more he sensed the disquieting tone in Zhang Teng's words. This demeanor, was he truly preparing to inquire about matters beyond the breathing technique? Lin Bei felt a wave of unease wash over him. If the questions ventured elsewhere, could he provide the answers? As a competent deceiver, Lin Bei began contemplating how to divert the conversation should he find himself at a loss for answers. Speak, Lin Bei replied, maintaining an air of calm. He had mastered the art of pretense seamlessly. Zhang Teng hesitated, his head bowed, seemingly anxious. He feared reprimand. Despite following Lin Bei in the pursuit of the immortal path, he was about to broach the subject of martial arts. Lin Bei's heart sank. Was he truly being asked about martial matters? What could he possibly know? In an instant, Lin Bei fell into silence. As his silence lingered, Zhang Teng lowered his head even further, sensing an illusion that Lin Bei harbored dissatisfaction towards him. Yet, he felt compelled to voice his concerns. Eventually, he mustered the courage to speak. Master, my physical cultivation in martial arts has reached the level of iron skin and bronze bones. However, after practicing the breathing technique, I have shattered the limits of martial refinement and ascended to the realm of indestructible strength. As he spoke, Zhang Teng flexed his muscles, demonstrating his newfound ability. The original bronze hue of his skin vanished, replaced by a shimmering golden glow. Lin Bei was taken aback. He had spent a year in this world and possessed a rudimentary understanding of martial arts, but he knew of iron skin and bronze bones only through hearsay. Moreover, it was said that such a feat could only be achieved by the most exceptional of talents. Indestructible strength? What was that? He was utterly ignorant. How could he provide guidance on something he knew nothing about? However, when it came to matters of cultivation, could he simply claim ignorance? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Bei decided to probe further before devising a way to mislead. Share your thoughts, he prompted. Zhang Teng responded eagerly. Indestructible strength exists among martial artists as a legendary state, attainable only by those with the potential of a martial emperor. Yet I have merely grasped the breathing technique and have transcended to this level. I believe martial arts pale in comparison to the immortal path and are but a minor avenue. I fear that advancing in martial arts may hinder my cultivation journey. Hence I seek your enlightenment, master. Understanding dawned upon Lin Bei, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Such matters were easy for him to fabricate a response to, even with eyes closed. As long as the inquiry did not pertain to how to cultivate martial arts, he felt confident. No need to worry. The way is omnipresent. Encompassing all things, there is no need to dwell on it. Zhang Teng looked at Lin Bei, somewhat anxious. Master, will my cultivation in martial arts impede my training in the Tao? Lin Bei replied calmly, not at all. The way is like the vast ocean, embracing all rivers. Even if martial arts are deemed a minor path in your eyes, they are still part of the journey of cultivation, ultimately leading to the same destination. Zhang Teng finally relaxed. I understand now. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. Should you have any questions regarding the breathing technique, feel free to seek me out. Yes. Lin Bei departed with a sense of fulfillment. Farewell, master. After Lin Bei left, Taichi could not contain his curiosity. Zhang, what did you and the master discuss? I couldn't comprehend a word. Zhang Teng smiled calmly. You have yet to embark on the path, so it is natural you wouldn't understand. By the way, Taichi continued. The head of the Liuhe Martial Arts School, Cheng, has issued a challenge. He intends to retaliate if you visit. Zhang Teng's expression hardened. Retaliate? He dares to challenge our dojo? Is he seeking death? I must go to Liuhe Martial Arts School and settle this. If master finds out, he will undoubtedly think me unreliable. It's too late. Master already knows, Taichi said. Zhang Teng stared rigidly at Taichi, his voice tight. You told him? Yes. Taichi nodded timidly. I had to inform master, as you would be unable to resolve this matter. Chapter 9, Legends of Martial Artists? The underbelly of cultivation. Seeing that Zhang Teng was becoming agitated, Taichi hastened his speech. Brother, I heard that the head of Liuhe Martial Arts School has already reached the Danci realm. With your Dantian destroyed, I worried you might act impulsively, which is why I informed master first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng's initial anger diminished somewhat. The Danci realm. That was the second tier of martial artists. Only after surpassing the realm of physical refinement could one harness the vigorous blood flow to refine their essence and gather it within the Dantian. Having once reached the Danci realm, Zhang Teng was acutely aware of its formidable power. The disparity between major realms could not simply be bridged by iron skin and bronze bones. Yet, in this moment, Zhang Teng felt unfazed. After all, he had achieved indestructible strength. Victory or defeat would only be revealed through confrontation. However, the head of Liuhe Martial Arts School's prowess tempered his confidence. Facing someone in the Danci realm, he could not claim absolute certainty of victory. I am aware of his strength, Zhang Teng said, turning to Taichi. Keep watch for me. I have only just grasped the breathing technique, and my strength is still on the rise. I must bolster my power as much as possible before he arrives. Such minor challenges should not necessitate Master-S intervention. Absolutely, Taichi assured, thumping his chest. I will keep a vigilant eye on the situation outside. Are you confident? Zhang Teng's expression grew grave. If he arrives now, I would have at most a 40% chance of success. However, with each passing day, my confidence increases by at least 10%. Taichi was astonished. Brother, wasn't your Dantian destroyed? How do you retain such confidence? Zhang Teng smiled with unwavering self-assurance. In the past, I was merely a martial artist, and thus lacked confidence. But now, I am a cultivator. The head of Liuhe Martial Arts School is only now worthy of standing against me. Zhang Teng felt immense pride in having crossed the threshold into the realm of cultivators. Just as he had achieved indestructible strength, he saw the legends of martial arts and the concept of indestructibility as mere fundamentals in the presence of a cultivator. With Zhang Teng as an exemplar, the disciples practicing Tai Chi in the village became increasingly enthusiastic. Lin Bei observed the apprentices before him, feeling an unprecedented calm. After this period of observation, he realized that his unique abilities could not conjure something from nothing. Only by imparting the techniques can one gain insight and feedback. Zhang Teng's martial arts journey. Having transcended from the toughness of bronze skin and iron bones to the indomitable state of the diamond, has yielded him no feedback whatsoever. Additionally, Lin Bei gradually comes to realize that his unique advantage allows him to receive knowledge that is either complete or even surpasses limitations. What does this imply? Lin Bei boldly speculates that his unique advantage might possess formidable deductive abilities. Shaking his head, Lin Bei calms his mind, preparing to contemplate how to proceed next. Yet, despite racking his brain, he finds himself at a loss, utterly unable to fabricate anything. It appears that forcing the thought will lead nowhere. He must seek the right direction and approach. Thus, Lin Bei silently resolves not to force the issue, understanding that the time has not yet come. Should he try too hard, the cultivation method he devises would be excessively hollow and abstract. Even if Zhang Teng possesses extraordinary comprehension, he may struggle to derive any meaningful insights. Clearly, he must guide Zhang Teng appropriately, encouraging him to devote time to mastering the breathing technique. Once Zhang Teng achieves perfection in this practice, his own technique will elevate to a breakthrough level. At that point, the difficulty in finding direction will significantly diminish. Just then, Taichi rushed over. Noticing he was about to practice his punches, Lin Bei beckoned him over. "Master, did you call for me?" Taichi expressed profound respect for Lin Bei. "What is Zhang Teng doing?" "Master, he is refining his body with the breathing technique." Lin Bei frowned slightly, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Nonsense. He has only just begun with the breathing technique. He should focus on understanding it first. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Is this something I must teach?" Taichi quickly replied, "Master, I informed him about the challenge at the Chung Hall. He said he must become stronger quickly and cannot trouble you with such trivial matters." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's anger dissipated instantly. What understanding or comprehension is necessary? First, he must resolve the pressing issue, which he deems far more important. Does he have a chance? Lin Bei inquired further. Brother Zhang claims he has broken through to the indomitable state, with a 40 chance of victory. Now, as he practices the breathing technique, his odds increase by 10 with each passing day. Taichi, being straightforward, immediately divulged the information upon questioning. Excellent. Lin Bei internally nodded, feeling reassured with his devoted disciple standing in front of him. Go practice your punches. Yes. Watching Taichi depart, Lin Bei abandoned the idea of urging Zhang Teng to comprehend the breathing technique. After all, he must shoulder the troubles of the dojo. Fortuitously, Lin Bei returned to his quarters to enter a meditative state of cultivation, harboring some expectations regarding the effects of the breathing technique. Time passed. The following day, after a night of cultivation, Lin Bei felt invigorated. He could sense that, nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, his body was strengthening at a visibly rapid pace. At this level, it could be considered the qi refinement stage, utilizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper the body. As he continued his practice, Lin Bei began to gain insights into qi refinement. He also realized that the process of refining qi must not be whimsically fabricated as depicted in novels. While such stories may delineate various realms, ancient texts refer to practitioners collectively as qi refiners. I recall that ancient texts recorded many legendary figures among the qi refiners. Lin Bei gradually recognized that qi refinement might be a crucial foundational aspect of cultivation. The breathing technique not only refines one's essence, but also absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Qi refinement is fundamentally about tempering the body, enabling it to resonate more easily with the cosmos. Lin Bei began to systematically outline the process of cultivating immortality. The first step of qi refinement is breathing. The second should be termed the Tao body. What about the third step? As he pondered, Lin Bei gradually began to find his direction. Breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine the Tao body. Thus, the next step should be to use the Tao body to command the laws of the Tao. To cast spells, Lin Bei felt a surge of joy within. At this moment, he had successfully devised a complete framework for the qi refinement stage: breathing, Tao body, and commanding the laws, with a clear direction and concept in mind. As for how to command the laws, Lin Bei was confident that, once the time is ripe, he would naturally understand how to articulate the techniques for commanding the laws. Time flowed on. On the third day of practicing the breathing technique, Lin Bei opened his eyes from meditation. The perfected level of the breathing technique allowed his cultivation to progress by leaps and bounds. In just 3 days, his body felt rejuvenated, as if every cell had undergone a transformation. He was still far from achieving the Tao body. Lin Bei understood that this was merely the first metamorphosis of his physical form. Such transformations would require many more iterations before he could truly forge the Tao body. Just then, Taichi's anxious voice echoed from outside. Master, it's terrible. Something big has happened. Something big? Under normal circumstances, even when the situation was urgent, Tainyo would merely say that something had occurred. A sudden premonition of something ominous flashed through Lin Bei's mind, causing his tea-drinking motion to falter. What has happened? Tainyo, with a hint of a sob in his voice, replied, Nyo Air is about to be beaten to death. Chapter 10. Be ruthless and show no mercy. Crack. The teacup in Lin Bei's hand shattered under his grip. He was enraged. Although Nyo Air often spoke without discretion and displayed a touch of vanity, his essence was pure and kind-hearted. Nyo Air had never bullied anyone and was always willing to lend a helping hand in the village. When constructing the dojo, Nyo Air had contributed significantly. Occasionally, when Lin Bei lamented about the food, he would find ways to deliver grains and vegetables, even going into the mountains to hunt. When Nyo Air faced trouble, Lin Bei had gone to gather information, but it was also a genuine concern for him. At that moment, an angry shout echoed from outside the dojo. Zhang Teng, you little brat. Taking advantage of my absence to kick my dojo? Now that I'm here, why don't you hurry up and come out? Lin Bei pushed open the door. Upon arriving at the dojo, he found a dozen martial artists blocking the entrance. The burly man at the forefront held a barely conscious Nyo Air. Zhang Teng glared intensely at the man holding Nyo Air. Old chum, kicking the dojo is one thing, but as a dignified Dan High Realm martial artist, using a mere mortal as a shield is utterly disgraceful. Master Cheng sneered, casually tossing Nyo Air aside. Weren't you demanding an apology from Xiao Bao? Unfortunately, this mortal is unworthy of receiving an apology from a martial artist. The apprentices of the dojo quickly dragged Nyo Air away, bringing him to the wooden corridor in front of the dojo. Lin Bei hurriedly approached Nyo Air. Master. Upon seeing Lin Bei approach, Zhang Teng lowered his head, seemingly suppressing a torrent of rage. You taught me not to be overly competitive and to cultivate inner peace. But today, please forgive me, I cannot abide by that. At that moment, Lin Bei happened to walk beside Zhang Teng, pausing briefly before responding in a chilling tone. A cultivator should not be overly competitive and should focus on self-cultivation. But more importantly, one must ensure their thoughts are clear. With that, Lin Bei's voice grew ominously deep. As long as one has a clear conscience, there are no taboos. Zhang Teng was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had heard Lin Bei utter the phrase no taboos. This was essentially a call to action. Be ruthless. Show no mercy. Disciple. I accept your command. With that, Zhang Teng cracked his neck. The bones and muscles emitted crackling sounds. Master Cheng Lu stood ready. As he spoke, Zhang Teng advanced toward Cheng Lu. Since he had chosen to challenge the dojo, let him seek wisdom from your esteemed self. Zhang Teng approached to within 3 meters of Master Cheng. Please enlighten me. Cheng Lu, sensing Zhang Teng's fierce intent, let out a cold chuckle and raised a hand, signaling the crowd behind him to step back. He then discarded his long coat, revealing his well-defined muscles. Zhang Teng, I have heard that during your time at the Lioha Martial Arts School, you were exceedingly arrogant, bringing disgrace upon our dojo. Cheng Lu spoke in a deep voice. Today, if I do not shatter your limbs, my wrath shall not be quelled. The martial artists of Lioha behind him exchanged smirks, particularly Xiao Bao, who understood that Master Cheng's true intention was not merely to challenge, but to seize Zhang Teng under the pretext of the duel. That depends on whether you possess the requisite skill. Zhang Teng retorted boldly, unwavering in his resolve. The atmosphere became palpably tense. At last, after a moment of mutual standoff, Master Cheng initiated the attack. With a swift movement, he pounced upon Zhang Teng like a ferocious beast. As he closed in, Cheng Lu transformed his palm into a claw, fingers slightly bent, and lunged at Zhang Teng's face with a fierce grab. This was the renowned technique of Lioha martial arts, the tiger claw. Zhang Teng remained unperturbed, executing a half circle with one foot, slightly tilting his body and leaning back. The strike grazed past his face, sending stone chips flying. The foam mountain behind Zhang Teng bore 5 deep imprints of Cheng Lu's fingers. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the dojo's apprentices. Iron Bull, in particular, gulped in terror. That was a foam mountain made of Qinyan stone, incredibly solid, and yet it had been marked. Before the onlookers could recover from their astonishment, Cheng Lu swiftly changed his footing, charging at Zhang Teng like a colossal elephant with his right arm. This was the Iron Elephant Charge, a technique of Lioha martial arts. Zhang Teng reacted with remarkable speed, crossing his fists to block the impending blow. Instantly, he was sent flying several meters before finally regaining his footing, having absorbed the impact. Zhang Teng's expression grew serious. It is said that Lioha martial arts mimics the forms of 6 fierce beasts. Only now, in combat, did he realize its prowess exceeded his expectations. Cheng Lu's skin shimmered like gold, as solid as adamant. There was a flicker of astonishment in Cheng Lu's eyes. If I am not mistaken, you have broken through the copper skin iron bones and achieved the legendary indestructible Vajra, have you not? No wonder you have the audacity to challenge me. As the words left his lips, Cheng Lu bent his body low, resembling a crouching leopard. Is this the leopard form? Zhang Teng's eyes narrowed, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He understood that if he allowed impatience to cloud his judgment, he would be destined for defeat. Sure enough, the next moment, the ground beneath Cheng Lu cracked as he sprang forward like a leopard, swift and fierce. His movements were as fluid as a leopard's. His attack as fierce as a tiger's. His claws aimed directly for Zhang Teng's throat. Zhang Teng remained calm, seemingly having anticipated the assault, deftly dodging to the sides to evade several of Cheng Lu's strikes. How swift! My heavens, is Zhang Xixiang all right? The apprentices in the dojo panicked. It was their first time witnessing a martial artist's assault, and it was truly terrifying. At that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes as he caught Cheng Lu's strike with one hand. Using Taichi push hands, he redirected the force, then gently pulled back. With a mere 4 ounces, he countered 1,000 pounds. Cheng Lu instantly lost his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Teng unleashed a targeted strike, landing a blow on Cheng Lu's chin. Cheng Lu was sent flying 2 meters high before crashing down heavily to the ground. Though he quickly rose again, he swayed slightly. Clearly still disoriented, Zhang Teng seized the moment, closing in and gaining the upper hand. At this moment, Lin Bei observed everything unfold. Though he appeared calm on the surface, inside he was exceedingly anxious. Even though Zhang Teng held the advantage, it was evident that he could not secure a swift victory, and the odds of winning were uncertain. Moreover, there were numerous martial artists from Liuhe present. What if they all surged forward? Stay calm. Lin Bei took a deep breath, his mind racing. The many martial artists of Liuhe, upon witnessing Cheng Lu faltering, began to stir restlessly. Leading the charge, Xiao Bao fixed his gaze on the arena, seemingly ready to intervene at any moment. What are we afraid of? My golden opportunity seems to be predictive. If I can foresee the battle, perhaps victory is within reach. But how do I utilize it? Lin Bei pondered while observing the battle. Just then, a long-awaited voice resonated in his mind. Commencing battle simulation. Chapter 11. Lin Bei takes action, astonishing all. The moment the voice echoed in his mind, Lin Bei felt as if a mirror world, identical to the dojo, had emerged in his consciousness. In this mirrored realm, everyone's strength was perfectly replicated. The illusory yet vivid world in his mind felt remarkably real. Lin Bei immediately began to simulate the confrontation between Cheng Lu and the others. Yu and Zhang Teng teamed up to defeat Cheng Lu. However, the martial artists of Liuhe joined forces with Cheng Lu, leading to your defeat, which enhanced your combat skills. Upon completing the first simulation, the realism left Lin Bei shaken. They had been brutally vanquished in that moment. It felt all too real. It seems that beyond combat techniques, I have also grasped the fighting styles of Cheng Lu and the martial artists of Liuhe. Lin Bei's heart swelled with joy. If that is so, with continuous simulations and battles, turning the tide and overcoming the odds should pose no challenge. Moreover, while the battle in the mirrored world seemed prolonged, in reality, it had only lasted an instant. Continuing simulation. After hundreds of repetitions, the outcome of the battle in the mirrored world indeed shifted. Yu and Zhang Teng teamed up to defeat the martial artists of Liuhe. Upon receiving this result, Lin Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, this was the correct way to utilize the golden opportunity. With a winning strategy in hand, Lin Bei grew bolder. This time, perhaps I can win without relying on Zhang Teng's strength. Simulating. Lin Bei's spiritual essence once again entered the mirrored world. After tens of thousands of simulations, Lin Bei suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of indescribable confidence flashing within. At this moment, within the dojo, the battle between Zhang Teng and Master Cheng remained intensely contested. Yet, to any discerning observer, it was clear that Zhang Teng was gaining momentum while Cheng Lu began to struggle. The apprentices in the dojo observed this spectacle with gleaming eyes of joy. In contrast, Xiao Bao and the others were visibly restless. Fellow comrades, it appears the master is struggling. Unbelievable, Zhang Teng, with merely his physical training, can force the master to defend? Is the indestructible Vajra truly that formidable? Bao Xiong, what shall we do? The members of Liuhe martial arts spoke urgently. A flicker of cold light passed through Xiao Bao's eyes. On the count of 3, we charge together. No matter how formidable Zhang Teng may be, he is still no match for the combined strength of 4 hands. 3, 2. At that moment, as Xiao Bao and his companions stealthily advanced, subtly adopting an aggressive stance, Zhang Teng keenly detected their movements. Instantly, a wave of anxiety surged within him. In martial arts duels, the customary practice is to engage in one-on-one combat. It was evident that the practitioners from the Liuhe martial arts school had no intention of adhering to this rule. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had been attentively monitoring the battlefield. Are they planning to overturn the table? Zhang Teng is certainly no match for them. Lin Bei mused to himself. He could not bear to see Zhang Teng get injured. If Zhang Teng were to be harmed, who would assist him in comprehending the nuances of the breathing technique? With this thought in mind, Lin Bei spoke up decisively. That's enough. Zhang Teng, retreat. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng was momentarily taken aback, but he promptly relinquished his advantage and hastily retreated several steps, withdrawing from the fray. Master Cheng, who had been suppressing him, chose not to pursue, casting a dubious glance at Lin Bei instead. In his eyes, Zhang Teng's so-called master was merely a charlatan. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated Zhang Teng to be so obedient. Feeling a twinge of shame, Master Zhang Teng thought, my disciple's skills are lacking. He has failed to subdue this opponent. Lin Bei feigned nonchalance and remarked, you are still new to this path. Managing to triumph over a stronger foe is commendable. At this point, Lin Bei shifted the conversation. However, we cannot afford to entertain those who maliciously challenge our dojo. Withdraw. Yes. Zhang Teng promptly retreated a few steps. Just then, Lin Bei rose and slowly walked toward the dojo. Master, are you going to intervene personally? Zhang Teng exclaimed. Such trivial matters do not require your direct involvement. As Lin Bei passed by Zhang Teng, he paused momentarily and said softly, the warriors from the Lioha martial arts school intend to overturn the table. Your current strength is insufficient to confront them. Moreover, Lin Bei's voice, though gentle, bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Today, I shall only exert 1/3 of my strength to demonstrate to you what it truly means to overcome the strong with the weak. Zhang Teng was taken aback, feeling deeply moved. In his eyes, Lin Bei was not only concerned for him, but also sought to guide him. Entirely oblivious to the fact that Lin Bei's true power had only just begun to manifest through the infusion of spiritual energy into his body. How intriguing. Master Cheng observed Lin Bei's unhurried approach toward the dojo, his expression laced with disdain. A charlatan who spouts nonsense and deceives others with tales of cultivation dares to intervene personally? Rubbing his hands together, Master Cheng scoffed. Does he truly believe I have never encountered a master before? A man devoid of intention and momentum can only fool a naive child like Zhang Teng. Impudent. Zhang Teng retorted angrily. You, a mere warrior, cannot fathom the profundities of cultivation. You, who can only view the sky from the confines of a well, dare to utter such foolishness. Lin Bei raised a hand, cutting off Zhang Teng's words. There is no need to engage in verbal sparring. As he spoke, Lin Bei had already reached the dojo, calmly regarding Master Cheng before him. With a single hand raised, he beckoned Cheng with a dismissive gesture. This contemptuous demeanor incited a furious response from Master Cheng. Seeking death, he bellowed, bending forward as if he were a leopard ready to pounce. Once again, he unleashed his attack. Quick as a flash, he moved like a leopard, striking with the ferocity of a tiger. Zhang Teng, when faced with this onslaught, had no choice but to retreat. Yet Lin Bei remained unperturbed, as though he had already anticipated and analyzed this technique countless times. In the blink of an eye, Master Cheng lunged forward like a tempest, his tiger claws aimed directly at Lin Bei's throat. Instead of dodging this thunderous strike, Lin Bei chose to absorb the force of Cheng's assault, redirecting it with the finesse of 4 ounces, deflecting 1,000 pounds. Following this, Lin Bei executed a Taichi push, simultaneously using Cheng's momentum against him while delivering a powerful elbow strike. The impact of that elbow struck directly into Master Cheng's solar plexus. The once agile Master Cheng was sent spiraling through the air like a lifeless kite. His body propelled away. The most alarming aspect was that, in that instant, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Thud! Master Cheng crashed heavily to the ground, his face a mask of bewilderment. In the moment of their encounter, he had perceived Lin Bei's strength as feeble, at most 1/3 that of Zhang Teng. However, during their clash, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable pressure. His power, instead of being released, was skillfully manipulated by his opponent, turning into a weapon against himself. What was even more outrageous, Lin Bei had deftly exploited the old injuries he had sustained from training, striking him where it hurt most. Uft! Another mouthful of blood erupted from Master Cheng. He attempted to rise but found his limbs turning to jelly, collapsing onto the ground. Master Cheng was filled with terror. He realized that his energy meridians had been precisely shattered. Chapter 12. The Mayfly Sees the Sky. This scene left the many warriors of the Lioha martial arts school in utter shock. They came to the startling realization that Master Cheng, who had reached the Danhai realm, had been felled by a single blow and was unable to rise. How could this be? Master Cheng's mind was in turmoil. Initially, he had believed Lin Bei's strike merely struck an old wound. Who would have thought that this blow would disrupt the flow of energy within his Danhai and shatter the critical meridians for gathering energy? The most infuriating aspect was that the power surging through him was primarily his own. In comparison to Master Cheng, the most astonished was Zhang Teng. He had always considered himself exceptionally talented and skilled in combat, having rapidly improved and subdued Master Cheng in their previous encounter. But now, he was painfully aware of how inferior his own aptitude truly was. Lin Bei had dispatched Master Cheng with just 1/3 of his strength. What did this imply? It meant that defeating Master Cheng required only this much power. Meanwhile, he had used 3 times Lin Bei's strength and still only managed to gain a slight advantage. At this moment, as he looked at Lin Bei, he felt as if a mayfly had caught sight of the vast sky. Seeing the situation deteriorate, many from the Liuhe martial arts school rushed to Master Cheng's side. Master Cheng, are you alright? Zhao Bao and the other martial artists inquired anxiously. My Danhai energy has dissipated. Several crucial meridians have been shattered, rendering me unable to gather energy. Master Cheng gazed at Lin Bei, his voice tinged with horror. He and I are on entirely different levels. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Initially, they had all assumed Lin Bei was nothing more than a fraud, deceiving the ignorant villagers with tales of a cultivation method they had never even heard of. Yet now, they began to comprehend that this individual might not be a charlatan, but rather a true master. Master Cheng, Zhao Bao could not restrain himself from asking. I perceive his strength seems far inferior to Zhang Teng's. Has he concealed his true power? When it came to strength, Master Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. He must have hidden his true abilities, but in our battle, he only used Zhang Teng's 1/3 of strength. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This is the most terrifying aspect. While they could accept Zhang Teng's ability to fight across realms, they still found it reasonable. After all, Zhang Teng had once been at the Danhai realm. Although he had fallen from grace, he had managed to cultivate an indomitable spirit. Such a genius, endowed with profound knowledge, is capable of contending with Cheng Lu, and they are still able to accept that. However, what about Lin Bei? Not only is he obscure, but he also dares to fight across borders. The most outrageous part? A single strike. Merely one blow was sufficient to defeat the master of Cheng, leaving him utterly defenseless. In contrast to the shock experienced by the members of the Liuhe martial arts school, the apprentices of the dojo, while surprised, found it somewhat justifiable. After all, Zhang Teng had only recently begun his training and was already so formidable. It was hardly surprising that Lin Bei, as his master, could vanquish these martial artists. Nevertheless, it is only those of greater prowess who can truly grasp the terror emanating from Lin Bei. At this moment, Zhao Bao came to his senses. If Cheng Guanzhu could be so easily defeated, what were they still doing here? Seeking their own suffering? Let alone Lin Bei, who had sent Cheng Guanzhu reeling with a single blow. Without him, even Zhang Teng could easily subdue them. What are you waiting for? We must leave at once. Zhao Bao hoisted Cheng Guanzhu onto his back, preparing to flee. However, Zhang Teng directly blocked their path. Our dojo is not a place you can enter and exit at will, Zhang Teng stated at the entrance. Zhao Bao's face turned ashen, deterred from making a forceful advance. We admit our misfortune in failing to challenge the dojo. Do you intend to kill us now? Cheng Guanzhu weakly interjected. When we arrived, we reported to the martial arts headquarters. If you dare to kill us, the headquarters will hold you accountable. This unregistered dojo of yours may be shut down, and the murderer will face imprisonment. The martial arts headquarters? Zhang Teng scoffed. Martial artists have their own rules. Without a signed death warrant, killing you would indeed violate the code. However, those who fail in their challenge must pay a price, which the headquarters acknowledges. Upon hearing this, the members of the Liuhe martial arts school felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, Zhang Teng continued, before you came to challenge our dojo, you disregarded martial virtue and severely injured Neo Air, yet you expect to leave unscathed? Upon hearing this, the faces of the Liuhe martial arts school warriors turned pale. The only correct decision you made was sparing Neo Air's life. Otherwise, even if the King of Heaven descended, you would not have left this place alive. Zhang Teng flexed his muscles and then turned to Lin Bei. Master, please allow me to handle these individuals. Lin Bei nodded calmly and replied, our dojo has always advocated for non-confrontation and does not relish in competition. Since they wish to adhere to rules, we shall engage them on that basis. Cheng Guanzhu and the others felt a surge of relief at Lin Bei's words, believing their lives were now secure. Yet, before they could fully relax, Lin Bei's tone shifted. However, we practitioners of the way also value clarity of thought. The members of the Liuhe martial arts school were left bewildered, struggling to comprehend Lin Bei's meaning. But Zhang Teng caught the glimmer of understanding in Lin Bei's eyes. He had grasped his master's temperament. This statement was equivalent to instructing him to deliver a thorough beating, as long as it did not result in death. After all, Lin Bei had taught him the essence of clarity of thought, which can be succinctly summarized in 6 words. Strike hard, show no mercy. Master, leave these individuals to me. I shall not sully your hands, Zhang Teng declared confidently. It is fortuitous. I have just gleaned insights from your battle and would appreciate your guidance. Lin Bei nodded slightly. At this moment, Zhang Teng turned to the 18 members of the Liuhe martial arts school. You may leave if you wish. You may take Cheng Lu with you. As he spoke, Zhang Teng's eyes flashed with battle intent. Now, I establish a rule. With that, Zhang Teng retrieved a stick of incense from a nearby incense altar and inserted it into the holder. You may all come at me. After one stick of incense burns, those who can still stand may leave with their comrades. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth in anger. Arrogance. He was acutely aware of Zhang Teng's intentions. According to the rules, when martial artists challenge a dojo, if one side concedes, only a certain degree of punishment may be administered. Excessive measures are forbidden. However, during a fight, as long as no one is killed, anything goes. Zhang Teng's actions were unmistakably signaling to them. None shall leave unscathed. What shall we do, Brother Bao? One of the warriors from the Liuhe martial arts school inquired. What else can we do? Xiao Bao replied solemnly. Since Zhang Teng has drawn this line, we cannot retreat. With that, he fixed his gaze on Zhang Teng and roared. Altogether. Chapter 13. Cripple your Dantian as punishment. The moment Xiao Bao took action, the numerous warriors of the Liuhe martial arts school exchanged glances. A fierce determination flashing in their eyes. They understood they were now bound to Xiao Bao's ship. Without further ado, in the blink of an eye, the 18 warriors charged forward. Although they were numerous, their coordination was remarkably seamless. As they rushed in unison, their attacks were far from chaotic, effectively sealing off all avenues for Zhang Teng to evade. In the next moment, Xiao Bao was the first to strike. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Teng did not retreat. Instead, he emulated Lin Bei's approach, using offense as defense. Utilizing his position, he avoided Xiao Bao's attack, while simultaneously leveraging the force to disrupt the rhythm of the encirclement. Moreover, as he borrowed power, he immediately counterattacked. With a swift elbow strike, he connected squarely with Xiao Bao's solar plexus. He had nearly replicated Lin Bei's assault on Cheng Guanju perfectly. Xiao Bao was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. This scene left the numerous warriors of the Liuhe martial arts school utterly stunned. So familiar. It felt like déjà vu. Each individual involuntarily recalled Lin Bei's invincible stance, prevailing against the strong with the weak. Now, this very scene was manifesting through Zhang Teng. Lin Bei could immediately discern that Zhang Teng had not grasped the essence, but merely the superficial aspects. Yet, this was sufficient to intimidate everyone, for others could not see through it. At this moment, Lin Bei's gaze towards Zhang Teng glimmered with astonishment. His astonishment was not merely because Zhang Teng had mimicked him well. It was because this fellow seemed to possess an acute understanding of psychological warfare. By perfectly replicating Lin Bei's attack, he aimed to intimidate these individuals. Moreover, it created an illusion for them. This illusion seemed to convey to these martial artists that he, Zhang Teng, had mastered Lin Bei's techniques and could triumph over the strong with the weak. It is worth noting that Zhang Teng's strength was already sufficient to dominate Cheng Guanju. Now that he had learned Lin Bei's technique, was he not invincible? This psychological pressure was nothing short of genius. Indeed, Zhang Teng's psychological stratagem bore fruit. Initially, the cooperation among these martial artists posed a challenge for Zhang Teng, making victory in the short term difficult. However, after Xiao Bao was sent flying, the morale of the remaining warriors plummeted and their coordination faltered. In the face of elite fighters, Zhang Teng might have faced a fierce battle. Yet now, to him, these individuals were merely a rabble. Their cooperation, riddled with flaws, posed no threat whatsoever. Indeed, almost the instant Zhang Teng engaged with these warriors, he was able to effortlessly identify their weaknesses and vulnerabilities. With a punch, a palm strike, and an elbow, almost every assault by Zhang Teng incapacitated a martial artist. At this juncture, the outcome was devoid of any suspense. The time it took for a stick of incense to burn might seem brief, yet for the onlookers of the Liu martial arts school, it felt interminably long and distant. When Zhang Teng felled the last martial artist from the Liu school, astonishingly, only a fifth of the incense had been consumed. At that moment, the dojo was filled with the anguished cries of the Liu warriors, each one suffering varying degrees of grievous injuries. Some had broken arms, others shattered ribs, and still others had fractured legs. Zhang Teng showed no mercy, fully adhering to Lin Bei's orders. No compassion, no restraint. Not a single martial artist from the Liu school remained unscathed. Each bore at least 2 or 3 significant injuries. Xiao Bao, although appearing less wretched, was, in fact, the most severely afflicted among them. For Zhang Teng's blow had not only shattered his sternum, but had also ruptured several of his internal organs. Clearly, you could not withstand even a stick of incense's worth of time. Zhang Teng coldly regarded the martial artists before him. What do you wish to say? The weak voice of the schoolmaster, Cheng, interjected. His condition was similarly dire, with numerous meridians disrupted and serious internal injuries. However, as a formidable figure in the Danhai realm, he managed to protect his heart meridian with his vital energy, allowing him to still speak. In stark contrast to Cheng, The other warriors of the Liu school appeared utterly defeated. Zhang Teng did not respond to Cheng, but instead approached Niu, scrutinizing his injuries closely. They were severe, 3 broken ribs and multiple fractures in his arms and legs. Such injuries would require at least a year and a half of recuperation for Niu. After assessing the damage, Zhang Teng coldly inquired, who was responsible for Niu's grave injuries. The moment those words left his mouth, the Liu warriors understood that it was time to settle the score. Although none spoke, their gazes unanimously directed towards Cheng. Reluctantly, Cheng comprehended that he could not evade responsibility. His fate had been sealed the moment he had brought Niu to provoke Zhang Teng. No need for further inquiry. It was I? Cheng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Whether it be death or punishment, I am at your mercy. Zhang Teng crouched before Cheng, remarking, "You possess spirit. Alas, you are but a bully of the weak." As he spoke, Zhang Teng seized Cheng by the collar. "It appears you are prepared to pay the price." With that, Zhang Teng raised his fist, his gaze fixed upon Cheng's dantian. Cheng's face turned pale with dread as he realized the implications. "No, you cannot," he cried out in horror, for his vital energy could no longer protect him, and his dantian was exceedingly fragile. Yet before he could finish his protest, Zhang Teng's fist struck brutally against his dantian. Cheng's face paled as despair washed over him. His dantian was shattered. "Today, I shall ruin your dantian as a form of punishment." With those words, Zhang Teng turned toward Lin Bei. "Master, this issue has been thoroughly resolved. I have investigated, and the Liu martial arts school lacks any backing. Henceforth, no one shall disturb our dojo's tranquility." Lin Bei nodded with a smile, then solemnly advised, "With this matter concluded, as the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. You must devote yourself to comprehending the breathing technique." Indeed, Lin Bei then turned and departed to his quarters. Upon entering his room, Lin Bei exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. The incursion by the Liu martial arts school had been exceedingly perilous. Had he not devised a strategy to reverse the tide of battle, the outcome would have been unthinkable. No, he must hasten his training to grow stronger. With this thought, Lin Bei promptly began diligently practicing the breathing technique, refining his martial body. Meanwhile, in the dojo, Taichi surveyed the sprawled warriors of the Liu school, feeling a mix of satisfaction and confusion. "Brother Zhang, what shall we do with these people? We cannot simply leave them lying in our dojo, can we?" "It appears they are unable to move," Zhang Teng replied nonchalantly. "First, take Niu to Aunt Jia for recovery. As for these individuals, we shall load them onto ox carts and return them to the Liu school." Taichi paused, cautiously inquiring, "Isn't this a bit too ostentatious?" "Ostentatious?" Zhang Teng chuckled, patting Taichi on the shoulder. "It is not a good thing for our dojo to be perceived as weak and easily bullied. You wouldn't want to encounter another incident like Niu's, would you?" Taichi nodded vigorously. "Indeed. We must make an example of them to ensure that the people of Qingyun Town understand that our nameless village is not to be trifled with," Zhang Teng declared. "In the world of martial artists, strength reigns supreme. If master desires tranquility, we must instill fear in others." "Brother Zhang," Taichi pondered, "the nearby villages lack names. Isn't it confusing to be known as Nameless Village? Perhaps we should give our village a proper name?" After a moment of reflection, Zhang Teng replied, "There is no need. Let it remain Nameless Village. This way, similar villages will think twice before approaching us, and the common folk will live a bit better." As he pointed to the dojo, he added, "Look, our dojo has no name either. It is simply referred to as the dojo. You have yet to grasp the depth of Master S' intent. Nameless signifies the beginning of all things, a return to simplicity. Do you understand?" Taichi and the surrounding disciples of the dojo displayed expressions of dawning comprehension. So that was Master S' deeper meaning. As time passed, the slanting rays of the setting sun bathed the floors of Qingyun Town in golden light. The once bustling town abruptly fell silent. At the entrance, 5 ox carts were making their way into the town. On these carts lay the martial artists, haphazardly sprawled, their anguished cries faintly audible. "Are those the warriors from the Liu school? Is that not Cheng, the master who hunted the strange tiger? What has happened to him? Why is he unconscious? And Zhao Bao, my heavens, he is covered in blood, and his arm is bent." The scene before them was too shocking to comprehend. In the minds of the townsfolk, martial artists were exalted beings. Yet now, these once mighty warriors lay discarded like worthless refuse upon the carts. Taichi and several disciples held their heads high, full of vigor, as they pulled the carts toward the Liu school. At that moment, an informed innkeeper spoke solemnly. "I heard that Master Cheng took his people to a nameless little village to challenge them. They failed the challenge and were beaten? My goodness, how tragic." "I know about this. There was a fellow named Niu who loved to boast," a tavern servant chimed in, instantly attracting the attention of many eager listeners. Seeing their interest, the servant began to recount the tale with great enthusiasm. Then Nyoair recounted that their village harbored a reclusive master who proclaimed himself an immortal cultivator. However, he later clashed with old Zhao Bao at our tavern and was subsequently beaten. During the scuffle, old Zhao declared that the so-called cultivator was a fraud and boasted about going to challenge him. Can you guess what happened next? The onlookers eagerly chimed in. Stop teasing us. Just tell us already. And then, the young servant chuckled and continued. Then, the chief disciple of the village's dojo personally went to the Liuhe martial arts hall to challenge them, administering quite a thrashing to old Zhao. Afterward, the owner of the hall returned, naturally seeking to reclaim his honor, and personally led a group to retaliate. At this point, the servant shrugged his shoulders. And just as everyone witnessed, he gestured with his chin. The crowd's attention turned to Tai Nyo and his companions, their expressions revealing a mix of realization and intrigue. What is this cultivator? Someone asked. Indeed, I have never heard of such a thing. Is it a practitioner of a unique martial art? Another chimed in. I have heard of certain esoteric martial arts. Perhaps this cultivator belongs to such a category. Surrounding the tavern, many were offering their opinions, including several martial artists. In their understanding, no such entity as a cultivator existed, leading many to perceive cultivators as practitioners of special martial schools. However, this particular school seemed formidable. Just a few days ago, the owner of the hall had hunted an extraordinary tiger in the southern mountains, rumored to have reached the Danhai realm. Yet now, he had been so severely beaten. A martial artist murmured, not merely beaten. It appears that the owner's spirit has been shattered, his dantian likely rendered useless. Rendered useless? Wouldn't he that make him a cripple? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This cultivator of martial arts truly struck with ferocity. At this moment, the onlookers regarded Tai Nyo and his companions with a blend of awe and curiosity. Tai Nyo and his fellows felt a sense of vindication. As they passed through, the residents of Qingyun town parted ways. Even the martial artists did not obstruct their path. Among the throng, a young woman clad in the attire of the Qingyun martial arts hall happened to witness this scene. Surprised, she quickly stepped forward to block Tai Nyo and his companions. Who are you? Why are you obstructing our way? One of the dojo's apprentices demanded with a frown. Upon seeing this, Tai Nyo swiftly grasped the individual's arm. Hold on, don't be impulsive. Look at the insignia on her shoulder. She belongs to the Qingyun town martial arts hall. The mention of the martial arts hall caused the apprentice's expression to shift slightly. In this world, martial prowess reigned supreme. The forces formed by martial artists were broadly classified into three major factions: family powers, martial arts halls, and martial academies. Among these, martial arts halls were the most extensive due to their vast base of commoners. Every town boasted numerous martial arts halls, all governed by the town's martial arts hall. These halls, recognized by the main hall, were assigned jurisdictional areas and granted the authority to maintain public order. Once a martial arts hall received this authority, they also acquired the right to levy taxes, which enabled their continued operation and provided martial artists with abundant resources. Although Liuhe Martial Arts Hall was deemed a third-rate hall, it was still recognized by the main hall. Now, the entire hall, including its owner, had been severely injured, possibly even incapacitated. This incident could not go unnoticed by the main hall. After blocking their path, the young woman revealed her identity. I am a martial artist from the Qingyun Hall, and my name is Mu Qingyue. As she spoke, the young woman displayed her martial arts insignia. Who are you? Why have you reduced the people of Liuhe Martial Arts Hall to such a state? Though Mu Qingyue's voice was soft, it imposed a significant psychological pressure on Tai Nyo and his companions. In their eyes, the members of the martial arts hall were once formidable figures, and now, confronted with the inquiries of such a person, how could they not feel anxious? Tai Nyo took a deep breath and replied with measured composure. We are from the dojo. Liuhe Martial Arts Hall came to challenge us and failed. We merely escorted them back. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue's gaze sharpened slightly. They failed in their challenge and were brought back? At first glance, this statement seemed unremarkable, but upon deeper reflection, it was alarming. Why? Because a member of a martial arts hall had gone to challenge and returned without a single survivor. This was not merely a defeat, it was a catastrophic loss. Chapter 15, The Hall's Mu Qingyue. A failed challenge was already embarrassing enough. Being dragged back like refuse was a humiliation of the highest order. Under Qingyun City, there were 4 towns, designated as A, B, C, and D. The ranking of Qingyun Town was D. Why had Mu Qingyue come to Qingyun Town? It was because the owner of Liuhe Martial Arts Hall had broken through to the Danhai realm and applied for an evaluation from the main hall. As long as he passed the evaluation, Liuhe Martial Arts Hall could ascend from third-rate to second-rate status. Achieving second-rate status would grant them the right to establish branch halls. There were 2 ways to open a branch hall. The first was to challenge another hall recognized by the main hall. If victorious, they would gain jurisdiction over that hall, while the loser would have to seek elsewhere. The second was to delineate a territory and recruit commoners to settle there. Mu Qingwei understood that typically, challenges were made with ample preparation and a reasonable level of confidence. This was the first time she had witnessed a dojo return from a challenge in such a battered condition. Casting a glance at the owner of Liuhe Hall and his entourage, she found their actions perplexing. Liuhe Martial Arts Hall had not yet passed the evaluation. So why would they go to challenge another hall? After all, they lacked the authority to establish a branch hall. Was this not inviting trouble? After a moment of contemplation, Mu Qingwei concluded that there could only be one explanation: a feud. She turned to Tai Nyo and inquired, "What is the name of your dojo?" "We are not a martial arts hall. We are a dojo," Tai Nyo answered honestly, not daring to conceal anything. "A dojo?" Mu Qingwei expressed curiosity. "A new school?" Tai Nyo shook his head with sincerity. "Our master says we are cultivators, not a new school." Mu Qingwei smiled and remarked, "A school you have not heard of is a classic new school. If it were a new system, the entire Zhangzhou would be shaken. How could it remain obscure?" After this, she asked, "Do you have any grievances with Liuhe Martial Arts Hall?" Tai Nyo recounted the entire story. "I see," Mu Qingwei said, her expression revealing understanding. "No wonder a new school is looked down upon. It is quite natural. Your dojo's ability to defeat Liuhe Martial Arts Hall speaks to your considerable strength." After a brief pause for thought, she continued, "A new school in its infancy requires support. Thus, in 7 days, our main hall will send people to visit your dojo." "Oh, wonderful," Tai Nyo replied eagerly. He realized that if the dojo received support from Qingyun Martial Arts Hall, their standing would soar, bringing immense benefits to their village, along with substantial security assurances. In the realm of martial artists, the strong were revered. In reality, the main hall was also keen to forge connections. After all, such unregistered dojos could go wherever they pleased. Having so thoroughly defeated the likes of the owner of Liuhe Hall met the criteria for her interest, especially since this new school appeared extraordinarily formidable. A remarkable new sect is a treasure in any location. However, it is premature to conclude that the dojo is indeed a new sect, hence she proposed a visit. At this moment, Mu Qingwei glanced at Master Cheng before stating, "Please wait a moment while I check on Cheng Lu." Tai Nyo and the others did not object. Mu Qingwei approached Cheng Lu. Cheng Lu looked at the white-clad young girl before him, and a bitter feeling welled up within him. He understood, everything was over. Not only was it over for him, but it seemed that the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall was also doomed. "Cheng Lu, your dantian has been ruined. The assessment you applied for has become unnecessary." Cheng Lu's eyes were vacant. He comprehended that it was truly the end. Mu Qingwei continued without further ado, "Your martial arts hall has suffered severe damage. I will return in 7 days to assess the situation. If you are unable to maintain public order, we will revoke your qualifications as a martial arts hall." Cheng Lu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. In this world, the powerful are revered. Weakness is the original sin. The members of Liuhe Martial Arts Hall sat there in a daze. "Master, what shall we do now?" One moderately injured martial artist managed to rise and approach Cheng Lu. "Master, can I still be considered as such?" Cheng Lu replied bitterly. "A moment of greed has led to such dire consequences." The members of Liuhe Martial Arts Hall fell into silence. At that moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhao Bao's eyes. "Master, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. That Zhang Teng has offended the Prince of Nanyang. We might be able to use this to our advantage." Cheng Lu's eyes flickered with a hint of ferocity upon hearing this. One martial artist, already subdued, spoke with a lack of conviction. "Master, should we not let this go? Zhang Teng's master appears quite mysterious, and I worry though Zhang Teng's master is mysterious. What of it?" Zhao Bao replied coldly. "The most powerful family in Nanyang is the Zhou clan. They even call themselves kings. Do you understand how formidable they are? Forget about Zhang Teng's master. If they pursue this matter, even the main hall of Qingyun City would have to tread carefully." A hint of madness glimmered in Cheng Lu's eyes. "Having destroyed me and Liuhe Martial Arts Hall, I too shall bring ruin upon the dojo." As these words left his mouth, some martial artists rallied in solidarity. Yet others displayed a glint of uncertainty in their eyes. In this world, after all, the strong are esteemed. A defeat in a fair contest may leave some unsatisfied. Yet others concede. Meanwhile, in Wuming Village, the gait of Tai Nyo and his companions had markedly changed upon their return. "Tai Nyo, what has you so elated?" A villager inquired. "We have finally lifted our heads high, and even encountered members of the main hall." Tai Nyo beamed, unable to contain his joy. "The people from the martial arts main hall said they would visit our master's dojo." An apprentice from the dojo chimed in. "The main hall? My heavens! What would such significant figures want with our small village?" Tai Nyo replied with a smile. "Of course, they are here to help us register our dojo." Upon hearing this, many villagers displayed expressions of delight. With the support of the main hall, our village may soon prosper and enjoy a good life. Everyone understood that Lin Bei's dojo would endure. If the dojo were to gain the backing of the martial arts hall, they could attract numerous residents to settle here. Why does Qingyun City have 4 major towns? Initially, Qingyun City also thrived around a small martial arts hall, gradually flourishing step by step. With a heart full of joy, Taichi returned to the martial arts hall. Upon arrival, he found Zhang Teng instructing some apprentices in Taichi. Brother Zhang, I'm back. Zhang Teng looked up at Taichi and smiled. How did it go? Was it smooth? Taichi nodded. Brother Zhang, we encountered wonderful news during our trip to Qingyun town. Oh, Zhang Teng inquired with interest. What news? We met a warrior from the martial arts main hall. Taichi quickly recounted the encounter with Mu Qinghua. Zhang Teng paused for a moment, then smiled. Master prefers tranquility and does not concern himself with such matters. Taichi, I'm not scolding you, but you should focus on your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Taichi felt a twinge of shame. Chapter 16, A Letter from the Martial Arts Hall. After admonishing Taichi, Zhang Teng swiftly sought out Lin Bei. Master, I have something to report. What is it? Lin Bei smiled, finding Zhang Teng's earnestness quite agreeable. Taichi mentioned that when he went to Qingyun town, he encountered someone from the martial arts main hall. Zhang Teng quickly explained. The person identified herself as Mu Qinghua, and she asked Taichi to convey a message that the martial arts main hall will send someone to visit in 7 days. At this point, Zhang Teng expressed some dissatisfaction. Master, I feel that the martial arts main hall must have mistakenly regarded us as a new sect, hence their desire to recruit us. However, our dojo is meant for cultivators. Why should we join the martial arts forces? If they come, we should merely brush them off and not let the martial arts main hall disturb our cultivation. Observing Zhang Teng's serious demeanor, Lin Bei pondered for a moment before sighing. For cultivators, arrogance is most to be avoided. Lin Bei began to admonish him sternly. Your words carry a hint of disdain towards martial arts. Such a mindset is unacceptable. Martial arts is also a part of the Tao. We cultivators are also practitioners of the Tao, and we must remember that an open mind leads to clarity. Continuing, Lin Bei shifted his tone. I understand that you may view cultivators as transcendent beings, but cultivation also emphasizes worldly practice. Otherwise, how could you witness your master's dojo? Since we have entered the world, we should accept it naturally. Only through personal experience can we truly cultivate. Zhang Teng's expression changed to one of realization. Entering the world is also a form of cultivation. Zhang Teng murmured, Master, I understand now. It was my temperament that was at fault. Seeing Zhang Teng acknowledge his error, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. The establishment of a dojo relies heavily on the villagers' support. Refusing the recruitment of the Qingyun main hall is insignificant. But have you considered the benefits of our dojo joining the martial arts forces for the village's development? They too could enjoy a better life. Zhang Teng was taken aback. Lin Bei continued, cultivators adhere to the law of cause and effect. The villagers have shown us kindness. Since joining the main hall would yield benefits without harm, why should we care about superficial fame? Zhang Teng comprehended. What you say is true, Master. Our dojo has just entered the world, and most of our disciples are from the village. We should indeed consider the well-being of the villagers. Lin Bei nodded in approval. Teng, you should also realize that until now, no one from the dojo has knocked on the gates of the immortal realm. So many villagers, including several disciples, have no concept of what it means to be a cultivator. Thus, they rejoice at the main hall as recruitment. Teng, I hope you will cultivate diligently and set an example for your junior brothers, allowing them to understand what a cultivator truly is. Only then will they grasp the difference between a dojo and a martial arts hall. Lin Bei added one last piece of advice. Disciple obeys. Zhang Teng felt a surge of mission-driven confidence. Time flowed slowly. Lin Bei began his body refinement practice indoors. 3 days later, Lin Bei slowly opened his eyes, having completed his second body refinement. This time, Lin Bei distinctly felt that his body had been tempered to an astonishing extent, doubling in strength. What does this signify? If he were to undergo another round of body refinement, his physical prowess would rival that of the indomitable Zhang Teng. Beyond mere physical strength, Lin Bei also sensed a deeper resonance with the celestial energies of the universe, as if he had drawn closer to them. Indeed, after refining his body, he could harness the laws of nature. His thoughts were sound. Yet, despite this clarity of mind, he remained uncertain about how to command the celestial energies. Nonetheless, Lin Bei felt no anxiety regarding this. As long as he grasped the overarching direction, he could rely on his exceptionally perceptive disciple to handle the finer details. Just as Lin Bei was engrossed in his body refinement, an urgent voice pierced the air. Master, are you there? It was Taichi. Lin Bei recognized the voice from outside. Come in and speak. Taichi pushed the door open. Master, I apologize for interrupting your cultivation. I feel profoundly ashamed. However, there's been an incident that requires your judgment. What is it? Lin Bei sensed Tainyo's unease. While we were practicing martial arts, we heard a commotion outside the dojo. As Tainyo spoke, he produced a letter and handed it to Lin Bei. When we went to investigate, we found this. Without hesitation, Lin Bei tore open the envelope. Upon reading the contents, he was taken aback. The message was straightforward, stating, "The matter regarding Zhang Teng has been exposed. Director Chung has set off for Nanyang County while injured, intending to report the martial artists of the Liuhe Martial Arts School. Who else knows about this, aside from you?" Although Lin Bei maintained a calm demeanor, a flicker of unease passed through him. "No one," Tainyo replied. "What about Zhang Teng?" The letter implicated him. "So I refrained from informing him," Tainyo replied earnestly. Lin Bei nodded, acknowledging his thoughtfulness. "Summon Zhang Teng." "Yes." Shortly thereafter, Zhang Teng arrived, his expression laced with confusion. "Master, you called for me?" Upon entering, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Although Lin Bei's expression remained composed, Zhang Teng felt as though he were being scrutinized. "How is your cultivation progressing?" Lin Bei inquired. "The breath control technique is remarkably intricate. After 3 days of contemplation, I've made significant progress and should be nearing completion." Zhang Teng responded candidly. Lin Bei nodded and casually tossed the letter to Zhang Teng. Initially puzzled, Zhang Teng opened the letter. As he comprehended the contents, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he staggered slightly. "Zhang Xixiao, are you all right?" Tainyo asked, concern etched on his face as he steadied Zhang Teng. "I'm fine." Zhang Teng took a deep breath, shook his head at Tainyo, and then turned to Lin Bei, burdened with thoughts. "Master, I have caused you trouble." Lin Bei's expression remained serene. "Speak, what troubles you?" Zhang Teng fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in recollection. The Zhou family of Nanyang is a lineage of martial artists. Due to their formidable power and extensive territories, they declared themselves kings of Nanyang, with their patriarch becoming the prince of Nanyang County. Lin Bei listened intently. Once, the prince of Nanyang hosted a banquet, to which our Zhang family was invited. At the feast, I found my drink laced with poison. Zhang Teng clenched his fists as he recounted. "When I awoke, I discovered myself in bed with the prince's cherished daughter. Given the vast disparity in power between the Zhang family and the Zhou family, I faced severe repercussions. My dantian was destroyed, and I was expelled from the Zhang family." Zhang Teng's voice was tinged with bitterness. "I thought this incident was over, and the Zhang family had given the prince an explanation. Who could have anticipated that shortly after I left the family, I learned that the prince still sought vengeance against me, leaving me no choice but to flee Nanyang." Zhang Teng lowered his head. "Eventually, I arrived at the dojo. Finally, he seemed to make a firm resolution. Master, I should leave the dojo. I cannot bring trouble upon it." Chapter 17, Breaking Limits. Continue to break limits. Leave. Lin Bei regarded Zhang Teng with a deep gaze. Had it been before the activation of his golden finger, Zhang Teng might have left, and Lin Bei would have had to flee himself. However, the circumstances were now different. He would never allow Zhang Teng to depart. Lin Bei understood that his golden finger's greatest power lay in its ability to predict outcomes. Yet its most significant flaw was its reliance on individuals of exceptional insight to lay the groundwork. People, above all, fear witnessing hope. For hope and the future compel one to pursue with reckless abandon, even if the path is fraught with thorns and peril. In response to Zhang Teng's plea, Lin Bei did not hesitate to retort, "Zhang Teng, do you truly wish to leave?" "Not at all." Zhang Teng responded without hesitation, his head bowed. "Then stay and cultivate diligently." Lin Bei slowly stood, walked to the door, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed up at the distant sky. "If the heavens were to fall, your master would bear the weight." Though Lin Bei's voice was soft, it resonated like the heavy clang of a hammer, striking deeply at Zhang Teng's heart. An indescribable emotion surged within him. His family, enmeshed in intrigue, had led to his dantian's destruction. His kin, fearful of the prince's wrath, had cast him out. Zhang Teng had once believed that life was solely about self-interest. Yet, in the face of the Nanyang prince, Lin Bei told him, "If the heavens were to fall, your master would shield you." "Master, may I stay?" Zhang Teng struggled to contain his emotions, his voice quivering slightly. "Of course. Focus on your cultivation and refrain from overthinking," Lin Bei replied without turning around. "However, the Zhou family of Nanyang is far too powerful. I am concerned." As Zhang Teng spoke, Lin Bei's heart sank, realizing the potential for Zhang Teng to consider leaving without a word. Understanding this, Lin Bei knew he needed to reassure him. "There is no however." Lin Bei's voice was calm, yet resolute. "With your master here, the heavens shall not fall." Zhang Teng stared at Lin Bei's silhouette, momentarily stunned. Lin Bei seized the moment. "Instead of worrying unnecessarily, focus on your cultivation." He turned to Zhang Teng, his gaze serious as he spoke earnestly. "The path must be forged by oneself. If the road ahead is thorny, tread through it. As long as your pace of becoming stronger is swift enough, you will eventually trample the Zhou family beneath your feet." Indeed, Upon hearing these words, a spark of determination ignited in Zhang Teng's eyes. Observing the effect of his words, Lin Bei pressed on with fervor. Remember, the path of cultivation is to defy the heavens. Those who follow are mortals. Those who resist are immortals. In my eyes, the Zhou family of Nanyang is merely a whetstone on your journey of growth. Henceforth, you shall contend with the heavens for your life. Lin Bei's impassioned speech ignited a fervor within Zhang Teng, filling him with a sense of bravery. Disciple understands. The Zhou family of Nanyang is insignificant. What is there for us cultivators to fear? Excellent, Lin Bei exclaimed, his face alight with admiration. Go, diligently practice the breath control technique. Once you master it, proceed to refine your body. Disciple obeys, Zhang Teng replied, and Lin Bei watched as he and Tainyo departed. Lin Bei could no longer hold on, feeling overwhelmed as if his head were as heavy as a bull. Although Zhang Teng maintained his composure, the Zhou family of Nanyang was evidently not an easy adversary to deal with. Suddenly, Lin Bei had a moment of inspiration. If he could not confront them, could he not simply evade them instead? He had already devised a plan. Tomorrow, he would concoct an excuse to persuade Zhang Teng to embark on a journey together. This excuse was simply exquisite. At that moment, a voice resonated in Lin Bei's mind. Your disciple's breathing technique has reached perfection, elevating your own technique to the realm of breaking limits. In the next instant, an abundance of knowledge regarding the breathing technique surged into his consciousness. The essence of the technique appeared profoundly intricate to him, resembling an enigmatic transformation, akin to the very source of the universe and the essence of all things. At that moment, his comprehension of the breathing technique entered an entirely new phase. Without hesitation, Lin Bei began to manipulate the breathing technique. Indeed, the efficiency of refining his Tao body had increased by more than double. Truly, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. The cloud of gloom cast by the Zhou family of Nanyang was instantly dispelled. Just then, a voice called from outside. Master, are you there? Come in. Zhang Teng pushed the door open. Master, I have perfected my breathing technique, yet one matter eludes me. I hope you can enlighten me. What is it? Lin Bei inquired promptly. Master, after perfecting my breathing technique, I have an inexplicable feeling that I have grasped something. It feels profound, as if the spiritual energy of the universe is like a blank sheet of paper, yet also seemingly ever-changing. Ever-changing? Like a blank sheet? Lin Bei was taken aback. Astonished within, this young man had actually touched upon the threshold of breaking limits. His realization came only after his breathing technique transcended perfection. In that instant, Lin Bei grasped the essence of his own golden finger. Why did it only manifest when Zhang Teng reached perfection in his technique? Why did it not respond during the cultivation process? It was clear now. Only at the moment of perfection could the foundation for breaking limits be laid, enabling further exploration. Curiosity piqued. Lin Bei could not help but wonder if Zhang Teng's technique reached the breaking limits level. Could his own technique further advance? With this thought in mind, Lin Bei openly began to instruct. Tenger, you have approached the threshold of breaking limits. Remember your current insights and continue your cultivation. You may yet transcend the limits of your perfected breathing technique. Breaking limits? A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes. He had heard that his aptitude was merely average, yet he could break through limits on his own. Previously, he lacked comprehension, but now it was clear. So this is what breaking limits entails. Zhang Teng's heart swelled with elation. However, after this joy, a hint of disappointment lingered. He sensed something elusive, yet he still struggled to break through on his own. The essence of the universe's spiritual energy was the very foundation of existence. This method could only be understood but not articulated. Lin Bei smiled. You must first enter a state of tranquility. Allow me to demonstrate. Lin Bei resolved to attempt to guide him, eager to see if Zhang Teng could break through to the next level of the breathing technique. Yes, master. Zhang Teng immediately began to calm his mind. Lin Bei promptly sat cross-legged, his demeanor solemn. He then commenced the operation of the breaking limits level breathing technique. Zhang Teng appeared to glean understanding, alternating between confusion and contemplation. After Lin Bei completed a full cycle of breathing, Zhang Teng's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. I see now. Master, I have comprehended. Without further hesitation, he sat cross-legged and initiated the breathing technique. In the next moment, a voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Your disciple has surpassed perfection in the breathing technique, achieving breaking limits level, elevating your own technique to second breaking limits. Lin Bei was astonished. It truly was possible to break limits a second time? Chapter 18. A visit with Lin Bei's breathing technique achieving a second breaking limit. He felt as though the world around him had transformed. With each inhalation and exhalation, he could perceive the omnipresent spiritual energy of the universe. He could even sense the subtle changes in this energy under varying conditions. This newfound awareness deepened Lin Bei's understanding of the art of manipulation. As he practiced the breathing technique, he discovered its effectiveness had doubled. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with my previous hypotheses. The second breaking limit of the breathing technique filled Lin Bei with joy. Yet, his true delight stemmed from finally grasping the logic behind his golden finger. He provided Zhang Teng with overarching guidance, and Zhang Teng, through his insight, constructed a framework based on this guidance, continuously filling, refining, and correcting it until he discerned the correct path of cultivation. Once Zhang Teng achieved perfection, he would reveal to Lin Bei the path to breaking limits. For in traversing the correct path, the golden finger could easily transcend boundaries. By demonstrating the breaking limits breathing technique to Zhang Teng, who subsequently gained insight, Lin Bei was again pointed toward the next path of transcendence. This was Lin Bei's second breaking limit. Perhaps there could even be a third? Lin Bei's heart raced. He could demonstrate the breaking limits breathing method, aiding Zhang Teng in his journey. Once Zhang Teng comprehended, Lin Bei would provide the insights for the next breaking limit. Should this cycle continue, Lin Bei's anticipation soared as he turned to Zhang Teng. "Teng, you have done exceptionally well, having already broken through a limit. Do you have any insights?" Zhang Teng earnestly replied, "I seem to sense something in the depths of my being, yet it is too profound." "Is that the second breaking limit?" Lin Bei nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, you have gained perception of the second breaking limit. Let me demonstrate the method for the second breaking limit." Lin Bei began his demonstration and, after completing it, cast a hopeful glance at Zhang Teng. However, faced with Lin Bei's eager gaze, Zhang Teng lowered his head, feeling somewhat ashamed. "Master, I cannot comprehend. Perhaps my cultivation base is too inadequate?" Though Lin Bei felt a twinge of regret, he also deemed it reasonable. After all, achieving enlightenment and breaking through limits in one go was no small feat. "Do not rush. Take your time. You will eventually comprehend." Zhang Teng inquired, "Master, should I continue to contemplate the breathing method?" Lin Bei responded, "Do you feel confident in your understanding?" Zhang Teng shook his head. "Though you have demonstrated it for me, I still lack direction. My aptitude is too poor." Aptitude? Lin Bei recalled the process of painting a rosy picture for Zhang Teng, claiming that only those of good quality could break limits. What utter nonsense. Noticing Zhang Teng's embarrassment, Lin Bei realized he might have been too harsh. This would not do. "Zhang Teng, you must rise up." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bei promptly declared, "Although your aptitude is rather ordinary, you have already embarked on your cultivation journey, and many limitations no longer apply. Remember, human determination can conquer the heavens. The power lies within one's own efforts. Do not be confined by your innate talents." Lin Bei immediately offered words of encouragement. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes. "Master, I understand now. The power lies in human effort." Observing the resolute gaze of Zhang Teng, Lin Bei realized that he seemed to firmly believe in his words. "Focus on refining your body. As your realm advances, your comprehension of the breathing techniques will naturally deepen, and then you may attempt to break through your limits for a second time." This statement was not mere fanciful talk, for Lin Bei himself had completed his second body refinement. Indeed, through the process of refining his physical form, his understanding of the spiritual energies of heaven and earth had become far more profound. "Yes, I shall strive diligently. I take my leave now. Go forth." As Lin Bei watched Zhang Teng's retreating figure, a smile crept across his face. The more Zhang Teng exerted himself, the stronger he would become. Lin Bei silently urged Zhang Teng on. "Devote yourself to your training. Tomorrow, I shall persuade you to embark on a journey." Lin Bei had already formulated his plan. Time passed. After approximately 2 hours, Taichi hurriedly rushed over. Master. She's here. Who has arrived?" "The members of the Zhou family? So soon? Was it not said that the journey from here to Nanyang would take a day?" Lin Bei sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings before his gaze finally settled on his bundle. He resolved to hasten and persuade Zhang Teng to accompany him. Just then, Taichi caught her breath and continued, "Mu Qinghua has arrived. The martial artist from the martial arts headquarters." Lin Bei nodded. "Have Zhang Teng receive her. He knows what to do." "Understood." Taichi rushed off with urgency. Meanwhile, Mu Qinghua stood in the dojo, her expression filled with confusion. Initially, after reporting the establishment of the new sect to the headquarters, they had taken it very seriously, considering that a new martial arts sect, especially one with considerable strength, was a treasure in its infancy. It could provide martial artists with novel insights into martial arts. Thus, the headquarters, fearing the new sect might vanish, promptly granted Mu Qinghua the authority to recruit for the dojo, and she had not dared to be negligent, visiting at the first opportunity. However, upon her arrival at the dojo, she was left utterly dumbfounded. She distinctly remembered Taichi informing her that the dojo's practitioners were all martial artists of the new sect, who seemed to refer to themselves as cultivators. Yet, These students practicing Tai Chi appeared to be nothing more than ordinary individuals, notably feeble, even struggling to maintain a stable horse stance. Such skill level could hardly be considered that of martial artists of a new sect. They were even inferior to half-hearted practitioners. Had she not witnessed the dismal state of Master Cheng and the others, she might have turned around and left. To her, this new sect seemed exceedingly weak. Just as Mu Qingyue was engulfed in her perplexity, her brow suddenly lifted. She sensed a steady-paced expert approaching from not far away. Turning her head, she beheld Zhang Teng striding toward her, brimming with confidence and vigor. He was indeed a formidable expert, and among his peers, he was not to be underestimated. Mu Qingyue quickly formed a judgment in her mind, growing even more curious. Was there such a vast disparity in strength among cultivators? Might I inquire how to address this martial friend? As their eyes met, Mu Qingyue initiated the pleasantries. I am Zhang Teng, the chief disciple accepted by my master. Zhang Teng could sense that Mu Qingyue was exceptionally formidable, yet he remained neither humble nor arrogant. She is merely a martial artist. What is there to fear? Chapter 19. Sword Intent Ascending to the Skies. Mu Qingyue regarded Zhang Teng with keen interest. She could perceive that although he feigned humility, an undeniable pride radiated from him. She understood that this man took pride in his identity as a member of the new sect. Zhang Teng, as the chief disciple, are these individuals your junior brothers? Who is your second junior brother? Mu Qingyue inquired with a smile, curious about the capabilities of the second junior brother. They are all my junior brothers. But they have not comprehended the cultivation methods and have not received my master's direct teachings. Hence there is no ranking, Zhang Teng replied with a smile. Therefore, I do not yet have a second junior brother. I see, that makes sense. Mu Qingyue casually picked up a cup of tea to sample, her brow slightly furrowing. The quality of the tea was not high, and it seemed rather poor, lacking meticulous preparation. A bit bitter? Zhang Teng chuckled. This is wild mountain tea. If savored carefully, one can appreciate its natural flavor. Mu Qingyue smiled faintly and set down the teacup. You possess quite the refined taste. Do you know the purpose of my visit to your esteemed dojo today? Naturally, I am aware, Zhang Teng nodded, pouring a cup of wild mountain tea. Without further ado, Mu Qingyue stated, since your dojo is newly established, and as a new sect, you must be in dire need of cultivation resources. If your dojo is willing to join our martial arts authority, we at the Qingyan headquarters will provide support. Why not invite your master out to discuss a few matters? Zhang Teng shook his head lightly. This matter is within my purview. As cultivators residing here, we offer substantial assistance to the villagers. Should we join the martial arts authority, it would indeed improve their lives, and there is no harm in that. Oh, Mu Qingyue cast a slightly surprised glance at Zhang Teng. By joining our martial arts authority, we will assign you a rank. Different ranks entail varying levels of support and resources. Zhang Teng glanced at the 3-pattern emblem on Mu Qingyue's sleeve. I understand. Zhang Teng replied calmly. I also know that with your rank, your authority can at most assign a second-tier ranking. Yet such support would suffice for the villagers to enhance their lives. This rank should be sufficient for me to accompany you in sparring, demonstrating our dojo's strength. Oh, you seem well informed about our headquarters. Mu Qingyue's interest was piqued, and she rose to her feet. In the realm of martial artists, strength reigns supreme. Let me see what you are made of. Mu Qingyue approached the dojo, gazing at Zhang Teng. I must warn you, the opportunity is only once. Should you fail, your rank will drop to 3rd tier, which would drastically diminish the resources and support available. Zhang Teng stepped forward to face Mu Qingyue. Rest assured, Miss Qingyue. With that, Zhang Teng gestured invitingly. The two stood in the dojo. Now, be prepared. I am about to begin. As her words fell, Mu Qingyue's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped Zhang Teng's heart. It appeared as though a powerful essence was radiating from her being. Intent. At that moment, Mu Qingyue stood before him like a sharp sword. Sword intent. Zhang Teng's pupils constricted. Having once been the prodigy of the Zhang clan, he clearly understood what the concept of intent signified for martial artists. The first realm of a martial artist is body refinement, and the second realm is the danci. Achieving these two realms requires only effort and a willingness to invest considerable resources. Even those of mediocre talent can attain them. However, to transcend the danci and transform the gathering of energy within the physical body and danci, one must comprehend the true essence of martial arts. Those who can comprehend the essence of martial intent are, without exception, rare geniuses. At this moment, Zhang Teng found himself confronted by Mu Qingyue's sword intent, feeling as though countless invisible blades in the surrounding air were aimed directly at him. The sword intent soared to the heavens. This was precisely the pressure Mu Qingyue unleashed at the very beginning of their encounter. The oppressive force of martial intent. To withstand such pressure, one must at least mobilize the qi within the dantians and invigorate their blood. Only when one's vitality is boiling can they possibly endure the onslaught of sword intent. Otherwise, an ordinary martial artist, faced with martial intent, would find their powers severely diminished, unable to exert even 50% of their combat capability. This is the essence. The third realm of a martial artist. The true meaning of martial arts. Mu Qingyue gazed at the composed Zhang Teng, a flicker of surprise passing through her mind. Before her, Zhang Teng had not allowed his blood to boil in resistance to her sword intent. Yet, curiously, his body exhibited no tremors typically induced by such pressure. What does this signify? Her sword intent had seemingly failed to affect Zhang Teng in the slightest. How is this possible? Have I truly tested you with my sword intent? Zhang Teng wore a knowing smile, further convinced that cultivation in the realm of immortality is akin to a dimensional strike against martial arts. Why? Because the moment Mu Qingyue's sword intent surged, he sensed it immediately. In his eyes, sword intent was merely a concentrated manifestation of Mu Qingyue's spirit, infusing the essence of her sword into the surrounding spiritual energies of heaven and earth. This is the very nature of sword intent's intimidation. Yet, martial artists remain blissfully unaware of this truth. Even those who have reached the manifestation of true martial intent are oblivious to it. They merely believe it is their martial intent that has materialized. This misunderstanding is evident in the names martial artists ascribe to their realms: gathering intent, manifestation, true intent. Indeed, the third level of martial intent is termed true intent. Martial artists believe that their martial intent can be wielded with precision, signifying their comprehension of the true principles of martial arts. However, to Zhang Teng, all of this merely stems from the overwhelming strength of one's will, causing the surrounding spiritual energies to shift. Nevertheless, Zhang Teng understood that perhaps, for martial artists, their interpretations of these realms were not entirely misguided. After all, the levels exist. Akin to viewing a leopard through a tube, the entirety remains obscured. Should one speak of the changes in heaven and earth's spiritual energies, they would merely deem you mad. Mu Qingyue, observing the unperturbed Zhang Teng, was filled with perplexity. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, "You haven't allowed your martial blood to boil. How have you achieved such indifference?" Zhang Teng chuckled lightly. "I can discern the essence of your sword intent, thus I can separate myself from its influence." His method of coping was quite simple. He merely adjusted his breathing technique to gather the untainted spiritual energies of heaven and earth, then expelled those tainted by the sword intent. That was all. Such a nonchalant approach. To resist head-on? To Zhang Teng, that seemed utterly foolish. Akin to standing still to face a punch when one could easily evade it. Surely, such stubbornness is a form of self-inflicted suffering, a clear sign of madness? To see through the essence of my sword intent? Mu Qingyue regarded him with skepticism. Are you jesting with me? A martial artist at the body refining level can perceive my martial intent? This is, in my view, absurdly laughable. After all, there existed a chasm of two major realms between them. Do you doubt me? Zhang Teng smiled faintly. I can sense that your sword intent is exceptionally strong. Perhaps even reaching the stage of manifestation? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue was taken aback. Oh, you discern that as well? Zhang Teng nodded with composure before making a startling declaration. Believe it or not, I can make your martial intent difficult to coalesce and manifest. Chapter 20. Zhang Teng's Talents. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue's expression shifted. Though her heart was filled with disbelief, she refrained from excessive rebuttal, as she held steadfast to one principle. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. Words are futile. Let me witness your abilities. The moment her words fell, Zhang Teng felt an overwhelmingly potent sword intent coalescing in the air. In that space, Mu Qingyue seemed to transform into a sword, centered around her. Her sword intent rapidly infused the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, causing countless essences to swiftly gather. This was indeed the process of martial intent manifesting. At that moment, Zhang Teng took a deep breath, stepping before Mu Qingyue, and abruptly activated his breathing technique. In an instant, a massive influx of formless spiritual energies was expelled from him. As these energies amassed, they disrupted the process of Mu Qingyue's sword intent coalescence. Yet, her sword intent was formidable. The spiritual energies stirred by Zhang Teng were swiftly tainted by her intent. Nevertheless, Zhang Teng remained undeterred, continuing to wield his breathing technique, using the untainted spiritual energies to expel those affected by the sword intent. Mu Qingyue's expression began to change during this process. Initially skeptical, she found herself compelled to believe, for she truly struggled to coalesce her sword intent. Although Zhang Teng could not completely halt her manifestation, the entire process would at least consume 10 times the usual duration. If two martial artists of the true martial intent realm were to engage, such a delay would be utterly devastating. How have you accomplished this? Mu Qingyue asked in astonishment. Zhang Teng smiled lightly. This is a secret of our cultivators. Should you wish to know, You must enter the sect and receive the teachings of a master. Mu Qinghua paused, then smiled faintly. Indeed, as a new school of thought, it possesses its unique strengths. At this juncture, she shifted her tone. However, we martial artists ultimately value strength. Disrupting true martial intent, while remarkable, is ultimately fragile if one lacks ability. At this moment, Mu Qinghua turned her gaze to Zhang Teng. Might I witness the extraordinary aspects of your school of cultivation? Zhang Teng, brimming with confidence, replied, Please. With a calm demeanor, Mu Qinghua said, In that case, I shall not hold back. I will engage you at the initial stage of the Danshan's realm. That shall be the standard for this exchange. As she spoke, Mu Qinghua gently brushed her shoulder-length hair. In the next moment, she swiftly withdrew a hairpin from her tresses and hurled it towards Zhang Teng. To her surprise, the hairpin transformed into a small sword, its edges unsharpened, yet the tip was keenly honed. At this instant, Lin Bei, who was observing from the shadows, could not help but exclaim inwardly, Despicable. He too realized that among martial artists, once a confrontation ensued, the code of honor appeared to vanish. Upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. In the realm of the strong, victory determined strength. Initially taken aback by Mu Qinghua's ambush, Zhang Teng quickly regained his composure. He had not anticipated that such a master as Mu Qinghua would resort to such tactics. However, his breathing technique had reached a profound mastery, granting him exceptional awareness. So he remained unflustered. As the small sword darted towards him, he deftly caught it between his fingers, akin to chopsticks, effortlessly grasping the small blade. Invincible? To catch a hidden weapon with bare hands? Mu Qinghua gazed in astonishment at the golden glimmering between Zhang Teng's fingers. At that moment, a realization dawned upon her. With the indomitable presence of the diamond invulnerability at his side, the defeat of the headmaster Cheng was indeed justifiable. However, the assessment was far from over. In the blink of an eye, Mu Qinghua darted towards Zhang Teng like a cunning hare, launching an attack from his right side. Her right foot, swift as a sword, struck out with such velocity that it left an afterimage in the air. Zhang Teng, bending backward, narrowly evaded the blow. Simultaneously, he severed a small tree, as thick as his arm, standing 3 meters away. Such sharpness in martial technique. The energy emanated from him was palpable, although he was merely utilizing his early-stage Danhai strength. It was evident that his prowess surpassed that of Headmaster Cheng by a significant margin. In truth, Zhang Teng had grown considerably stronger than before. Over the past few days, he had comprehended the art of breathing techniques, honing his body through their practice. Were he to face Headmaster Cheng now, he could subdue him in just 3 moves. Had it not been for this newfound strength, he might not have withstood the challenge. Following that initial strike, Mu Qinghua's onslaught came crashing down like a tempest. Immediately, another series of razor-sharp kicks followed. Zhang Teng deftly maneuvered, evading her strikes with ease. I knew my previous instincts were correct. Zhang Teng is indeed formidable. Mu Qinghua mused internally. Just then, Zhang Teng's counterattack surged forth, his single hand morphing into a palm aimed directly at her jade-like throat. In the realm of martial artists, every move could be deadly. Though this palm appeared gentle, Mu Qinghua could sense the underlying strength. If struck, even she would suffer. With no other option, she had to retreat in avoidance. For a martial artist of the main hall, this was nothing short of astounding. Generally, if one could withstand 3 moves from a main hall martial artist, they would have passed the assessment. The notion of counterattacking, let alone repelling, was virtually unheard of. After all, the strength of a main hall martial artist in the early Danhai stage was vastly superior to that of an ordinary martial artist. Unexpectedly, he had seized the opportunity in a split second to counterattack. Before Mu Qinghua could fully grasp the situation, Zhang Teng unleashed a continuous flow of Taichi strikes. As she dodged multiple times, she seized an opening to retaliate, her hand slicing down like a sword. However, this time, Zhang Teng did not evade. He braced himself against the blow. With a resounding clang, his clothing was torn, revealing his gleaming muscles. What? The diamond invulnerability can actually withstand my sword-like arm? Even martial techniques can be endured? In her shock, Mu Qinghua felt a chill at her throat, realizing Zhang Teng's hand had locked in a chokehold position before her neck. Beneath the flurry of attacks lay a hidden lethal intent. At this moment, Mu Qinghua found herself momentarily dazed. Had she truly lost? Had she been defeated in the main hall assessment? She wondered whether their dojo had met the recruitment standards set by the main hall. Zhang Teng withdrew his attack and offered a slight smile. Although their previous exchanges had been lethal, once they halted, both parties immediately reverted to a friendly demeanor. You have passed, he affirmed. Mu Qinghua cast a complex glance at Zhang Teng. She had always prided herself on her prowess, even among the elite of the main hall warriors. To now find herself vanquished by Zhang Teng, a fellow martial artist at the Danhai realm, was a bitter pill to swallow. Welcome to our martial arts faction, she said, unable to suppress her admiration. Zhang Teng, your sect of cultivators is truly remarkable. You have managed to cultivate the diamond invulnerability. Zhang Teng, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. The so-called diamond invulnerability was merely a fortuitous breakthrough he had achieved while practicing the breathing techniques. The diamond invulnerability? Quite impressive. He hardly regarded it as significant. Upon hearing his dismissive words, Mu Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, a single word flashing through her mind: arrogance. Chapter 21. Outrageous Misunderstanding. For martial artists, possessing copper skin and iron bones was already an extraordinary feat. Those with superior copper skin and iron bones were almost 1 in 10,000. And what of the diamond invulnerability? In Qingyun town, it was already regarded as a legendary existence, representing an exceptionally high level of martial talent. Yet, Zhang Teng held it in utter disdain. What was most outrageous? Mu Qingyue could sense that Zhang Teng's disdain was not a facade, but a genuine belief that the diamond invulnerability was trivial, merely a minor skill. This sentiment stirred a feeling of inexplicable frustration within her. The diamond invulnerability, which she revered, was seen by others as nothing more than a trifling technique. If it were mere boasting, it could be overlooked, but others genuinely seemed to regard it as such. With this thought in mind, Mu Qingyue could not help but retort, the diamond invulnerability is a trivial skill? Zhang Teng, your words seem rather bold. Zhang Teng was taken aback and quickly apologized. I apologize for any unintended offense. The diamond invulnerability was merely a byproduct of my training, and honestly, it holds little significance for me. His sincerity resonated deeply. Now, having refined his body through the infusion of celestial energy, he had come to realize that the process of refining the Tao body was fundamentally about continuously strengthening one's physique. Based on his deductions, after a maximum of 3 rounds of refining the Tao body, his physical strength would rival that of the diamond invulnerability. Moreover, the strength of his Tao body was merely a corollary of the refining process. What is the essence of refining the Tao body? It lies in the enhancement of one's comprehension and perception of the celestial energies. Consequently, Zhang Teng genuinely believed that the practical utility of the diamond invulnerability was quite limited. For the time being, it might serve some purpose, but as he continued to refine his Tao body, the diamond invulnerability would ultimately become obsolete. As Mu Qingyue observed Zhang Teng's earnest demeanor, an astonishing thought surged within her. Could the sect of cultivators truly be this formidable? Would they genuinely disregard the diamond invulnerability? Contemplating this, she could not resist inquiring, is there a method within the sect of cultivators to achieve the diamond invulnerability? Not at all. Zhang Teng replied candidly. I had previously cultivated to the superior copper skin and iron bones and accidentally broke through to the diamond invulnerability during my training. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Mu Qingyue's eyes. Why was the main hall so keen on the new sects? It was precisely because new sects might provide insights for martial artists. If the sect of cultivators could assist martial artists in achieving copper skin and iron bones, as well as the diamond invulnerability, it would undoubtedly create a monumental impact on the martial arts of Qingyun City. Mu Qingyue quickly pressed on. Can the methods of cultivation assist martial artists in breaking through to copper skin and iron bones? Or help those with copper skin and iron bones comprehend the diamond invulnerability? Zhang Teng found himself momentarily at a loss for how to respond. If he said it couldn't be done, that seemed reasonable. After all, the methods of cultivation had little to do with martial arts. Conversely, if he said it could, that also seemed plausible. Entering the path of cultivation to practice copper skin and iron bones would be exceedingly easy, and even the diamond invulnerability would be quite manageable. However, if one could truly embark on the path of cultivation, who would bother with copper skin and iron bones or the diamond invulnerability? Who would engage in the trivial act of picking sesame seeds while neglecting watermelons? At this very moment, Zhang Teng cast a glance at Mu Qingyue, feeling a peculiar sensation stir within him. The understanding of martial artists appears to be worlds apart from that of cultivators. Is it truly impossible? Observing Zhang Teng's demeanor, Mu Qingyue seemed somewhat disappointed. It is not that it cannot be done, Zhang Teng clarified, but if one could grasp the fundamentals of cultivation, no one would bother training in techniques like iron skin or indestructible body. Why is that? Mu Qingyue inquired, her curiosity piqued. It is well known that a solid foundation is of utmost importance. If one's base is well established, the future of martial arts will hold countless possibilities. The reason why techniques like iron skin and indestructible body are esteemed by martial artists is precisely because mastering them signifies a strong foundation in martial arts. As cultivators, we must comprehend the art of breathing and refining before we can temper our Tao bodies, Zhang Teng remarked nonchalantly. My master once stated that the foundation for tempering the Tao body lies in the 9 refinements. Each successful refinement marks a transformation of the Tao body. Mu Qingyue remained silent, listening intently with an expression of earnest inquiry. If one were to succeed in the first refinement, the strength of the body would be roughly equivalent to that of a martial artist who has cultivated their body to the level of blood refinement and chi gathering. Should the second refinement succeed, it would be akin to having achieved iron skin. As Zhang Teng was about to elaborate, a flicker of astonishment crossed Mu Qingyue's eyes, prompting her to ask immediately, what about the third refinement? It corresponds to the indestructible body. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue appeared momentarily bewildered. In her mind, she had already recognized that the path of cultivators was extraordinary. Yet, Zhang Teng's description left her profoundly shaken. The third refinement equates to the indestructible body? Then what about the fourth? And the ninth? It is commonly understood that the more solidly a martial artist establishes their foundation, the brighter their future in martial arts becomes. Mu Qingyue, somewhat incredulous, could not help but inquire further. After the 9 refinements of your cultivation, what realm does one attain? A glimmer of yearning flickered in Zhang Teng's eyes. My master spoke of the next realm, which is the law mastery. What is law mastery? The realm of law mastery is astoundingly profound, Zhang Teng explained, though my knowledge on the subject is limited. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue's expression clouded with confusion, leading her to ask persistently, do you cultivators possess a force akin to true energy within your bodies during the 9 refinements? Zhang Teng nodded with a smile. Indeed. We utilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper our bodies. After each major cycle, our bodies resonate with the spiritual energy, infusing every inch of flesh and blood with it, albeit we cannot wield it yet. This revelation led Mu Qingyue to contemplate that, at the initial stage of the so-called 9 refinements, one may even struggle to manifest true energy, seeming to fall short compared to martial artists. She remained blissfully unaware that her comparative analysis of realms was completely erroneous and absurdly misguided. Chapter 22. Can one only blame their misfortune? Zhang Teng observed Mu Qingyue's reaction, perceiving the underlying implications of her inquiries. However, he refrained from offering extensive explanations. To him, even though Mu Qingyue was currently a martial artist at the true intent level, she remained akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. Given this, what was the point of further debate? Zhang Teng, once a martial artist himself, and a practitioner at the Pill C level, understood better than anyone that cultivators and martial artists belong to entirely different systems. At that moment, Mu Qingyue suddenly spoke up. Zhang Teng, forgive my boldness, but how did you transition from iron skin to indestructible body? I comprehended the art of breathing and unexpectedly broke through to the indestructible body during my body tempering, he responded. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement illuminated Mu Qingyue's eyes. If that is the case, does your school teach the art of breathing? Zhang Teng gazed at her in astonishment, suddenly realizing that this woman before him sought to use the art of breathing to break through to the indestructible body. Indeed, the gap in understanding was vast, and this was simply absurd. The method cannot be lightly passed on. If you wish to cultivate, you must join my Taoist sect. Mu Qingyue felt a tinge of disappointment. If that is the case, I apologize for my presumption. Now that the sect has demonstrated its strength, I must return to the main hall to report the results. From now on, your sect will be an integral part of our martial arts community. Thank you. At this moment, Zhang Teng feigned a troubled expression. By the way, there is one more matter that requires your assistance, Miss Mu. Please, do not hesitate to ask. She replied with a bright smile. Zhang Teng proceeded. I recall that, according to the main hall's regulations, if a martial arts faction encounters a life and death crisis, they may request protection from the main hall. Mu Qingyue cast a surprised glance at Zhang Teng. Is your sect in danger? Zhang Teng sighed, a hint of helplessness in his tone. This matter is rather lengthy. May I share my story with you, Miss Mu? Certainly, Mu Qingyue nodded. Zhang Teng then recounted his experiences in detail. Upon finishing his account, a flicker of shock crossed Mu Qingyue's face. She was not astonished by Zhang Teng's misfortunes, but rather by the fact that his dantian had been crippled. It is well known that once the dantian is destroyed, the path of martial arts is irrevocably shattered. Yet, in such circumstances, he could still cultivate? At that moment, Mu Qingyue's expression turned serious. A faction capable of continuing the path of cultivation would undoubtedly hold immense value. Realizing this, she immediately stated, I am now aware of this matter. I will promptly return to the main hall and request that they intervene. Thank you. Zhang Teng felt a surge of joy within. If the main hall could successfully mediate, the crisis facing the sect would be resolved. This is the duty of the main hall, Mu Qingyue replied with a grave expression. This matter is urgent, so I shall take my leave. I will see you off, Miss Mu. After Mu Qingyue departed, Lin Bei emerged. Master, have you emerged from seclusion? Zhang Teng inquired respectfully. Lin Bei, of course, could not admit that he had been observing from the shadows, so he nodded. Has the issue with the main hall been resolved? Was it smooth? Lin Bei asked knowingly. Very smoothly, Zhang Teng replied. Our sect has now joined the martial arts community, and I have also entrusted the overseer to mediate my grievances with the Prince of Nanyang. Lin Bei was already well aware of Du Ming and internally admired Zhang Teng's capability to handle matters. However, while Lin Bei acknowledged this internally, he felt compelled to impart some guidance on the surface. Thus, he adopted a serious expression and began to admonish him. Do not place your hopes on others. Your own strength is the foundation of survival. Yes, I understand, Master. Time passed. Meanwhile, at the main hall, the headmaster appeared to be a man in his early 20s, with a square face, distinct features, thick brows, and large eyes, somewhat rugged in appearance. Upon Mu Qingyue's return, she immediately approached the training ground of the headmaster. Qingyue has returned? The headmaster wiped the sweat from his brow and regarded Mu Qingyue with a broad smile. There are some matters the headmaster needs to report to you. Noticing Mu Qingyue's serious demeanor, the headmaster's interest piqued. Pray do tell. Without further ado, Mu Qingyue recounted the events regarding the sect in great detail. Upon hearing about the indestructible body and the possibility of cultivation despite a destroyed Dantian, the headmaster's expression grew solemn. The ability to forge an indestructible body, even with a destroyed Dantian, is indeed remarkable. This genre possesses a certain charm. After the main hall master pondered for a moment, he finally responded. However, the matter concerning Zhang Teng ultimately stands as a solitary narrative and is of a personal nature. With a sigh, the master declared, this is a matter we cannot refute. Yet we might still mediate. Mu Qingyue, you shall personally visit the Zhou clan of Nanyang, bearing my handwritten letter. Understood. At this very moment, on the other side, within the Zhou clan of Nanyang, the Duke of Nanyang, adorned in resplendent attire, bore an expression of stern authority. He cast a cold gaze upon the man kneeling before him. This individual was none other than Cheng Lu, the master of the Six Harmonies Martial Arts Academy. At this juncture, Cheng Lu knelt before the Duke, tears streaming down his face as he recounted the events concerning Zhang Teng within the dojo in vivid detail. What a clever boy. He has taken refuge within the Qinyun realm, the Duke scoffed. Summon him. A man clad in black, his face marred by several scars, appeared before the Duke, half kneeling. Your Grace, how may I serve you? Inform the Zhang clan that they have expelled him, and now they must bring him back. Understood. Wait. Upon the Duke's command, the man halted immediately. Tell the Zhang clan that they shall have the right to participate in the demon hunting ceremony only when they retrieve him. Yes. The man in black appeared somewhat taken aback, but subsequently accepted the order and departed. Soon, news of Zhang Teng's situation in the dojo reached the Zhang clan. Within the assembly hall of the Zhang clan, a heavy atmosphere prevailed. What shall we do? One voiced concern. Zhang Teng has been located, and the Duke's orders have arrived. What else can we do? We must bring him back. At this moment, Zhang Teng's grandfather spoke, his voice trembling. Do they truly intend to eradicate him? Sighed the clan leader of the Zhang clan. One can only blame his ill fortune. Chapter 23, Whispers of Warning. The leader's words plunged the Zhang clan into a profound silence, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them, rendering it difficult to breathe. The clan leader surveyed the room, witnessing the collective downcast expressions, and finally broke the stillness. Who among us is willing to retrieve Zhang Teng? At this moment, a burly man with a face full of roughness revealed a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. My son, Zhang Tao, can bring him back. Upon mentioning Zhang Tao, many gazes in the room reflected a complex mix of emotions. Zhang Tao had always been the prodigy of the Zhang clan, his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the Danhai realm, not far from condensing martial intent. Originally, all the clan's resources had been devoted to him. However, since Zhang Teng's emergence, his resources had dwindled considerably. Thus, when Zhang Teng's incident first occurred, it was Zhang Tao who took action. Had it not been for Zhang Teng's grandfather's earnest pleas, Zhang Tao might have directly taken Zhang Teng's life. Consequently, as soon as the clan leader spoke, Zhang Tao's father immediately acquiesced. A flicker of anguish crossed Zhang Teng's grandfather's eyes. He understood fully that if Zhang Tao were to act, there would be no chance for Zhang Teng to escape. Indeed, should Zhang Teng resist arrest, he was highly likely to be killed on the spot. After all, a living Zhang Teng posed a potential threat to Zhang Tao. Very well, nodded the clan leader. Let Zhang Tao set forth at once. Within the dojo, the atmosphere grew tense as if charged with an invisible current. Each disciple exerted themselves, striving to achieve perfection in Taichi, seeking to find the threshold to enter the realm of cultivation. Lin Bei observed the diligent apprentices with a tinge of guilt. He understood that Zhang Teng's ability to enter the dojo was solely due to his extraordinary talent. Even should these individuals reach the pinnacle of Taichi, they would likely still find it impossible to touch upon the threshold of the breathing technique. If given the chance, perhaps Zhang Teng could develop a simplified version. Lin Bei pondered secretly, for he did not wish to see these earliest disciples of his waste their time in the dojo. Master T. Iron Bull cheerfully approached, offering tea. Lin Bei took a leisurely sip of tea. He had been in secluded cultivation for several days, having now completed a full cycle of body tempering. He emerged to catch his breath and enjoy some tea. Ever since the breathing technique surpassed its second limit, his cultivation speed had soared. In just over a day, he had completed his third round of body tempering. With the success of this tempering, Lin Bei's understanding of how to structure the enchantment techniques became increasingly clear. At that moment, Lin Bei suddenly raised an eyebrow. He noticed a figure lurking outside the dojo. Who goes there? Step forward. With Lin Bei's fierce admonition, a young girl cautiously stepped out. She appeared quite young, perhaps 13 or 14, with sparkling large eyes, and now, under Lin Bei's stern gaze, she approached timidly. Iron Bull brought the girl before Lin Bei. Upon closer inspection, Lin Bei noted that she wore a long robe similar to the one Zhang Teng had donned upon his arrival, a standard attire of their clan. Who are you? Lin Bei's tone softened considerably. I am Xianxiaaudiobooks, Zhang Teng's sister. Upon hearing this, Iron Bull immediately smiled. So you are Zhang Xixiang's sister? Since you are here at the dojo, we are all family. Throughout this exchange, Lin Bei maintained a neutral demeanor. He was aware of Zhang Teng's predicament and had inquired about it. Zhang Teng, it seemed, held little affection for his family. What brings you here? Lin Bei sipped his tea and asked casually. I came to warn my brother to flee quickly. The Zhou clan has learned of his hiding place, and the Duke of Nanyang is pressuring our family to capture him. Zhang Xiaoxiao's voice dwindled. So the family has sent someone to apprehend him? Upon hearing this, Iron Bull became incensed. Your Zhang clan is truly remarkable. Not only can you not protect your kin, but you also seek to capture him? Zhang Xiaoxiao lowered her head. The family has no choice. The Zhou clan is too powerful. Just then, Zhang Teng emerged from his seclusion. Brother. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Teng, feeling a pang of guilt. In the past, she had not dared to stand up for him, and now she felt unworthy to face him. Zhang Teng instantly perceived her thoughts and spoke gently. Xiaoxiao, I am truly glad you came to warn me. However, this time, I will not flee. Zhang Xiaoxiao's expression turned anxious. Brother, if you do not escape, won't you be captured? If you fall into the hands of the Duke of Nanyang, then... Zhang Teng interrupted her, simply inquiring, who is the one coming? Zhang Xiaoxiao replied, it is Zhang Tao. Is it him? Zhang Teng scoffed coldly. I am not the least bit surprised he would come. Zhang Xixiang, who is Zhang Tao? Iron Bull asked hastily. A flicker of anger crossed Zhang Teng's eyes. Who is Zhang Tao? He is the one who crippled my Dantian and the one who framed me. Zhang Teng said with fury. Yet, no one believes my explanation. Even if the Zhang clan does believe me, they would choose to protect Zhang Tao instead of me. At this point, a sense of desolation washed over Zhang Teng. Their reasoning was merely grounded in fear of complicating matters, fearing that the Zhou clan would collectively punish them and ruin Zhang Tao. Lin Bei could sense Zhang Teng's anger, helplessness, and despair regarding the Zhang family. Zhang Xiaoxiao, you should return. I know it was grandfather who sent you, wasn't it? Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded. Zhang Teng looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao with an indifferent gaze. Tell grandfather that there is no need for such measures. I once risked my life to procure the gathering essence pill for him, and I have already fulfilled my duty. I understand his prioritization of the greater good. However, our bond has been severed. Zhang Xiaoxiao trembled slightly. Grandfather, I know. Zhang Teng interrupted her. I am fully aware that he has his reasons. I understand that in comparison, I am not of great importance. It is merely a matter of weighing interests. I comprehend. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words. She understood all too well that Zhang Teng was merely a pawn. When will Zhang Tao arrive? Zhang Teng asked again. At most an hour. It could be as short as half an hour, Zhang Xiaoxiao replied. Is that so? Zhang Teng scoffed coldly. Xiaoxiao, you should leave. Lest Zhang Tao sees you and accuses you of leaking information, making things difficult for you and for grandfather. Zhang Xiaoxiao hesitated, ultimately lowering her head, leaving with a sense of disappointment. Once Zhang Xiaoxiao had departed, Zhang Teng turned to Lin Bei, his head lowered in shame. I am sorry, master. I have disappointed you. Lin Bei remained silent, gazing quietly at Zhang Teng until he finally spoke. Why do you say such things, Teng? Chapter 24. The disciple is a bit extraordinary. Zhang Teng kept his head down, his fists clenched, filled with resentment and unwillingness, casting a sidelong glance towards the direction in which Zhang Xiaoxiao had left. There lingered a sliver of despair regarding the Zhang family. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Master, your disciple is cold-hearted, treating his family with such ruthlessness. You must be very disappointed, right? Lin Bei smiled faintly, patting Zhang Teng on the shoulder. You are a good child to clear the air. It is, in fact, a form of protection for them. Moreover, those who pursue the path of cultivation must adhere to the principle of clarity in thought. Remember this feeling you have now. If you wish to surpass it, you must dedicate yourself even more fervently to your training. At this moment, Lin Bei added, whether it be the Zhang family or the Zhou family of Nanyang. If they hinder your clarity of thought, cast them aside without hesitation. Some matters must be decisively severed. If your thoughts become clouded, remind yourself, this is the master's command. Zhang Teng could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his face. Master, your disciple will diligently follow your command. Observing Zhang Teng's heartfelt sincerity, Lin Bei felt a twinge of guilt. Truth be told, he had somewhat intended to win the hearts of his disciples. Yet, his words were indeed reflective of his genuine thoughts. At that moment, Zhang Teng had evidently cast aside the remnants of guilt. His thoughts had become clear. At this juncture, Tainyo could no longer restrain his curiosity. Did not the master say he would mediate this matter? Why have the Zhang family come to apprehend people? Could it be that the mediation failed? Zhang Teng shook his head. Not necessarily. Based on the timing, it is likely that Nanyang received the news first. And the people from the Master's office have yet to arrive. The Master's office is truly unreliable. Tainyo could not help but complain. Lin Bei smiled slightly. The only reliable support is oneself. Tainyo and Zhang Teng both wholeheartedly agreed. Brother Zhang, if Zhang Tao arrives, will you be able to defeat him? It's hard to say, Zhang Teng replied honestly. Zhang Tao's strength has already reached the great perfection of the Danhai realm, far surpassing Cheng Lu. As he spoke, a glimmer of determination flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes. But I am not a pushover. Recently, images of the Master's combat have been recurring in my mind. I seem to have grasped some essential truths. If I can employ them, Zhang Tao will not be a concern. Tainyo immediately became intrigued. Brother, what truths have you grasped? Could you share them? Teacher Junior. Zhang Teng glanced at Lin Bei, seemingly hesitant to show off his understanding in front of his master. Speak up. Let me see how much you have comprehended, Lin Bei encouraged. Zhang Teng, feeling encouraged, continued. The essence of overcoming the strong with the weak lies in identifying their weaknesses. Every enemy, every technique, every movement, every martial skill possesses vulnerabilities. If one can seize upon these weaknesses and utilize the principles of Taichi, using a gentle force to counteract a heavy one, then even the weak can triumph over the strong. Zhang Teng went on, Master, when you seemingly overcame the strong with the weak to directly defeat Master Cheng, it was not as simple as it appeared. In the moment of your strike, you identified Master Cheng's weaknesses and applied the principles of Tai Chi to leverage force effectively. While it may have seemed like you were weak, in reality, you were overwhelming him with formidable strength. Tainyo listened, somewhat confused. Master, your disciple has an immature thought. I wonder if my reasoning holds. Zhang Teng immediately sought guidance respectfully. Speak. Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction. It must be said that Zhang Teng's observations were indeed accurate. Before engaging an opponent, one must instantly assess their movements to predict the techniques and trajectories they may employ, swiftly generating dozens of combat simulations in their mind and selecting the most advantageous option. Upon hearing this, Tainyo was astounded. Brother, is that truly possible? When martial artists engage, the moment is fleeting. Can one think that much? Zhang Teng smiled. It can be done, with continuous body tempering. I have realized that it is not merely physical strength that improves. My mental processing speed has accelerated as well. At this moment, Lin Bei was equally taken aback by Zhang Teng's words. This young man was truly extraordinary. What he articulated was not merely correct, it was profoundly accurate. Why was Lin Bei able to instantaneously defeat Master Cheng? It was not because he captured so many factors in that moment, but because he had utilized his unique insight to simulate the battle countless times, identifying the optimal solution. Zhang Teng's line of thought was entirely valid, bordering on the extraordinary. This was fundamentally no different from his instantaneous simulations. Such comprehension was indeed terrifying. Although Lin Bei subscribed to a philosophy of strict education, he could not help but exclaim in praise, this child is indeed teachable. Upon receiving Lin Bei's acknowledgement, Zhang Teng felt an immense joy within. Simultaneously, his admiration for Lin Bei deepened considerably. He even felt a sense of reverence. For he understood that while it sounded easy, the execution was incredibly challenging. Previously, when he had fought against Mu Qingyue, he had attempted such a method. In his view, if Lin Bei had engaged, he could have likely defeated Mu Qingyue with even lesser strength in their first encounter. Yet he, on the other hand, had been forced to evade until he finally seized an opportunity to counterattack and emerge victorious. Zhang Teng felt that he was still far from Lin Bei's level. However, he remained unaware that had Lin Bei not been able to simulate the battle, he would have been no match for him at all. Master, your disciple has an unreasonable request, Zhang Teng suddenly said, looking at Lin Bei with a glimmer of anticipation. Lin Bei curiously inquired, what is this unreasonable request? I still do not understand your combat style sufficiently. I wish to request your guidance. Here, Zhang Teng's eyes sparkled with martial fervor. May I ask you to spar with me? I wish to ascertain just how great the gap between us truly is. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was taken aback. What is happening? The young man intends to engage him? Before Lin Bei could respond, Taichi immediately began to stir the crowd. Excellent. Truly splendid. I was somewhat dazed by what senior brother Zhang Teng mentioned earlier. Perhaps through a spar, I might gain some understanding? As these words left his mouth, many within the dojo gathered around. What is happening? Senior brother Zhang wishes to seek guidance from the master. Taichi exclaimed, wanting to spar with the master himself. Wonderful. I still recall how effortlessly the master defeated the pavilion master. His strength is unmatched. Now we shall witness the master's might once more. The disciples of the dojo wore expressions brimming with anticipation. Lin Bei felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. However, with the atmosphere charged to this extent, he could hardly refuse. In that case, take your time to adjust yourself. Once you are in peak condition, I shall offer you some guidance. Lin Bei deliberately took his time with a grandiloquent delay. After all, strategizing for battle requires ample time. As the 25th chapter titled Combat Spirit Soaring unfolds, Zhang Teng remained oblivious to Lin Bei's subtle machinations. At this moment, he sat cross-legged, clearing his mind, and began to circulate his energy, absorbing the celestial vitality around him, thereby adjusting his state. While Zhang Teng focused on his alignment, Lin Bei's mental realm was fervently simulating the battle between them. Within this mental space, Lin Bei initially believed he had reached the third refinement of Taichi, convinced that he had surpassed the limits. Defeating Zhang Teng seemed a trivial matter. However, once the fight commenced, Lin Bei was taken aback. Zhang Teng's innate combat talent manifested as extraordinarily formidable even during the simulation. In their initial clash, Zhang Teng found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, as he adapted to the fight, he began to turn the tide. After their first encounter, Lin Bei was unexpectedly defeated. This outcome left Lin Bei exclaiming in disbelief. With continuous simulations, Lin Bei gradually entered a state of readiness. From a series of initial defeats, he eventually emerged victorious. After countless iterations, Lin Bei finally opened his eyes with newfound confidence. Master, I am ready. Zhang Teng, brimming with energy, opened his eyes, which sparkled with divine brilliance. Without further ado, Lin Bei swiftly made his way to the dojo. The surrounding disciples displayed eager expressions. It is about to begin. How many strikes do you think senior brother Zhang can withstand? I'm uncertain. If the master matches senior brother Zhang's strength, I believe he will undoubtedly perform admirably. Indeed, everyone has witnessed senior brother Zhang's prowess. He is extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Bei gazed at Zhang Teng, smiling as he declared, You are my disciple, and I shall not go easy on you. I will engage you with equal strength. A glimmer of pride flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes, accompanied by gratitude. He felt honored by Lin Bei's acknowledgement. To him, Lin Bei's capabilities were beyond imagination. Even when using lesser strength, he believed he could not secure victory. Now, facing Lin Bei with equal strength, was it not a form of validation? Lin Bei noticed Zhang Teng's pride. Originally intending to defeat him in one strike to impart a lesson, he reconsidered. After all, he did not wish to undermine his disciple's confidence. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei said, Tenger, make your move. All right. At that moment, the two stood approximately 10 meters apart. As Lin Bei uttered the command, Zhang Teng surged forward. Yet, as he closed the distance to less than 2 meters, beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. From 10 meters away, he perceived Lin Bei as riddled with openings. However, as he drew closer, he discovered that Lin Bei exhibited no vulnerabilities. With no openings to exploit, how could he dare to attack? Consequently, he swiftly altered his offensive strategy, moving rapidly around Lin Bei in search of weaknesses. His speed was remarkable, drawing admiration from the onlooking disciples. Yet, as he moved, Zhang Teng's heart filled with dread. For no matter how he shifted, Lin Bei effortlessly adjusted his stance, sidestepping, tilting his body, or turning his gaze. Such simple motions rendered Lin Bei impervious, devoid of any flaws. It was as if, in an instant, he had sealed off all potential weaknesses. Is this truly the master? Astonishingly powerful. How am I to strike? Zhang Teng's forehead glistened with perspiration. Meanwhile, the surrounding disciples were puzzled. Taichi, why hasn't senior brother Zhang attacked yet? His speed is so fast I can hardly keep up. Taichi smacked the shoulder of the individual beside him. Xiaolu, what do you know? Senior brother Zhang may be formidable, but he faces the master. In such a situation, how could he act recklessly? If he reveals a flaw, it would be disastrous. Taichi, appearing simple-minded, had surprisingly grasped the underlying principle. Senior brother Zhang's hesitation to attack indicated he could not find the master's weakness. Xiaolu's expression shifted to one of realization. If senior brother Zhang cannot find the master's flaws, does that mean the master also cannot find senior brother Zhang's weaknesses? Why hasn't the master attacked either? Upon hearing this, Taichi shot him a disdainful glance. The master is testing senior brother Zhang. After saying this, Taichi noticed the cold sweat on Zhang Teng's brow and could not resist offering a suggestion. Senior brother Zhang, since you cannot find any weaknesses, why not create one? These words startled Zhang Teng. Lin Bei was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that Taichi, who often appeared somewhat dull-witted, could pinpoint the crux of the issue. Lin Bei cast a profound glance at Taichi, realizing that this individual might also possess a certain talent. Taichi had always been immensely strong since childhood, yet his comprehension seemed average. Perhaps Lin Bei had yet to fully uncover his potential. A thought stirred within Lin Bei. If he could guide Taichi toward a suitable path, he might become an exceptionally formidable disciple. Just then, the fire of combat ignited in Zhang Teng's eyes. He recognized the truth in Taichi's words. No openings? Then he would create one. Continuing to search for flaws would only waste time, so he decided to strike. In an instant, Zhang Teng darted to Lin Bei's right rear, launching a punch from a rather unconventional angle. However, Lin Bei appeared to possess foresight. At the moment of Zhang Teng's attack, he merely executed a slight sidestep, not only evading the strike, but simultaneously countering, targeting Zhang Teng's waist. Zhang Teng was struck with horror. It was over. He was acutely aware that he had focused so intently on concealing his vulnerabilities, even during his attack. He had believed he was flawless. Yet, in the very moment Lin Bei countered, he had inadvertently revealed a weakness. Nevertheless, the anticipated heavy blow did not materialize. He merely felt Lin Bei's light touch against his waist as they briefly disengaged. After a moment of bewilderment, Zhang Teng suddenly comprehended. Lin Bei had merely offered him a lesson. That gentle contact was a signal, indicating that his recent flaw had been perilously grave. So this is what it means to be a master. Absolutely formidable. Zhang Teng's heart raced with astonishment. This instance of instruction made him realize that the concept of perfect defense, devoid of any flaw, was a mere illusion. At the moment of engagement, flaws would inevitably arise. And even in the absence of such flaws, one could employ various tactics to induce an error in another. Zhang Teng grasped this truth. He cast a grateful glance at Lin Bei, who responded with a smile and a nod. A sudden realization surged through Zhang Teng. He understood that Lin Bei was urging him to continue his assault. Should he keep feeding attacks? Joy surged within him, yet his expression turned grave. He recognized that this battle might be the most sophisticated he had ever encountered. It was an immense opportunity. With a roar, Zhang Teng's fighting spirit soared. Chapter 26. The second breaking of limits in Taichi within the dojo. Zhang Teng cast aside all distractions and devoted himself entirely to the combat. They resumed sparring. Every encounter saw Lin Bei strike him from various angles, sometimes lightly tapping his shoulder, other times grazing his forehead, or gently slicing his neck. Despite consistently being bested, Zhang Teng felt not a shred of discouragement. Why? Because this was his master. Was it truly surprising that Lin Bei could effortlessly defeat him in an instant? Not in the least. On the contrary, facing him with equal prowess was the greatest validation. This time, he bore no psychological burden. Instead, his focus shifted to how to enhance his combat skills. His fighting prowess was advancing at an astonishing pace. As the saying goes, an expert perceives the nuances, while a novice merely enjoys the spectacle. In that moment, Zhang Teng's attacks appeared fiercely aggressive and rapid. Meanwhile, Lin Bei adeptly evaded while countering. To the untrained eye, it seemed as though Lin Bei and Zhang Teng were evenly matched. At this juncture, Xiao Lu could no longer contain his curiosity. Taichi, is Zhang Xixiang really that formidable? Formidable? Taichi looked at Xiao Lu, bewildered. What do you mean formidable? You see Zhang Xixiang exchanging blows with the master. That's incredible. Taichi nearly stumbled backward. What nonsense is this? Just because he is trading blows means he is formidable? I can clearly see that Zhang Teng is losing every time. The only difference is the manner of his defeats. Unable to hold back, Taichi admonished, Xiao Lu, and the rest of you, if you don't understand, refrain from speaking. It's utterly embarrassing. What do you mean? We find it quite thrilling. Zhang Xixiang seems to be attacking with increasing ferocity. Many in the dojo wore puzzled expressions. Taichi sighed. You truly understand nothing. Why does it appear as though they are evenly matched? That's because the master is feeding him attacks. Taichi's expression grew serious. However, you are correct. Zhang Xixiang's strikes are indeed becoming more powerful. Initially, the master could defeat Zhang Xixiang with a single counter, but now it occasionally takes 2 strikes. The crowd exchanged glances. Xiao Lu couldn't help but ask, isn't that still a quick defeat? No. Taichi replied earnestly. You have no idea how powerful the master is to achieve this in such a short time. It speaks volumes about Zhang Xixiang's remarkable talent. The crowd looked at each other, utterly confounded. They indeed could not comprehend. Taichi's words lingered in the ears of both Zhang Teng and Lin Bei. Particularly for Lin Bei, he had already formed a judgment in his heart. Taichi was undoubtedly a genius. He likely possessed extraordinary talent in combat. As time passed, after another 100 exchanges, Zhang Teng utilized the Taichi footwork to launch a strike. Lin Bei advanced, striking his wrist with one hand in preparation to attack his heart. Suddenly, Zhang Teng deftly shifted, dissipating the force as he countered with his other hand. The two clashed palms, each retreating a half-step. Taichi, witnessing this, was astonished. Incredible. Is this truly Zhang Xixiao? His combat talent is extraordinary. What is happening? Many apprentices in the dojo inquired. Zhang Xixiao has withstood the master's attack for the first time. This is the first instance where the master did not defeat him with a single strike, Taichi exclaimed, astonishment etched on his face. The crowd exchanged glances. Was merely surviving one strike truly impressive? At that moment, Lin Bei also displayed a look of surprise. This kid, Zhang Teng, is truly impressive. I've run countless simulations in my mind. After feeding him 100 moves, he has progressed this rapidly. Realizing this, Lin Bei knew the time had come to conclude their bout. Just as Zhang Teng prepared to charge again, Lin Bei raised a hand in a gesture of cessation. That's enough. You have entered the threshold. Continuing would serve no purpose. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng froze, quickly halting his assault. Simultaneously, his heart raced with excitement. He understood that he had gained Lin Bei's acknowledgement. Thank you for your guidance, master. Lin Bei responded with a gentle smile. Beware of arrogance and impatience. Focus on diligent practice. Your disciple acknowledges. After parting ways, Lin Bei's palm, which had clashed with Zhang Teng's, trembled slightly. This kid strikes with such ferocity. He understood all too well that had they continued, he likely would have faced defeat. Thus, he hastily called for an end. Zhang Teng's talent was indeed extraordinary. In their brief engagement, Lin Bei had come to respect him. At that moment, Lin Bei couldn't help but reflect on Zhang Teng's martial arts. While impressive, it did not seem extraordinarily exceptional. This fellow must be a cultivator who has been delayed by martial pursuits. Lin Bei's conviction grew stronger. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Your disciple Zhang Teng's comprehension of Tai Chi has deepened, reaching the level of breaking limits. Your Tai Chi has undergone a second breaking of limits. What is happening? Has Tai Chi broken its limits? Lin Bei was initially taken aback, only to suddenly realize something profound. In that final strike, as he and Zhang Teng each retreated a step, Zhang Teng had indeed employed a Tai Chi technique. It was evident that the prior feeding of attacks had led Zhang Teng to the realization of Tai Chi's profound depth, understanding that it transcended mere martial techniques. Truly, he is my excellent disciple. Lin Bei felt a surge of joy within. The Tai Chi that had undergone its second breaking of limits seemed to have transformed into something even more enigmatic. Furthermore, as Lin Bei practiced, he sensed that his Tai Chi could potentially harness the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. This revelation left Lin Bei astounded. If his Tai Chi could indeed draw upon the spiritual forces of the cosmos, would not its power increase exponentially? Meanwhile, within the dojo, Zhang Teng continued to diligently practice Tai Chi, savoring its intricacies. Once he ceased, Taichi could no longer hold back his congratulations. Congratulations, Zhang Xixiao. Your Tai Chi has broken through again. I seem to see the shadow of the master in you. Your Tai Chi has transcended its limits. Zhang Teng couldn't help but feel elated. Master was indeed correct. Diligence can compensate for inadequacies, and effort is paramount. According to the master's earlier assessment, my aptitude should not have allowed for a breaking of limits in Tai Chi, yet here I stand. Taichi appeared to grasp something, his expression growing resolute. He murmured to himself, diligence can compensate for inadequacies, effort is paramount. After this reflection, he suddenly turned his gaze to Zhang Teng. Senior brother, I find it exceedingly difficult to grasp the subtleties of Tai Chi. Perhaps I am simply not suited for it. Aside from Tai Chi, do you think there are other avenues through which I might comprehend the art of breath control? Zhang Teng was taken aback by the question. I truly do not know. He replied candidly. It would be best to consult Master. Perhaps he can provide you with an answer. Taichi hesitated slightly. But I fear Master will chastise me for being overly ambitious. Zhang Teng chuckled, moving closer to Taichi and giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. What is there to fear? At most, you will receive a scolding. After all, he is our master. Chapter 27. Guiding the Lost in the Dojo, Lin Bei's practice room. The fourth round of body refinement was progressing exceptionally smoothly. According to Lin Bei's estimation, within half a day's time, he would successfully complete the fourth refinement. His cultivation speed seemed to have accelerated compared to before. Could it be due to the second breakthrough of Tai Chi? During the fourth refinement, Lin Bei discovered that the speed of his body refinement had indeed increased compared to earlier. He immediately speculated that perhaps this was a result of the second breakthrough of Tai Chi. Was it merely an illusion? Lin Bei shook his head, realizing with certainty that it was not an illusion. The speed of his breath control was genuinely quicker. Originally, Lin Bei had been unaware of the enhancement that Taichi provided to breath control. It was only after the first breakthrough of Taichi that he had learned breath control, thus he had remained oblivious. Now, following the second breakthrough of Taichi, he immediately sensed the difference in his breath control. The second breakthrough of Taichi deepened his understanding of the art, consequently amplifying his breath control. Lin Bei furrowed his brow. Although there was an enhancement, he still felt a lack of comprehensive understanding. Perhaps I could attempt to use my special ability for further deductions? He endeavored to comprehend and integrate, yet regrettably found that an invisible barrier seemed to obstruct his progress. Contemplating this, Lin Bei concentrated intensely, his consciousness continually attempting deductions. At that moment, a voice indeed echoed in his mind. Deduction failed. Your comprehension is insufficient. Your disciple, Zhang Teng, possesses extraordinary insight and shares a profound bond with you. You may utilize his comprehension for deductions. Please impart your thoughts to Zhang Teng. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming in frustration at his own lack of foresight. This matter should undoubtedly be entrusted to Zhang Teng. However, Lin Bei also found himself increasingly aware of his special ability. The deduction of techniques seemed to leverage Zhang Teng's insight, and the resultant deductive capacity was even more formidable than Zhang Teng's own. Just as Lin Bei was about to rise, he suddenly sensed a faint sound outside the door. Sure enough, at that moment, Tainyo's timid voice emerged from beyond the threshold. Master, are you in? Lin Bei was puzzled. What brought Tainyo here? Unable to decipher the reason, he decided to dismiss his thoughts. Come in. Tainyo pushed the door open, his gaze wandering. Lin Bei looked at him curiously. Is there something you need? Tainyo's eyes drifted. Then he seemed to solidify his resolve. Master, I am aware that my Tai Chi is incomplete, and I do not have the qualifications to seek your guidance on the path of cultivation. Tainyo's face was filled with despondency. Yet, I yearn so much to cultivate. I can sense that my comprehension is woefully lacking, and I fear I might never be able to enter the path even after a lifetime of practice. Upon saying this, Tainyo suddenly looked up at Lin Bei, sincerity shining in his eyes. Master, you possess great wisdom. Could you allow me to enter the path? What is happening? Is Tainyo attempting to take a shortcut? No. Lin Bei suddenly realized that Tainyo did not seek a shortcut, but rather wished for Lin Bei to impart to him a cultivation method suited to his abilities. Faced with Tainyo's earnestness, Lin Bei inwardly lamented. He too wished to help Tainyo forge a unique path in cultivation, but he truly found himself incapable of doing so. At most, he could provide a rough framework. The crucial insights must be grasped by Tainyo himself. In truth, Tainyo did not strike Lin Bei as a person of exceptional comprehension. As he prepared to decline, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Was Tainyo truly devoid of talent and comprehension? Recalling Tainyo's performance during his earlier spar with Zhang Teng, Lin Bei quickly dismissed his doubts. Perhaps Tainyo had potential. It was merely that his aptitude did not lie within the realm of Tai Chi or breath control. For instance, Zhang Teng, despite being an adept martial artist and having cultivated well, achieving remarkable physical prowess, was not considered an extraordinary genius among martial artists. After all, Zhang Teng had practiced martial arts since childhood, yet he had only reached the Danhai realm, a stark contrast to his innate talent for cultivation. Could it be that Tainyo possessed a similar talent, yet had yet to realize it? After all, it was well known throughout the village that Tainyo was born with incredible strength. Lin Bei did not respond immediately, but instead gazed at Tainyo and asked, if you are aware of your lack of comprehension, why then insist on pursuing it? Tainyo, undeterred, replied, Master, I only believe in the words you once spoke. What words? Lin Bei was somewhat surprised, as he himself had forgotten what he had said. After all, he had made countless promises in the past. It is up to the individual. Tainyo stated emphatically. You once mentioned that even though senior brother Zhang's talent is average, he was still able to surpass the limits of Tai Chi. This is indeed a testament to individual effort. Tainyo then knelt before Lin Bei. Master, I beseech you to guide me. Indeed, Tainyo sought his guidance. Lin Bei cast a deep, contemplative glance at Tainyo. Go to the dojo and demonstrate a set of Tai Chi for me. Upon hearing this, Tainyo's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Master. The two quickly made their way to the dojo. Without hesitation, Tainyo began earnestly practicing Tai Chi, although his movements appeared somewhat adequate. Lin Bei keenly detected that Tainyo's Tai Chi was somewhat unconventional. Tai Chi emphasizes a harmonious balance of hardness and softness, the interplay of yin and yang. Although Tainyo endeavored to embody this balance, Lin Bei could see through the essence of his technique. Tainyo's Tai Chi consisted solely of hardness, lacking softness. It was all yang, devoid of yin. As the set concluded, Tainyo eagerly turned to Lin Bei. Master, what do you think? Lin Bei replied sternly, you are correct. If one cannot attain sudden enlightenment, then practicing Tai Chi for a lifetime will not lead to perfection. With that, Lin Bei approached the stone table in the dojo, took up brush and ink, and inscribed 2 characters. Taichi. After completing the writing, Lin Bei turned to Tainyo and said, "Come here." Tainyo hurriedly approached Lin Bei. Without further elaboration, Lin Bei handed the paper inscribed with Taichi to Tainyo. Tainyo's face was filled with confusion. At that moment, Lin Bei also handed him a brush. "What is this, master?" Tainyo asked, puzzled. Lin Bei did not respond, but instead said calmly, "Reflect on your practice. Bring this paper back to me tomorrow." With that, Lin Bei turned and departed. Tainyo stood there, somewhat bewildered, staring at the paper in his hand, lost in thought. Many disciples from the dojo approached to inquire and engage with him, but he paid them no heed, for he understood that Lin Bei surely had deeper intentions. If one cannot comprehend, it is likely that he will be destined to have no connection with the path of cultivation. On the other side, in the secluded chamber where Zhang Teng was in closed-door training, Lin Bei had just arrived at the door when it fortuitously opened. "Master, what brings you here?" Zhang Teng inquired, his tone laced with surprise and delight. "Have you been practicing the breathing technique?" Lin Bei asked. "Indeed," Zhang Teng replied truthfully. Lin Bei smiled and asked, "Have you gained any insights?" As doubts filled his mind, Zhang Teng promptly responded, "I humbly request your guidance, master." Chapter 28. A Bounty of Insights. The Taichi breathing technique. Without uttering a word, Zhang Teng realized Lin Bei's thoughts. They were likely aligned with his own. "Let us go," Lin Bei declared, foregoing any further conversation as he turned towards the dojo, with Zhang Teng following closely behind. Upon their arrival at the dojo, Zhang Teng spotted Tainyo standing transfixed, and then noticed the paper and pen in his hands. Particularly, upon seeing the paper inscribed with the characters for Taichi, he fell into contemplation. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice echoed in Zhang Teng's ears. "Some paths must be walked alone." Zhang Teng instantly grasped the implication, understanding that Lin Bei was subtly advising him not to assist Tainyo in his analysis. As they conversed, the two arrived at the dojo, where numerous apprentices from the martial arts school greeted them respectfully. "Tinger, I perceive your confusion. You wish to inquire whether the cultivation of the breathing technique has accelerated after the limits of Taichi fist were broken?" Zhang Teng nodded vigorously, admiration etched across his face. As if to say, "Indeed, master, you know everything." Lin Bei smiled faintly, responding, "Now, I must impart the same wisdom to you. Some truths can only be understood intuitively and cannot be articulated. Certain paths you must traverse on your own." Zhang Teng obediently nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Bei approached the open space of the dojo, gently raising his hands. Upon witnessing Lin Bei adopt the initial stance of Taichi, Zhang Teng immediately focused intently. As Lin Bei lifted his hands, Zhang Teng suddenly experienced a wondrous sensation. He could feel that as Lin Bei began to practice Taichi, the spiritual energy of the universe seemed to resonate in response. Each movement and stillness appeared to embody the principles of yin and yang. At this juncture, Lin Bei noticed that Zhang Teng seemed to grasp something profound and recalled Laozi's description of yin and yang. Seizing the moment, he softly spoke, "All things bear the yin while embracing the yang. They harmonize through the flow of energy. And only by understanding the principles of yin and yang can one comprehend the way of the universe." Zhang Teng attentively listened to each word, observing Lin Bei's Taichi, and felt a spark of enlightenment ignite within his mind. "Taichi breathing Taichi," he murmured. "All things bear the yin while embracing the yang." Suddenly, a divine light radiated from his eyes. His murmurs transformed from confusion to clarity, harmonized through the flow of energy. The moment he uttered these 5 words, an expression of profound understanding illuminated his face, imbued with a tinge of confidence and exhilaration, as if proclaiming, "I have comprehended." Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind. "Your disciple has comprehended the principles of Taichi and has seamlessly integrated Taichi with the breathing technique, attaining the Taichi breathing technique for the first time. Your breathing technique has advanced to Taichi breathing technique, achieving the second breakthrough." In an instant, a flood of realizations surged within him. Many profound principles, once only partially grasped, now became vividly clear. At this moment, Lin Bei was profoundly shaken. Though the Taichi breathing technique bore only an additional 2 characters, the speed of cultivation had skyrocketed tenfold. Yet, that was not the most critical aspect. The most crucial revelation was that the Taichi breathing technique had completely unlocked Lin Bei's thought process. Previously, he had been fumbling in the dark regarding how to craft the techniques of control, akin to a castle built on air. However, now, he not only had a glimmer of understanding, but also a clear direction on how to establish the foundation for these techniques. The harvest was immense. At this juncture, Zhang Teng gazed at Lin Bei, his face radiating respect. "Master, I have comprehended. I have grasped the Taichi breathing technique." Lin Bei could sense Zhang Teng's joy and eagerness. He understood that Zhang Teng was anxious to retreat into seclusion to summarize and fully integrate the Taichi breathing technique. Go into seclusion, Lin Bei urged. Forgive my rudeness. After bowing, Zhang Teng wasted no time and swiftly returned to his secluded chamber. At this moment, Lin Bei cast a glance at Taichi, who had already moved to a nearby pavilion, sitting there, engrossed in his paper and pen. Initially, Lin Bei had merely harbored a bold idea regarding how to teach Taichi, uncertain of its feasibility. However, now that he had mastered the Taichi breathing technique, that bold notion had transitioned from a gamble with no foundation to one with a faint glimmer of possibility. I hope you can understand my intentions and prove your insight. Otherwise, how could you possibly retrieve the ephemeral beauty reflected in my mirror? Lin Bei mused silently, choosing not to linger, and turned to depart. Zhang Teng, eager to return to his seclusion, was equally driven. Previously, the fourth refinement of his physical body may have required half a day. But now that he had seized this newly awakened opportunity, perhaps he could break through in less than half an hour. As time flowed on the other side, in Qingyun town, a young girl was being bound and dragged into an inn before the astonished eyes of many. Who were these people? How audacious they were to brazenly abduct that girl in broad daylight. I saw the martial artists from the Baihe martial arts school. They did not intervene. So this should not be a grave incident, right? The Baihe martial arts school was responsible for maintaining order in this area. Upon hearing this, many people displayed expressions of realization. What had the girl done? Who knows? However, those who captured her seemed to share similar attire, perhaps belonging to the same family. Meanwhile, in the Longyun Inn, Zhang Xiaoxiao was seized by 3 attendants of the Zhang family and unceremoniously thrown in front of a young man. Young master, the person has been captured. The young man regarded Zhang Xiaoxiao, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Xiaoxiao, you run quite swiftly. Have you been warning others? The speaker was none other than the current young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai, what do you mean by this? Do you not fear punishment from the clan elders for treating me this way? Zhang Xiaoxiao struggled, but the ropes were too tight for her to escape. Punishment? Zhang Tai scoffed. I am here to capture Zhang Teng, and you, the informant, dare to speak boldly? Who is the real criminal? You. You cannot think that no one is aware of your actions. Zhang Xiaoxiao retorted angrily. My brother is no criminal. Without further ado, Zhang Tai slammed his hand on the table, splashing his drink across Zhang Xiaoxiao's face. The victor is king, the vanquished is a bandit. With that, Zhang Tai stepped closer to Zhang Xiaoxiao, gripping her chin with both hands. Now you are a prisoner and have erred. I shall teach you a lesson in my capacity as the young master. Slap. A resounding slap struck her face. Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes brimmed with tears. I heard news of Zhang Teng and even forsook the chance to obtain the martial wool pill, rushing here at the first opportunity. If it is because of you that Zhang Teng has escaped, can your lineage bear the consequences? Zhang Xiaoxiao retorted with a swallowed voice. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Playing the fool? Can you truly feign ignorance? Zhang Tao sneered, rising to his feet and instructing the attendant beside him. Go. To the dojo. Seal off all routes surrounding the dojo. We must not allow Zhang Teng to escape. Chapter 29. The fourth refinement, success. At this moment, within the dojo, Lin Bei sat cross-legged, drawing in and exhaling vast amounts of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, swirling around him like a vortex. As he inhaled and exhaled, the spiritual essence coursed throughout his body, expelling impurities into the outside world. For Lin Bei, cultivation was an exhilarating endeavor. He was purging the turbid and welcoming the pure, refining his body. During his cultivation, Lin Bei felt not only a surge in strength, but also a profound harmony with nature, a tranquil serenity. The fourth refinement. It is accomplished. After this stage, Lin Bei sensed a newfound clarity within himself. His thoughts flowed freely. He gained a fresh understanding of his own prowess, estimating himself to be at least at the Danhai realm. In comparison, even without the aid of deductive power, Lin Bei felt confident in defeating Master Cheng. Post the fourth refinement, Lin Bei distinctly perceived that his body had undergone a profound transformation. Previously, a day's worth of spiritual energy could fill every cell to complete body refinement. Now, however, he required at least 3 days. Moreover, this was under the condition that he had mastered the Tai Chi breathing technique. Had he not upgraded his breathing method, this duration could have extended to 10 days. Lin Bei understood that he was growing ever stronger, his foundation transforming into something increasingly formidable. At this moment, he pondered, after the 9th refinement, how powerful would he become? Just then, Lin Bei's ears perked up slightly. He sensed the presence of someone outside. Since they have arrived, why not enter? As Lin Bei spoke, Taichi pushed the door open. Observing Taichi from head to toe, Lin Bei noticed that he held a piece of paper and a brush. When Lin Bei's gaze fell upon the paper, he focused intently. The 2 characters for Tai Chi were still prominent, but upon closer inspection, there was a smudge of ink atop the character for Tai. It was evident that Tai Nyo had attempted to write something, but ultimately had not gone through with it. Master, Tai Nyo's voice sounded hollow. Lin Bei remained silent, merely gazing at Tai Nyo. Tai Nyo continued, do I truly lack understanding? I cannot fathom the essence of the character Tai and Taichi cannot comprehend? It seems not entirely so. Lin Bei scrutinized the black dot atop the character for Tai. He could discern that Tai Nyo had conceived some notion, yet seemed unable to commit to it. Tai Nyo, I once imparted a phrase to Zhang Teng. Now I extend it to you as well. Tai Nyo looked up at Lin Bei, bewildered. Please, master, instruct me. Is your mind clear? As cultivators, we must remain unburdened in conscience, with our thoughts flowing freely. Upon hearing this, Tai Nyo stood frozen, his heart tumultuous. He realized that Lin Bei seemed to see through all his thoughts. This statement was, indeed, a revelation. At this moment, Lin Bei smiled faintly and approached Tai Nyo, gently patting his shoulder. Once you have attained clarity, come find me. However, just as Lin Bei turned to head towards the dojo, Tai Nyo suddenly called out, Master, wait. Lin Bei halted his steps. At this moment, a glimmer of madness flickered in Tai Nyo's eyes. Master, I know that my forthcoming actions may be deemed disrespectful. Even if you expel me from your teachings, I must show you my resolve. Let you witness my clarity. With that, Tai Nyo grasped the brush firmly and raised it high. In the next instant, to Lin Bei's astonishment, he boldly crossed out the character for Tai and Taichi. Now, only the character for Chi remained. After completing the stroke, Tai Nyo's brush seemed as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He appeared to have expended all his strength. With a single hand hanging low, he fixed his gaze on Lin Bei, a hint of madness evident in his eyes. Tai Nyo understood. His actions now could determine his future. Seeing this, Lin Bei's previously solemn expression suddenly broke into a smile. Now, is your mind clear? Indeed. Tai Nyo nodded vigorously. Then, clarity is what matters. Upon saying this, Lin Bei turned to exit the room. By the way, place the paper and brush on my desk. And follow me to the dojo. Upon hearing this, Tai Nyo was elated. He realized that his insights were not mistaken. His actions had garnered Lin Bei's approval. Yes, master. Tai Nyo hurriedly placed the paper and brush down with care, and swiftly followed in Lin Bei's footsteps. The two soon arrived at the dojo. Lin Bei settled into a chair at the stone table, while Tai Nyo dutifully presented him with tea. Each day, Lin Bei would take some time to rest in the dojo and offer guidance to the apprentices. Why did you strike out the character for Tai and Taichi? Lin Bei inquired. Tai Nyo replied earnestly. The way of Taichi is profoundly mysterious, encompassing all things, yet I cannot comprehend it. Since you cannot understand it, why force it? Tai Nyo seemed to drift into memories. Master, you once said that all things in this world, once they reach perfection, can lead to enlightenment. Mastery approaches the way, and thus, one enters the realm of cultivation. Tai Nyo nodded slightly, his heart filled with admiration. It was surprising to realize that Tai Nyo, who often appeared simple-minded, possessed such keen insight, remembering the words spoken to him. Tai Nyo continued, Master, I have been endowed with innate strength since childhood, my physique robust. I believe I may unearth the pinnacle of my talent and perhaps cross into the realm of cultivation. That is why I struck out the character for Tai? Indeed. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. Tai Nyo, today you have truly impressed me. Not only have you gained insight into your cultivation direction, but you have also boldly broken conventions. Knowing well that the cultivation methods I impart are related to Tai Chi, yet you dared to strike out the character for Tai. Excellent. Tai Nyo, feeling a bit guilty, said, Master, Lin Bei raised his hand. I am praising you. Do not be nervous. A cultivator goes against the heavens. I once told Zhang Teng. We, as cultivators, follow the mundane as mortals, and oppose it as immortals. This saying suits you even more now. Tai Nyo was overjoyed. At this point, Lin Bei suddenly shifted his tone. But do not rejoice too soon. I once said that the way should not be lightly transmitted. Do you understand the meaning of this statement? Tai Nyo replied. I originally did not comprehend it, but now I do. It is not that master cherishes his broom, but rather that the way cannot be learned merely through teaching. It must be understood. Lin Bei was exceedingly pleased with Tai Nyo's understanding. The groundwork had been laid. Should his crafted cultivation method prove ineffective, it would not arouse suspicion in others. Even Tai Nyo would not doubt himself, merely believing he lacked talent. Just at that moment, as Lin Bei prepared to impart knowledge, his expression subtly changed. He then fixed his gaze toward the dojo's entrance. Outside, at this moment, a group of individuals stormed into the dojo, one of them grasping a young girl. That girl was none other than Zhang Xiaoxiao. Chapter 30. The Contest of Fate and Life. The intruders were none other than Zhang Tao and his entourage. Upon seeing the newcomers, Tai Nyo immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Their intentions were malicious. Without waiting for Lin Bei to utter a word, he dashed off to inform Zhang Teng. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon this dojo? An apprentice of the dojo, upon witnessing the fierce demeanor of the intruders, stepped forward to rebuke them. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked aside by one of Zhang Tao's attendants. Get lost. At that moment, although Lin Bei maintained a calm expression, he inadvertently cracked the teacup in his hand with a tight grip. Before Lin Bei could unleash his wrath, a thunderous shout echoed from the corridor of the dojo. Impertinent. Accompanied by the furious rebuke, Zhang Teng emerged in the dojo. Upon seeing Zhang Teng, Zhang Tao's eyes flickered with a hint of delight. Indeed, Zhang Xiaoxiao had been correct. You did not escape. As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately shook her head fiercely. I did not say that. I never betrayed my brother. Zhang Teng cast a glance at Zhang Xiaoxiao, then at Zhang Tao, snorting coldly. Zhang Tao, you remain as despicable as ever. After speaking, he looked at the unconscious apprentice who had been struck down, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He then approached Lin Bei's side. Master, I have caused you trouble. Upon hearing this, before Lin Bei could respond, Zhang Tao was the first to display a mocking expression. Master, is this what you call a cultivator? Zhang Tao's expression was rife with disdain as he directed his taunts at Lin Bei. Zhang Teng, are you trying to make me laugh to death? You actually recognize such a fraud as your master? Zhang Teng's face flushed crimson with anger. He could tolerate insults directed at himself, but he could not endure such derogatory remarks about his master. Master, I seek to fight. Lin Bei, weary of idle chatter, spoke forth. Revenge for grievances, retribution for wrongs. Although his words were calm, Zhang Teng instantly understood his meaning. What did it mean to seek revenge for grievances? What did it mean to retaliate for wrongs? Previously, Lin Bei had dealt with the Luhe martial arts school with restraint, merely urging Zhang Teng to be ruthless and show no mercy. However, Lin Bei's words now bore the weight of murderous intent. Disciple obeys. With that, Zhang Teng stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao, if you think to use Zhang Xiaoxiao as leverage against me, you are sorely mistaken. Since you have come today, do not expect to leave. Zhang Tao regarded the unfolding scene with indifference, unable to suppress his derision. Zhang Teng, I have seen that look in your eyes before. When I previously incapacitated you, you bore the same expression. Do you wish to kill me? Do you believe you possess the qualification? With that, Zhang Tao set Zhang Xiaoxiao aside and loudly proclaimed, Xiaoxiao, you have done well. Not only did you ascertain Zhang Teng's whereabouts, but you also revealed that he would not flee. Hearing this, some apprentices of the dojo erupted in furious accusations. I knew that woman was no good. Tainyo swiftly intervened. Enough. You fell for such a simple scheme of discord? One individual paused. Scheme of discord? Tainyo nodded. Zhang Tao knows that Zhang Teng and Zhang Xiaoxiao are siblings. This is a deliberate attempt to sow discord. Upon hearing this, the apprentices of the dojo expressed their outrage, denouncing Zhang Tao's treachery. Unmoved by Zhang Tao's words, Zhang Teng responded, Zhang Tao, you truly are the epitome of despicability. Do you think to rattle my resolve with such tactics? A fool's dream. At this point, Zhang Teng's aura radiated with murderous intent. Today, the hour of reckoning is upon you. Yet you remain unaware, still engaging in these futile theatrics? Zhang Tao, intrigued by this, glanced at Zhang Teng. You, a cripple with your dantian destroyed, dare to speak such bravado? I truly wonder what gives you such confidence. Is it this insignificant new martial school? With that, Zhang Tao rose, directing his gaze at Zhang Teng. It appears you are not prepared to surrender? Raising his hand, he signaled to the 13 attendants behind him, who then encircled the apprentices and Lin Bei. This new and insignificant sect, do they even possess a Dantian realm practitioner? Zhang Tao suddenly burst into laughter. I am a kind-hearted person, unwilling to resort to violence against you. I hope you will surrender. It is clear you hold deep affection for this dojo, do you not? You wouldn't want to see them harmed. Despicable. Shameless. The apprentices of the dojo shouted in outrage. Seeing this, Zhang Teng suddenly laughed, a smirk curling his lips, his sarcasm evident. Zhang Tao, you will pay for your actions. With that declaration, Zhang Teng was the first to strike. He lunged forward, charging directly at Zhang Tao. Overestimating yourself. Zhang Tao's gaze was filled with contempt. A mere cripple with a destroyed dantian posed no threat to him. As Zhang Teng's fist rushed forward, Zhang Tao extended his hand, preparing to meet Zhang Teng's attack head-on. However, at the moment Zhang Tao was about to seize Zhang Teng's fist, his expression suddenly shifted. Zhang Teng had swiftly changed tactics, stepping into a Taichi stance, feinting, and then delivering a powerful palm strike toward Zhang Tao. He has seized upon my weakness in an instant. This change was too sudden, and I could not evade. Zhang Tao thought to himself, his eyes narrowing with a hint of coldness. What does it matter how exquisite the technique? I am a master at the peak of the Dantian realm. The initial strike aimed at his Dantian did not faze him in the least. Gathering his true energy at the surface of his body, he braced himself for impact. Bang! The punch landed. In the next moment, Zhang Tao was launched backward like an arrow released from a bow, crashing violently against a wall outside the dojo. When he hit the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Gasping for breath, Zhang Tao's face was a mask of shock and disbelief. In a moment of carelessness, he had been struck and injured by Zhang Teng? How could this be? He was a master of the Dantian realm, and Zhang Teng, merely a martial artist with a destroyed Dantian. Why was this attack so powerful? What was even more absurd was that the instant he was struck, he felt Zhang Teng's attack penetrate his protective true energy. It was precisely this that caused him to spit blood. Zhang Teng. Zhang Tao roared in fury. You are courting death? His anger boiled over, losing the composure he had previously held. For it was at this moment he finally understood that even with his Dantian destroyed, Zhang Teng was not to be underestimated. Words are futile, Zhang Teng replied coldly. Today, our fates shall be decided, and lives shall be forfeit. Chapter 31, Lin Bei's Guidance. Zhang Teng's words ignited the flames of Zhang Tao's wrath, like tinder to kindling. In an instant, it ignited his fury. He glared at Zhang Teng, jealousy burning in his eyes, filled with rage. Why should it be so? On what grounds could Zhang Teng, merely at the initial stage of the danci, usurp his position as the young master? How could Zhang Teng, after the destruction of his Dantian, engage in combat with him, relying solely on a fledgling faction of negligible repute? A worthless being should resign themselves to their fate. Zhang Jia, seething with rage, retrieved a finger tiger from his pocket and donned it upon his hand, the sharp spikes protruding ominously. Since you choose to resist, allow me to escort you on your journey. Each word Zhang Jia uttered was almost clenched between his teeth, his murderous intent palpable, even from a distance. The captured Zhang Xiaoxiao sensed Zhang Jia's ferocity and could not help but cry out, Zhang Jia, what are you planning? The family has decreed that Zhang Teng must be captured alive. Captured alive? Zhang Jia scoffed. Given the circumstances, what is there to discuss about capturing him alive? In the chaos of fists and feet, even a corpse will suffice for a report. As he spoke, he had already secured the finger tiger in place. There was no need for further words. The truth would be revealed through action. In the next moment, Zhang Jia roared and surged forth like a bolt of lightning. His finger tiger, enveloped in true energy, ignited the air around him, causing it to boil with intensity. Zhang Xiaoxiao, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. She understood that Zhang Jia was truly intent on slaying his brother. Come at me. As Zhang Jia charged, Zhang Teng advanced rather than retreating, meeting him head-on. Seeking death. Zhang Jia's murderous intent intensified, and he unleashed a powerful punch. The force of his blow was so fierce that it could have toppled stone tables and chairs several yards away. Yet, Zhang Teng appeared to possess a premonition. He evaded Zhang Jia's fist in the nick of time and seized the opportunity to counter, delivering a strike that sent hidden energy crashing into Zhang Jia's body. In a fleeting moment, they exchanged blows thrice. Logically, as a late-stage danci practitioner, Zhang Jia's strength should have easily overwhelmed Zhang Teng. However, the reality was starkly different. Not only did Zhang Teng remain unscathed, but he also landed 3 successful counterattacks on Zhang Jia. The third punch, in particular, sent Zhang Jia staggering backward, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Indestructible, Zhang Jia spat through gritted teeth, his expression darkening. Internally, he began to panic. Despite possessing superior speed, power, and strength, his attacks either missed entirely or were deftly neutralized by Zhang Teng. It felt as though his ferocity was striking against cotton. Conversely, each of Zhang Teng's strikes was devastatingly fierce. He even leveraged Zhang Jia's own force against him on multiple occasions. Were it not for Zhang Jia's intentional use of true energy to guard his vital points, he might have already faced defeat. Zhang Jia, your Zhang ancestor long fist has regressed with each practice. Zhang Teng's tone dripped with disdain. How could you still dare to claim the title of the foremost practitioner of Zhang ancestor long fist within the Zhang family? Is this your best? Zhang Jia was instantly incensed. You, a worthless being with a destroyed Dantian, believe you can triumph over me? You are merely dreaming. True energy surged through Zhang Jia's muscles, igniting his entire being. His sinews crackled, and the blood within him roared like a tempest. This was a clear indication of a forceful enhancement of his true energy, extracting every ounce of potential. Zhang Teng regarded Zhang Jia's stance with calmness, rapidly assessing the situation in his mind. He understood. Zhang Jia was recklessly harnessing his true energy, pushing his limits. He was about to unleash a tempestuous onslaught. Previously, the disparity in power might have instilled a sense of trepidation within him. After all, even with his indestructible body, his strength was insufficient to withstand Zhang Jia's assault. A single hit could strip him of his combat ability. Yet at this moment, the words of Lin Bei echoed in his mind. We, as cultivators, defy the heavens. Suddenly, a surge of audacity flooded his heart. I can win. Zhang Teng realized that he was now traversing a tightrope, with no room for error. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia exerted force beneath him, causing cracks to form in the floor of the dojo. In the next moment, his speed doubled, and he lunged towards Zhang Teng with alarming swiftness. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Under this storm of strikes, Zhang Teng found himself unable to retaliate. Too fast. Even if he perceived Xianxia's vulnerabilities, he was powerless to counter. His eyes and mind could keep pace, but his body could not. This was the chasm of strength. At this juncture, Zhang Ancestor Long Fist unleashed its full might. Each punch and kick was lethal. Zhang Teng could barely manage to evade, and on occasion, he was struck by the wind of Xianxia's punches, causing blood to spurt from his cheeks. It is worth noting that Zhang Teng possessed an indestructible physique, impervious even to ordinary blades. Yet he could not withstand the force of Xianxia's blows. Dodge, dodge, dodge. I shall see how long you can evade. Xianxia's expression twisted with ferocity. As he failed to land a hit on Zhang Teng, his frenzy escalated, and his attacks grew increasingly savage. Zhang Teng gritted his teeth and persisted. He understood that while Xianxia was formidable in this moment, the principle of momentum, first strong, then weak, ultimately exhausted, was one he grasped well. He was waiting for the opportune moment to counterattack. The more powerful Xianxia appeared, the greater the weakness he would display when his strength waned. Not far off, Lin Bei observed the unfolding battle with keen interest and discerned Zhang Teng's intentions. However, Zhang Teng clearly had not anticipated Xianxia's enduring stamina. A slight furrow appeared on Lin Bei's brow as he noted that Zhang Teng's Taichi steps were no longer as fluid as before. Zhang Teng's evasion began to falter. Indeed, Xianxia's punch grazed Zhang Teng's shoulder, and the finger tiger pierced through the skin just outside his shoulder. Had Zhang Teng not performed a desperate dodge, he might have lost an arm. Master, Zhang Xixiao, standing beside Lin Bei, was filled with concern. At this moment, an ominous feeling flickered within Zhang Teng's heart. He had not anticipated the ferocity of Xianxia's onslaught. To withstand such attacks, Xianxia must have long begun to draw upon his own potential. In comparison, it seemed Zhang Teng would falter first. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a familiar voice resonated from nearby. It was Lin Bei. Seeing Zhang Teng struggling, Lin Bei could no longer remain a mere observer and called out, Taichi advancing step, Bagua position, leverage force against force, harmonizing hardness and softness. Upon hearing those succinct 16 words, Zhang Teng felt a thunderous clarity in his mind. Why had he been able to endure so long against Xianxia? It was due to his extraordinary combat talent, enabling him to sense the shifts in Xianxia's attacks and preemptively formulate responses, identifying the optimal means of counteraction. Upon hearing Lin Bei's brief yet profound guidance, he instantly recognized how limited his perspective had been. Why? Because even when he found himself at a disadvantage, teetering on the brink of collapse, Lin Bei's 16 words illuminated a path for him to overcome adversity, allowing the weak to triumph over the strong. They even hinted at how he could achieve a single decisive blow. Chapter 32. The Sky Will Not Fall. Zhang Teng acted almost without hesitation, directly following Lin Bei's guidance. In the next moment, Zhang Tao launched an attack, targeting Zhang Teng's heart with a fierce strike. In the past, he would have anticipated this move and evaded it, for this blow was perilously dangerous, devoid of any apparent flaw. However, at this moment, he held immense trust in Lin Bei. Instead of dodging, he boldly stepped forward. The Taichi advancing step. Indeed, the subtle shift in the Taichi stance, combined with his forward motion, not only evaded the attack, but also brought him in close proximity to Zhang Tao. This sudden change in technique and style momentarily bewildered Zhang Tao, revealing an extremely fleeting vulnerability. Zhang Teng was profoundly astonished, for Zhang Tao had previously shown no weaknesses, yet now he had one. It must be noted that Zhang Tao was still at the pinnacle of his momentum. Despite his shock, Zhang Teng did not seize the opportunity to counterattack. Instead, he continued to follow Lin Bei's instructions, stepping into the position of the Bagua Qian. Almost simultaneously, in a hasty response, Zhang Tao could only employ the chopping fist from the Zhang Zhu Long Fist. Yet, Zhang Teng's movement seemed to have anticipated this very strike. Furthermore, this position allowed him to flawlessly utilize the principles of Tai Chi to neutralize and redirect the force. Without any hesitation, he executed the Tai Chi push palm, dissipating the attack while harnessing an immense force, using strength against strength. After this punch, Zhang Tao was unexpectedly sent flying into the air. And what was most terrifying? In that instant, he was utterly defenseless. His dantian was laid bare before Zhang Teng. Due to the previous intense circulation of true energy, his dantian could not even muster enough energy to defend itself. How could this be? Zhang Tao was stunned, utterly oblivious to what had transpired. At this moment, Zhang Teng's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Zhang Tao, now, was akin to a fish on the chopping block. What he needed to do was encapsulated in 2 words: absolute kill. Without uttering another word, Zhang Teng summoned his Taichi, combining softness and hardness. He delivered a punch. This blow struck directly at Zhang Tao's dantian. Zhang Tao's body instantly arched like a bridge, propelled into the air by the force of the punch. Spitting a mouthful of blood, he crashed to the ground, his face a mask of horror. For he realized that Zhang Teng's punch had simultaneously unleashed both hard and soft energies into his dantian, utterly destroying it. You have ruined my dantian? Zhang Tao stammered, tremblingly pointing at Zhang Teng as he lay on the ground. The crowd erupted in shock. Many were left in a state of bewilderment, especially those attendants surrounding Lin Bei and his companions, who were left dumbfounded. Zhang Tao was a formidable expert at the late stage of the Danhai realm, merely a step away from the true essence of martial arts. And Zhang Teng, a discarded waste with a ruined dantian, who had not even unleashed true energy throughout the encounter. Logically, Zhang Tao should have easily defeated Zhang Teng. Yet now, Zhang Teng had triumphed. He had even incapacitated Zhang Tao. Was the agony of having one's dantian destroyed unbearable? Zhang Teng cast a cold, indifferent gaze at Zhang Tao, devoid of any sympathy. What do you intend to do? As Zhang Teng approached, an overwhelming fear spread across Zhang Tao's eyes. He could hardly believe that. In the blink of an eye, he had been defeated. You have lost. Zhang Teng's tone turned frigid. I warned you. Today, we shall determine not just victory and defeat, but also life and death. Zhang Teng bellowed the last 4 words, his voice filled with all his pent-up fury. You wish to kill me? Zhang Tao screamed, desperately looking to his attendants as though grasping at a lifeline. What are you waiting for? Quickly, seize those from the dojo. If he dares to kill me, you must eliminate them. Upon hearing this, the attendants exchanged glances, none daring to move. Why do you hesitate? Do you not heed the words of your young master? Zhang Tao shrieked. Yet the attendants remained paralyzed with fear. Why? Because everyone present was not foolish. They understood precisely why Zhang Teng was so formidable. It was due to the presence of a terrifying master. Moreover, those final 16 words struck dread into the hearts of the attendants. Just a casual instruction of 16 words had not only turned the tide for Zhang Teng, but had also rendered Zhang Tao's dantian utterly destroyed with a single strike. At this moment, Lin Bei stood before them. Although he had not engaged in combat or uttered much, how could these attendants dare to act? Seek death, would they? Zhang Teng now looked at the struggling and frantic Zhang Tao, his voice cold as ice. At this juncture, you still cling to vile methods to survive. Do you truly believe they would dare to intervene? My junior brothers, though their strengths may be modest, my master is right there. The trust imbued in those words resonated through Zhang Teng. Zhang Tao was momentarily frozen, gazing at the advancing Zhang Teng, finally comprehending the terror he faced. No, you cannot kill me. If there are grievances, let them be addressed. Zhang Teng approached Zhang Tao, enumerating his transgressions. You drugged me, framed me, tarnished the princess's reputation, ruined my dantian, and usurped my position as young master. Now you come to the dojo, attempting to kill me, and even threaten my junior brothers. At this moment, Zhang Teng stood directly before Zhang Tao, bending down to coldly scrutinize him. You truly deserve to die. With that, he seized Zhang Tao's throat. Death loomed perilously close. Zhang Tao pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Zhang Teng, you cannot kill me. If I live, I can prove your innocence. I am willing to confess that it was I who poisoned you. Do you not wish to clear your name? If you are innocent, the Nanyang Zhou clan will not blame you. Zhang Teng paused, pity mingling in his gaze as he looked at Zhang Tao. How pitiful you are. At this point, you still wish to survive? Zhang Tao hastily continued. Even if you kill me, the Zhang family will send someone. Perhaps even an elder from the clan will come. Even if you can withstand the elder, the Nanyang Zhou clan will still come. Killing me brings you no benefit at all. His voice was frantic. Do you truly not wish to exonerate yourself? Zhang Teng scoffed. It matters not. Let them come, one by one, or even in pairs. They are nothing more than stumbling blocks on my path to cultivation. With my master present, Zhang Teng declared with arrogance, the sky will not fall. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei felt a twitch in his eye. So, it turns out Zhang Teng's confidence stemmed entirely from him? However, Lin Bei knew all too well the limitations of his own reliability. You're insane. You're mad. You lunatic. Zhang Tao shrieked. As death approaches, let me make it clear, whether I am innocent or not is irrelevant. Being with the princess is a sin. The Nanyang Zhou clan will not let me off. Zhang Tao was momentarily taken aback. At this moment, Zhang Teng leaned closer to Zhang Tao's ear, coldly whispering, Brother, the past grievances have been resolved. Do not fear. It shall not hurt. The sound of a neck being snapped reverberated throughout the dojo. Chapter 33, Extreme Circumstances. The dojo fell into a brief silence. Zhang Teng gazed upward, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relief. It was Iron Bull who first shattered the eerie quietude. A noble death. Congratulations, senior brother Zhang. Your vengeance has been avenged. Zhang Teng, feeling an immense weight lifted from his shoulders, finally revealed a long-lost smile. He then approached Zhang Xiaoxiao and unbound her from her restraints. Concern etched across her face. Zhang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, Brother, you have slain Zhang Tao, the heir of the Zhang family. Our clan will never let this matter rest. Oh, Zhang Teng replied nonchalantly. Let them be. From the moment they rendered my kindness void, our bond was severed. Now, if they wish to assist in wickedness and seek to capture me, they are my enemies. After uttering these words, Zhang Teng continued, Xiao, do not leave just yet. Stay here. Zhang Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, brother? Zhang Teng cast a cold glance at her. I fear you might return and inform them. I need time to grow stronger. Even a single day is crucial. Zhang Xiaoxiao stood there, stunned, her eyes reflecting guilt and disappointment. They were siblings. Yet, Zhang Teng regarded her with such suspicion. However, upon further reflection, it seemed Zhang Teng's demeanor was entirely justified. If she were to return, even if she concealed the truth, family pressure would compel her to reveal everything that transpired here. I will not leave. I shall remain here. Zhang Teng sighed softly and simply said, Do not let me down. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt a mix of grievance and shame. I will not leave. At that moment, Zhang Teng chose not to elaborate further and turned his attention to the disoriented attendants of Zhang Tao. The majority of these individuals were martial artists personally recruited by Zhang Tao, with only a few being family members who had followed him. Will you not surrender and submit? Do you truly wish to fight for a dead man? With these words, the attendants dared not utter another syllable. They understood that Zhang Teng had even taken his own sister hostage. If they attempted to flee, they would likely meet the same fate as Zhang Tao. As for resistance, that thought never crossed their minds. Each of them had lost their will to fight. The reason was simple. They understood that within this dojo, the most terrifying presence was not Zhang Teng, who had slain Zhang Tao, but rather his master, this seemingly youthful man. They were acutely aware of how weak Zhang Teng had been after his dantian was destroyed. In the Zhang clan, he could be easily bullied. Yet, how long had it been since he arrived here? Zhang Teng appeared to have transformed entirely. Not only had he regained his confidence, but his combat prowess had also surged. It was important to note that Zhang Tao was on the verge of comprehending the true essence of martial arts. Among those of the same realm, he was undoubtedly a dragon among men. But Zhang Teng, he had managed to kill Zhang Tao, a master at the late stage of the Dantian Sea. With sheer physical prowess, they could only feel that this dojo was exceedingly frightening, especially with Lin Bei standing before them. Although he had not engaged in combat, his mere casual guidance had enabled Zhang Teng, a once destroyed martial artist, to turn the tide of battle in a moment of great adversity. Indeed, he had even crippled Zhang Tao with a single strike. Under such circumstances, how could they entertain thoughts of resistance? We surrender. The attendants hung their heads, too fearful to look up. Kneel, with your hands behind your back. Zhang Teng commanded directly. The martial artists complied, understanding that by becoming prisoners, they would be temporarily safe. Zhang Teng turned to Iron Bull. Iron Bull, fetch some ropes so we can bind them. Understood. The apprentices of the dojo promptly began to gather ropes, securely binding the attendants. At this moment, Zhang Teng approached Lin Bei, lowering his head in a gesture of shame. Master, I have caused you trouble. Though Lin Bei felt helpless internally, this lad was aware of causing trouble. He could only offer words of comfort. Have you attained clarity in your thoughts? Zhang Teng seemed to find solace. Master, I have achieved clarity. Lin Bei's face radiated concern. What shall we do next? Though his tone appeared caring, he was already contemplating an escape plan. Should they be unable to prevail, Lin Bei resolved to find an excuse to take Zhang Teng away and wander the world. Master, after Zhang Teng was defeated, we detained these individuals. They will remain unaware of the situation for 3 days. Zhang Teng analyzed with a serious expression. I have already sent someone from the main hall to mediate. If successful, all will be well. If not, it will still buy us time. As long as we have sufficient time, I am confident in confronting any danger. A determined look graced Zhang Teng's face. Share your insights. Lin Bei continued to inquire. He was particularly invested in this matter. Should the enemy prove overwhelming, he would undoubtedly seek a way to ensure Zhang Teng's safety. Zhang Teng replied candidly. Considering the nature of the Zhou clan, the likelihood of successful mediation by the main hall is quite low. However, the main hall must save face, and the Zhou clan will most likely pressure the Zhang clan to capture me. Zhang Teng continued. The next most likely person to arrive from the Zhang clan would be an elder who has comprehended the true essence of martial arts and reached the gathering intent realm. However, there is also an extreme possibility. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. An unexpected scenario? Without further thought, he inquired, what kind of extreme scenario? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Teng responded. The strongest in the Zhang clan is Zhang Tao's great-grandfather, Zhang Tsonglong. He is a pinnacle warrior who has grasped the true essence of martial arts. However, Zhang Tsonglong is stationed on the battlefield beyond the borders and should not return. So the extreme scenario would be his sudden return upon learning that Zhang Tao has been slain by me, seeking revenge. When Zhang Teng mentioned Zhang Tsonglong, his expression revealed a blend of complexity and a hint of resentment. He understood that Zhang Tao had poisoned him. Why did the family not pursue the matter? Why abandon him? Aside from his transformation into a cripple, Zhang Tsonglong was the primary reason. Upon hearing Zhang Teng's description, Lin Bei's internal unease diminished somewhat. The realm of true essence in martial arts, while formidable, did not intimidate Lin Bei. He was confident that given a little time, his own cultivation would steadily rise. When that moment arrived, even a master of true essence would not necessarily best him in combat. With that in mind, why flee? Lin Bei's anxiety dissipated, and his spirits lifted considerably. Enough. Lin Bei interrupted Zhang Teng's discourse, smilingly encouraging him. Focus on your training. When faced with adversity, confront it head-on. Even if the sky were to fall, I shall be here for you. Zhang Teng felt a surge of emotion. Disciple understands, and shall heed your teachings. At that moment, Lin Bei noticed Iron Bull returning. Have the individuals been secured? Lin Bei inquired. Yes, master. We have a spacious woodshed in the dojo, and I placed them all inside. Excellent. Zhang Teng immediately expressed his approval. It's not far from my quiet room. Should they dare act out, I can respond accordingly. Lin Bei nodded with a smile. Iron Bull, well done. Next, I shall impart the secrets of cultivation to you. Iron Bull was overjoyed and quickly knelt down, eager to listen to his master's teachings. Chapter 34, The Method of Enlightenment. Observing Iron Bull's astonished expression, Lin Bei decided to first temper his enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. Iron Bull, you aspire to tread the unconventional path, seeking enlightenment through extremes. Do you truly comprehend what that entails? Please, master, enlighten me, Iron Bull replied with utmost reverence. Lin Bei, without further ado, began to speak. To pursue enlightenment through extremes means you must exert efforts beyond what others can fathom. He accepted the tea that Zhang Teng offered and continued. It signifies that you must cast aside all distractions and immerse yourself wholeheartedly in your endeavor. The crux of the matter is, at this point, Lin Bei lifted his gaze to meet Iron Bull's eager eyes. Iron Bull, filled with longing, raised his head in anticipation. No matter how diligently you strive or how deeply you immerse yourself, there exists the possibility that your efforts may yield nothing. You might never grasp the essence or enter the path. Lin Bei took a sip of his tea and asked earnestly, even so, are you determined to pursue your training? Iron Bull resolutely affirmed, I will train, master. Please impart to me the methods of cultivation. Lin Bei exhaled, feeling relieved that he had laid the groundwork. If Iron Bull ultimately failed to succeed, it would not be his concern. With this thought, Lin Bei directly stated, if you wish to cultivate, you must understand the concept of the extreme path. He recited the principles he had formulated from the Tao Te Ching. The so-called extreme path centers on the Tao, not merely on extremes. As it is said, the Tao gives birth to one begets two begets three, and three begets all things. The Tao encompasses all, and conversely, all things embody the Tao. While instructing Iron Bull, Zhang Teng attentively listened nearby, recognizing the profound wisdom being imparted, which could yield immeasurable benefits. Iron Bull. The extreme path entails executing a task to its utmost limit, breaking through that limit, ultimately gaining insight into the truth of the Tao. Do you understand? Iron Bull nodded. I comprehend. Regardless of the method of cultivation, as long as one can achieve the utmost, all paths will ultimately converge. The phrase all paths converge resonated with a certain profundity, and Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. Iron Bull, you possess a natural difficulty in understanding yin and yang. Yet your physical prowess surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Today, I shall impart to you the method of enlightenment. Remember, you must cultivate through your utmost training to perceive the power of heaven and earth. Once you can feel the spiritual energies of the universe and channel them into your acupoints, your path to cultivation will be set. Iron Bull listened intently, excitement igniting within him. Please, master, grant me the method. Lin Bei immediately replied. The human body possesses 365 major acupoints, including Tian Tu, Xinji, Huagai, Zigong, Yutang, Danzhong, Zhongting, and Zhu Quebec. When practicing Tai Chi, do not focus on comprehending the true essence of Tai Chi or the methods of breathing. Instead, you must forge a new path, allowing your acupoints to resonate with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Let the instincts of your body guide you in perceiving the universe. When your body can instinctively channel the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, you will have entered the threshold. Lin Bei's teachings. in comparison to imparting the breathing techniques to Zhang Teng, were vastly improved. He not only integrated his previous knowledge, but also synthesized the insights gained from his own physical training, the second breakthrough of Taichi, and the techniques of Taichi breathing to create this cultivation method. Though he had not succeeded in mastering it himself, his theoretical foundation was undeniably solid. The path was laid before him. Whether Iron Bull could walk it was entirely up to him. Go forth. Pursue your Tao. Yes, master. Iron Bull's spirit ignited with fervor. Just then, Zhang Teng cautiously inquired, Master, this method of acupoints is indeed exquisite. If one can open their own acupoints and combine it with the Tai Chi breathing method, wouldn't that exponentially increase the speed of cultivation? May I comprehend this method as well? Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. He was unaware of this. He had only devised it recently to assist Iron Bull. If Iron Bull succeeded, he might provide Zhang Teng with a definitive answer, but at the moment, he truly did not know if it was feasible. Lin Bei was already accustomed to handling such situations. Rather than respond directly, he smiled and replied, Practice reveals true knowledge. The Tao encompasses all things. Why not give it a try? Zhang Teng's eyes lit up with realization. Your words, Master, are like a refreshing awakening. I take my leave. Watching Zhang Teng depart with enthusiasm, Lin Bei felt a sense of anticipation. Time slowly passed, and the dojo returned to tranquility. As Lin Bei sipped his tea, someone approached cautiously and offered him a cup. In his peripheral vision, Lin Bei recognized that the tea bearer was none other than Zhang Xiaoxiao. He did not accept it, and Zhang Xiaoxiao softly reminded him, Senior, is there something you need? Lin Bei inquired indifferently. He harbored little fondness for Zhang Xiaoxiao, although she was Zhang Teng's younger sister. Her familial sentiments appeared distinctly weak in her eyes. Senior, your prowess is remarkable, and your concern for the world is admirable, Zhang Xiaoxiao said hurriedly. Flattery? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. This girl seemed to have ulterior motives. If it were anyone else, they might be flattered to death. But Lin Bei was impervious to such tactics. Speak plainly, he said. Zhang Xiaoxiao was taken aback, unprepared for Lin Bei's directness, leaving her feeling somewhat discomfited. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and continued, Senior, as your brother's master, do you truly wish to witness the discord between him and the family? How about visiting the Zhang family to persuade them to cease their targeting of him? I believe that upon seeing your strength, they will reconsider. Furthermore, might I request you to visit the Zhou family in Nanyang? I trust that the Zhou family will show leniency towards my brother out of respect for you. Lin Bei's expression turned incredulous upon hearing this. For him, the silver lining was that Zhang Xiaoxiao viewed him as formidable and respected him. The downside was that this girl had completely misjudged his abilities. However, even if Lin Bei truly possessed such power, he would not intervene. Looking at Zhang Xiaoxiao's expectant gaze, Lin Bei chose not to respond directly. Instead, he poured the tea she had prepared onto the ground. Tea is not brewed in this manner. Learn how to prepare tea before serving others. With that, Lin Bei stood up. Zhang Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, realizing Lin Bei's intention. This was a direct refusal. Senior, why? It could be resolved with your involvement. Why act this way? Lin Bei paused, casting a cold glance at her. I advise you not to meddle in your brother's affairs. Moreover, whether it be the Zhang family or the Zhou family, they have sown their own seeds and must be prepared to reap the fruits of their actions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao stood frozen in place, her expression filled with dejection. Just then, Zhang Teng appeared behind her. Brother, Zhang Xiaoxiao hastily called out. However, Zhang Teng merely looked at her coldly. Xiaoxiao, have I given you too much freedom? If you continue to offend my master, do not blame me for disregarding our sibling bond. With those words, Zhang Xiaoxiao felt as though she had fallen into an icy abyss. Chapter 35. 3 Breakthroughs. The fifth refinement. Zhang Teng's words struck Zhang Xiaoxiao like a heavy hammer, echoing painfully in her heart. She felt utterly wronged. She was merely looking out for Zhang Teng. Yet he showed no gratitude and seemed willing to sever their sibling ties. Thus, Zhang Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and asked, Brother, am I mistaken in my words? Senior Lin Bei is so formidable, if he were willing. Before she could finish, Zhang Teng abruptly interrupted her. At that moment, a profound sense of disappointment enveloped him. In his eyes, Zhang Xiaoxiao resembled a frog confined within a well, unable to grasp the vastness of the sky. Without much elaboration, Zhang Teng was too disinterested to explain further. Either be silent or go to the woodshed. Choose one. Zhang Xiaoxiao seemed poised to say something more. But upon meeting Zhang Teng's frigid gaze, she ultimately opted for silence. Time passed. Nightfall descended. Tainyo had settled Zhang Xiaoxiao in a guest room. In the room, she stood by the window, gazing at the luminous moon outside, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, in the secluded chamber, Lin Bei was engaged in his fifth refinement. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated within his mind. Your disciple Zhang Teng has delved into the Zhou Tian acupoints. advancing his comprehension of the Taichi breathing technique. He has realized that Taichi encompasses all things, achieving the second threshold of enlightenment. Your Taichi breathing technique has been elevated to the third threshold. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this lad Zhang Teng possesses such exceptional insight? After the third threshold, as he operated the breathing technique, he found that even his entire body's acupoints were involved in the process. Lin Bei understood that Zhang Teng had not merely comprehended the ultimate principles he had imparted to Taichi, but had instead synthesized them, extracting their essence to surpass the Taichi breathing technique. Truly a prodigy. Lin Bei could not help but marvel inwardly at Zhang Teng's innate aptitude for cultivation. As time gradually unfolded, the dawn arrived. A gentle breeze wafted through the flowers outside, carrying their fragrant essence within. The fifth refinement had succeeded. After this milestone, Lin Bei felt an ethereal quality about himself, akin to being reborn. It appeared that the 9 refinements of breathing were indeed a transcendental journey. His understanding of the art of control was also deepening. Initially, he had conceived the art merely as the manipulation of the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. However, he now realized that it was not as simple as that. It was about being in a state of resonance and symbiosis with the spiritual energies. His comprehension of the phrase "go with the flow" had reached a new depth. Upon arriving at the dojo, Lin Bei noticed Taichi was wholeheartedly practicing his punches. "Master, you must intervene with Taichi." One of the apprentices, known as Xiao, was in a state of great anxiety. Lin Bei cast a glance at him. He had a close relationship with Taichi. "What is it, Xiao?" Lin Bei inquired. "Master, Taichi has gone mad. He has been practicing since yesterday and hasn't slept a wink. Is this not concerning?" At that moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao interjected. "He rested for only 2 hours last night. That is still unacceptable. How can a person practice in such a manner?" Xiao Liuzi's face was etched with worry. Lin Bei, upon hearing this, carefully examined Taichi. He was in excellent condition. He understood that Taichi was pushing his limits, striving to naturally open his acupoints through this exertion. "There's no cause for concern." Lin Bei replied calmly. "Taichi is in fine form. He is attempting to embark on the path of cultivation, so do not disturb him." Xiao Liuzi was taken aback. "Master, are you suggesting that this method is without issue?" Lin Bei discerned his thoughts instantly. Taichi was born with extraordinary strength. He possesses the talent and foundation to train in this manner. You all cannot replicate this. Do not even consider it. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiao Liuzi and several other apprentices expressed their disappointment. Just then, Zhang Teng emerged. Upon seeing Zhang Teng, Zhang Xiaoxiao displayed an expression of surprise, for she sensed an ethereal quality about him. "Have you completed the 4th refinement?" Lin Bei inquired nonchalantly, feeling a degree of astonishment himself, as his Taichi breathing technique had already surpassed the 3rd threshold, making his progress considerably swifter than Zhang Teng's. How had Zhang Teng managed to breach the 4th refinement in such a brief span? Noticing Lin Bei's astonishment, Zhang Teng appeared somewhat abashed. "Master, I feel embarrassed to say that my rapid progress to the 4th refinement is due to my previously unyielding state. The refining process accelerated my physical training significantly." Zhang Teng spoke candidly. "The 5th refinement will likely take much longer." Lin Bei nodded in approval. "Disciple, I have another matter to report." "Speak." Without hesitation, he continued. "Master, I experienced a revelation last night. It seems my breathing technique has attained the 2nd threshold. Moderate, at best," Lin Bei replied calmly, concerned that Zhang Teng might become overly proud of his prodigious talent, and thus decided to temper his enthusiasm slightly. "I originally thought that after I instructed Taichi on the acupoint techniques, you would achieve a breakthrough upon returning, yet you spent half a day on it." At this, Zhang Teng was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Lin Bei had been aware of everything all along. At that moment, he experienced a moment of clarity. It turned out that Lin Bei's teachings to Taichi were also subtle guidance for him. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Lin Bei smiled faintly. Wary of stifling Zhang Teng's confidence too harshly, he offered a word of encouragement. "If you can surpass the limits of the breathing technique, you are indeed commendable. Do not become complacent, but continue to strive." "Yes," Zhang Teng responded with renewed vigor. Seeing Zhang Teng's state, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. Just then, a figure appeared outside the dojo. Lin Bei looked up to see that it was none other than Mu Qingyue from the general headquarters. "Miss Mu, you have arrived?" Zhang Teng greeted her with a smile. "How did the negotiations fare?" At this moment, Mu Qingyue wore a hint of embarrassment on her face. "I regret to say that while our martial arts headquarters in Qingyun City holds some prestige, it is still insufficient in Nanyang." Mu Qingyue sighed helplessly. "I have already reached out to the headquarters in Nanyang, but regrettably, the Zhou family there showed no respect." Although she did not state it outright, those in the dojo understood that the negotiations had failed. However, this matter is not without a solution. A glimmer of determination flashed in Mu Qingyue's eyes as she pivoted in her conversation. In Nanyang, we are at a standstill, but here lies the influence of Qingyun City. I have already reported to the head of the headquarters, who wishes for your dojo to relocate next to the headquarters. Mu Qingyue spoke with anticipation. Once you are near the headquarters, we will certainly find a way to protect you. Before Lin Bei could respond, Zhang Teng immediately rejected the idea. No need. We shall remain here and go nowhere. Chapter 36. An End to Affection and Loyalty. At this moment, Mu Qingyue turned to Lin Bei. I presume this is the dojo's master, Lin? Lin Bei nodded. Indeed. Mu Qingyue performed a respectful bow. It is a pity that we could not meet during our last brief encounter. I am fortunate to see you today. You are too kind, Miss Mu. Lin Bei replied with a smile, returning the courtesy. Master Lin, I would like to inquire about your thoughts on the proposal to relocate the dojo to the headquarters. Mu Qingyue asked with a smile. What are my thoughts? Is there any need to deliberate? Lin Bei responded without hesitation. Did you not hear Ting? We are not going anywhere. As soon as those words were uttered, Mu Qingyue was momentarily taken aback. She had presumed that Lin Bei, as the master of the dojo, would consider the broader implications. However, it now appeared that Lin Bei, the master of this establishment, seemed utterly unconcerned. She could hardly fathom the truth. Lin Bei's reasoning for such a statement was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability. There was no recourse. He had already boasted about the necessity of treating everything as a sharpening stone, asserting that the mundane serves the celestial. He had thoroughly indoctrinated Zhang Teng. With matters having escalated to this point, Lin Bei had no choice but to confront the challenge head-on. In Zhang Teng's eyes, Lin Bei was his steadfast support. Should Zhang Teng's resolve falter, Lin Bei would find himself bereft of any solace, for Zhang Teng was indeed the very foundation of his rise. How could he possibly undermine his own foundation? Indeed, upon hearing those words, Zhang Teng displayed an expression of resignation. Is that so? If it is, then how unfortunate. Mu Qingyue's face was etched with regret. I have done all I could. From now on, you must fend for yourselves. Zhang Teng responded nonchalantly. There is no need for concern, Miss Mu. Our dojo has its own methods of coping. In light of this, I can only wish you a prosperous martial journey. Mu Qingyue performed a respectful bow and addressed Lin Bei. Master Lin, I take my leave. As she turned to depart, Zhang Teng could not help but let out a self-deprecating laugh at her retreating figure. Master, you were indeed correct. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. I once foolishly placed my hopes on her, which, in retrospect, seems utterly laughable. Lin Bei offered a faint smile and patted Zhang Teng's shoulder. Devote yourself to your cultivation. Ultimately, the path must be traversed by oneself. With that, Lin Bei turned and walked away. Upon witnessing Lin Bei's departure, Zhang Xiaoxiao could not restrain her curiosity. Brother, you have no final retreat left. Why not seek the assistance of Senior Lin Bei at the Zhang family? That is enough. Zhang Teng interjected abruptly, cutting her off. There will be no next time. If I hear such words again, I shall confine you to the woodshed. Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. She believed she was acting in Zhang Teng's best interest. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her cowardice and folly effectively severed Zhang Teng's path to cultivation. As time passed within the confines of the room, Zhang Xiaoxiao seemed to come to a realization. She stealthily retrieved her flute and began to play softly. Before long, a white dove descended. She rolled a message and secured it to the dove's right leg. Just as she released the dove, she was spotted by Xiao Liuzai. Without uttering a word, Xiao Liuzai discreetly approached Zhang Teng, who was practicing Taichi in the dojo. Recently, Zhang Teng had discovered that the Taichi breathing technique was not always best practiced in meditation. Rather, combining it with Taichi movements yielded swifter results. Brother Zhang. Xiao Liuzai rushed over. Xiao Liuzai, what is it? Do you have business with me? Zhang Teng inquired, somewhat surprised. Typically, these disciples would only approach him after he had finished his training. It was rare for someone to approach him directly during practice. It's a minor matter. Xiao Liuzai quickly relayed what he had witnessed. Upon hearing about the dove, Zhang Teng's expression instantly turned icy. Without further ado, he strode to Zhang Xiaoxiao's door and pushed it open. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao was in the midst of grooming herself. Upon seeing Zhang Teng enter, she halted her actions, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Brother, what brings you here? However, her surprise quickly faded as she discerned the disappointment in Zhang Teng's eyes. At that moment, a chill gripped her heart. She realized that her actions had seemingly been exposed. Indeed, Zhang Teng began, his voice laden with reproach. Xiao, I had initially refrained from confining you out of brotherly affection. But you have deeply disappointed me. You were aware of my wrongful accusation, yet you did not stand as my witness. I can understand, given Zhang Chonglong's influence. The Zhang family would inevitably forsake me. Even if you had testified, It would have been of no use, merely implicating you in my plight. Pain laced his tone as he spoke, his voice rising in anguish. Yet, I never anticipated that you would betray me. From this day forth, our sibling bond is irrevocably severed. You shall remain confined within these walls. I will seal the doors and windows. Do not let me catch you attempting to flee. With that, Zhang Teng turned resolutely on his heel and departed. Zhang Xiaoxiao, hearing his words, panicked and hastily implored, "Brother, please allow me to explain." Zhang Teng shrugged off her grasp on his sleeve. "I have not given the message to anyone else. I entrusted it to grandfather, hoping he would assist you." Upon uttering this, Zhang Teng halted, a bitter laugh escaping him. "Grandfather? You were present when he forsook me. Do you truly believe he would aid me? I fear he would not only refuse to rescue me, but would come to seize me himself. After all, everything must prioritize the greater good." After a few more bitter laughs, he turned to Xiao Xiao. "Is it wrong to prioritize the greater good? Is it wrong to ensure the continuation of our lineage? After all, our parents perished for the sake of the family." "Grandfather, silence." Zhang Teng's eyes blazed crimson as he glared at Zhang Xiaoxiao. "You are not at fault. Does that mean I am?" His voice resonated with a terrifying depth. "Zhang Xiaoxiao, remember this. I owe you nothing, nor do I owe the Zhang family anything." "Brother!" Zhang Xiaoxiao cried out in terror. "What will you do if grandfather comes?" Zhang Teng paused, responding in a voice as cold as ice. "I have severed all ties with him. Should he come to apprehend me," he inhaled deeply, tilting his head back, a tear tracing down his cheek, "I will show him no mercy." Chapter 37, The Opening of the Heavenly Gate. Zhang Teng's resolution left Zhang Xiaoxiao frozen in place. She gazed at the man before her, feeling a profound sense of unfamiliarity. She had always thought of Zhang Teng as someone with a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Yet, in this moment, she felt the chill of his indifference. "Brother, are you truly going to be so heartless? That is grandfather we're speaking of." Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Xiaoxiao's voice trembled with emotion. "Heartless?" Zhang Teng scoffed coldly, his back turned to her. "I can share life and death with my brothers. I would willingly plunge into fire and water for a command from my master, unafraid of death. It is not that I am devoid of feelings. It is merely that you have forsaken me first. Brother, we are blood relatives. Why can you not empathize with us?" "How can you be so?" Before Zhang Xiaoxiao could finish, Zhang Teng slammed the door shut. Bang! He completely sealed Zhang Xiaoxiao within her chamber. "Xiao Liuzai, seal the doors and windows." Xiao Liuzai exchanged glances with his peers. "Brother Zhang, are you serious?" Zhang Teng shot him a fierce glance. "What do you think?" Xiao Liuzai shrank back. "All right, I shall follow your orders." Before long, Zhang Xiaoxiao began to hear the sound of nails being hammered outside. At that moment, Zhang Teng stood within the dojo, observing his fellow disciples as they practiced, lost in thought. "What's the matter, Brother Zhang?" Iron Bull approached, seemingly appearing from nowhere. "Have you finished your practice?" Zhang Teng looked up and acknowledged him. "As I practiced my martial arts, an epiphany washed over me. I felt as though I had grasped something profound, yet simultaneously, it eluded my fingers." The simple-minded Iron Bull scratched his head in confusion. "Brother Zhang, why do you appear so troubled? Is it that obvious?" Zhang Teng sighed heavily. "Iron Bull, do you think I am acting correctly? Am I lacking decisiveness?" Even when Zhang Xiaoxiao has aired gravely, I find it hard to be harsh. Iron Bull chuckled innocently. "Brother Zhang, why ponder so much? At least in doing so, you find solace in your heart, do you not?" Zhang Teng's gaze dimmed slightly. Iron Bull continued. "Master has often said, as long as one seeks to be guiltless in one's heart, the world operates on cause and effect, does it not?" Zhang Teng glanced at Iron Bull in mild surprise. He had not anticipated that this seemingly simple-minded giant would possess such depth of thought and articulate such philosophical insights. Xiao Xiao asked me if they were in the wrong. And in that moment, I was at a loss for words. I could only retort that I was not at fault, yet the truths of this world are inherently contradictory. Iron Bull suddenly interjected. "Brother Zhang, Master has already provided you with the answer, has he not?" "What answer?" Zhang Teng asked, bewildered. "Master once said, all of this is merely a whetstone on your path of cultivation." Zhang Teng nodded. "Isn't this a reminder that overcoming such obstacles reveals new horizons?" Iron Bull spoke with a naive confidence. "What must one rely on to surpass these hurdles?" "Strength. If your strength were sufficient, would the Zhang family treat you as they do? Would your loved ones be caught in a dilemma, forced to choose?" At this point, Iron Bull raised his fist. "All problems stem from a lack of strength. Master has remarked that these are mere stumbling blocks. He hopes you will kick them aside, without getting entangled in reasoning, contradictions, stances, or notions of right and wrong." He pointed to his own fist. "This is the reasoning. This is the stance. This is the distinction between right and wrong." Zhang Teng's eyes lit up with understanding, and he looked at Iron Bull with excitement. "You are right, Iron Bull. Your words today have been like a refreshing spring breeze. I was indeed overly concerned." Zhang Teng stood up, filled with renewed vigor. Junior brother, I have been observing your practice, and there is something I have long wanted to express. I hesitated, fearing it might mislead you, but I now feel compelled to share. For I believe you will not be swayed by my words. Zhang Teng pointed to his head and smiled. You possess wisdom. True wisdom often appears foolish. Please, enlighten me. Brother. Iron Bull approached with sincerity. Zhang Teng spoke earnestly. I have noticed your emphasis on the balance of your body's acupoints during practice. Yet Master has stated that your path lies in extremes. Why not focus your energy on a single acupoint to strike? At this, a glimmer of insight flashed in Iron Bull's eyes. The elusive understanding he sought now seemed tangible. So that is it. Thank you, brother. With newfound confidence, Iron Bull resumed his training. Just then, Little Six approached Zhang Teng, looking somewhat despondent. Brother Zhang, what troubles you? Zhang Teng's demeanor transformed. The clouds that had loomed over him dissipated entirely. Do we lack the talent for cultivation? Iron Bull seems destined for greatness, while we have no leads. Zhang Teng noticed Little Six's disappointment, which seemed to resonate throughout the entire dojo. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Zhang Teng sighed. Little Six, tell the others not to rush, but to train diligently. I have a feeling I might assist you. Really? How can you help us? Little Six asked eagerly. Indeed. Zhang Teng replied confidently. It is quite simple. I may be able to help you open the heavenly gates. What are the heavenly gates? Little Six queried, perplexed. In simpler terms, it means unlocking your potential, allowing you to perceive the spiritual energy of the universe. At that moment, mastering the technique of breathing and absorption would be effortless. Zhang Teng's confidence surged. I will inquire with Master about the feasibility of this. Little Six was elated. If so, that would be wonderful. Soon, in the dojo, within Lin Bei's secluded chamber, Lin Bei was practicing when he sensed someone outside. Come in. Zhang Teng entered without hesitation. Master, I have a matter to discuss. Zhang Teng bowed respectfully. Speak. Zhang Teng immediately stated, Master, recently, my junior brothers have expressed that cultivation is arduous. From my observations, even after years, some struggle to make headway. I dare to suggest we might assist them in opening the heavenly gates. Open the heavenly gates? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, pondering. He had considered many ideas, but a simplified version of the breathing technique to open the heavenly gates had not crossed his mind. Yes, opening the heavenly gates. Zhang Teng affirmed. Master, I believe that to perceive the spiritual energy of the universe, one must not solely rely on enlightenment, but can also benefit from external forces. The so-called heavenly gates are barriers that hinder communication between my junior brothers and the spiritual energy of the universe. I propose that if we force the universe's energy into their bodies, activating their acupoints, they may very well grasp the spiritual energy. Lin Bei was taken aback. This is simply genius. If successful, our dojo would truly be a haven for cultivators. Furthermore, Lin Bei surmised that Zhang Teng's proposal was entirely feasible. Though Zhang Teng's idea held significant promise, Lin Bei recognized the immense difficulty and considerable risks involved. The challenge lies in the fact that each person's acupoints are exceedingly fragile, some well hidden. Mastering the energy of the universe to locate and activate these acupoints requires meticulous precision. The risks are considerable, as the human body is delicate. A misstep in activating the acupoints could yield unimaginable consequences. Thus, Lin Bei swiftly concluded that while Zhang Teng's notion was commendable, practical execution required further refinement. With this in mind, Lin Bei resolved to adhere to established protocols. First, he would reprimand Zhang Teng, then seamlessly share his thoughts. Foolish. What you propose is akin to forcing the growth of seedlings. You would prematurely exhaust their potential. If you open the heavenly gates, the difficulty of forging their own paths will double. And what if you make a mistake? Lives could be lost. Zhang Teng bowed his head, enduring the admonishment without retort. At that moment, Lin Bei shifted the conversation, sighing. While it is true that forcing growth is unwise, some of them may never find success in their cultivation. Gains and losses are intertwined. Your idea ultimately offers them a new avenue. A flicker of joy crossed Zhang Teng's eyes. What did this signify? His thoughts had been acknowledged. Tenger, if you wish to help them open the heavenly gates, I shall not stand in your way, but now is not the time. Zhang Teng listened attentively as Lin Bei continued. The acupoints of a person are exceedingly delicate. Once your cultivation reaches a sufficient level, I will impart to you the art of control, and then you may consider how to assist your junior brothers in opening the heavenly gates. A glimmer of hope shone in Zhang Teng's eyes. Yes, I shall follow your orders. Soon after, Zhang Teng departed. A multitude of apprentices surrounded him, with Little Six eagerly inquiring, Brother Zhang, how did it go? Zhang Teng feigned a stern expression. Master scolded me soundly, rebuking me for attempting to force growth and disregarding the safety of my junior brothers. Upon the utterance of these words, the disciples of the dojo displayed expressions of dismay. Yet, in that moment, Zhang Teng shifted his tone. While reprimands were warranted, the master had also acknowledged my thoughts. Once I attain a profound mastery of the Tao, the master shall impart to me the path of the Yufa, at which point I shall be able to assist my fellow disciples in opening the heavenly gate. At these words, the disciples' faces brightened with joy. Xiao Yozai, possessing considerable knowledge of the Tao, promptly inquired, "Senior brother, is it true that you have reached the 4th refinement of your Tao body?" His expression was one of surprise. "After the 9th refinement, does that mean we shall attain the Yufa?" "Indeed." Zhang Teng nodded affirmatively. "My Taichi breathing technique has already broken through its limits twice, allowing for rapid cultivation. Fellow disciples, do not rush. Focus on your practice diligently." Zhang Teng's demeanor grew serious. "Brothers, you must understand that even if I assist you in opening the heavenly gate, it merely serves to extract your potential prematurely. Only by swiftly comprehending the breathing technique and embarking on the 9th refinement of the Tao body can one truly enter the path. The profundity of Taiji Quan is immense. During practice, there can be no laziness, and one must earnestly seek understanding." "Yes, Senior Brother Zhang." Xiao Yozai promptly responded, "Everyone, let us be perceptive and not hinder Senior Brother Zhang's cultivation." "All right." Zhang Teng couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. "Are you urging me to hasten my practice?" Xiao Yozai scratched his head sheepishly. As time flowed on, within the seclusion chamber, Lin Bei sensed that he was nearing the 6th refinement. "I did it." 6th refinement. Upon completing the 6th refinement, Lin Bei's expression turned grave. He began to realize that the difficulty of the 7th refinement was escalating. For the first 6 refinements, Lin Bei merely needed to circulate the Taiji breathing technique, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would refine his body. However, upon commencing the 7th refinement, Lin Bei was astonished to discover that the spiritual energy began to surge upward, directly entering the acupoints in his head. The 7th refinement involves the refinement of the spirit. This was the refinement of the mind. As he engaged in this mental refinement, Lin Bei noticed his perception, cognitive ability, and reaction speed skyrocketing at a terrifying pace. The sensation was utterly marvelous. Lin Bei couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, it seemed to him that besides the spiritual energy, countless intricate rules intertwined within the cosmos. Was the ever-changing essence of the spiritual energy merely a manifestation of these rules? Inspiration for the Yufa began to dawn upon Lin Bei. As long as Zhang Teng could achieve the 7th refinement, he would be able to impart the Yufa he had devised to him. Lin Bei's heart swelled with excitement, for he understood that once he truly reached the level of Yufa, he would be a bona fide cultivator. Days passed. 2 days later, Lin Bei observed Iron Bull practicing his punches at the dojo and couldn't help but nod in approval. In a vague sense, he seemed to perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirling around Iron Bull. This indicated that he was on the verge of stepping into the realm of cultivation. "Master tea." Xiao Yozai cheerfully offered tea. Lin Bei cast a glance at Xiao Yozai. "What has you in such high spirits today?" Xiao Yozai grinned. "Master, I just ran into Senior Brother Zhang Teng. He has already broken through to the 5th refinement." Lin Bei nodded slightly. The 9 refinements of breathing were increasingly challenging. It was only natural that Zhang Teng would break through the 5th refinement, especially since he was not far from the 7th refinement himself. "You rejoice in Zhang Teng's breakthrough?" Lin Bei inquired with a smile. "Master, I truly am happy for him, but I am also elated for all the brothers. Everyone is waiting for Senior Brother Zhang to assist us in opening the heavenly gate." Lin Bei pretended to sulk. "All day long, thinking of shortcuts. Can't you learn from Iron Bull or from Zhang Teng and cultivate earnestly?" At the reprimand, Xiao Yozai immediately wilted, giving an awkward smile. Just then, outside the dojo, a figure hunching over approached the entrance. "Is this the dojo?" He stood outside, observing the unremarkable plaque and then glancing at the interior, deep in thought. "Hey, old man, what are you doing looking around?" A disciple of the dojo, spotting the elder, rudely interjected. Since most disciples were locals, they immediately recognized that this man was not from their village. The old man cast a faint glance at the disciple and then surveyed the dojo. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a somewhat aged voice. "Is Zhang Teng here?" At that moment, Xiao Yozai hurried over. Upon seeing the stranger, he was momentarily taken aback. He noted that the man bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Teng. "Who are you?" Xiao Yozai demanded. "What business do you have with Senior Brother Zhang?" "I am Zhang Teng's grandfather." The elder scrutinized Xiao Yozai, his eyes filled with confusion. The letter from Zhang Xiaoxiao had informed him that this place was a hidden gem, yet what did he see? Ordinary folk, not even a single martial artist. Upon hearing the elder's response, Xiao Yozai was stunned, his tone filled with disbelief. "You truly came." Chapter 39, Not Leaving? None shall depart. Xiao Yozai's tone left Zhang Teng's grandfather somewhat bewildered. "You know me?" he asked, his face reflecting confusion. Xiao Yozai couldn't help but curse. I thought, at the very least, you would be a relative of senior brother Zhang. How could you possibly show up among those who captured him? Xiao Liuzai's voice carried a hint of anger. Zhang Teng's grandfather paused for a moment before sighing. It seems she informed you. Where is Xiao Xiao? Is she well? Upon hearing this, Iron Bull interjected sarcastically from a distance. What, in your mind, is Zhang Teng a cold-blooded person who would harm his own sister? Zhang Teng's grandfather fell silent. Just then, Lin Bei's voice rang out. Let him come in. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the dojo parted to create a path. My master calls for you, Iron Bull announced. Without hesitation, Zhang Teng's grandfather stepped over the many disciples of the dojo, making his way towards Lin Bei. Iron Bull and the others followed closely behind. Soon, Zhang Teng's grandfather arrived at the stone table where Lin Bei sat. Upon seeing Lin Bei, he was first taken aback, then appeared somewhat perplexed. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that he hadn't anticipated Lin Bei to be so young. His confusion arose from the absence of any discernible true qi emanating from Lin Bei. What did this imply? The man before him was not even at the Danhai realm? Although Zhang Teng's grandfather was aware that Lin Bei was reputed to be a cultivator of a new school, he understood that regardless of the school, the principles of cultivation remained the same. The absence of true qi indicated that he was at the body refinement stage. In a daze, he heard Lin Bei rap on the stone table. Zhang Teng's grandfather instinctively took a seat. I am Zhang Yong. May I inquire your esteemed name? Lin Bei. Lin Bei replied, scrutinizing Zhang Yong. What brings you to my dojo? After a brief silence, Zhang Yong finally spoke. I have come to seek Zhang Teng. Xiao Liuzai, feeling agitated, replied with slight annoyance. What business do you have with senior brother Zhang? You are not welcome here. To take him home. Upon hearing this, before Lin Bei could respond, Iron Bull erupted in anger. You, Zhang Yong, could not have chosen a more fitting name. You are a coward. Go home. I see you wish to take Zhang Teng back to claim credit, do you not? A flicker of pain passed through Zhang Teng's grandfather's eyes. I have 3 sons, all of whom perished in the defense of our family. I cannot bear to watch him ruin the Zhang family. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been irreconcilable. This matter pertains to family affairs, so I kindly ask that you do not interfere. Lin Bei took a sip of bitter mountain tea, responding with an air of indifference. Yet, I have heard that Zhang Teng has severed all ties with the Zhang family. If that is the case, it no longer qualifies as a family matter, and moreover, he is my disciple. The dojo is his true home. I am curious about the family matters you speak of. Zhang Yong replied calmly. Blood ties cannot be altered. How can it not be considered a family affair? On the contrary, Zhang Teng once risked his life for the Zhang family, having contributed numerous treasures to the clan. He has already repaid his debts of gratitude. Lin Bei responded coolly, please leave. At this moment, Lin Bei's tone shifted sharply, his eyes glinting with intensity. Should you choose not to depart, I would consider it a provocation against the dojo, and I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson. However, Lin Bei's words evidently did not instill fear in Zhang Yong. Initially, he had held Lin Bei in considerable regard, for the descriptions in Zhang Xiaoxiao's letters were highly mysterious, and merely a few words of guidance had allowed Zhang Teng to turn the tide and defeat Zhang Tao. Yet, upon witnessing him firsthand, Zhang Yong felt that there was nothing substantial. The absence of visible vital energy and martial intent made him question the level of mastery. Perhaps Zhang Teng's victory over Zhang Tao was merely due to Lin Bei's guidance. But Zhang Yong believed that Zhang Teng's inherent combat talent was the primary reason for his success. So, you insist on intervening in our Zhang family's affairs? Zhang Yong's gaze sharpened instantly. He then slammed his hand on the table, unleashing a surge of martial intent. A formidable aura infused with true energy created a sense of weightiness in the air. Many disciples of the dojo paled, their stances faltering, some even trembling. The terrifying pressure of his punch gave everyone the illusion of an impending strike. Humph! Lin Bei scoffed coldly. In an instant, the previously dense martial intent was scattered like dust. The surrounding disciples of the dojo felt an inexplicable lightness. It turned out that Lin Bei had employed the Tai Chi breathing technique, harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to disrupt Zhang Yong's martial intent. Zhang Yong was visibly taken aback. He had no knowledge of such spiritual forces. All he knew was that his martial intent had crumbled under Lin Bei's mere scoff. His perception of Lin Bei was utterly overturned, and he could only think, this person is formidable. Just then, a voice boomed. Enough. Zhang Yong, will you not leave? Do you truly wish to provoke punishment for refusing the wine of respect? It appeared that Zhang Teng had arrived at the dojo unbeknownst to anyone. Zhang Yong's pupils constricted as he turned to Zhang Teng, his expression tinged with sorrow. Teng, do you even refuse to call me grandfather? Zhang Teng replied coldly. Our bond has long since severed. I hope you will show some restraint. Alas, Zhang Yong sighed, slowly rising to his feet and casting a glance at Lin Bei. Although I do not know how you accomplished this, I admit I have underestimated you. With that, he turned to Zhang Teng. Teng'er, silence. Refer to me by my full name. Zhang Teng reprimanded angrily. Zhang Yong was momentarily stunned, then spoke with a forlorn expression. Allow me to take Xiao away. Your affairs are beyond my concern. I will return to report to the family. And you have a good master willing to protect you. He then earnestly added, the family will report to the Zhou clan of Nanyang. And I trust that the Duke of Nanyang will weigh the pros and cons. If you truly possess the qualifications to receive special consideration from the Duke, this matter will naturally be resolved. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth tinged with sarcasm and bitterness. Ridiculous. Utterly ludicrous, Zhang Yong. Your words reek of arrogance and condescension. What gives the Zhang family the right to look down upon our dojo? By what means does the Duke of Nanyang elevate himself above us? Zhang Teng roared. Zhang Yong, your obsequiousness toward the Duke is nauseating. Zhang Yong gazed deeply at Zhang Teng. Teng'er, you know nothing of power. No matter how formidable your master may be, he is ultimately a solitary figure, and at most, he could simply walk away. What about you? What about these disciples of the dojo? Zhang Yong argued heatedly. You cannot leave. Even your master would be hunted like a rat crossing the street. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Teng erupted in fury. Silence. Zhang Teng admonished. Your subservience has become ingrained in your very bones, yet you remain oblivious, still wallowing in self-satisfaction. If that were all, it would be tolerable. But how dare you disrespect my master? Zhang Teng's eyes blazed with anger. Today, not only shall you not take Zhang Xiao away, but you shall not leave this place by even a single step. Chapter 40. Breaking True Intent, a True Monster. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Teng blocked the exit of the dojo, staring coldly at Zhang Yong. The dojo is not a place you can enter and leave at will. Zhang Yong stared at Zhang Teng in astonishment. Are you truly prepared to fight me? Although I possess an indomitable body and your combat talent is extraordinary, do not forget that I am at the realm of true martial intent. Do you think you can challenge me, crossing 2 major realms and several minor realms? You are not qualified. If you wish to detain me, you should have your master intervene. With that, Zhang Yong glanced at Lin Bei, seemingly reassured upon noticing Lin Bei's lack of intention to strike. At this moment, Zhang Teng remained resolute, his fighting spirit ignited. Words are futile. True intent is revealed through action. Zhang Teng inhaled deeply, assuming a fighting stance. If you wish to leave, you must first defeat me. Zhang Yong did not make a move, but instead shot a glance at Lin Bei. Seeing Lin Bei's tacit approval, he coldly snorted. Very well. Let me witness what you have learned in this dojo. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Yong vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared directly in front of Zhang Teng, delivering a punch aimed at Zhang Teng's side. In an instant, Zhang Teng spun through the air, completing 3 rotations before finally landing. As he touched down, his left foot traced a large circle, successfully dissipating the force. Did he evade it? Zhang Yong felt a moment of confusion. The punch had appeared to strike directly, yet it had merely grazed Zhang Teng's chin. Even so, the ferocious wind from the punch had caused Zhang Teng to spin midair. In fact, a small wound had been drawn on Zhang Teng's chin, leaving a trace of blood. How could it be this fast? Xiao Liuzai stared in disbelief. In the previous battle between Zhang Teng and Zhang Tao, though there was a gap, he could still perceive the movements. This time, however, Zhang Yong's attack was so swift that he struggled to keep up. Tainyo fixed his gaze on the battlefield. He had harnessed martial intent, combining his speed with the drive of that intent to propel himself forward, thus achieving such rapidity. This is the manifestation of martial intent. Remarkable. Brother Zhang, is he a match? The stark contrast in prowess filled Xiao Liuzai and the others with apprehension. Tainyo spoke with firm conviction. I believe in Brother Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Teng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glancing down at the ground before smiling self-deprecatingly. He understood that had he not attained the strength of the 5th refinement, had he truly only been at the body refinement level, that punch could have easily injured his head, mildly leaving him dazed or severely paralyzing him completely. Zhang Yong was prepared to strike, without a trace of mercy. After wiping the blood from his chin, Lin Bei's gaze grew increasingly frigid. The martial intent was indeed formidable. Alas, your unexpected ambush has failed. You have no opportunity left. As his words fell, Zhang Teng unexpectedly took the initiative, launching himself directly at Zhang Yong. Overestimating yourself. Your assault rivals that of an average mid-stage Danhai practitioner. Yet before me, it remains sluggish. Zhang Yong remarked nonchalantly. At such a level, do you truly believe you can defeat me? After deftly evading 2 of Zhang Teng's strikes, Zhang Yong unleashed a powerful Zhang Zulong fist aimed squarely at Zhang Teng's heart. Initially, he believed that with the enhancement of martial intent, the speed of his strike would surge, ensuring it would find its mark. However, an unforeseen scene unfolded before him. Zhang Teng appeared to possess foresight, evading with remarkable swiftness at the very instant Zhang Yong exerted his force. Yet, that was not all that astonished him. He had intended to amplify his punch's velocity through martial intent, but the moment he activated it, he found himself utterly unable to condense his martial intent. This scenario mirrored the earlier moment when Lin Bei had effortlessly shattered his martial intent. Astonishingly, Zhang Teng seemed to have mastered the means to thwart his concentration of martial intent as well. In a moment of bewilderment, Zhang Teng had already sidestepped his attack and seized upon Zhang Yong's brief defensive vulnerability. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Teng transformed his palm into a finger, landing 3 successive strikes upon Zhang Yong. Instantly stabilizing his stance, Zhang Yong retaliated with 2 powerful punches, forcing Zhang Teng to retreat. The sight left Xiao Liuzi with a grim expression. Completely unbreached? Is this the might of a practitioner of martial intent? It's overwhelming. Zhang Yong's strikes could split mountains and shatter stones. Iron Bull suddenly burst into laughter. Unbreached? That is merely a fade. The essence of martial arts is indeed formidable, surpassing the protective, true qi. However, he did not withstand Zhang Yong's onslaught. Xiao Liuzi hastily inquired, why? Zhang Yong appears unscathed. That is merely an illusion. During the assault, Zhang Yong precisely targeted Zhang Yong's acupoints, disrupting both his true qi and the condensation of his martial intent. Observe, his speed has diminished. Indeed, just as Iron Bull had stated, in their previous exchanges, Zhang Yong's speed and strength had utterly overwhelmed Zhang Teng. Yet now, the two were evenly matched. With Zhang Yong unmistakably feeling out of sorts, his rhythm disrupted. After several exchanges, Zhang Teng seized another opportunity to counterattack. In a matter of moments, Zhang Teng landed at least 7 hits on Zhang Yong, while Zhang Yong failed to strike him even once. Brother Zhang, victory is near, Iron Bull exclaimed with excitement. This spectacle left Lin Bei utterly astounded. His audacity to challenge Zhang Yong stemmed from his attainment of the 6th refinement of the Tao body. He had conducted battle simulations long before, mastering the technique of sealing acupoints through hundreds of iterations. But Zhang Teng, remarkably, after only a few exchanges, he had already grasped this method. Lin Bei even suspected that this young man had devised a counter to Zhang Yong's martial intent prior to the battle. Lin Bei understood that even if someone reached the 5th refinement within the Tao Hall, being able to contend evenly with practitioners in the Danhai realm would be considered exceptional. Yet Zhang Teng could engage with Zhang Yong, who was at the manifest realm of martial intent. Even after a brief disadvantage, he was gradually turning the tide. It was not merely the strength of the 5th refinement. Rather, Zhang Teng was utterly extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Bei couldn't help but marvel. Zhang Teng truly is a prodigy. Meanwhile, the clash between Zhang Teng and Zhang Yong continued, with nearly everyone in the Tao Hall recognizing that Zhang Teng was dominating the fight. Brother Zhang, how has he suddenly grown so powerful? Xiao Liuzi was dumbfounded. Iron Bull chuckled. It is not that Brother Zhang has grown stronger, rather, Zhang Yong has weakened. Brother Zhang sealed his acupoints, disrupting his true qi and the condensation of his martial intent, and now it is purely a contest of stamina and combat skills. Clearly, Brother Zhang holds the advantage. Indeed, as Iron Bull's words echoed, Zhang Teng seized upon a significant opening, employing the Taichi Baiwa palm to strike Zhang Yong 9 times in rapid succession. The final blow landed squarely on Zhang Yong's heart, sending him tumbling backward, unable to rise again. At this moment, Zhang Yong struggled to comprehend, raising his head in disbelief. Just then, a hand descended toward his head, growing ever larger in his vision. Chapter 41. Issuing a challenge, the life and death pact. A lethal aura surged forth, the intent to kill unmistakable. He realized that the owner of this hand was intent on taking his life, and that owner was his own grandson. Zhang Yong felt a chilling dread envelop him, a flicker of bitterness and self-mockery flashing in his eyes. He observed Lin Bei tacitly allowing the confrontation with his grandson, secretly delighting in the unfolding chaos. His original plan had been to incapacitate his own grandson, rendering him mindless, to present him to the family, to the Zhou clan of Nanyang. He had hoped that the Zhou clan would spare him, seeing his grandson in such a diminished state. Yet now, not only had his scheme unraveled, but he was also on the brink of perishing at the hands of his own grandson. He lamented the absence of familial bonds. As his grandson sought to take his life, he mocked himself for his cowardice, for not having the courage to seek justice for his grandson, and for enabling the very tyranny he despised. However, there was a glimmer of relief. The so-called family honor had long suffocated him, compelling him to commit numerous acts that contradicted his beliefs. He had considered renouncing the weight of family obligation, yet the burden remained unshakable. His children had all sacrificed themselves for the family, and he felt compelled to uphold its legacy, even if it was riddled with wounds. Yet, The anticipated fatal blow did not descend. Zhang Teng's palm halted mere inches before him. In a daze, he raised his head, only to see Zhang Teng's face awash with tears. Yet it was not that Zhang Teng had softened. Rather, Lin Bei's hand had grasped Zhang Teng's palm tightly. Master. Zhang Teng's tear-filled eyes searched Lin Bei's, filled with confusion and uncertainty. Is it right to kill him? Lin Bei inquired. I must kill him. Zhang Teng gritted his teeth, glaring at Zhang Yong. In combat, he showed no mercy. Thus, I should not either. This is a matter of respect for a warrior. Enough, Lin Bei replied calmly. Wipe away your tears. I see your resolve, yet your tears cannot deceive others. With that, Lin Bei patted Zhang Teng's shoulder. To kill him will not bring clarity to your thoughts, but will instead cloud your heart. Lin Bei spoke earnestly. They are not worthy of tarnishing your heart. At that moment, Zhang Teng finally dried his tears. Master, what should I do? Confusion, hesitation, a sense of helplessness. Lin Bei silently regarded Zhang Teng, then turned his back to him, gazing up at the heavens. The path to self-cultivation is long and arduous. This world is fraught with countless shackles, challenges, and trials. To overcome them, one must discern the essence of matters. As the saying goes, to simplify the complex, the essence of all things is inherently simple. Once one perceives the essence, if there are shackles, they must be shattered. If there are difficulties, they must be resolved. If there are trials, one must sharpen their blade even further. Zhang Teng listened intently, and the confusion in his eyes seemed to wane. Tenger, please tell me, what has brought you such suffering? Zhang Teng gritted his teeth and replied, it is the Zhang family. They have shattered my dantian, extinguished my familial bonds, and left my thoughts in disarray. What do you intend to do? I will shatter it. Lin Bei inquired further, what binds the Zhang family? The Zhou clan of Nanyang. Zhang Teng seethed. And your plan? I will obliterate it. Lin Bei smiled faintly. What is the essence of all this turmoil? Zhang Teng declared resolutely, it is my own weakness. What will you do? I shall continually cultivate and transcend myself. Lin Bei turned, nodding in appreciation, then grasped Zhang Teng's hand. With your fists, break the shackles of the Zhang family and shatter the arrogance of the Zhou clan. Since they refuse to reason, let your fists speak for you. I understand, master. Zhang Teng exclaimed, his face alight with fervor. Lin Bei observed Zhang Teng's invigorated demeanor with satisfaction. The motivational boost had evidently invigorated him for rigorous training. However, at that moment, Zhang Teng swiftly approached the stone table in the dojo, seized a brush and paper, and began to write with fervent strokes. Soon, he tossed a sheet to Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong, take Zhang Xiaoxiao back and inform the Zhang family that in 10 days, I shall pay them a visit. This is a declaration of war. Do not think to hide it. I will deliver this challenge to the headquarters for validation. After speaking, he looked earnestly at Lin Bei, as if seeking approval. Master, am I doing the right thing? Lin Bei was taken aback. What on earth? He was utterly perplexed. What challenge? He had merely encouraged Zhang Teng to focus on his training, never intending to provoke conflict. Yet, Zhang Teng's expression suggested that it was all part of his orchestration. This is bad. The lad has misinterpreted my intentions. Lin Bei felt a pang of discomfort, akin to a mute suffering in silence. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. At least Zhang Teng understood the importance of taking 10 days to bolster his strength. What do you wish to do? Seek validation from the headquarters? Are you challenging the Zhang family? A hint of astonishment crossed Zhang Yong's face. Indeed, if you wish to capture me, then I shall confront the Zhang family and see who truly possesses the strength to seize me. Zhang Teng scoffed. Once I notify the headquarters, they will dispatch an official. At that time, even if the Zhou clan of Nanyang is present, they cannot lay a hand on me. Therefore, upon your return, inform the Zhang family not to rely on the Zhou clan for assistance. Furthermore, convey to those who intend to capture me that this challenge will determine both victory and life or death. I shall bring a life and death proclamation. Zhang Yong gasped in shock. He understood now. Zhang Teng was willing to stake everything. Are you not afraid of the Zhou clan of Nanyang? Zhang Yong's voice trembled slightly. If you win, they may perceive you as a threat and send their experts to eliminate you. If you lose, you will perish at the hands of the Zhang family. Though you have bested me, it was a hard-fought victory relying on your innate combat talent. You cannot possibly contend against the numerous members of the Zhang family. Zhang Teng cast a cold glance at him. Cease your ridiculous concern. My resolve is unwavering. Zhang Teng asserted confidently. As for your worries regarding the Zhou clan of Nanyang, if I triumph over the Zhang family, I shall immediately challenge them. According to protocol, should I defeat the Zhang family, I will have a 6-month respite. Within this period, I can challenge the Zhou clan at any time, and they can only retaliate after 6 months. This is a calculated strategy. If I remain incapable of defeating the Zhou clan after 6 months, then I shall deserve my fate. Zhang Teng's words were resolute, leaving Zhang Yong in stunned silence. Little Six, go fetch Zhang Xiaoxiao. Understood. Little Six promptly ran to retrieve Zhang Xiaoxiao. Soon, she emerged. As she entered the dojo and beheld her grandfather lying on the ground, blood seeping from his mouth, she froze in shock. Grandfather, what has happened to you? Zhang Xiaoxiao rushed to Zhang Yong's side. Upon seeing him unable to stand and Zhang Teng's determined expression, realization dawned upon her. I have lost, help me up. Zhang Yong was assisted to his feet, casting a deep glance at Zhang Teng, then at Lin Bei. Ultimately, he said nothing, merely uttering 2 words, we leave. Leave? Zhang Xiaoxiao was still in disbelief, unable to comprehend why Zhang Teng was allowing them to depart. Let us go. Lin Bei waved his hand. Zhang Xiaoxiao finally exhaled in relief. Just as they reached the entrance of the dojo, Zhang Teng called out, Xiaoxiao. She paused, momentarily taken aback. Take care. Although his words seemed to convey concern, Zhang Xiaoxiao detected an undercurrent of resolve within them. Oh, you take care as well. With that, she assisted Zhang Yong, and they vanished beyond the dojo's threshold. Outside the dojo, Zhang Yong sighed. Xiaoxiao, do you understand what Zhang Teng meant by take care? Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at him, puzzled. Grandfather, what do you mean? Brother is simply expressing concern for me, is he not? Concern? Zhang Yong chuckled bitterly. Look at this. Zhang Xiaoxiao accepted the challenge letter pinned by Zhang Teng, her expression turning to one of bewilderment. Do you understand now? Zhang Yong said with a hint of sorrow. He is subtly warning you not to obstruct him, nor to stand against him, lest he show no mercy. The grandfather and granddaughter exchanged a moment of silent understanding. After a long pause, Zhang Xiaoxiao broke the silence. Grandfather, did you lose to the dojo's master Lin? No, I lost to Zhang Teng. You lost to your brother? Zhang Xiaoxiao was taken aback, disbelief etched across her face. Not long ago, Zhang Teng had struggled against Zhang Tao and required guidance from his master to turn the tide. How could he have defeated their grandfather now? It was utterly unfathomable. At that moment, Lin Bei's figure flickered in her mind. The memory of his seemingly casual words that had propelled Zhang Teng to victory resonating profoundly. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, did his master guide him? No. Zhang Yong shook his head in silence. How is that possible? You are a formidable expert in the essence of martial arts. Zhang Yong sighed with a wry smile. Indeed. That is the truth. I was bested by Zhang Teng. Zhang Xiaoxiao was deeply shaken. After a moment of contemplation, she could not help but ask, Grandfather, if my brother truly goes through with this, will you confront him? Although she instinctively knew the answer, as her grandfather referred to Zhang Teng without the affectionate Teng, she felt compelled to ask. Zhang Yong remained silent, gazing into the distance. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. I do not know. Zhang Xiaoxiao pondered. Do you truly not know, or are you unable to articulate it? Why has it come to this? She lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. The one who was wrong has never been my brother, has he? Zhang Teng proactively articulated the reasons behind his challenge, revealing a remarkable truth. In the realm of martial artists, there exists a convention whereby any grievances can be resolved through the issuance of a challenge. Once subjected to impartial judgment, it transforms into a legitimate contest between warriors. This form of duel, sanctioned by the community of martial practitioners, is widely accepted, regardless of whether it involves martial arts schools, families, or academies. As long as the content of the challenge is acknowledged, a fair adjudication will ensue. During this process, the main academy will dispatch skilled experts for protection. Zhang Teng's decision to issue a challenge was made after thorough consideration. Currently, the Zhang family is relentlessly pursuing him, showing no signs of retreat. Should the Zhou clan of Nanyang learn of the Zhang family's failure to capture him, they may very well intervene personally. In such a scenario, the dojo would be left to cope with overwhelming pressure. Rather than endure this, it is far wiser to take the initiative and issue a challenge. This strategy, in fact, grants him considerable time to prepare. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei wholeheartedly concurred. It is often the case that avoiding confrontation leads to incessant troubles. If one were to strike the first blow, perhaps the onslaught of 100 punches could be avoided. Although Zhang Teng sometimes gives Lin Bei the impression of being somewhat naive, it must be acknowledged that his considerations in this matter are indeed comprehensive. After listening to Zhang Teng's complete plan, Lin Bei promptly summoned Xiao Liuzi. Xiao Liuzi, come here. Xiao Liuzi rushed in swiftly. Master, you called for me? Take this challenge letter from Zhang Shixiang to the main academy in Qingyan City. Understood. Xiao Liuzi darted off with alacrity. Senior brother, do you think the main academy will recognize and adjudicate this matter? Tiniu expressed some concern. They will. Zhang Teng replied confidently. We are not making this request without cause. We have already sought the academy's mediation of our grievances. The main academy is surely aware of the Zhou family's true nature. To refuse mediation would be to disrespect the academy. By issuing this challenge, the main academy will naturally not hinder us, and may even send experts to oversee the duel, preventing any interference from the Prince of Nanyang. This not only bolsters my position, but also restores the Academy's reputation. Tinyu appeared enlightened. I see now. Could it be that senior brother had already anticipated this? Lin Bei, however, was left speechless. Nonsense. If Zhang Teng had truly considered everything so thoroughly, he wouldn't have found himself in the predicament at Liuhe Martial Arts School. It was clearly a matter of chance. Indeed, Zhang Teng chuckled awkwardly. It was merely a stroke of luck. Had it not been for Master S prompting, I wouldn't have even thought to issue a challenge. Tinyu, still worried, inquired. Is 10 days enough time? Zhang Teng, brimming with confidence, declared, in 10 days, I shall only grow stronger. While I cannot claim absolute certainty, I at least possess the strength to fight. Meanwhile, at the main academy in Qingyun City, Mu Qingyue was practicing her swordsmanship. Suddenly, a female martial artist from the academy rushed over. Qingyue Shiji, someone is looking for you. Someone seeks me. Mu Qingyue paused her practice, adjusting her hair. Who is it? It is said the person claims to be Xiao Yozi. Xiao Yozi. I'm not familiar with him. Send him away. Oh wait. He also mentioned that he is from the dojo. From the dojo? In that case, I know him. I shall go see. Mu Qingyue sheathed her sword. Shiji. Could it be that the dojo is seeking help? I recall you mentioning that Zhang Teng, the martial arts prodigy, seems to have a grudge against the Zhou family of Nanyang, and your mediation effort failed. The female martial artist asked curiously. Mu Qingyue smiled and nodded. It is possible. If the dojo is willing to relocate, it would be a good thing. This sect has its peculiarities and merits. Has the academy master agreed to the relocation? The female martial artist inquired with intrigue. Of course. The Zhou family has shown us no respect, and the master certainly will not indulge them. Mu Qingyue's displeasure was evident at the mention of the Zhou family. As they conversed, the two reached the front of the main academy and spotted Xiao Yozi, who was gazing around in awe. Xiao Yozi appeared to be a country bumpkin in the city, taken aback by the 30-meter-high walls and various sculptures and carvings of the main academy. You are Xiao Yozi? Mu Qingyue's gentle voice startled him from his reverie. Greetings, miss. Xiao Yozi stammered, feeling shy in front of Mu Qingyue. He hurriedly handed over the challenge letter entrusted to him by Zhang Teng. This is for you. What is this? Mu Qingyue inquired, a look of astonishment crossing her face as she received the letter. A challenge letter, Xiao Yozi quickly explained. This is the challenge letter from senior brother Zhang Teng to the Zhang family, specifically requesting the academy's fair adjudication. Fair adjudication by the academy? Mu Qingyue was taken aback. Typically, only life and death battles necessitate such oversight. Is Zhang Teng truly prepared for a fight to the finish? Xiao Yozi nodded earnestly. A martial artist beside Mu Qingyue asked curiously, why isn't he here in person? Xiao Yozi replied earnestly, because the challenge is set for 10 days hence. Senior brother must cherish every moment available for cultivation. Hence I am here on his behalf. Miss, to prove its authenticity, he asked me to present this to you. As he spoke, Xiao Yozi produced a small hairpin shaped like a sword. Upon seeing the small sword-shaped hairpin, Mu Qingyue smiled. She instantly recognized it as her concealed weapon, remembering that she had retrieved it only to lose it later. I remember you. You need not provide this token to assure me of the authenticity of the challenge letter. Furthermore, if the academy agrees to adjudicate, they will send someone over. There is no point in fabricating anything. With that, Mu Qingyue turned to the martial artist beside her and instructed, Li Shimi, please take Xiao Yozi into the martial arts hall for some tea while I report this to the academy master. Certainly. Li Shimi beamed at Xiao Yozi. Come along. Xiao Yozi. As she spoke, Li Shimi took hold of Xiao Yozi's hand. He was taken aback, his face visibly reddening. Hee, Li Shimi is quite amusing, she chuckled. Let us go. I'll treat you to our academy's finest Qingyun tea. Within the main academy, in the martial arts hall, a figure was seen standing on a single finger, inverted in a display of strength. He was none other than the head of the Qingyun City main academy, Mu Qingyun. Surrounding him were numerous martial arts experts seated in meditation, attentively observing the demonstration. Pay close attention. Now, allow me to impart to you the application of Shur. At the moment his words fell, the finger that supported his weight suddenly lifted. A miraculous scene unfolded as he remained suspended in midair, as if held aloft by an unseen force. When your Shur can be fully manifested, supporting your own body, you have already begun to master it. The essence of Shur is the culmination of martial intent, extending to the utmost, yet remaining formless and elusive. This is Shur. The manifestation of martial intent can be tracked, but in vision. Once martial intent transforms into Shur, how can one defend against the formless? This realm is not merely profound. It signifies a transcendence for martial artists. Once one achieves Shur, they may be deemed a master of martial arts. As his words concluded, the academy head ascended gracefully into the air, standing firmly. The surrounding martial artists erupted into thunderous applause. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the demonstration, Mu Qingyue promptly approached the academy head. Master, Please take a look at this challenge letter. A challenge letter? The academy head, momentarily perplexed, accepted the letter and began to read it attentively. Before long, the head of the main hall displayed an expression of keen interest. How intriguing! This Zhang Teng is truly unexpected, daring to challenge the entire Zhang clan. Indeed. Mu Qinghua nodded, saying, initially, I thought the dojo had changed its mind and intended to relocate beside the main hall. What are your thoughts? The hall master turned to Mu Qinghua. If it were anyone else, I would say they were courting death, but Zhang Teng is a different case. Oh? The hall master inquired with mild surprise. I recall you mentioned he is merely undefeated in his golden body phase, correct? While he did defeat you despite your initial cultivation in the early stages of the Danci, the Zhang family boasts many formidable practitioners of martial arts, and Zhang Songlong, in particular, is a peak expert in martial truth, rumored to be on the brink of gathering momentum. The disparity is vast. Mu Qinghua nodded, seemingly lost in thought. Although his master is quite mysterious, a challenge must be met in person. I too am curious about his confidence. The hall master pondered for a moment. Regardless, the dojo is part of our martial arts authority. Since a challenge has been issued and a fair adjudicator requested, we cannot remain indifferent. A glimmer of determination flashed in Mu Qinghua's eyes. Master, please allow me to serve as the adjudicator. In my view, Zhang Teng is far from reckless. I wish to discern the source of his confidence. Very well. The hall master nodded. Let this serve as evidence of the dojo's integration into our martial arts authority. You may accompany it this time. On another side, at the dojo, Tainyo's Taichi seemed devoid of any softness. Each move, each posture appeared gentle, yet was imbued with an extreme rigidity. The harmonious blend of hardness and softness in Taichi, in his hands, seemed to embody even greater strength. Strangely, however, a flow of heavenly spiritual energy danced around him. His fists could already summon the celestial energies. Lin Bei watched with satisfaction as he observed Tainyo's boxing technique. It appeared that Tainyo's comprehension of the cultivation methods was not far off. Indeed, in the following moment, Lin Bei was suddenly aware that the heavenly spiritual energy surrounding Tainyo began to surge into his body. Has he succeeded? Almost simultaneously, a voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Your disciple Tainyo has comprehended the Zhou Tian Qi Shui breathing method. Your Tai Chi breathing method has reached a state of comprehensive understanding. Congratulations, your Tai Chi breathing method has broken through its limits 4 times. The 4th breakthrough of the Tai Chi breathing technique was an unexpected joy. In the next instant, insights regarding the Zhou Tian Qi Shui flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. What a marvelous sensation. Until now, Lin Bei had always actively practiced the breathing technique to refine his Tao body. Yet at this moment, he found that he did not need to consciously activate the Tai Chi breathing technique. His body's acupoints naturally engaged in the breathing process. It was as if his body instinctively knew how to breathe. The Zhou Tian Qi Shui breathing method that Zhang Teng had comprehended still operated within the framework of the Tai Chi breathing technique. Although Tainyo's Zhou Tian Qi Shui breathing method sounded similar, it was fundamentally different. Master. At this moment, Tainyo joyfully approached Lin Bei. I understand now. It seems I can cultivate. Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, practice diligently. Tainyo was overjoyed, but then asked with a hint of trepidation, Master, I have a bold idea, but I wonder if it is feasible. What idea? Lin Bei inquired, slightly puzzled. Tainyo boldly stated, I wish to establish a completely new boxing technique based on Tai Chi. Lin Bei was taken aback. What? Creating a boxing technique? Could it be that Tainyo's talent surpasses even that of Zhang Teng? Chapter 44. Tainyo's extraordinary talent. Lin Bei was momentarily speechless, astonished by Tainyo's words. At that moment, a peculiar thought arose within him. While Zhang Teng, as the elder brother, possessed a remarkable comprehension of the path of immortality, Tainyo's talent for combat and technique was evidently superior. Please, share your thoughts, Lin Bei requested. He understood that Tainyo's willingness to articulate his ideas was a request for guidance. In the past, Lin Bei would have had little real expertise to offer and could only deflect. However, now, with his Tai Chi having undergone its 2nd breakthrough and the Tai Chi breathing technique achieving 4 breakthroughs, his own strength had reached the 6th refinement of the Tao body. Guiding Tainyo would be more than sufficient. Upon hearing Lin Bei's inquiry, Tainyo eagerly articulated his thoughts. Master, Tai Chi embodies a balance of hardness and softness. Yet my boxing style is extremely rigid and yang. In this context, I wish to use softness as a complement, ensuring that the extreme rigidity does not collapse, and thereby create a technique that embodies ultimate rigidity. Lin Bei listened intently, his heart filled with astonishment. Tainyo, seemingly simple and rough, possessed a keen understanding that too much rigidity can lead to breakage. Thus, a blend of softness within rigidity is necessary to attain the ultimate realm of strength. It was clear why he chose to base his approach on Taichi. This was a manifestation of distilling its essence and integrating it seamlessly. Taichi understood well that what suits oneself is the best. Since you have comprehended the principles of Taichi, pursuing a unique path is indeed feasible. Lin Bei acknowledged Taichi's ambitions. Taichi's spirits lifted slightly, and he continued, Master, I also have a technique that complements this boxing method, and I seek your guidance. Technique? Lin Bei's interest was piqued at the mention of this term. Was this a martial skill tailored for warriors, a technique of creation? What technique? He inquired. Is it similar to your elder brother Zhang's sealing technique? Taichi shook his head. Zhang's sealing technique is derived from Taichi. While my ultimate yang boxing technique also stems from Taichi, what I refer to is a technique, not a martial skill. Lin Bei's interest deepened. Indeed, he had not misjudged Taichi. This young man possessed an extraordinary talent in certain respects, surpassing even Zhang Teng. Please share your thoughts on the technique. Yes. Taichi promptly replied, Master, while comprehending the Zhou Tian Qi Shui breathing method, I realized that within my body, there are 365 acupoints. These acupoints can be categorized into a greater circulation and a smaller circulation. The greater circulation refers to all 365 acupoints, while these acupoints can form 9 distinct smaller circulations. Lin Bei nodded, seemingly casual, yet internally he was profoundly shaken. Had it not been for his Tai Chi breathing method, which integrated the Zhou Tian Qi Shui breathing method and achieved its 4th breakthrough, he might not have understood Taichi's explanation. He recognized that Taichi was articulating the essence of the acupoint breathing technique. This insight was something even Zhang Teng could not grasp. Seeing Lin Bei's nod, Taichi's confidence soared. Master, the breathing technique involves assimilating the heavenly spiritual energy into every inch of flesh and blood to refine the Tao body. I believe that, in addition to assimilating it into the flesh, we could also store the heavenly spiritual energy within the acupoints. If, during battle, we were to activate the spiritual energy within these acupoints, our strength would multiply. Furthermore, I discovered that the 9 smaller circulations are interconnected. If all 9 major acupoints are fully charged with heavenly spiritual energy and activated progressively through a special method, perhaps we could unleash a state of complete explosion, resulting in 9-fold combat power. Lin Bei inhaled sharply. The prospect of 9-fold combat power was astonishing. He fully understood that Taichi's proposal was entirely feasible. This young man, using the simplest of terms, had articulated the most extraordinary technique. Feasible, Lin Bei affirmed, casting an encouraging glance at Taichi after stating its viability. Have you thought of names for the martial arts and techniques you are about to create? Iron Bull nodded and replied, Master, I wish to name my martial art Ultimate Yang Fist and the technique 9 Yang Method. Excellent. Lin Bei smiled and nodded in approval, a splendid choice. Meanwhile, in the carriage on the way to the dojo, Mu Qingyue inquired, Little Six, why didn't your master stop Zhang Teng from challenging the Zhang clan? Why would he? Little Six looked puzzled. Master is actually encouraging him to resolve his grievances. Mu Qingyue was baffled. What do you mean? Isn't Zhang Teng's challenge tantamount to courting death against the Zhang clan? Why would Lin Bei encourage that? With an expression of certainty, Little Six replied, yes. Precisely because once the challenge is issued, it is a matter of life and death according to the rules, which is why Brother Zhang insists on fairness in the duel. Mu Qingyue was further perplexed, struggling to comprehend why Little Six viewed Zhang Teng's actions as justifiable. Doesn't he realize that in the face of the Zhang clan's might, Zhang Teng's strength is akin to seeking death? Miss Mu, do you think Brother Zhang is courting death? Little Six countered. A bit, Mu Qingyue admitted candidly. The Zhang clan holds a prominent status in Nanyang, with dozens of martial artists at the level of martial intent. The strongest among them is Zhang Tsonglong, who is said to have mastered the true essence of martial arts. If you boldly issue a challenge, Zhang Tsonglong might even return from the border. With a nonchalant expression, Little Six dismissed her concern. What is there to fear? Brother Zhang can already defeat Zhang Yong, and in 10 days, he'll be able to defeat Zhang Tsonglong. Zhang Yong, who is he? Did someone from the Zhang family go after Zhang Teng? Mu Qingyue asked. Little Six promptly recounted the events involving Zhang Tao and Zhang Yong in full detail. When Mu Qingyue heard that Zhang Teng had defeated Zhang Tao, she was shocked yet found it somewhat reasonable. After all, during her assessment, she had utilized the strength of the initial stage of the Danci, comparable to an average martial artist at the mid-stage of the Danci. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for Zhang Teng to defeat her, and overcoming someone at the late stage of the Danci was also conceivable. However, when she learned that Zhang Teng had defeated Zhang Yong, her heart sank in astonishment. Zhang Yong was a formidable opponent at the level of martial intent, a master who had reached the manifestation stage. This was not merely the initial level of martial intent, but a stage where one could skillfully wield their martial intent. Though Zhang Teng had previously disrupted her sword intent manifestation, she understood that he could not possibly be a match for someone of Zhang Yang's caliber. Realizing this, Mu Qingyue immediately inquired. The gap between body refinement and martial intent is vast. How on earth did he achieve such feats? Little Six grinned with confidence. Because he is brother Zhang. When he defeated Zhang Yong, he had already reached the 5th refinement of the Tao body. The 5th refinement of the Tao body. Mu Qingyue was utterly astonished. She was aware of the 9 refinements of the Tao body. When Zhang Teng had sparred with her, he mentioned that the 3rd refinement was akin to the indestructible diamond. Initially, Mu Qingyue had thought that the 3rd refinement could be considered equivalent to a martial artist at the Danci realm. But now it seemed that was not the case at all. The fact that Zhang Teng, at the 5th refinement of the Tao body, could defeat a master at the manifestation stage of martial intent was simply preposterous. When Zhang Teng and I faced off, what refinement was he at? Mu Qingyue asked. Oh, Little Six chuckled. At that time, brother Zhang had just begun, probably at most the 1st refinement. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue's heart was thrown into turmoil. The 1st refinement indicated what? It meant that when she fought Zhang Teng, he had not even unleashed the true power of a cultivator, but had solely relied on the indestructible diamond to defeat her. This implied that her understanding of cultivators was limited to Zhang Teng's descriptions. Even her own conjectures about the new sect's strength may have been erroneous. In that moment, what had once appeared clear to Mu Qingyue about the new sect was once again shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, she understood that hearing is but a fraction of reality, while seeing is believing. Therefore, she resolved that upon reaching the dojo, she would spar with Zhang Teng. Little Six, I have a question, Mu Qingyue said after a moment of contemplation. What is it? Little Six looked at her earnestly. I recall that the last time I parted ways with Zhang Teng was not long ago. How did he manage to progress from the 1st refinement to the 5th refinement in such a short span? Do cultivators really train at such a rapid pace? Little Six, gazing at Mu Qingyue's curious expression, couldn't he help but sigh. Miss Mu, I haven't even entered the fold yet, so I can't say whether the normal training speed is fast or slow. However, to me, brother Zhang is a genius. Mu Qingyue nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, within the dojo, Zhang Teng was practicing his punches. Ever since he combined the breathing techniques, he discovered that the integration of motion and stillness accelerated his training. After a while, Zhang Teng paused, and a dojo apprentice handed him a cloth to wipe the sweat. At that moment, Iron Bull approached him with a broad smile. Congratulations, brother. You've reached the 6th refinement. After concluding his session, Zhang Teng's expression turned serious. I can sense that the first 6 refinements were relatively straightforward, but the 7th refinement is going to be challenging. It requires not only the refinement of the Tao body, but seems to necessitate the honing of the spirit as well. Refining the spirit? Iron Bull was taken aback. Is it really that difficult? Not difficult per se, but the progress will be quite slow, Zhang Teng explained. The first 6 refinements involve drawing in the natural spiritual energy to directly refine the flesh, bones, and internal organs. The 7th refinement, however, involves refining the spirit, which requires resonance between the spirit and the natural spiritual energy, thus making it not only challenging, but also necessitating a state of unity between heaven and man. As he spoke, Zhang Teng chuckled. However, once I began attempting to refine the spirit, I found that I already have a degree of control over the natural spiritual energy. Fellow disciples, once I reach the 9th refinement, I will be able to open the heavenly gate for you. Upon hearing this, the dojo disciples erupted with joy. Wonderful. If the heavenly gate is opened, we can cultivate too. Just then, Lin Bei emerged, gently clearing his throat. The dojo disciples immediately snapped to attention and exclaimed, Greetings, master. Lin Bei nodded. What are you all doing gathered here instead of practicing? Iron Bull quickly replied, Master. Brother Zhang has just reached the 6th refinement and was explaining the 7th refinement to us, so we all came to listen. 6th refinement? Lin Bei turned to Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng responded, I just broke through not long ago and attempted the 7th refinement. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. Keep up the good work. I look forward to the day of your 9th refinement. Yes, master. After Lin Bei left, Zhang Teng couldn't help but express his admiration. Truly, master is remarkable. What's wrong? Iron Bull looked at Zhang Teng in confusion. Standing beside master just now, I could feel the natural spiritual energy surrounding him in a very special symbiotic state. Zhang Teng said, his expression filled with reverence. To put it simply, even without cultivation, the natural spiritual energy is continually enhancing master's cultivation. What a remarkable state this is. Iron Bull displayed an expression of astonishment. Senior brother, your words leave me feeling quite ashamed. What is the matter? Zhang Teng inquired, somewhat puzzled. To be honest, I had grasped the method of breathing through the Zhou Tian acupoints, which enabled my body to instinctively regulate its breath and enhance my cultivation. I was rather pleased with myself, believing I had pioneered a new path in cultivation. However, after hearing my senior brother's introduction, I realized that my Master's realm has long surpassed what I can fathom. What I considered pioneering may merely be a trivial skill in my master's eyes. Iron Bull responded, his honesty evident. Zhang Teng burst into hearty laughter. Why must you trouble yourself, junior brother? After all, that is our master. At that moment, Lin Bei, seemingly calm as he sipped his tea, secretly reveled in the thoughts of his disciples, who appeared oblivious to the fact that their achievements were entirely contingent upon him. Nonetheless, this reassured Lin Bei. Had Zhang Teng finally begun his 7th refinement? It seemed that before challenging the Zhang clan, he would solidify his 7th refinement completely. Lin Bei himself had already reached the 7th refinement and was nearing the 8th. By the time Zhang Teng achieved his 7th refinement, Lin Bei would likely attain the 9th. At that point, he would have fully formulated the framework for his mastery. Observing Zhang Teng and Iron Bull practicing their techniques, Lin Bei felt a deep sense of satisfaction, particularly with Zhang Teng, who had been exceptionally diligent in his training of late. It was worth noting that Lin Bei had commenced his 7th refinement after breaking through the limits of his Taichi breathing technique 3 times. Now, having broken through 4 times, he was only marginally ahead of Zhang Teng, which attested to the latter's recent industriousness. Just then, voices from the disciples of the dojo reached them. Master, Xiaoyozi has returned, and he has brought people from the main hall. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. The presence of the main hall's representatives signified that they had accepted Zhang Teng's challenge and sent individuals to oversee it impartially. As they spoke, Xiaoyozi and Mu Qingyue entered. Upon stepping into the dojo, Mu Qingyue visibly trembled. What astonished her was not Zhang Teng or Lin Bei, but Iron Bull. Not long ago, she had encountered Iron Bull, whom she regarded as an ordinary man. Yet now, she sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from him, one that rivaled that of warriors at the bone refinement stage. How had such a transformation occurred in such a short span? Iron Bull, have you truly entered the threshold? Mu Qingyue could not help but inquire. At that moment, she began to realize how naive her previous assumptions about the cultivation sect had been. Now, she felt utterly uninformed about the realm of cultivators. Miss Mu, you have arrived. Lin Bei greeted her with a warm smile. Please, take a seat. Xiaoyozi, ever perceptive, poured tea. Master Lin, it is good to see you again. Regarding Zhang Teng's request for impartiality, our main hall has officially accepted it. Mu Qingyue smiled in acknowledgement. This time, I am here as the adjudicator. Thank you for your efforts. Lin Bei replied nonchalantly, although Mu Qingyue was somewhat surprised. She had confirmed a significant matter. Lin Bei supported Zhang Teng's challenge against the Zhang clan. After taking her seat, Mu Qingyue presented a document sealed with the main hall's insignia. Lin Bei glanced at it, feeling rather peculiar, for it bore the words Taoist Martial Arts Dojo. Master Lin, this is proof that your dojo has joined our main hall and has been classified as a second-rate force. I have brought it on your behalf, she explained. Before Lin Bei could respond, Xiaoyozi's face lit up with excitement. Wonderful. With this, our nameless village can begin to recruit citizens for settlement. Iron Bull, equally thrilled, could not help but interject. Master, when shall we begin recruiting citizens? We have ample farmland awaiting cultivation. Joy radiated from every face in the dojo. They understood that with the main hall's certification, life in the nameless village would flourish. Previously, their poverty had forced them to choose remote areas for cultivation to avoid taxes. But the farther they strayed, the poorer they became. At last, an opportunity for change had arrived. Mu Qingyue smiled gently. If you choose to recruit citizens, there are many villages outside the influence of Qingyun town. However, it will not be easy, as those who have chosen to cultivate in the surrounding areas have done so due to their poverty and inability to pay taxes. They may not have the means to travel to Qingyun town, nor are they likely to abandon their cultivated fields to settle here. Lin Bei nodded. Miss Mu makes a valid point. Mu Qingyue continued. To establish a settlement, security and prosperity are essential. As the main dojo of a second-rate martial arts school, safety is assured, but prosperity is severely lacking. The roads, trade, and resources here are almost non-existent. At this juncture, Mu Qingyue sipped her tea. Lin Bei smiled faintly. Indeed, my disciples have endured hardship from a young age. Now, they have the chance to improve the villagers' conditions, and they are enthusiastic, but the road ahead is fraught with challenges. Mu Qingyue nodded in agreement. Then her gaze drifted toward Zhang Teng, who was practicing nearby. At that moment, she seemed hesitant to speak. Lin Bei, noticing her demeanor, inquired, Miss Mu, is there something else you wish to convey? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue seized the opportunity. While Xiaoyozi and I were returning, we discussed the challenge. And I heard that Zhang Teng had defeated a martial artist of the manifestable level? Indeed, Lin Bei confirmed. Mu Qingyue felt a stir of surprise and curiosity. If I recall correctly, Zhang Teng had only recently begun his journey, and he appeared to be at the 5th refinement of the Tao body during that encounter? It seems you have indeed done your research and are aware of the nuances of our cultivation stages, Lin Bei replied with a smile. Yes. When Zhang Teng faced Zhang Yong, he was at the 5th refinement of the Tao body. A glimmer of combat spirit flashed in Mu Qingyue's eyes, Master Lin. To be honest, I initially believed I had a thorough understanding of the cultivation sect, but now I realize I have merely scratched the surface. May I personally test Zhang Teng's prowess? Of course, Lin Bei readily agreed, then called out toward Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng, come here. Zhang Teng promptly ceased his practice and rushed over. Master, did you call for me? Lin Bei had been urging him to practice diligently, so even upon Mu Qingyue's arrival, he continued to focus on his training. Disciple is here. Zhang Teng replied respectfully. Miss Mu wishes to formally spar with you. Accompany her in practice. As you command, Master. Zhang Teng responded, though he muttered under his breath. Do we have to fight again? Didn't we already spar? Mu Qingyue, slightly exasperated, noted Zhang Teng's apparent dissatisfaction with her request for a duel. Thus, she quickly clarified, Zhang Teng, during our previous spar, I held back my strength. Having been in the manifested will stage for many years, I was unable to fully unleash my capabilities in a battle at the Danci stage. This time, I intend to spar with my true strength, and if you manage to defeat me, I will recommend your dojo to the main hall as a candidate for a first-rate martial arts school. A candidate for a first-rate martial arts school? This would greatly benefit the development of our dojo. Zhang Teng's eyes gleamed with excitement. In that case, I humbly request your guidance, Miss Mu. Mu Qingyue's gaze instantly sharpened. Blades have no eyes. During this sparring session, I implore you to exercise caution, my esteemed opponent. Zhang Teng, brimming with confidence, recalled that he had bested Zhang Yong during the 5th refinement stage, and now, having reached the 6th and in the midst of the 7th, his strength was far superior. Even if Mu Qingyue hailed from the main hall and possessed considerable prowess, what difference would it make? The two of them arrived at a spacious area of the dojo. Mu Qingyue stood poised with her sword. Zhang Wuyo, be careful. Let the duel commence. In an instant, Mu Qingyue's eyes shone like blades, cold and unyielding. The essence of her sword seemed to intertwine with her very being. In the next moment, she transformed into a streak of light, thrusting her sword forward. At the moment of her strike, 3 blades of white sword energy coalesced at the tip, manifesting the essence of martial intent. Clearly, unlike Zhang Yong, who merely enhanced his attacks with martial intent, she had not only amplified her attack and speed, but had also, in that fleeting moment, solidified her martial intent into form. As her sword approached Zhang Teng, the 3 swords of condensed martial intent suddenly altered their trajectories, simultaneously attacking Zhang Teng from above, left, and right. Iron Bull felt a rush of tension. He had not anticipated Mu Qingyue to be so formidable. The manifestation of her martial intent was executed with such finesse. Zhang Yong could not achieve what she had just done. Lin Bei also expressed admiration. Though both Mu Qingyue and Zhang Yong had reached the realm of martial intent manifestation, she evidently surpassed him by a significant margin. At this moment, Mu Qingyue's fierce assault was imminent. Her pupils slightly contracted, a hint of confusion stirring within her. What is happening? Why does he not evade my manifested sword intent? Now, it is too late to dodge. Is he seeking death? Despite her perplexity, Mu Qingyue showed no intention of halting her attack. She was determined to discover the confidence that allowed the rumored victor over martial intent manifestation, Zhang Teng, to stand his ground. Just then, Zhang Teng's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Taking a deep breath, he began to channel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then, facing the oncoming sword intent, he let out a powerful shout, break. In the next instant, the condensed, tangible white sword energy shattered like bubbles in response to his roar. Mu Qingyue widened her eyes in disbelief. At that moment, she recalled how Zhang Teng had previously demonstrated his ability to hinder her manifestation of martial intent. He could actually shatter my martial intent. After a brief moment of astonishment, Mu Qingyue remained undeterred, propelling her assault with even greater ferocity. The manifestation is merely one application of martial intent. So what if it was shattered? A master of martial intent is formidable in a comprehensive sense. As both parties prepared to clash, Zhang Teng, brimming with fighting spirit, shouted, "Come." Chapter 47, a shocking encounter. Faced with the incoming longsword, Zhang Teng deftly sidestepped, evading the strike. In the next moment, he unleashed a palm technique of Taichi, directly striking Mu Qingyue's wrist. The sword in her hand flew from her grasp in an instant. What? At the moment Mu Qingyue lost her sword, her expression reflected utter disbelief. Zhang Teng's evasion seemed extraordinarily precise. He had anticipated her attack and executed his dodge in advance, unable to keep pace with her speed. This indicated that even if her martial intent had been disrupted, she still held a significant advantage over Zhang Teng. Yet, Zhang Teng's evasive counterattack was not only fluid but, alarmingly, she found herself unable to evade it. Despite her attack having no apparent weaknesses, she was now forced to reveal vulnerabilities in the heat of battle, allowing Zhang Teng to seize the opportunity and disarm her. As a martial artist wielding a sword as her martial intent, losing her sword was a tremendous humiliation. However, Mu Qingyue, a master of the main hall, swiftly turned the situation to her advantage, transforming her palm into a sword to regain the initiative. Yet, within 3 moves, Zhang Teng's Taichi technique came into play, effectively countering her attacks, while simultaneously launching several cunning retaliations. Were it not for her considerable skill, she would have been defeated long ago. How could this be? I am clearly stronger. Continuing to exchange blows, I am not his match. Mu Qingyue's heart was profoundly shaken. It should be noted that she was a practitioner of martial intent manifestation, stronger than Zhang Teng. Yet, after engaging in combat, she found herself gradually falling behind. Zhang Xixiang's strength has grown immensely. Iron Bull couldn't help but exclaim. How immense? Little Sixth, filled with curiosity, inquired. Previously, when Zhang Xixiang faced Zhang Yong, he was overwhelmed, relying solely on his formidable combat talent to gradually turn the tide by exploiting weaknesses. Now, although his foundation still did not match Mu Qingyue's, have you not noticed? Zhang Xixiang is now engaged in a fierce battle with Mu Qingyue, each side exchanging both offense and defense. Little Sixth suddenly understood. Moreover, I can see that Mu Qingyue is far superior to Zhang Yong, Iron Bull remarked with a smile. This is merely the 6th refinement. If he reaches the 7th, wouldn't he? Little Sixth's excitement was palpable. If he attains the 7th refinement, his physical prowess may very well match Mu Qingyue's. Iron Bull mused, adding, the pivotal moment of this sparring session has arrived. Indeed, after a series of exchanges, Zhang Teng's style underwent a dramatic transformation. Seizing an opening, he transformed his palm into a finger and struck Mu Qingyue's shoulder, sealing the acupoint. In an instant, Mu Qingyue felt her internal energy and martial intent begin to falter. What kind of technique is this? Mu Qingyue's pupils narrowed slightly, her heart gripped by horror. Initially, she believed that once she adapted to Zhang Teng's combat style, her superior strength would ensure her victory. But now, she suddenly realized that she might be on the verge of defeat. I will lose. Though incredulous, this thought emerged and could not be suppressed. Zhang Teng was slightly taken aback. Throughout their engagement, Mu Qingyue's martial arts had astonished him. It was challenging to find a flaw. However, just moments ago, he clearly sensed that her aura had become disordered, her movements revealing considerable openings. Is her fighting spirit wavering? Is it due to the acupoint ceiling? A glimmer of insight ignited in Zhang Teng's eyes as he grasped the reason for Mu Qingyue's change. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he unleashed the Taichi 8 trigrams palm to its utmost potential. In the span of a single breath, he sealed at least 12 of Mu Qingyue's acupoints, completely disrupting the rhythm of her internal energy and martial intent. This is bad. Mu Qingyue gasped in alarm. Her mind raced, utterly at a loss as to how to break the impasse. Just then, Lin Bei suddenly spoke up. Enough, let this sparring session conclude. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng, who was poised to press his advantage, halted his advance and clasped his hands towards Mu Qingyue. Thank you for the match, Mu Wuyo. In that moment, Mu Qingyue felt a sense of disorientation. Although it seemed she had not yet been defeated, she understood better than anyone else. She had lost, and quite thoroughly at that. Thank you. Mu Qingyue returned the gesture, also expressing her gratitude to Lin Bei with a bow. She realized that Lin Bei had spared her dignity. Otherwise, in her state of disarray, she would have suffered a humiliating defeat. Who won? Little Sixth inquired with curiosity. Tainyo playfully flicked his forehead, chuckling. What does winning or losing matter? This is merely a friendly spar, to be taken lightly. Deep down, he was aware that the outcome had already been decided. He was simply sparing Mu Qingyue some dignity. Indeed, Mu Qingyue was formidable. Her martial prowess surpassed that of Zhang Yong by a considerable margin. Xiao Li, ever cunning, chimed in. All right, be quiet. Tainyo interjected, shoving a pear from the fruit platter into Xiao Li's mouth. Master, Tainyo is bullying me. Xiao Li immediately complained. Tainyo, Lin Bei chided sharply, causing Tainyo to retract his head hastily, shooting a fierce glare at Xiao Li, who wore a smug expression. At that moment, Mu Qingyue instinctively sheathed the sword that Zhang Teng had tossed her way. She felt a bit dazed. It was not merely her defeat that astonished her, but the brevity of her absence from the dojo. Zhang Teng's progress was nothing short of miraculous. Not long ago, he had been a cripple, his dantian destroyed. Yet, in just a few days, he had not only restored his dantian, but his strength had skyrocketed. At this moment, one thought occupied her mind. The new sect of cultivators might be extraordinarily powerful. Lin Bei, noticing Mu Qingyue's momentary stupor, spoke up. Miss Mu, What do you think? Do you still believe Zhang Teng overestimates himself in challenging the Zhang clan? Mu Qingwei had intended to assert that Zhang Teng's abilities were far inferior to those of Zhang Songlong from the Zhang clan. But she quickly found herself at a loss for words, for she comprehended that Zhang Teng was still on the path of growth. At the moment of their 10-day agreement, could Zhang Teng truly be unworthy of being Zhang Songlong's opponent? She could not be certain. Master Lin, how many levels has Zhang Teng refined? Mu Qingwei asked, glancing at Zhang Teng, who was practicing his punches post-sparring. The 6th refinement, Lin Bei replied candidly. The 7th refinement is somewhat more challenging. Even Zhang Teng would likely require a significant amount of time. Mu Qingwei pondered for a moment before asking, before the 10-day agreement, would he be able to reach the 7th refinement? Of course. Mu Qingwei's understanding dawned. Now, she finally grasped the confidence behind Zhang Teng's challenge to the Zhang clan. If he could defeat her at the 6th refinement, how powerful would he be after the 7th? After much hesitation, Mu Qingwei suddenly summoned her courage and inquired loudly. Master Lin, may I cultivate within the sect of cultivators? Upon her utterance, many disciples around the dojo displayed expressions of astonishment. What a shocking declaration. Who was Mu Qingwei? She was a genius of the main hall. In terms of age, she was similar to Zhang Teng, both appearing to be around 18 or 19. Yet, she was a genuine powerhouse at the manifestation of martial intent. Zhang Teng, on the other hand, had merely been a martial artist at the Danhai level when his Dantian was destroyed. Now, this prodigy wished to learn the path of cultivation? Lin Bei replied calmly, gesturing toward the numerous apprentices in the courtyard. Look at them. They have been cultivating for over a year and still have not made any progress. Not even grasping the essence of Taichi, he then pointed at Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng is different. He not only comprehended Taichi and the breathing techniques within a short period, but has now reached the 6th refinement. Mu Qingyue's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Master Lin, you mentioned that the path of cultivation relies on opportunity and understanding. If I possess understanding, where might I find opportunity? Lin Bei smiled lightly, taking a sip from his teacup. At this moment, Tainyo interjected, the opportunity is both far and near. Mu Qingyue was struck with realization. Lin Bei was the opportunity. If you are willing to join the dojo, I can impart the cultivation methods to you, Lin Bei stated nonchalantly. Mu Qingyue hesitated slightly. Miss Mu, why not first test whether you have affinity with our dojo? If there is a connection, we can discuss your joining further, Lin Bei suggested. How should I test? Mu Qingyue inquired. Lin Bei turned to Xiao Li. Xiao Li, teach Miss Mu Tai Chi and see if she has the affinity for cultivation. Xiao Li, would you teach me Tai Chi? Mu Qingyue asked. Xiao Li, brimming with confidence, replied, though my Tai Chi is not perfected, after practicing for so long, I've at least achieved minor success. Teaching you will be no problem. As they spoke, the two made their way to the dojo, where Mu Qingyue began to follow Xiao Li's instructions in practicing Tai Chi. It must be said, Mu Qingyue was indeed a martial arts prodigy, quickly mastering the movements. However, Lin Bei found it curious that while Mu Qingyue's movements appeared similar, they lacked true substance. After observing for a while, Tainyo could not help but ask, Master, why does it feel so awkward when Miss Mu practices? Lin Bei replied, her heart is solely focused on martial arts. She hasn't relinquished all pursuits to embrace the purity of cultivation methods. Her martial intent has become an obstacle to her entrance into the dojo. Even if she were to reach perfection, she may still struggle to comprehend the breathing techniques. Having said this, Lin Bei turned away from watching Mu Qingyue practice and began to leave. This woman is not destined for our dojo. At this moment, Xiao Li seemed to sense something. Miss Mu, wait. I feel there is something amiss in your practice. Let me consult Tainyo. Soon, Xiao Li approached Tainyo for advice. Tainyo shook his head, saying, tell her to stop practicing. The master has stated that her martial aspirations have become a stumbling block for her cultivation. Xiao Li, puzzled, asked, but Zhang Teng was also a martial artist. Why could he cultivate? Tainyo smiled faintly. His Dantian was destroyed, and after experiencing the deceit of the martial arts family, he must have long since lost faith in martial arts. Without the attachment to martial arts and with guidance from the master, perhaps he possesses exceptional talent, which allows him to learn the cultivation methods. After Tainyo finished speaking, he patted Xiao Li on the shoulder. Without the burden of martial arts, and with the master's guidance, he may possess unique talents that enable him to learn the cultivation methods. Entering the path of cultivation has never been an easy endeavor. Xiao Li, reflecting on this, stood in a daze. Eventually, he returned to Mu Qingyue, relaying the entire conversation. Is that so? Mu Qingyue sighed. It seems I am fated to be at odds with the dojo. Xiao Li did not say much in response. Miss Mu, if your heart is set on martial arts, pursue that path. The master has said that all paths converge. Why force it? All paths converge, Mu Qingyue replied with a faint smile. As martial artists, we believe that all schools of thought ultimately align with the orthodox martial path. Yet, from what you say, It seems you hold a different perspective. Xiaoli grinned. Of course, all methods of cultivation should ultimately lean toward our sect of cultivators. The martial path is orthodox. Our Qingyun main hall is not particularly significant within it. Once you witness the true orthodox martial path that embraces the essence of all schools, you will understand. Xiaoli smirked, not overly concerned. He was fully aware of Zhang Teng's and Tainyo's growth. At that moment, Tainyo approached. Xiaoli, let us take a few junior brothers and head to Qingyun town. Why are we going to Qingyun town? Xiaoli asked, puzzled. Tainyo patted him on the shoulder. Have you forgotten? We are now a second-rate dojo, and it is time to recruit people to help develop our village. But didn't Miss Mu say that given our current situation, it would be best to gradually recruit villagers from the surrounding areas? Xiaoli protested. What she says is what you should heed. Iron Bull spoke with a hint of exasperation. In matters such as these, it is, of course, imperative that we venture to Qingyun town in search of opportunities. Brother Zhang Teng shares the same sentiment. Little Six pondered for a moment before asking. Then, Brother Iron Bull, should we consult Master for guidance? With a swift motion, Iron Bull delivered a light slap to Little Six's face. For such trivial matters, do we truly need to trouble Master? What are you thinking? Little Six appeared aggrieved. Naturally, we must inform Master of our reasons for departing the dojo. Iron Bull nodded in agreement. On the other side, Iron Bull and Little Six approached to report to their master. Master, may we enter? Come in. Iron Bull and Little Six pushed the door open, finding Lin Bei in the midst of his cultivation. They immediately bowed respectfully and said, Master, we intend to expand our dojo and recruit residents in Qingyun town, and we seek your permission. Granted, Lin Bei replied without any hesitation. He too harbored ambitions of enhancing the dojo and improving the lives of the villagers in Wuming village. Thus he readily consented. Iron Bull, do you have any plans for recruiting residents in Qingyun town? Upon hearing this, Iron Bull smiled innocently. Master, I believe that recruiting villagers from the surrounding areas is not the most effective strategy for expanding the dojo and the village. Oh. Lin Bei looked at Iron Bull with renewed interest, aware that despite Iron Bull's seemingly naive demeanor, he possessed a sharp mind, far more astute than Little Six. Please elaborate. Lin Bei encouraged. Iron Bull grinned. The residents and merchants of Qingyun town are under various influences and organizations, making it quite challenging to entice them away. However, Master, do you still recall the Lioha martial arts school? Iron Bull continued. They have long-standing grievances against us. And with the current situation where the head of Lioha martial arts school has been incapacitated, it presents a perfect opportunity to strike. Little Six's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Iron Bull, your mind is truly sharp. What do you plan to do? Naturally, we shall uproot them. Iron Bull proclaimed with the most innocent words, revealing the most ruthless intentions. Chapter 49, Let Him Die? Observing Iron Bull's newfound confidence, Lin Bei couldn't help but wonder if he had misjudged him in the past. Previously, Iron Bull had left the impression of being merely diligent and honest. But now, this lad was speaking of annihilating others. Nevertheless, Lin Bei found Iron Bull's character quite endearing. He was generous and sincere towards his allies, yet decisively ruthless towards his enemies. Moreover, Iron Bull's recent performances had compelled Lin Bei to regard him with newfound respect. Not only was he meticulous in thought, but he also possessed unique perspectives on matters. This lad had indeed matured. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bei spoke. Very well, pursue your plans as you see fit. Yes, master. The two replied in unison. We shall set off tomorrow. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Bei felt a wave of emotion. Not only Iron Bull, but even Little Six seemed to have grown significantly of late. As time flowed by, night descended, and the moon hung high in a star-studded sky. Lin Bei arrived at the dojo, where his disciples had all returned to rest, save for Zhang Teng, who was still practicing his punches. Upon observation, Lin Bei noted a marked decline in Zhang Teng's training efficiency. Tenger, come here. As Lin Bei called out, Zhang Teng immediately ceased his practice and rushed over. Master, refining one's spirit requires not only diligence, but also sufficient energy. You have been training for quite some time now. It would be wise to rest, Lin Bei advised. Yes, I have troubled Master unnecessarily, Zhang Teng acknowledged, suddenly realizing he had been too hasty in his training. Punching and meditation must complement one another. Do not assume that practicing punches alone will hasten your progress. Lin Bei offered a few more pieces of guidance. Yes, I understand my mistakes now. I shall take my leave. Zhang Teng bowed respectfully before departing. As Lin Bei watched Zhang Teng leave, he felt deeply moved. Originally, he had relied solely on persuasion. Yet now he was able to genuinely guide Zhang Teng. At that moment, a melodious voice, as sweet as a nightingale, resonated behind him. Master Lin, why are you still awake at this late hour? The speaker was none other than Mu Qinghua. As an impartial witness, she had arrived early to the dojo and was now residing as a guest. Under the bright moon and gentle breeze, One must appreciate the beauty of the night. Lin Bei replied, fabricating a casual excuse as he felt fatigued from his spiritual refinement. Master Lin, it seems little six conveyed your sentiments, did he not? Mu Qingwei remarked with a smile, immediately catching Lin Bei off guard as he realized she referred to little six's advice against wasting time on cultivation. You are entirely engrossed in martial arts, Lin Bei stated calmly. Your desire to integrate the strengths of cultivation into martial arts will ultimately hinder your ability to grasp the essence of cultivation. Is that so? Mu Qingwei sighed with a wry smile. It appears I am destined to be estranged from the path of cultivation. Lin Bei smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Mu Qingwei suddenly inquired, Master Lin, the challenge letter to the Zhang family should have arrived by now. What do you believe their reaction will be? Lin Bei paused for a moment before softly uttering 3 words. It does not matter. With that, he turned and walked away, his silhouette becoming increasingly enigmatic in Mu Qingwei's eyes. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family estate, a gathering of prominent figures and elders from the Zhang clan assembled, each face etched with grim expressions. Zhang Yong, do you still have the audacity to return? The clan leader's furious gaze fell upon the battered and pallid Zhang Yong, his anger flaring. Beside him, a hawk-nosed elder angrily flung the challenge letter at Zhang Yong, admonishing, Zhang Yong, look at the fine grandson you have raised. Another elder chimed in with ire, a beast that betrays its kin deserves the utmost punishment. The clan leader scoffed, what shall we do now? Zhang Ji is dead. How shall we explain this to Zhang Tsonglong? At this, the discussion hall of the Zhang clan fell into a heavy silence. The death of Zhang Ji was a grievous blow to the clan. An elder with a cold demeanor spoke up. How shall we explain this? What else can we do? Capture Zhang Teng and hand him over to the Zhou clan for punishment. Isn't this lad the one who issued the challenge letter? Let us await his arrival. At that moment, the clan leader furrowed his brow slightly. Do you not find this peculiar? Zhang Teng was clearly stripped of his cultivation. Yet he managed to kill Zhang Ji. Moreover, he even injured Zhang Yong. Does this make any sense? Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, uncertain. The hawk-nosed elder snorted disdainfully. The death of Zhang Ji could be attributed to the machinations of that dojo. As for the injury to Zhang Yong, do you truly believe such nonsense? I suspect Zhang Yong concocted this tale to buy time. Another elder cast a scornful glance at Zhang Yong before sneering, indeed. Zhang Teng is after all Zhang Yong's own grandson. Previously, Zhang Xiaoxiao went to warn him, and upon seeing Zhang Teng's reluctance to leave, summoned Zhang Yong merely to delay him, allowing Zhang Teng to escape. Enough. Zhang Yong could no longer contain his fury. I have severed ties with Zhang Teng for the sake of the clan, and yet you speak such words without conscience? Coughing violently 3 times, Zhang Yong rose abruptly, retrieving the challenge letter from the ground. You claim my pursuit of Zhang Teng is to shield him. What is this? This is a challenge letter. It has already been verified by the main dojo. Do you believe it can be faked? As these words left his lips, the atmosphere thickened with tension. The Zhang clan members exchanged glances, their expressions laden with uncertainty. Typically, when a challenge is issued and a fair adjudicator is appointed, the possibility of deceit is utterly inconceivable. Alas, at that moment, an elder with a head of white hair let out a deep sigh. As his breath escaped him, silence descended upon the Zhang clan, and all eyes turned towards him. This venerable figure was none other than Zhang Zhong, the ancestral patriarch who had recently returned. His arrival sent waves of elation throughout the Zhang clan, for many had believed him to have perished on the battlefield. It was Zhang Tsonglong who had taken his place at the front lines. Who could have imagined that not only had he survived, but he had also achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation and successfully returned to the Zhang family? I have but one inquiry. If Zhang Teng truly regains his strength and proves himself a prodigy, might the family consider allowing him to reintegrate? The elder continued. Regarding the matter of Zhang Tao, it can only be said that he was outmatched. I could speak with Zhang Tsonglong, and as for the Zhou clan, I can also make my way to the border to plead with acquaintances on their behalf. Upon hearing this, the clan leader was momentarily taken aback, then sighed as he regarded the elder. Zhang Zhong, I fear this matter may no longer be feasible. Do you see the challenge letter? Is there even a shred of familial affection within it? Zhang Zhong fell into silence, subsequently exhaling another sigh. Clan leader, your handling of this affair has been quite unjust, which has led to Zhang Teng's heart being shattered. The clan leader hastily bowed his head in acknowledgement of his fault. It is my error. Zhang Zhong regarded the clan leader with a countenance full of resignation. When Zhang Teng arrives, grant him one last opportunity. If he still harbors any feelings for the family, allow him to return. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong's face lit up with joy. The clan leader quickly inquired, and if he does not? If he does not? Zhang Zhong's aged visage flashed with a glimmer of resolve. Then he must perish. Chapter 50. A twist of fate in Qingyun town. As the morning sun ascended, 2 figures rode in a bullock cart, arriving at the outskirts of the town. The imposing signboard of Qingyun Town displayed not only the two characters for Qingyun, but also a Ding character. Tainyo, how do we attract people? Shall we head directly to the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall? Xiao Liuji was somewhat perplexed, momentarily unsure of what to do next. Why go to the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall? Tainyo shook his head. It is widely known that the owner of the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall has been ousted by our sect. So we must seize this opportunity to recruit from the previous domain of the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall while the rumors are still fresh. Xiao Liuji suddenly understood, but looked at Tainyo with a hint of confusion. What shall we do next? Next, we shall visit the shops under the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall. If we can entice some merchants to join us, it would greatly benefit the commercial development of our village. After Tainyo spoke, Xiao Liuji pondered. But our village lacks resources. Why would those merchants come? Tainyo placed an arm around Xiao Liuji's shoulders and whispered, I have heard that many merchants under the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall have suffered due to unscrupulous tactics employed by its warriors in the cutthroat world of commerce. A sly glimmer flickered in Tainyo's eyes. Do you think if we help them seek justice and reclaim what is rightfully theirs, they might consider opening at least a branch store in our village? Xiao Liuji's eyes brightened with realization. As long as merchants settle in our village, we can persuade more surrounding villages to join us. Once we have people, we can attract even more merchants to profit, and thus our village shall flourish. In just a few brief sentences, Tainyo had completely captivated Xiao Liuji, who gave a thumbs up in admiration. Truly, Brother Tainyo, you are remarkable. Let us first visit the Chun fabric shop. Tainyo stepped forward, leading the way into Qingyun Town. Why the Chun fabric shop? Xiao Liuji followed closely, his face full of eagerness to learn. The Chun fabric shop once boasted numerous branches, but it had fallen into decline after being subjected to underhanded tactics by the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall, making it our prime target. Tainyo grinned mysteriously. Moreover, the garments sold by the shop are necessities for everyone. If they were to open a store in our village, would it not attract the surrounding villagers? Indeed. And there are also grain and oil shops, blacksmiths, and the like, which would be highly beneficial. Xiao Liuji chimed in eagerly. There's no rush. We shall take it one step at a time. Tainyo chuckled. The Liuhe Martial Arts Hall once aspired to elevate itself to a second-tier martial hall, and the area it governs is quite extensive. We can approach this matter openly. If the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall learns of our actions, they can only begrudgingly accept it. As they conversed, the two arrived at the Chun fabric shop. The shop assistant, upon seeing them, immediately welcomed them with enthusiasm. Gentlemen, what kind of garments are you looking for? We have all sorts of martial attire and splendid clothing. Tainyo waved his hand, smilingly stating, Call your manager over. We are from the sect. The sect? The assistant was momentarily bewildered, but upon noticing Tainyo's formidable presence, he dared not show any disrespect. Please hold on. Before long, the manager of the Chun fabric shop hurried over upon hearing that a martial artist had arrived. Seeing Tainyo's towering stature, he respectfully inquired. This esteemed martial artist appears somewhat familiar. How may I assist you? It is only natural for you to find me familiar. Not long ago, I brought back those warriors from the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall who had their legs broken. Many in Qingyun Town recognized me. At this revelation, the manager and the assistant suddenly recalled something. The assistant gasped. You are the warriors from the Immortal Cultivators sect? As a shop under the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall, they were well aware of its current predicament. Ever since the owner Cheng was rendered incapacitated, many martial halls were eager to take their place. Recently, they had heard that Zhao Bao was fervently training in an attempt to reclaim his position, but should he fail to break through, it would not be long before the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall was swallowed whole. After all, in the world of martial artists, strength reigns supreme, and the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall was considered a lucrative prize. In their eyes, Tainyo and the others were indeed significant figures. It is us. Although the phrase warriors from the Immortal Cultivators sect sounded somewhat awkward, Tainyo did not elaborate further. I have come to your Chun fabric shop bearing immense fortune for you. The manager of the Chun fabric shop's expression shifted, quickly realizing the implications. With eager anticipation in his eyes, he said, Please, esteemed martial artist, show us the way. I have heard that your Chun fabric shop has lost numerous stores to the Linglong silk shop. We are here to uphold justice for you. Tainyo declared with confidence. Not only can we help you reclaim your rightful stores, but we can also ensure that they compensate you, as long as you possess sufficient evidence. We will report this matter to the main hall according to the regulations. Upon hearing this, the manager of the Chun fabric shop's face brightened with joy. Tainyo nodded. And although he did not state any demands, the manager was astute enough to understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. May I inquire how to address you? Tainyo. Xiao Liuji. The manager immediately began his performance. Esteemed martial artists, you might not be aware, but we were originally running our business here peacefully. Ever since the Liuhe Martial Arts Hall abolished the previous martial hall, they have repeatedly suppressed us, unlawfully seizing several of our stores, and we have had no choice but to endure silently. Should the two esteemed gentlemen be willing to dispense justice on our behalf, we would gladly offer a share of 30% of our pure profits. Upon hearing this, Taichi furrowed his brow. What do you take us for? We, the members of the dojo, are here to uphold justice, not to extort you. If we were to accept your benefits, what would that make us? No different from the Lioha martial arts hall. His righteous tone left the shopkeeper of the Chun fabric store momentarily taken aback. Observing this, Xiao Yozi cleverly interjected, indeed. Our dojo is preparing to recruit a substantial number of residents. Should the Chun fabric store establish a branch in the village, aiding in its prosperity, we would be immensely grateful. Following the prearranged script with Taichi, Xiao Yozi continued. Furthermore, our dojo offers preferential support to businesses. The first 10 shops to settle will enjoy a 50% reduction in taxes. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper of the Chun fabric store suddenly grasped the situation. As a shrewd merchant, he quickly realized this was a tremendous opportunity. The dojo's actions were clearly aimed at undermining the Lioha martial arts hall while establishing their own territory. If they seized this chance, the rise of the Chun fabric store would be imminent. Please wait a moment. This matter is of great significance, and I shall consult the family head immediately. Seeing the shopkeeper of the Chun fabric store hurriedly depart, Taichi nodded in satisfaction. He understood. This matter was settled. Chapter 51. The Talented Cultivator, Xiao Yuaner. In the backyard of the Chun fabric store, the shopkeeper was reporting to a middle-aged man in his 40s. Recounting Taichi's words in detail, the family head of the Chun family remained silent for a moment, not voicing an opinion, but drumming his fingers on the table. Afu, what is your perspective on this matter? The shopkeeper, referred to as Afu, immediately responded, in my estimation, the dojo's expansion is a tremendous boon. If we can capitalize on this opportunity, the rise of the Chun fabric store is just around the corner. Oh, the family head expressed mild surprise. What makes you so certain? Family head, the dojo possesses formidable strength, at least at the level of a second-rate martial arts hall. Afu began a serious analysis. Such strength grants them the right to open branches, yet they have chosen not to do so or to replace existing halls through competition. Instead, they opt for expansion of their main hall. This indicates their commitment to fully developing the dojo. It is for this reason they have sent their martial artists to win the hearts of the people through acts of justice. At this point, a glimmer of shrewdness flickered in Afu's eyes. Family head, why not take advantage of this situation? We could not only request their assistance in dispensing justice and avenging ourselves, but also facilitate their endeavors and establish our foothold in the dojo. Once the dojo flourishes, our early establishment there would allow us to rise alongside them. The family head fell into contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke in a grave tone. Afu, are you suggesting we gamble everything on the dojo? Precisely. Afu nodded vigorously. Consider this. The dojo's quest for justice is inextricably linked to our desire to open a branch. If they can dispense justice for us, they can do so for others as well. As more merchants settle, they will attract a multitude of residents. Prosperity will not be far behind. Upon hearing this, a spark of brilliance lit up the family head's eyes. Afu, you are indeed correct. We must not only move swiftly to settle, but also strive to gain renown and become a well-established brand. This truly is our opportunity to rise. The family head seemed to have made up his mind. A core area of at least second-rate strength must be thriving. To establish a presence here and gain the dojo's support is paramount. Thus, I shall assist the dojo by persuading the merchants I know, thereby increasing our leverage. Afu, upon hearing this, could not help but smile, truly worthy of being the family head. At that moment, an 11 or 12-year-old girl rushed in. Father, why are you so happy today? Her cherubic face was adorned with sparkling, curious eyes as she gazed at the family head. Xiao Yuaner, our opportunity for the Chun family to rise has arrived. A benefactor has come, and I must go meet him. The family head joyfully lifted the little girl, exclaiming with delight. What benefactor? I want to see the benefactor too. All right, you may accompany me, but do not speak out of turn and offend the benefactor. The family head playfully tapped Xiao Yuaner's nose. Okay. Before long, the family head and shopkeeper Afu arrived at the front hall, where they found Taichi and Xiao Yozi enjoying tea. Esteemed martial artists, I am Chen Luo, and I apologize for not greeting you properly. The family head bowed respectfully. This level of reverence was a first for Taichi and Xiao Yozi, leaving them somewhat taken aback. Taichi quickly replied, You are too courteous, family head. Soon, the family head took his seat and commanded loudly, Afu, go fetch the aged Qingyun tea from my collection. Yes. Afu promptly departed. Xiao Yuaner, meanwhile, gazed at Taichi with wide-eyed curiosity. Taichi, puzzled, glanced back at Xiao Yuaner, instinctively touching his face, wondering if something was amiss. The family head, taken aback, turned to see his daughter staring intently at Taichi. Xiao Yuaner, do not be impolite. Okay, Xiao Yuan'er quickly shrank her neck. The family head then chuckled warmly. Esteemed martial artists, to be frank, we have long suffered oppression from Linglong Silk Store. We are immensely grateful for your willingness to uphold justice. Tainyo smiled. Did the shopkeeper explain everything to you? Indeed. The family head replied with a smile. Please take a look. These are the property deeds of our Chun fabric store. 3 shops in total, all unlawfully seized by Linglong Silk Store through unscrupulous means. Excellent. Tainyo clapped his hands. Leave this matter to our dojo. At this juncture, Xiao Liuzi timely inquired, Family head, what of the branch store? The family head hastily responded, Is it feasible to open a branch? We not only wish to relocate the main store, but I am also willing to persuade the merchants under Lyoha Martial Arts Hall to join your dojo, contributing to its development. Moreover, the Chun fabric store is also willing to invest in road construction. A glimmer of joy flashed in Tainyo's eyes. If that is the case, we are most grateful. The dojo will not forget your contributions. Thus, both parties reached a consensus, engaging in lively discussion about the details before Tainyo prepared to head to Linglong's silk store. At that moment, Chen Yuan'er could no longer contain herself. Uncle Tainyo. Uncle? Tainyo felt a bit bewildered. Though he appeared mature and robust, he was only 18 years old. Xiao Liuzi seemed to notice Tainyo's awkwardness and quickly chimed in. Call him brother. Okay, Xiao Yuan'er replied. May I ask you a question? Seeing this, the family head did not interrupt, as their previous conversation had fostered familiarity, and Tainyo and the others were amiable. It should be fine for his daughter to ask a few questions. What question? Tainyo was also curious, having noticed Xiao Yuan'er sneakily observing him since their first encounter. This made him wonder if there was something on his face, prompting him to discreetly ask Xiao Liuzi if he had something on him. What are those strange white, transparent specks surrounding you? Xiao Yuan'er inquired, her eyes bright and innocent. Tainyo's previously smiling expression instantly froze, and he looked at Xiao Yuan'er with a mixture of disbelief. Can you perceive them? Tainyo's expression grew solemn. He was, of course, aware of what Xiao Yuan'er referred to as the so-called transparent white light spots. Those were the vital energies of heaven and earth. Even he could not see them, only sense their presence. Yet this little girl before him could actually perceive them with her naked eye? It was utterly absurd. The energies of heaven and earth are colorless, tasteless, formless, and shapeless. Even he could merely feel their essence. How could Xiao Yuan'er see them? He understood that what she perceived as transparent and white was not the true color and form of the vital energies, but rather a manifestation stemming from her ability to sense and observe them. Indeed, Xiao Yuan'er remarked curiously, how strange. They swirl around you and then vanish into your body. Tainyo took a deep breath. At this moment, he could state with absolute certainty that what Xiao Yuan'er saw was indeed the vital energies of heaven and earth. His own practice of the circulatory breathing technique was precisely aimed at continuously inhaling and refining these energies to strengthen his body. Xiao Liuzi immediately grasped the significance of this revelation, gazing at Xiao Yuan'er with a hint of astonishment. Tainyo, is this true? Can the vital energies of heaven and earth really be seen? Tainyo exclaimed in wonder. I believed only those whose cultivation reached at least the level of Brother Zhang could perceive them. Who would have thought that Xiao Yuan'er could see them? The Chen family head was bewildered. He could comprehend every word spoken by Xiao Yuan'er and Tainyo, yet when pieced together, he found them utterly incomprehensible. Esteemed sirs, what are you discussing with Xiao Yuan'er? I cannot grasp it. It is only natural that you cannot comprehend it. Tainyo's expression turned grave. Your daughter may possess the talent for cultivation. What? The Chen family head was taken aback. Are you saying my daughter can become a warrior? But that is impossible. In her childhood, we sought the guidance of martial masters, yet her efficiency in body refinement was dismally slow. Even with medicinal baths, she could absorb barely a tenth. He hurriedly explained, we believed she lacked martial talent, and since our family could not afford for her to pursue the path of a warrior, we decided to abandon that pursuit. Tainyo regarded the Chen family head with a profound gaze before replying. She possesses the talent for cultivation, not for becoming a warrior. Our sect specializes in cultivation, not the martial arts. The Chen family head struggled to process this information. To him, the cultivation sect was merely a new branch of martial arts. Chen family head, your family has struck a stroke of fortune. Xiao Liuzi's eyes glimmered with envy. This kind of talent is something even Brother Zhang Teng lacks. Xiao Yuan'er will undoubtedly become a formidable cultivator. The Chen family had asked, somewhat dazed. Are you implying that Xiao Yuan'er can practice martial arts? Not martial arts. Tainyo shook his head. She can cultivate. Chapter 52, The Eighth Refinement, Zhang Zhong. Cultivate. The Chen family head was momentarily stunned before suddenly realizing the implications. Regardless of whether it was termed martial practice, at least Tainyo had informed him that Xiao Yuan'er could pursue this new path, which felt akin to a windfall from the heavens. Is it true? Can Xiao Yuan'er truly cultivate? Indeed, Tainyo nodded with a smile, then turned his serious gaze towards Xiao Yuaner. Xiao Yuaner, do you wish to cultivate? Can I also become a warrior? Xiao Yuaner exclaimed with delight. Tainyo replied confidently, becoming a cultivator is far more formidable than being a warrior. Really? I want to cultivate. Xiao Yuaner's innocent eyes sparkled with longing. Very well, once we finish our business, I shall take you back to the sect. If you can pass Master's test, you will become my third junior sister. Xiao Yuaner, full of curiosity, asked, third junior sister? Are Xiao Yoga and Tainyo the first and second senior brothers? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yozi's face flushed with embarrassment. I have yet to enter the sect. I am merely an apprentice. Tainyo is Master's second disciple. Xiao Yuaner responded with an O. Tainyo smiled and patted Xiao Yozi's shoulder in consolation. The first senior brother is Zhang Teng. He is exceptionally formidable. Elsewhere, within the sect, Lin Bei was meditating alone in a room. The eighth refinement was complete. After completing the eighth refinement, he distinctly felt as though the entire world had become significantly clearer wherever his gaze fell. The vital energies of heaven and earth were nearly omnipresent. These energies operated under a unique set of rules, with the perceivable being the vital energies. While the imperceptible yet existent was the underlying rules, this path of command should indeed involve mastering the vital energies through these rules. As his cultivation progressed, Lin Bei increasingly comprehended the intricacies of the realm of command. Yet, he could not fully grasp its essence. To comprehend the path of command, he still needed Zhang Teng's guidance. Lin Bei resolved to emerge from seclusion to see the outside world. At this moment, Zhang Teng was diligently practicing within the sect. Lin Bei observed closely and noted that Zhang Teng had gradually entered a focused state, with significant improvements in his progress toward the seventh refinement. It appeared that in 3 days, he would complete the seventh refinement. Lin Bei was greatly impressed. Zhang Teng's pace far exceeded his expectations, progressing much more swiftly than he had anticipated. Clearly, Zhang Teng had devoted immense effort to hasten his cultivation. Master Lin, you have arrived? Mu Qingyue, who had been watching Zhang Teng's practice, approached Lin Bei. Miss Mu, have you been here observing Zhang Teng's training? Mu Qingyue nodded. Zhang Teng's practice, whether in Taichi or meditation, evokes an oddly peculiar sensation within me. Lin Bei, intrigued, inquired, what feels peculiar? I can't shake the feeling that he is gathering martial intent, yet it also seems like he is gathering momentum, bridging the gap between martial intent and momentum. Mu Qingyue explained, but he is merely at the body refinement stage. How could he possibly gather martial intent and momentum? Lin Bei understood then that this young lady had been comparing Zhang Teng to martial arts. Because we are cultivators, Lin Bei calmly replied. The sect of cultivators is indeed remarkable, Mu Qingyue lamented, her expression tinged with regret. I can only sigh that I cannot enter. Lin Bei chose not to comment further. Master Lin, it seems that entering your sect of cultivators is rather challenging. I have heard that disciples have practiced for over a year without making any progress. Mu Qingyue asked. Lin Bei nodded. Their time has not yet come. One cannot force it. I find myself increasingly eager for the outcome of this upcoming assessment. Mu Qingyue smiled brightly. Just as she was about to speak again, her brow furrowed suddenly. A powerful presence approaches. Indeed, before her words had fully settled, an elderly figure, hunched and frail, arrived at the sect. Lin Bei glanced over and noted that the man, though over 80 years old and stooped in stature, emanated an aura of extreme danger. As this individual entered, the atmosphere within the entire sect seemed to thicken with an oppressive weight. The very air felt heavier. What is happening? Why does it feel difficult to breathe? Indeed, it feels as though our bodies have grown considerably heavier. Many apprentices were perplexed. At that moment, everyone turned to see the figure at the entrance of the sect. Who are you? An apprentice inquired. The old man remained silent, merely casting a glance at the questioner, causing him to stagger back several steps, his legs trembling. Where is Zhang Teng? The elder spoke slowly. Although his voice was not loud, it resonated as though it had exploded beside their ears. This is momentum. Mu Qingyue's brow arched. A master-level expert. At that moment, Zhang Teng strode forward to approach the old man, his gaze fixed on him with a hint of confusion. Brother Zhang, do you know who this person is? He feels incredibly powerful. Zhang Teng's face was etched with confusion. I found him somewhat familiar, as if I had encountered him somewhere before. In the midst of our conversation, Zhang Teng suddenly recalled something. I remembered. I had seen him in the Zhang family's ancestral hall. At that moment, Zhang Teng had already approached the elder. After a careful confirmation, he exclaimed in astonishment, You are Zhang Zhong? You're not dead? As soon as these words left his mouth, the elder's imposing demeanor dissipated, and he regarded Zhang Teng with a warm smile. You must be Zhang Teng. Indeed, you bear the bloodline of the Zhang family, resembling Xiao Yong to some extent. Zhang Zhong remarked nonchalantly. I have come to ask you a single question. If the Zhang family resolves the matter of the Nanyang Duke for you, Will you forgive the past concerning Zhang Tao's death and return to the Zhang family? Zhang Zhong was straightforward, clearly stating his stance. Zhang Teng paused momentarily, then fixed his gaze upon Zhang Zhong with unwavering determination. 3 feet of ice does not form in a single day. Since the rift has been created, there is no possibility of return. Zhang Zhong was slightly taken aback, falling into silence. After a brief pause, he inquired further. If the Zhang family does not pursue the matter of Zhang Tao and resolves your troubles with the Nanyang Duke, can the challenge be rescinded? This time, Zhang Teng's response was even more resolute. No. Zhang Zhong was taken aback, gazing deeply at Zhang Teng. He found it difficult to comprehend. After all, Zhang Teng was a member of the Zhang family, and he had made such concessions. Why was Zhang Teng still unwilling to relent? Why? Zhang Zhong asked. I have long severed ties with the Zhang family. Since enmity has been established, there is no need to suppress it. It would be better to resolve it entirely, thus allowing my thoughts to be unclouded. Zhang Teng replied coldly. This challenge is my stance. Excellent. What a clear-minded perspective, what a bold attitude. Zhang Zhong exclaimed, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. It seems that this rebellious wretch, filled with defiance, cannot be allowed to live. Lin Bei's pupils constricted. The moment Zhang Zhong revealed his murderous intent without reservation, Lin Bei felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. At that instant, he suddenly realized the true strength of the so-called might of a martial arts master. Looking at Zhang Teng, although he was still gritting his teeth in defiance, his legs trembled involuntarily. This was not out of fear, but rather a natural instinct. A martial arts master was indeed formidable. Before Lin Bei could speak, Mu Qingwei rushed forward. Zhang Zhong, I am the official witness for the challenge from the General Hall. What do you intend to do before the 10 days are up? Chapter 53. The Intimidation of a Master. Qingyan General Hall. Zhang Zhong turned sharply, his eyes filled with an imposing force akin to a mountain pressing down. The moment he locked eyes with Mu Qingwei, she felt her heart stop. A chilling murderous aura sliced through her heart like a cold blade, causing her steps to falter instantly. What a powerful killing intent. Mu Qingwei's pupils narrowed. She understood that the overwhelming might directed towards her was imbued with an intense desire to kill, one that could only be cultivated through the slaughter of countless beings. Just then, a yawn echoed from a distance. Accompanied by this yawn, Mu Qingwei suddenly felt her body relax. The previous sensation dissipated as if it had been an illusion. Zhang Zhong's heart jolted. Another expert? Someone has actually disrupted my might without my knowledge. Zhang Zhong furrowed his brow slightly and turned abruptly. There. He saw Lin Bei lounging by the stone table, leaning against a wooden chair, casually picking up the bitter mountain tea from the table and stirring it a couple of times. As if sensing Zhang Zhong's gaze, Lin Bei slowly spoke. Are you here to challenge the hall, sir? Zhang Zhong remained silent, but his eyes narrowed, and murderous intent surged forth, an oppressive force bearing down upon Lin Bei. However, just as Zhang Zhong's might began to coalesce, Lin Bei suddenly snorted coldly. Humph. With that cold snort, Zhang Zhong's might instantly dissipated. Zhang Zhong was horrified. Previously, his might had merely been disrupted, causing it to fade. But this time, the person before him had directly shattered his might head-on. An expert, Zhang Zhong inwardly acknowledged. His gaze towards Lin Bei, tinged with a hint of wariness. At this moment, Lin Bei's heart was also racing. In the face of Zhang Zhong, he had rehearsed countless battle scenarios, each culminating in defeat, with no chance of victory. The concept of overcoming the strong with the weak seemed to falter against Zhang Zhong. In that moment, Lin Bei comprehended that martial arts masters and those at the level of true martial intent were entirely different realms. Thus, Lin Bei realized he must intimidate him. Otherwise, should Zhang Zhong unleash his killing intent, the consequences would be dire. The only leverage he had to intimidate Zhang Zhong was his newfound ability to disrupt might after refining his spirit. He merely needed to harmonize his mental will with the natural spiritual energy, employing breathing techniques to infiltrate and disrupt the area of Zhang Zhong's might, thereby dismantling it. The existence of might is a peculiar rule. By dismantling the rules governing it, the might itself would crumble. Although Lin Bei was capable of breaking might, he understood through countless rehearsals that what he dismantled was merely the aura of power, a mere application of might. In a genuine confrontation, he would be no match for Zhang Zhong. The more he recognized this, the less he could afford to panic. As a seasoned deceiver, Lin Bei was well versed in this craft. Thus, he adopted a demeanor of nonchalance, leisurely sipping tea as he spoke. Sir, are you not inclined to engage in civil discourse? Lin Bei rose slowly, his gaze towards Zhang Zhong exuding confidence. His expression radiated assurance, and his demeanor was effortlessly composed. Indeed, his performance intensified Zhang Zhong's apprehension. I see now, Zhang Teng's reliance lies with you. Although wary, Zhang Zhong prepared to test the waters, his voice laced with a hint of frost. To disperse my might, I would very much like to witness your skill. Zhang Zhong's words carried depth. Although he expressed a desire to learn, he didn't explicitly state that he would. This is what one might call the art of conversation. The moment those words were spoken, Lin Bei's heart sank. Had he not managed to intimidate him? Understanding the intricacies of deception, Lin Bei realized that this was a moment where he needed to assert dominance. Therefore, Lin Bei's expression remained unperturbed, his eyes intentionally flashing a hint of murderous intent. It seems you do not intend to leave this dojo alive. This proclamation sent shockwaves throughout the room. Mu Qingyue was equally astonished. It was her first time witnessing Lin Bei's murderous intent. Indeed, the once imposing Zhang Zhong suddenly broke into a smile, shifting his tone. I came here with the intention of meeting Zhang Teng, and having encountered the official witness of the Qingyun General Hall, I shall graciously welcome you all within the clan. With that, Zhang Zhong hardly looked back as he turned and departed. Observing Zhang Zhong's exit, Lin Bei exhaled a sigh of relief. This old fox had previously regarded him with a glimmer of apprehension, which Lin Bei had keenly noted. Moreover, when Zhang Zhong spoke of seeking advice, there was no intent for battle. What did this imply? It was merely an act of bluster. As a consummate deceiver, Lin Bei recognized Zhang Zhong's blustering facade. He understood that in such moments, he could not show weakness. Otherwise, if this old schemer sensed it, a real fight might ensue. Thus, Lin Bei directly adopted a strategy of retreating by advancing. Zhang Zhong indeed yielded. However, as Zhang Zhong withdrew, Lin Bei sensed an inkling of unease. His pace seemed unusually slow. What does a slow departure signify? It indicates a test. If he were to let him leave too easily, Zhang Zhong might perceive it as a mere bluff, an intimidation tactic. Lin Bei realized that if further probing occurred, it would only confirm his suspicions. Sure enough, at that moment, Zhang Zhong suddenly turned to look at Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng, although you've issued a challenge and enjoy the impartiality of the main hall, do not presume that you can easily enter the Zhang family. The path ahead is fraught with difficulty. What is this? A threat? This old fellow must be testing me. Lin Bei mused inwardly. He understood that if he neglected this moment, Zhang Zhong would likely not depart without a fight, perhaps even seeking an excuse to spar with him. If it came to that, he would be in a dire predicament. Therefore, without hesitation, Lin Bei spoke up. Did I permit you to leave? Dare to threaten my disciple, and still wish to exit the dojo? Indeed, as soon as these words escaped his lips, Lin Bei distinctly sensed Zhang Zhong's composure falter, a profound wariness flashing in his eyes. Observing Zhang Zhong pause, Lin Bei silently hoped that he would reveal his trump card soon. At that point, he could conveniently let Zhang Zhong go. Otherwise, he would find himself in an inextricable situation. Undoubtedly, the reason Lin Bei was so assertive was that he sensed Zhang Zhong possessed a hidden advantage, a confidence that prompted such testing. After all, since this fellow arrived at the dojo, his attempts to sway Zhang Teng had exuded the aura of a cunning schemer. As anticipated, Zhang Zhong spoke at that moment. I am a general guarding the border. Look at this. As he spoke, Zhang Zhong produced a peculiar command token. Mu Qingyue gasped, the border command token. Upon uttering this, she immediately turned to Lin Bei. Master Lin, let him go. Those bearing the border command token cannot be harmed if they have committed no wrongdoing. Otherwise, the border will pursue the matter, which could become quite troublesome. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, this old rascal was probing him and had a backup plan. His instincts had not led him astray. Humph. Lin Bei deliberately let out a cold snort, saying nothing further, simply taking a seat. This tacitly allowed Zhang Zhong to leave. Seeing this, Zhang Zhong also let out a breath of relief. It must be said that Lin Bei's enigmatic nature instilled a sense of caution in him. Yet he found it hard to believe that such a formidable expert could exist in this place. Hence, he resolved to test Lin Bei further, with each interaction confirming Lin Bei's prowess. Another reason for Zhang Zhong's boldness was the presence of Mu Qingyue. With her as a witness, he felt emboldened to probe, knowing that as long as he produced the border command token, Mu Qingyue would never allow him to be detained. Everything unfolded as he anticipated. Mu Qingyue indeed intervened on Lin Bei's behalf. Little did he know that Lin Bei was merely acting and had seen through his intentions. Before Zhang Zhong could relax, Lin Bei had already relieved his own tension. In the brief exchange, the two had engaged in a silent battle of wits. Chapter 54, My Disciple, Iron Bull, is a peerless genius. Zhang Zhong wasted no words, and this time, his pace quickened as he departed. Indeed, this was the correct speed for leaving. Once Zhang Zhong's figure vanished, Lin Bei finally exhaled fully. At this moment, he became inwardly vigilant. The martial way should never be underestimated. Although he had already achieved the 8th refinement, he was on a completely different level compared to a martial arts master. Two words surfaced in his mind: mastery of the law. I must comprehend the mastery of the law. Otherwise, I could never hope to compete with this fellow. With this thought in mind, he cast a glance at Zhang Teng. his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Thank you for your concern, master." Zhang Teng was filled with emotion at that moment. Lin Bei's words, "Dare to threaten my disciple and still wish to leave the dojo?" only deepened Zhang Teng's respect for him. Lin Bei felt a pang of guilt. He had merely intended to intimidate Zhang Zhong, using Zhang Teng as an excuse. At that moment, his mind was solely occupied with the psychological game against Zhang Zhong. However, Lin Bei's guilt was brief and soon cast aside. After all, from the perspective of deeds rather than intentions, Zhang Teng held no qualms about respecting him. He deserved it. "No worries, focus on your cultivation." Lin Bei smiled slightly, his eyes radiating overwhelming expectation for Zhang Teng. "All right, I will cultivate diligently," Zhang Teng declared, brimming with determination. If he successfully refined his spirit, what could Zhang Zhong do? He might even stand a chance. Lin Bei was rendered speechless by Zhang Teng's enthusiasm. Did this lad hold some misapprehension about the 7th refinement? Let alone the 7th refinement. Even the 9th refinement would not stand a chance against Zhang Zhong. This conclusion was one he had arrived at through personal combat experience. Lin Bei pondered for a moment and decided to offer a hint. The 9 refinements of the Tao body are merely foundational. Even as you begin to refine your spirit at the 7th refinement, do not become complacent. Masters are no mere decorations. As expected, upon hearing this, Zhang Teng immediately grasped Lin Bei's meaning, his enthusiasm dampening somewhat. "Master, is the advancement in the 7th refinement so significant that it still lacks a winning chance?" Observing this, Lin Bei immediately adopted a serious tone. "There is no winning chance even at the 9th refinement. Zhang Zhong is a master-level warrior, unless... Zhang Teng's eyes sparkled with eagerness. "Unless what?" Lin Bei seized the moment to inspire him. "Unless you can comprehend the path of the mastery of the law. Even a superficial understanding could provide you with an opportunity." Lin Bei was purely motivating Zhang Teng, as he himself was uncertain about the strength of the mastery of the law. He merely wished to spur Zhang Teng to grasp the mastery of the law promptly after the 7th refinement. After all, with the 10-day challenge ahead, Lin Bei was unsure how far Zhang Teng could cultivate, but he was certain he could reach the 9th refinement early. Once he comprehended the mastery of the law, his strength would soar. As long as he possessed the ability to contend with Zhang Zhong, he would have the confidence in the upcoming 10-day challenge. Indeed, the moment Lin Bei uttered these words, Zhang Teng's eyes shimmered with desire, his fists clenched tightly, filled with fighting spirit. "Master, I will strive hard. I will personally kick away all obstacles, even if it is the master-level Zhang Zhong." Lin Bei, seeing this, offered him an encouraging glance. Mu Qingyue, however, was left dumbfounded. Why did she feel that this sect of cultivators was somewhat askew? What qualifications did the 7th refinement have to comprehend the mastery of the law? If one truly comprehended it, would they have a chance against a master? Was the disparity in strength within this sect truly so vast? She recalled the main hall stating that if there was a large disparity in the path of cultivation, it indicated immaturity. Yet, from her perspective, the sect of cultivators appeared remarkably mature. Unbeknownst to her, the sect of cultivators had once again shrouded themselves in an air of mystery in her eyes. Just then, a dove descended from the sky. Mu Qingyue was taken aback, opening the message carried by the dove, her expression one of shock. After folding the note, she approached Lin Bei. "Master Lin, what is it?" Lin Bei looked at her with confusion. "The head of the Liuhe martial arts school, Cheng, accuses your dojo of indiscriminately recruiting merchants in their jurisdiction while supporting one faction of merchants and suppressing another." Mu Qingyue remarked. Moreover, he stated that the martial artists from the Liuhe martial arts school would be of no assistance. Tainyo is particularly formidable, and he has requested us to take charge. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei instinctively chuckled. The Liuhe martial arts school still exists? Mu Qingyue was momentarily taken aback before forcing a smile. Of course it still stands. Although Master Cheng seems to have been crippled, Zhao Bao possesses considerable strength and manages to keep the school afloat. What is your perspective on this? Are you inclined to intercede on behalf of the Liuhe martial arts school? Lin Bei found this quite reasonable, recalling that Zhang Teng had previously sought the main hall's mediation with the Zhou clan in Nanyang. Indeed, our main hall is well aware of the animosities between you and the Liuhe martial arts school. There exist certain unspoken rules among martial arts schools, and your attempts to seize some merchant interests seem quite justifiable. Mu Qingyue smiled. However, please be discreet. Miss Mu, do you perceive our dojo as a place lacking in reason? Mu Qingyue shook her head and replied, your dojo adheres to strict principles and is amicable towards others. Recently, individuals from Qingyun town have been sent here to learn the ways of cultivation, and you have not declined their requests. In fact, you often allow your disciples to assist the residents with farming. Lin Bei smiled. If that is the case, why worry about Tainyo causing a ruckus? I trust he knows his limits. Mu Qingyue nodded. Indeed. After saying this, she returned to draft a response, which bore the words, The main hall continues to monitor the developments of this matter. Upon its delivery to the Liuhe martial arts school, Zhao Bao furiously tore the letter to shreds. Damn it! What does continuing to monitor mean? Is this not an implicit endorsement of the dojo's actions? Bear with it. Master Chung replied helplessly. The main hall's attention is a good thing. At least if the dojo intends to act against us, we have an excuse to refuse. And what choice do we have? We couldn't even contend with Zhang Teng. Not long ago, I heard he defeated a master from the Zhang family at the martial intent manifestation stage. This declaration deflated Zhao Bao and the others like a punctured balloon. The dojo now ranks among the second tier, while their third-tier school is genuinely unworthy of provocation. Meanwhile, Tainyo was stationed at the Chun family's fabric shop, where Xiao Liuzai accompanied several disciples from the dojo, assisting the Chun family head in administering justice. With time on his hands, Tainyo was wholly devoted to practicing his punches. Each of his movements was exceptionally vigorous, imparting the illusion of a humanoid war machine. Second refinement, accomplished. Feeling the transformation coursing through his body, Tainyo took a deep breath, standing in a composed manner. Tainyo Go, you are so impressive. Xiao Yuan gazed at Tainyo's boxing technique with admiration. Xiao Yuan, what I do pales in comparison to senior brother Zhang. Tainyo replied. You will come to realize this in time. Oh, Xiao Yuan shrank her neck and then asked, your boxing technique is so awe-inspiring. May I learn from you? Tainyo affectionately tousled her hair, his tone tinged with indulgence. Xiao Yuan, you must first grasp the fundamentals before you can learn boxing. If your master permits, I would be delighted to teach you. Must it be your master's consent? Xiao Yuan pouted playfully, tugging at Tainyo. Having never encountered such a scene, Tainyo immediately responded with tender affection. My boxing style is somewhat unique. It may not be suitable for you, so it requires your master's verdict. If you are not suited for it, teaching you would do more harm than good. Oh, Xiao Yuan pouted, appearing somewhat displeased, but I really want to learn your boxing. It's so impressive. Tainyo sighed. Xiao Yuan, let me teach you the orthodox Taichi boxing. That, you can learn. Really? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Certainly. My technique is actually based on Taichi. As he spoke, Tainyo began to instruct Xiao Yuan in the practice of Taichi. Initially, he was quite patient. However, after an hour of teaching, and seeing Xiao Yuan struggling to maintain a stable horse stance, Tainyo gradually grew exasperated. At this moment, he began to doubt. Does Xiao Yuan truly possess the talent for cultivation? Her horse stance is lacking in form. Tainyo Go, do I lack the talent for cultivation? Am I foolish for practicing boxing? Tainyo was rendered speechless as he gazed into Xiao Yuan's bright eyes, eventually letting out a sigh. Your talent is undeniable. It is merely that your practice of Tai Chi does not seem ideal. It may also be that I am not proficient in teaching. After some more instruction, just as Xiao Yuan finally stabilized her horse stance, Tainyo seized the opportunity to delve into the insights of the Nine Suns technique. Time passed. The next day, at the dojo, with the sun rising, Lin Bei sensed that he was nearing the ninth refinement. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Your disciple Tainyo has comprehended the first aspect of the Nine Suns technique. Your Nine Suns technique's first aspect is now perfected. Tainyo has finally attained enlightenment. Lin Bei's heart swelled with joy. A torrent of knowledge surged into him, elevating his understanding of his acupoints to an extraordinary level. After absorbing this knowledge, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Lin Bei's eyes. The first aspect of the Nine Suns technique can unleash the stored spiritual energy within the acupoints, doubling one's combat prowess. I knew Tainyo was a prodigy, a miraculous talent unlike any other. Chapter 55, Astonishing. The Nine Suns Technique. Before Tainyo's creation of the Nine Suns Technique, Lin Bei was already familiar with its principles. Yet, upon its genuine conception, Lin Bei realized what it meant to observe flowers in a mirror, to gaze at the moon and water. Though there is a connection between the two, the true Nine Suns technique diverges significantly from Tainyo's original concept. Especially after Lin Bei perfected the first aspect, he comprehended this distinction even more clearly. Tainyo has integrated the principles of Tai Chi, harmonizing the cyclical nature of mutual generation and restriction into the Nine Suns technique. Ultimately, he categorized all his acupoints into 9 major cycles through the interplay of mutual generation and restriction. The first aspect essentially represents the first cycle. While it sounds straightforward, only after achieving the first aspect's grand completion did Lin Bei recognize the complexity and profundity of the cycles between acupoints. Even the precise calibration of the amount of spiritual energy infused into each acupoint is crucial for maintaining the cycle. Furthermore, once the first aspect is successfully cultivated, one must constantly be mindful of sustaining the acupoint cycles and breathing during respiration. Thus, the Zhou Tian acupoint breathing method becomes paramount for instinctively forming bodily memory. The Nine Suns technique is indeed powerful, However, its complexity surpasses even Zhang Teng's comprehension of the Tai Chi breathing technique. This is why Lin Bei felt such awe. Such a technique is truly extraordinary. Soon, Lin Bei successfully cultivated the first aspect of the Nine Suns technique. As he felt the spiritual energy circulating within his acupoints, he could not help but exclaim, "This technique is likely impossible to impart to Zhang Teng. Only Tai Nyo and I can cultivate it. Tai Nyo can practice it due to his talent and the Zhou Tian acupoint breathing method." Lin Bei, on the other hand, integrates the Zhou Tian acupoint breathing method into the Tai Chi breathing technique through his fourth breakthrough. Zhang Teng has not mastered the Zhou Tian acupoint breathing method. His body cannot autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making it impossible for him to cultivate such a technique. Time continued to pass. The next day, Tai Nyo and Xiao Liuzai returned with the other disciples. Upon arriving at the dojo, they found Lin Bei and Zhang Teng practicing their punches. "Master, we have returned." Tai Nyo rushed excitedly towards Lin Bei. Did everything go well? Lin Bei cast a glance at the timid yet curious Xiao Yuaner, who was hiding behind Tai Nyo. "It's done. I have successfully persuaded 18 shops to pave roads and build stores in our village," Tai Nyo proudly announced, outlining the achievements from their visit to Qingyun Town. "Next, we can venture to the surrounding villages and even to Qingyun Town to recruit more merchants and residents to settle here." "Excellent." Lin Bei nodded, surprised by Tai Nyo's reliability. At that moment, Tai Nyo appeared somewhat bashful, scratching his head in an endearing manner. Master, I have some matters to report." "Speak," Lin Bei urged. Tai Nyo then pulled Xiao Yuaner forward, introducing her. "Master, this is Xiao Yuaner, the daughter of the Chun family's cloth merchant. Initially, I believed she possessed talent for cultivation." A hint of uncertainty flickered in Tai Nyo's eyes as he continued. "However, when I taught her Tai Chi, I discovered her aptitude for martial arts is quite poor. She struggles to maintain a stable horse stance, and her Tai Chi is far from satisfactory." Lin Bei wore a puzzled expression. Wasn't this a clear indication of a lack of talent? Why would such a prudent individual as Tai Nyo assert she had potential? Before Lin Bei could voice his thoughts, Mu Qingyue interjected with her inquiry. "Isn't Tai Chi the foundational practice for entering the path of cultivation? If she lacks talent in Tai Chi, it seems unlikely she could ever begin her journey. How does this relate to having a talent for cultivation?" Though Lin Bei remained silent, his gaze mirrored the same inquiry. Observing their reactions, Tai Nyo promptly responded, "Master, the reason I believe she has the potential for cultivation is that she can see the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." Mu Qingyue looked bewildered, while Lin Bei could not suppress his astonishment. "What? She can see the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? How could that be possible? The spiritual energy is formless, colorless, and tasteless. It was only after my seventh refinement that I could perceive the rules governing the spiritual energy." "Indeed," Tai Nyo said, turning to Xiao Yuaner. "Please tell us, how do you perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth?" Although Lin Bei exuded kindness, Xiao Yuaner felt a twinge of fear witnessing Tai Nyo's profound respect and reverence for him. I can see white light surrounding Brother Tai Nyo, moving in beautiful trajectories before merging into his body," she stammered, illustrating a small circle with her delicate hand. Lin Bei was taken aback, glancing at Tai Nyo, who seemed to be envisioning the circulation of spiritual energy around his meridians, precisely as Xiao Yuaner described. "Is it truly possible to see it?" Lin Bei asked, astonished. "Did you teach her Tai Chi?" "Yes," Tai Nyo quickly affirmed, adding, "I taught her the basic forms of Tai Chi." Lin Bei pondered deeply. "Master, does she possess the potential for cultivation?" "Indeed," Lin Bei declared emphatically. "How could one who can perceive the spiritual energy and even the changes in its rules not have talent? In some respects, such a gift is extraordinary." However, it was evident that Xiao Yuaner was not suited for the conventional approach of learning Tai Chi. "Master, if she truly has talent, why is she unable to even master the basics of Tai Chi?" Lin Bei explained, "The essence of Tai Chi lies in cultivating the ability to perceive spiritual energy, ultimately leading to the comprehension of breathing techniques that allow one to enter the path of cultivation." Tai Nyo suddenly grasped the significance of Lin Bei's words, while Xiao Liuzai, quick-witted as ever, asked, "Master, are you suggesting that Xiao Yuaner may not need to learn Tai Chi as a precursor and could directly practice the breathing techniques?" At this revelation, the disciples in the hall erupted in astonishment. "Is that true? She could directly learn the breathing techniques? That's incredible. Even senior brother Zhang Teng hasn't achieved that." The students were taken aback. Even Zhang Teng, who was practicing nearby, paused to listen intently. Lin Bei merely smiled, as this aligned with his own thoughts. After all, he believed in tempering his words. This was part of his philosophy in life. Perhaps, as for whether it holds true, it all depends on her ability to comprehend the breathing techniques. While Lin Bei refrained from giving a definitive answer, many gazes turned towards Xiao Yuaner, their expressions transformed. At that moment, Lin Bei turned to Xiao Yuan'er, kindly inquiring, "Is your name Xiao Yuan'er?" "Yes. Xiao Yuan'er is my nickname. My surname is Chun," she replied. Her bright eyes filled with a hint of timidity, as Lin Bei emanated an aura of quiet authority. "Are you willing to take me as your master and join the sect?" Lin Bei asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, many disciples in the hall displayed expressions of envy. Within the sect, there existed an unwritten rule. One must first grasp the breathing techniques to be eligible to take a master. Although they were all disciples, they understood that they were still considered external disciples. Thus, how could they not envy Xiao Yuan'er for being directly asked by Lin Bei if she wished to be his disciple? "I am willing." Tai Nyo had already informed Xiao Yuan'er about the sect, and recognizing the rarity of this opportunity, she answered without hesitation. "Good." Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. "In the coming days, familiarize yourself with the sect. Once your senior brother finishes his practice, you can learn the breathing techniques from him." Lin Bei navigated this situation with precision. "I understand, Master," Xiao Yuan'er replied, her eyes gleaming with joy. During her time alone with Tai Nyo, she had witnessed the prowess of cultivators. She realized that although Tai Nyo had only recently begun his journey, his combat prowess surpassed that of seasoned martial artists, filling her with a blind admiration for cultivators. Coming from a well-off family, she had been guided by martial artists since childhood and understood the difficulty of martial training. She was acutely aware of the arduous processes involved in refining muscles and bones, the organs, and the flow of energy, along with the immense resources required. Thus, learning that Tai Nyo was a cultivator who had only recently started, yet displayed such strength without significant resource consumption, left her profoundly astonished. She began to grasp that cultivators and martial artists might exist on entirely different levels. As time passed, the entire sect was engaged in their practices, and Lin Bei diligently pursued his own efforts. 2 days later, within the closed meditation chamber, Lin Bei suddenly opened his eyes, a piercing brilliance shining forth, with a hint of spiritual energy emanating from the corners of his eyes. This was a sign that he had perfected the 9th refinement of his Dao body. With the completion of the 9th refinement, not only could Lin Bei's eyes perceive the spiritual energy and the rules permeating the world, but his body resonated with the unseen laws and his Dao body. The next step was to master the manipulation of this spiritual energy. Manipulation of the law. Essentially, this referred to a method of wielding the spiritual energy based on the operational rules governing it. It involved influencing them with one's will and harnessing the spiritual energy within one's body to control them. Lin Bei mused, yet he soon found himself in a quandary. After all, the practice of Taichi breath control, which intertwines the spiritual energies of the heavens and the earth with the physical body, has become an integral part of one's flesh and blood. Thus, attempting to mobilize these energies poses an immense challenge. The art of mastery will indeed be the true turning point. Such matters are better entrusted to Zhang Teng. Lin Bei relinquished his ambitions, fully aware that his comprehension in this domain was lacking. At that moment, Lin Bei heard hurried footsteps outside the door. "Master, are you there?" It was Zhang Teng. Lin Bei promptly replied, "Come in." Upon Zhang Teng's entrance, a flicker of joy illuminated Lin Bei's face. He could discern that Zhang Teng had now reached the 7th refinement of his Dao body and was commencing the refinement of his spirit. "Master, I have achieved the 7th refinement of my Dao body. May I be instructed in the art of mastery?" Indeed, Lin Bei, already prepared, was eager to teach. While Zhang Teng was equally keen to learn, their intentions perfectly aligned. "Tenger, today I shall impart to you the way of mastery." Zhang Teng immediately knelt before Lin Bei, his demeanor profoundly earnest, fearful of missing even a single word. Without further ado, Lin Bei began to convey the framework of the mastery he had meticulously crafted. Every phenomenon and entity possesses its inherent principles and paths. The so-called way of mastery entails capturing the rules of the spiritual energies of the universe, influencing, controlling, and harnessing them through one's own will. Mastery embodies the governing principles of the operation of these spiritual energies. Lin Bei spoke for a full 10 minutes, having now grasped how to construct techniques. Consequently, the majority of what he imparted to Zhang Teng consisted of frameworks and directions, devoid of specific content. Lin Bei understood that only in this manner could Zhang Teng's comprehension be maximally activated. What is this called? This is the correct application of a disciple. After the instruction, Lin Bei observed Zhang Teng, who had succumbed to enlightenment, and his heart surged with elation. Indeed, this method of teaching yielded far superior results than before. Zhang Teng was plunged into a state of epiphany, and Lin Bei could even perceive a profound Dao rhythm circulating around him. This rhythm imparted to Lin Bei the illusion of soaring through the intricate mysteries of the Dao. What could he possibly be comprehending? How astonishing! Lin Bei was taken aback, sensing an instinctive intuition that Zhang Teng's understanding of the way of mastery was extraordinarily formidable. This young man instinctively believed that mastery could enable him to confront martial artists of the master level. Perhaps this was the very source of his terrifying comprehension of mastery. Previously, Lin Bei had engaged in simulations against Zhang Zhong. Time and again, he had faced defeat, and during those encounters, he recognized the disparity in realms. Understanding that even a ninth refinement of the Tao body could not rival a master-level warrior. Now, Zhang Teng believed that even with his seventh refinement of the Tao body, he had a chance to prevail. Having been subdued by Zhang Zhong's overwhelming presence, he likely comprehended the chasm that lay between himself and the masters. Before long, Lin Bei felt the spiritual energies within the seclusion chamber rejoicing in resonance with Zhang Teng's enlightenment. As time flowed, Lin Bei noted that even after 2 hours of Zhang Teng's deep contemplation, there were no signs of cessation. Thus, without hesitation, he approached the door and hung a sign indicating "Do not disturb." Just how great a surprise were you preparing for me this time? Watching Zhang Teng in his state of enlightenment, Lin Bei's anticipation grew ever stronger. Meanwhile, outside the room, Taichi seemed to sense something amiss. Casting a surprised glance toward Lin Bei's seclusion chamber. "What is it, Brother Taichi?" asked Xiao Yuan with curious eyes. "I can feel the legendary Tao rhythm." "Tao rhythm? What is that?" Xiao Yuan inquired with curiosity. "Master has taught us that cultivators are, in essence, practitioners of the Tao. The Tao is inaudible, invisible, and ineffable. It transcends existence and non-existence, yet remains elusive. The so-called Tao rhythm signifies that someone is comprehending the Tao." "Oh," Xiao Yuan responded, her understanding somewhat ambiguous. She only knew that the comprehension of the Tao generated a flowing Tao rhythm, and that Master Zhang Teng was exceptionally formidable. "Xiao Yuan, can you see anything in which direction?" Taichi suddenly inquired, inspired. "I can see many white points of light, swirling like a vortex, flowing into Master S room." Xiao Yuan replied earnestly. "That is from our senior brother, who is comprehending the Tao." Taichi marveled at both Xiao Yuan's talent and Zhang Teng's prodigiousness. Others might not grasp the depth of this moment, but he was different. He had entered the path of cultivation and thus understood more acutely the terror and prodigiousness of Zhang Teng, who could invoke the Tao rhythm at this very moment. Chapter 57. The Palace of Tao. The volcanic energies of the Tao rhythm continued to resonate, growing ever more intense. Lin Bei could feel the spiritual energies within the seclusion chamber thickening with potency. These energies revolved around Zhang Teng in accordance with some unique rule. Initially, Lin Bei remained composed, but as beads of sweat began to dot Zhang Teng's brow, an unsettling feeling began to stir within Lin Bei. What is happening? Why does Zhang Teng's expression seem to bear a hint of anguish? Although Zhang Teng remained with his eyes closed in contemplation, Lin Bei could distinctly sense the changes within him. At first, Zhang Teng appeared serene, yet as the Tao rhythm intensified, his expression gradually morphed into one of distress. Could something be amiss? Was I too hasty? He is merely at the seventh refinement of his Tao body, and I have urged him to comprehend the mastery. Lin Bei felt an unmistakable panic rising within him. Just as he was engulfed in anxiety, a familiar voice resonated within his mind. "Your disciple has comprehended the way of mastery, beginner level, and your mastery has reached perfection. Congratulations, you have attained a new realm." Has he succeeded? In the next moment, a torrent of information surged into Lin Bei's consciousness. At last, he understood what Zhang Teng had grasped in his quest for mastery. It turned out that while comprehending the way of mastery, Zhang Teng began to recognize a crucial issue: to wield mastery and control the spiritual energies of the universe. It was insufficient to merely utilize the energies contained within the Tao body. For once these energies were employed, not only would the Tao body weaken, but the difficulty of mastery would also escalate. Prior to influencing the spiritual energies, one must extract them from the Tao body. Clearly, this did not align with his understanding of cultivators. Thus, he integrated the process of refining the Tao body and appropriating the spiritual energies, leading him to an epiphany. The spiritual energies could indeed be refined for personal use. Consequently, he discerned the true essence of mastery. It is to govern through qi. This qi refers to the spiritual energies refined for personal use after the process of breath control. Upon grasping the true essence of mastery, he realized that the Tao body has its limits, necessitating methods to store these refined spiritual energies. However, how could one store them? During his contemplation, Zhang Teng had already attempted various methods, all of which had ended in failure. The spiritual energies could only be refined through fusion with flesh and blood. Only after this refinement could they be stored. Otherwise, the energies would continuously enter and exit the body with each breath. The only viable option seemed to be storing them within the acupoints. Yet human acupoints are exceedingly fragile. Unless one possessed an inherently robust physique, this would be exceedingly perilous. Thus, Zhang Teng understood that this was not the path of the Tao. At this moment, Zhang Teng felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead as if he were trapped in a dead end. However, in a sudden epiphany, he realized something profound. Lin Bei had once told him that they, as cultivators, are also practitioners of the Tao. They cultivate the Tao. This implies that only the Tao can accommodate the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Although the Tao may seem ethereal and elusive, Lin Bei also mentioned that it is omnipresent and all-embracing. Based on this philosophy, Zhang Teng undertook an astonishing endeavor that left Lin Bei utterly astounded. He boldly combined Lin Bei's teachings of Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, interpreting this three as heaven, earth, and humanity. From this foundation, he audaciously proposed a novel concept, to expand a space capable of containing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth based on oneself. He aptly named it the Tao Palace. He established this concept by correlating the circulatory pathways among the three major acupoints on his head, Fengfu, Xinting, and Xianxia, as the heavenly palace. He regarded the 5 organs imbued with the 5 elemental energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth as the earthly palace. Furthermore, he delineated his 12 meridians as the human palace. With the 3 grand palaces of human, heavenly, and earthly as his foundation, he planned to cultivate progressively, ultimately integrating and refining the spiritual energies of heaven and earth for his own use. According to Zhang Teng's insights, cultivating just one of the 12 meridians of the human palace, capable of storing a vast amount of spiritual energy, could provide him with the potential to conquer Zhang. Zhang Teng, you truly are a prodigy. Lin Bei mused internally. Not only had Zhang Teng perfected the cultivation of the art of control, but he had also conceived a way to potentially defeat Zhang at the 7th level of refinement. At this moment, Zhang Teng's expression was serene as he slowly opened his eyes. Master, I have comprehended it. I have grasped the method of cultivating the 3 palaces. Please guide me. He immediately began to articulate his insights. After hearing Zhang Teng's revelations, Lin Bei realized that Zhang Teng had merely scratched the surface. His understanding of the 3 palace cultivation method was far from mature. Numerous inaccuracies and significant flaws in his cultivation direction were evident. Clearly, Lin Bei's own insights were far more refined and devoid of any errors. This exemplified the stark contrast between the initiation into the art of control and its consummation. Lin Bei reflected, as he began to point out the flaws and misguided elements in Zhang Teng's reasoning. Indeed, after receiving guidance, Zhang Teng experienced a moment of clarity. Master, your teachings and my understanding are indeed aligned. Thank you for your guidance. Watching Zhang Teng leave in a state of exhilaration, Lin Bei was filled with mixed emotions. The vastness of the realm of the art of control exceeded his imagination, directly opening the gates to a new world for him. Initially focusing on cultivating one of the 12 meridians, thus storing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, should serve as the entry point into the human palace. Subsequently, he would cultivate the earthly palace, and finally the heavenly palace. Once the 3 palaces were perfected and unified, he believed he would grasp the true essence of the next realm. Lin Bei understood that the cultivation of the Tao Palace was infinitely more profound than that of the Tao body. The training of the 12 meridians of the human palace merely required the inhalation and exhalation of the spiritual energies, whereas the cultivation of the earthly palace's 5 organs might necessitate the aid of certain unique locations. Lin Bei recalled that a volcano seemed to be situated not far away. If he could seize control of the volcano, it would greatly enhance his efforts in cultivating the fire palace among the 5 elements of the earthly palace, yielding exceptional results. At this moment, he realized that perhaps an expansion of the Tao site was warranted. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei departed from the meditation chamber. Tainyo. Lin Bei called out to Tainyo, who was practicing his punches in the Tao site. Tainyo came running over. Master, did you call for me? He asked innocently. I remember that to the east of the Tao site, 300 miles away, there is a volcano, correct? Tainyo nodded. Yes, that volcano has numerous mineral resources. Does it have an owner? Lin Bei inquired further. No. It said that a crimson beast, the fire python, resides there, and the mountain is fraught with dangerous snakes and insects. Even though there are mineral resources, no one dares to claim it, Tainyo replied. Lin Bei nodded, a plan forming in his mind. Since there was no owner, if they could hunt the fire python, it could be incorporated into the Tao site. What is the strength of the fire python? Lin Bei asked. Very strong. Tainyo responded. I heard that once a 10-man team composed of martial experts entered the mountain to hunt the python, and 8 of them perished. The 2 who managed to escape were severely injured. It said that even masters have difficulty dealing with the fire python, which is why the volcano is known as Fire Python Mountain and no one dares to approach it. Lin Bei understood. Just then, Xiao Yuaner suddenly ran over, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Lin Bei. In a timid voice, she called out, Master. Chapter 58. Xiao Yuan 12 meridians. Xiao Yuan appeared utterly pitiful, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Lin Bei smiled warmly at her, gently ruffling her hair. What is the matter? Who has bullied our little Yuaner? Xiao Yuan with a hint of grievance, replied, Master. You told me to wait for Brother Zhang to finish his practice so that I could ask him about the method of inhalation and exhalation. But he has been too busy. Lin Bei was taken aback. He recalled that not long ago, he had taken a hands-off approach and had entrusted Xiao Yuan to Zhang Teng. However, Zhang Teng had been engrossed in comprehending the art of control after reaching the 7th level of refinement, striving to perfect it and expedite the cultivation of some meridians in the human palace, thereby securing a chance to defeat Zhang Zhong. Consequently, Xiao Yuan had been left on the sidelines. Your brother Zhang has been quite busy lately. Allow me to teach you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan immediately cheered with delight. As for the method of inhalation and exhalation, Lin Bei began to instruct her, elaborating on its essentials while demonstrating. Soon, Xiao Yuan's expression shifted from one of eager curiosity to a furrowed brow. After Lin Bei finished speaking, he looked at her expectantly. Do you understand? Xiao Yuan shook her head in confusion. I don't understand. Don't understand? Lin Bei was somewhat surprised. Xiao Yuan should possess an exceptionally keen perception of the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. After all, she could perceive them with her naked eyes. Lin Bei found it hard to believe. Then follow the method I taught you and begin inhaling and exhaling. It doesn't matter if you don't comprehend it. Just mimic what I showed you. If your talent is sufficient, the practice should come easily. All right. Xiao Yuan always obedient and eager to please, nodded vigorously and immediately began her attempts at inhalation and exhalation. However, despite her earnest efforts, she was unable to draw upon the spiritual energies at all. Lin Bei felt a wave of frustration. The technique of inhalation and exhalation is not merely breathing air. What on earth is this vigorous inhalation and forceful exhalation? While frustrated, he couldn't help but find Xiao Yuan's puffy cheeks quite endearing. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Bei said, Stop practicing. You're unable to inhale. Xiao Yuan immediately wilted, looking as dejected as a frostbitten eggplant, her eyes filled with disappointment. Lin Bei fell into contemplation. If he were to claim that Xiao Yuan lacked talent, he would find that utterly implausible. Yet, what was happening here? If her talent for Taichi was poor, that would be one thing, but to be utterly baffled by the technique of inhalation and exhalation was something else entirely. Could it be that she was simply too young and needed to study diligently first? Lin Bei shook his head, swiftly dismissing that thought. Talent and comprehension have nothing to do with age. At this moment, Lin Bei's peripheral vision caught sight of the practicing Taichi, and he suddenly experienced a profound realization. It must be that he had approached the matter incorrectly. Taichi, a person of exceptional talent, had also been thwarted by his misguided methods, resulting in over a year of fruitless endeavors. Now, it was evident that Xiao Yuan found herself in a similar predicament. Xiao Yuan, what do you enjoy in your daily life? She tilted her head and pondered earnestly. I like eating, sleeping, and playing. Lin Bei's lips twitched. Wasn't this quite the coincidence? These were interests he had once cherished. However, what was his intent in asking? He sought to uncover Xiao Yuan's innate talents. What a perplexing situation. Lin Bei felt utterly helpless. Just then, Xiao Yuan suddenly remarked, I particularly detest medicinal baths. What medicinal baths? Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yuan, with a hint of curiosity, replied, Isn't it necessary to undergo medicinal baths to become a martial artist? My father wanted me to become a martial artist and had me soak in medicinal baths since childhood, but each time I did, I felt extremely uncomfortable and utterly loathed it. Eventually, my father said that my absorption efficiency was too low to become a martial artist. Lin Bei was enlightened. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck him, as if he had grasped something significant. Why do you dislike medicinal baths? Xiao Yuan answered. I find those baths particularly murky and foul-smelling, with useful and useless ingredients mixed together. Disheartened, she added, when I told my father, he scolded me, saying that these prescriptions had been refined repeatedly by martial artists. Useful? Useless? Lin Bei instantly sensed something. Could it be that this child possessed a remarkable sensitivity to herbs? Was she perhaps a natural-born alchemist? Realizing this, Lin Bei immediately called out to the distant Xiao Yozi. Xiao Yozi, come here. Xiao Yozi hurriedly approached. Master, you take Xiao Yuan to Qingyan town and let her select some herbs to bring back. After saying this, Lin Bei turned to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, choose some herbs that you believe are particularly good. After purchasing them, come back to find me. All right. The two departed. Watching their receding figures, Lin Bei was filled with anticipation. If Xiao Yuan truly possessed such a talent, perhaps she could create a set of techniques by combining the Shinnong's classic of herbs with the principles of Yin Yang Taiji. As time passed, Lin Bei was not idle. Having grasped the path of controlling the law, he immediately began his cultivation. He understood that the 12 meridians within him were not interconnected. Therefore, Lin Bei needed to select one meridian and then open up the 12 meridians one by one. Once the 12 meridians were thoroughly connected, his human palace would achieve great perfection. Soon, he chose the first meridian, the Tying Lung meridian, which was the easiest to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As the Taichi breathing technique began to operate, a substantial amount of spiritual energy filled his first meridian. Lin Bei comprehended that this spiritual energy did not yet belong to him. He needed to refine it, making it a part of himself. As he refined the Tao body, the spiritual energy that surged into the first meridian was soon distilled into a thread. This thread perhaps represented spiritual essence. Lin Bei felt a surge of excitement within. He understood that the emergence of this thread of spiritual essence signified that he had completely crossed over from the Tao body realm into a new realm of controlling the law. Lin Bei attempted to manipulate this thread of spiritual essence. Indeed, once refined, the spiritual essence was mobilized directly by his consciousness. As this strand of spiritual energy was activated, Lin Bei clearly noticed that the surrounding spiritual energies of heaven and earth began to respond in kind. Remarkable. All myriad spells essentially originated from this thread of spiritual essence. Lin Bei raised a single finger. As this thread of spiritual essence emerged, it immediately attracted a plethora of spiritual energies from heaven and earth. He attempted to transform it into fire through his thoughts, but failed. Lin Bei realized that his failure stemmed from not comprehending the transformations of fire within the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Perhaps, observing fire more could help him grasp its subtleties. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was ever-changing. Lin Bei recognized that his journey of mastering the law had only just begun. After experimenting for a while, Lin Bei discovered that this thread of spiritual energy could take on various forms in accordance with his thoughts. It could resemble a miniature sword, a blade, or even armor to protect his body and vital organs. Even after depleting a strand of spiritual essence, Lin Bei remained unsatisfied. The myriad spells were infinitely diverse, and relying solely on his own comprehension would take an eternity. Lin Bei mused that perhaps he should expedite Zhang Teng's assistance in helping the disciples of the dojo open their celestial gates. He understood that as soon as his disciples comprehended a certain spell, he would be able to extrapolate it to perfection. Rather than laboriously deciphering spells himself, it would be far more efficient to encourage his disciples to diligently cultivate and develop spells. Although this idea was splendid, Lin Bei still had to delve into some spells himself before that could happen. After all, if Zhang Teng were to challenge the Zhang clan, he must possess sufficient strength to contend with Zhang Zhong. Thus, he needed to master some formidable spells at the very least. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Bei. His innate ability to deduce was remarkably potent. Could he deduce spells? If so, he could comprehend certain spells and endlessly extrapolate them, treating them as his ultimate secret techniques. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei's heart raced with excitement. Chapter 59, Deducing Spells. Lin Bei was a man of decisive action. Once he conceived an idea, he immediately set it into motion. He understood that before comprehending spells, he must refine a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would not have enough to squander. He decided to first refine sufficient spiritual essence before delving into spell comprehension. Soon, Lin Bei discovered that refining a strand of spiritual essence required several dozen breaths. After about half an hour, he had successfully condensed over 100 strands of spiritual essence. At this point, he was astonished to find that once these strands gathered, they took on the appearance of droplets of water. Lin Bei calculated that through a day's cultivation, he could condense approximately 20 droplets of spiritual essence. Following this trend, around 1,000 droplets would completely fill the first meridian, allowing him to break through to the second meridian. This indicated that Lin Bei would need at least 50 days to reach the second meridian. It was worth noting that even with his Taichi breathing technique having broken through its limits 4 times, the process remained such. If his dojo's disciples were to open their celestial gates, their cultivation time would likely be even longer. At this moment, Lin Bei had an intuitive understanding of refining qi and deeply resonated with the phrase, "The path of immortality is long and arduous. Time flows like water in the mountains." As time elapsed, after condensing 10 droplets of spiritual essence, he immediately began to conceive his ultimate secret spell. Previously, Lin Bei had attempted to transform the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the form of fire. Though he had failed, he had also gained insight. To effect change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, one must possess a profound understanding of a particular entity. Currently, what was Lin Bei most adept at? Taichi. His Taichi breathing technique had undergone 4 limit breaks, granting him an exceptionally deep understanding of the Taichi way. Therefore, Lin Bei decided to start with Taichi to create his ultimate secret technique. After making the necessary preparations, Lin Bei directly exited the closed-door meditation room and headed outside the dojo. He resolved to venture into an uninhabited locale to experiment with his magical prowess. Just as he was about to step outside, he fortuitously encountered Mu Qingwei. With an expression of surprise, Mu Qingwei remarked, "Master Lin, are you preparing to leave the dojo?" In her view, Lin Bei seldom departed from the dojo, save for guiding his disciples in their cultivation or entering seclusion for self-reflection. "Indeed, I am planning to step out for a while," Lin Bei replied with a smile. Noticing that Lin Bei seemed disinclined to elaborate, Mu Qingwei tactfully refrained from further inquiries. However, as she watched Lin Bei depart, a flicker of curiosity danced in her eyes. Before long, Lin Bei arrived at a secluded mountain not far from the dojo. At the foot of the mountain, he cast a meaningful glance back, then nimbly leaped up the peak. At that moment, Mu Qingwei revealed herself. What astonishing speed! Even a master could scarcely match it, she mused. Initially driven by curiosity to follow Lin Bei and discern his intentions, her tracking skills, however, proved inadequate, and she was swiftly shaken off after being discovered. On the other side, having evaded Mu Qingwei, Lin Bei found himself deep within the mountains in the blink of an eye. Once assured that he was undisturbed, he took a deep breath, opened one hand, and commenced his magical experiment. My Tai Chi breathing technique has already transcended its limits 4 times, and my comprehension of Tai Chi is profound. Thus, I shall initiate from Tai Chi, Lin Bei silently reflected, beginning to channel the spiritual energy from his first meridian. In the next instant, tendrils of spiritual energy surged forth, drawing forth a copious amount of celestial energy to converge. To his astonishment, this energy coalesced into the form of the Tai Chi symbol. Indeed, Lin Bei realized that his understanding of Tai Chi was remarkably deep, achieving success almost instantaneously. Gazing at the Tai Chi in his palm, he could sense the terrifying power it contained. At that moment, a glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. Using Tai Chi as a foundation, he sought to deduce the most formidable offensive spell. His mind became sharply focused as he began to engage his golden finger for the deduction. As expected, a familiar voice surged within his mind. Initiating deduction. Insufficient comprehension, based on the knowledge of Tai Chi breathing technique, transcended 4 times. Commencing deduction. Deduction successful. Spell deduced. Tai Chi seal. A deluge of knowledge flooded into Lin Bei's mind. The Tai Chi seal felt as if he had practiced it countless times before. Concurrently, the Tai Chi in Lin Bei's palm transformed into black and white streams of spiritual energy, entwining like playful fish upon his hand, representing the form before the manifestation of the Tai Chi seal. Without hesitation, Lin Bei unleashed it with a single palm strike. In the next moment, the swirling black and white energies coalesced into a palm imprint nearly 2 meters high, shooting forth with the swiftness of lightning. Almost instantaneously, it collided with the nearby mountain wall. In an instant, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. Not far away, Mu Qingwei felt the violent tremors immediately. An earthquake? Instinctively, she prepared to vacate the area. However, the tremors lasted but a fleeting moment, leaving a trace of confusion in her eyes. At that moment, the mountain wall struck by Lin Bei's Tai Chi seal revealed a breathtaking spectacle. The towering wall, approximately 100 meters high and 10 meters wide, bore a palm imprint embedded deeply within it. The entire mountain structure was riddled with cracks, as if struck by an ancient giant's colossal hand. Such was the power of the Tai Chi seal. As Lin Bei beheld his masterpiece, he finally comprehended the vast disparity between magical mastery and physical form. The potency of this technique far exceeded his expectations, but most importantly, it had only consumed a single drop of spiritual energy. What if he expended 10, 20, or even 100 drops? In that moment, he suddenly understood why cultivators were described as having boundless magical power. If indeed their power were boundless, it would be astonishing beyond belief. With sufficient offensive capability established, he proceeded to deduce the most potent defensive spell based on the Tai Chi breathing technique. Initiating deduction. Insufficient comprehension, based on the knowledge of Tai Chi breathing technique, transcended 4 times. Commencing deduction. Deduction successful. Spell deduced. Tai Chi mystic shield. A wealth of knowledge surged into his mind. This time, Lin Bei did not test its strength. The reasoning was simple. The power of the Tai Chi mystic shield could be inferred from the Tai Chi seal. Every strand of spiritual energy required arduous cultivation. After deducing it, he already knew how to wield it proficiently. Given this, he decided to conserve his energy. Having achieved his objective, Lin Bei did not linger and returned directly to the dojo. Meanwhile, Mu Qingwei, having shaken off her momentary confusion from the tremors, pondered what had transpired. What was that commotion? Realizing something, her expression shifted slightly, and she hastened towards the source of the disturbance. Soon, she arrived at the spot where Lin Bei had experimented with the Taichi seal. She gazed upward and beheld the massive palm imprint, nearly 2 meters wide, deeply embedded into the mountain wall by over 3 meters. The sight was utterly staggering. Could this possibly be the work of Master Lin? Although she had long known of Lin Bei's concealed depth, this scene seemed to convey a clear message. She had underestimated his prowess. At that moment, within the dojo, Lin Bei leisurely sipped bitter mountain tea, feeling immensely content. From the moment he had created the Taichi seal, he realized a profound truth. He had truly crossed into the realm of cultivators. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Your disciple, Zhang Teng, has comprehended the spell, mind-piercing stab, beginner, elevating your spell to perfection. In the next instant, a torrent of knowledge related to spells surged into his mind. Upon grasping the essence of the mind-piercing stab, a flash of astonishment crossed Lin Bei's eyes. That young lad, Zhang Teng, had truly been contemplating how to defeat Zhang Zhong. Chapter 60, Mind-Piercing Stab. Journey to Nanyang. The 7th refinement of the physical form, daring to challenge a master. What audacity! Lin Bei held Zhang Teng's courage in high regard. When Zhang Zhong visited the dojo, he had once suppressed Zhang Teng with his imposing presence. Zhang Teng was acutely aware of the vast chasm between himself and a martial arts master. Yet, despite this awareness, he still pondered how to prevail against him. The most outrageous part was that he had indeed devised a strategy. This mind-piercing stab was no ordinary spell. It was a mental attack spell, a true trump card. Even without inquiry, Lin Bei understood Zhang Teng's line of thought in crafting the mind-piercing stab. The martial arts master was incredibly formidable. With Zhang Teng's 7th refinement of the physical form, even if he succeeded in creating a spell, victory was not guaranteed. Only through unexpected tactics could he achieve triumph. The mind-piercing stab was Zhang Teng's secret weapon. This mind-piercing stab was indeed astonishing. As Lin Bei fully absorbed the knowledge of the mind-piercing stab, he couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Teng's ingenuity. In creating this spell, he had forcibly stimulated the Tong Tian acupoint connected to the Shun Ting acupoint by utilizing the Feng Fu, Shin Ting, and Shang Xing acupoints. Based upon the foundation of the Tong Tian cave, the celestial and earthly energies are transmuted into a form of spiritual power, which is then stored within. Had it not been for Zhang Teng's comprehension of this spell, Lin Bei might not have even grasped the concept of such a technique, let alone create it. At this very moment, Mu Qingwei returned to the dojo. Upon her first sight of Lin Bei, she hesitated to speak. Is there something troubling you? Lin Bei inquired, directing his gaze towards her. While this question may have seemed somewhat intrusive, she felt compelled to ask. Might I inquire if the commotion on the back mountain was instigated by you? Ultimately, Mu Qingwei voiced her curiosity. The back mountain? Lin Bei immediately recalled Mu Qingwei's presence during his previous activities. He chose not to conceal anything and replied nonchalantly. I felt a bit stifled in my practice lately, so I went out to stretch my limbs. The casualness of his tone left Mu Qingwei astounded. Such a seismic disturbance was merely a casual exercise? She scrutinized Lin Bei intently, confirming that he spoke without embellishment. He truly was just stretching. What did this imply? Lin Bei's strength far surpassed the magnitude of that disturbance. At that very moment, Xiao Liuzi returned with Xiao Yuan. Master, we have procured 18 varieties of herbs for your perusal. As he spoke, Xiao Liuzi placed several jade boxes upon the stone table, unveiling the precious herbs within. Upon seeing these herbs, Mu Qingwei's expression turned to one of skepticism. Have you been deceived? What? Xiao Liuzi exclaimed in bewilderment. I compared the market prices. We were not cheated. Mu Qingwei quickly clarified. What I mean is, you have purchased some rather useless items. It is evident that you intend to refine medicine, but the herbs you acquired are rather peculiar. Combining rare treasures like the Millennium, Hisho Wu with exceedingly common 3-colored grass. With a tone of exasperation, Mu Qingwei continued. Many herbs can be toxic when used together. Miss Mu, you have knowledge of pharmacology? Lin Bei asked, somewhat surprised. I know a little. Our library houses many related texts, Mu Qingwei replied with a smile. If Master Lin is interested, I can have someone make copies. Lin Bei shook his head with a smile. Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Mu. But we cultivators differ somewhat from your martial practitioners. Seeing Lin Bei's refusal, Mu Qingwei chose not to press further. At that moment, Xiao Yuan spoke nervously. Master, did I make a mistake in my purchases? Lin Bei remained silent, meticulously examining the herbs. After a brief moment, his expression shifted to one of realization. Each herb exuded a unique fluctuation of celestial and earthly energies. Xiao Yuan, indeed, possessed a remarkable ability to select spiritually potent herbs. This indicated that her talent was likely connected to the medicinal materials. Xiao Yuan, come with me. Oh, Lin Bei rose, leading Xiao Yuan swiftly to the dormitory. There, he produced a copy of the Shinong Benchao Jing. This book had been meticulously prepared by Lin Bei long ago. In truth, he had only glanced at the Shinong Benchao Jing previously, and one would assume he had long since forgotten it. However, since the seventh refinement of the Tao body, his memory had become astonishingly acute, allowing him to recall in detail much knowledge he had once forgotten or merely skimmed. What is this? Xiao Yuan asked with curiosity. Lin Bei's expression turned grave. Xiao Yuan take this knowledge and study it. If you can master it and integrate it, I shall impart to you a cultivation technique. Xiao Yuan nodded earnestly. Having spent time with Taichi, she was well aware of Lin Bei's remarkable prowess. She also knew that Zhang Teng practiced the Taichi breathing technique, while Taichi cultivated the Zhou Tian acupoint breathing method. This indicated that Lin Bei understood the principle of teaching according to one's aptitude. I will strive diligently. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. If you possess talent, I shall naturally pass on to you the methods of cultivation. If not, do not despair. Perhaps your gifts lie elsewhere, yet to be discovered. Lin Bei offered further reassurances to Xiao Yuan. After all, she was an unexpected delight, should she indeed be able to practice. Even uncovering an entirely new method would be optimal. If not, Lin Bei would not press the matter, regarding it simply as an investment. As time flowed gradually, Lin Bei seemed to lose track of it within his practice. On this day, the morning sun rose, and Taichi rapped on Lin Bei's seclusion chamber door. Master, there remains but 1 day until the 10-day appointment. Miss Mu asked me to remind you that it is time to set forth. Lin Bei slowly opened his eyes, feeling a slight sense of nostalgia. How swiftly time passes. At this moment, Lin Bei's first meridian had already coalesced 120 drops of spiritual energy. Has time truly flown by so quickly? Exiting the seclusion chamber, Lin Bei expressed his satisfaction upon seeing Taichi. Excellent, you've reached the 6th refinement. Taichi, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected praise, felt a surge of joy within. Brother Zhang has already reached the 8th refinement of the Tao body, he mentioned as they walked. The 8th refinement? Lin Bei nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, Lin Bei and Taichi arrived at the dojo. Upon their arrival, they discovered Mu Qingwei and Zhang Teng had been waiting there for quite some time. Casting his gaze over Zhang Teng, Lin Bei noted that his Tongtian cave contained approximately 1 drop of celestial energy. Though merely a single drop, it had filled his Tongtian cave to capacity. This indicated that 1 drop was his limit. Lacking knowledge of the Zhou Tian acupoint breathing method and still only at the 8th refinement, the strength of his Tao body was somewhat lacking. According to Lin Bei's estimations, the Tongtian cave should be capable of withstanding at least 10 drops of celestial energy. Upon seeing Lin Bei approach, Zhang Teng immediately bowed respectfully. Master. Lin Bei nodded. Are you prepared for our journey to the Zhang clan today? Zhang Teng's eyes gleamed with determination. It is time to settle the grievances between me and the Zhang clan. Chapter 61, Building the Dojo. Observing Zhang Teng's resolve, Lin Bei remained silent, merely walking beside him and gently patting his shoulder. Though no words were spoken, Zhang Teng understood this as his master's silent support. At that moment, within the dojo, Xiao Liuzi rubbed his hands together, addressing Taichi beside him. Taichi, do you think master will take us along? Taichi shot him a bemused glance. What? Having just visited Qingyan town, you wish to wander again? Xiao Liuzi rolled his eyes at Taichi. What do you mean wander? I merely wish to gain insight into Nanyang. I have heard that it is far more prosperous than here, a grand city. Taichi regarded Xiao Liuzi with a deep look. While I am also concerned for Brother Zhang, it is best to refrain from complicating matters. Our presence would not only be unhelpful, but might also distract Master from his focus. All right. Xiao Liuzi relented. Then a gleam sparked in his eyes. Taichi, how about we recruit villagers from the surrounding areas? Taichi nodded in agreement. That is a good idea. After all, the Chen family's cloth shop and the 16 shopkeepers we recruited have already begun establishing their shops and infrastructure here. It is indeed time to gather some residents. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, Zhang Teng, and Mu Qingwei arrived at the entrance of the dojo, where they spotted Xiao Yuan standing outside with her father. Little Yuan's father was waiting nearby, holding the reins of a horse-drawn carriage, which even boasted a coachman. Master, little Yuan exclaimed, running joyfully towards him. Father has heard that you are heading to the Zhang clan, and has specially prepared this carriage for you. At that moment, the head of the Chen family approached Lin Bei and bowed respectfully. I am immensely grateful to you, Master Lin, for your care of little Yuan these past days. I understand you do not accept apprenticeship gifts, and I dare not offend, but please, do accept these 2 carriages. Little Yuan chimed in. Master, please accept them. These 2 horses were carefully selected by my father. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei felt a flicker of astonishment within. When had he ever stated that he would not accept apprenticeship gifts? He soon realized that such words must have come from the mischief of the befuddled Tiniu. To fool Tiniu, he had crafted an image of a reclusive master for himself. Now, it seemed, he had inadvertently stumbled upon his own foot. Despite the vibrant facade of his dojo, Lin Bei was, in reality, quite impoverished. The funds for Little Liuzi and Little Yuaner to procure medicinal herbs had originally been extorted from the Liuhum martial arts school, along with Zhang Tao and his attendants. Though it stung a bit, Lin Bei came to terms with it. If he could not accept the gift, it simply meant there was no predestined connection. Once the dojo was established, wouldn't the income flow in endlessly? Since it was the Chun family's goodwill, he decided to accept it. Chun family head's heart swelled with joy. Lin Bei's acceptance of the gift undoubtedly indicated a willingness to draw closer. At the very least, he would be remembered in Lin Bei's heart. This mattered greatly to him. Even if Lin Bei made no promises or offered no assistance, he would still hold a position of respect within the dojo's commercial circle. After all, those merchants would find it impossible to present gifts even if they wished to. With Little Yuaner as connection, the Chun family head felt confident he could establish a firm foothold here. Without further pleasantries, Lin Bei, Zhang Teng, and Mu Qingyue boarded the carriage, which set off immediately. Along the way, Lin Bei noticed that this small village was not only bustling with shops under construction, but numerous residences were being built as well. And even the main road had been paved with blue stone. The area surrounding the dojo was brimming with life. Just then, a dove alighted in Mu Qingyue's hand. She glanced at its message, furrowing her brow with a serious expression directed at Zhang Teng and Lin Bei. "What's wrong?" Lin Bei inquired. "Master Lin, during this challenge to the Zhang clan, masters from the Nanyangzhou clan will be present, and I fear they may not adhere to the rules." Mu Qingyue expressed her concerns with a hint of worry. Upon hearing this title, a flicker of coldness passed through Zhang Teng's eyes. To him, aside from the Zhang clan, the Nanyangzhou clan was the source of all his tribulations. This was precisely why he had outright rejected the goodwill of Zhang Zhong from the Zhang clan. He had no faith that Zhang Zhong could persuade the Nanyangzhou clan. If he could not convince them, would he not become a pawn once more? Moreover, if he accepted Zhang Zhong's terms, he would need to retract the challenge letter. Zhang Teng was unwilling to entrust his fate to others, which was the primary reason he had firmly refused Zhang Zhong's overtures. He desired to forge a path he could control himself. His heart had long turned cold towards the Zhang clan. In response, Lin Bei merely smiled faintly and uttered two words: "No worries." At this moment, within the Zhang clan, a family meeting was convening. The clan leader wore a solemn expression. "Everyone, the notary from the Qingyun City Martial Arts General Hall has sent word. They will arrive at our Zhang clan by noon tomorrow to issue a challenge. How should we respond?" Zhang Zhong squinted, remaining silent, appearing as though he had dozed off. "What should we do?" "Naturally, we must eliminate the threat completely," spoke a tall, robust man with a square face, thick brows, and piercing eyes. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, exuded an aura of lethal intent. Unmistakable evidence of a seasoned warrior returned from the battlefield. He was none other than Zhang Tsonglong. Upon hearing of Zhang Tao's demise, he had rushed back without delay. At that moment, a member clad in Zhou clan attire suddenly spoke up. "Eliminate the threat completely? That may not be wise. It would be better to capture them and hand them over to the county prince for disposition." Zhang Tsonglong glared with a fierce countenance at the speaker. "Zhou clan, were it not for your interference, our Zhang clan would not have lost Zhang Tao. And now you come here to offer unsolicited advice?" Before the Zhou clan member could respond, Zhang Zhong immediately rebuked, "Do not overstep." Zhang Tsonglong was taken aback. Originally, upon returning from the border and learning of Zhang Zhong's survival, his sorrow over Zhang Tao's death had somewhat faded. After all, this was a master-level powerhouse. Did this not imply that they were now entitled to disregard the Zhou clan's opinions? To his surprise, the first to counter him was Zhang Zhong. Though somewhat confused, Zhang Tsonglong swallowed his indignation and bowed apologetically to the Zhou clan member. "I apologize for losing my composure due to the events surrounding Tower." The Zhou clan envoy sneered at him. At that moment, Zhang Zhong spoke up. "We will do our utmost to capture Zhang Teng. But if he is killed in the process, we cannot be held accountable." The Zhou clan envoy nodded in agreement. "That is only natural." Soon, the meeting concluded. Zhang Tsonglong approached Zhang Zhong. "Elder Zhong, since you are alive, why do you still yield so much to the Zhou clan?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhong sighed deeply. "Since my return from the dojo, I have realized that the dojo's strength lies in Zhang Teng's master. He is an exceptionally formidable expert." Zhang Tsonglong was taken aback. He had inquired about the Zhou clan, yet Zhang Zhong responded with insights about the dojo. This left him somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Zhang Zhong began to elucidate the reasoning behind his actions. Chapter 62, Domain. The King of Martial Arts. Migration. Tsonglong, back in the dojo. I could see from Zhang Teng's eyes his distrust and disappointment towards the Zhang clan. Hence, I hastily visited the Nanyangzhou clan. I had hoped that with Master Lin's considerable strength, at least on par with a master-level expert, we could turn enemies into friends. The simplest way to achieve this was to have Zhang Teng cast aside his grievances and reconcile with our Zhang clan. With the relationship between Zhang Yong and Zhang Xiaoxiao, resolving Zhang Teng's concerns would greatly increase the likelihood of convincing him to return to the family. Although Zhang Zonglong found this hard to swallow and yearned for revenge for Zhang Tao, he understood the importance of family and recognized the wisdom in Zhang Zhong's words. Zhang Zhong continued, I initially believed that with my standing, coupled with some compensation, I could persuade the Zhou clan to retract the wanted notice. However, I was met with utter disrespect. Not even the names of some old generals from the border could sway them. Zhang Zonglong, bewildered, inquired, why is the Zhou clan so domineering? I wish to know that as well, Zhang Zhong replied, and just as I was prepared to confront them. Do you know what I felt? What? Zhang Zonglong's expression turned serious. I sensed the domain. Zhang Zhong's countenance darkened. At that moment, I felt as though I was in another world, completely suppressed, unable to even conceive of rebellion. Zhang Zhong let out a bitter laugh. In that instant, I understood the true trump card that the Nanyang Zhou clan possesses to claim the title of County Prince. Domain Zhang Zonglong gasped in shock. Mastering power is what one calls a grandmaster. However, if one can transform that power into a domain, mastering an absolute realm, then one may be hailed as the sovereign of martial arts. The title of Grandmaster represents a monumental leap for a martial artist, while the title of Sovereign signifies the next great transcendence. No wonder there truly exists a sovereign of martial arts. Zhang Zonglong swallowed hard. In that moment, he finally comprehended why Zhang Zhong had scolded him. The Zhang clan could not afford to offend the Zhou clan of Nanyang. The Zhou family loomed over the Zhang clan like a colossal mountain, suffocating them under its weight. Zhang Zhong seemed to mock himself. When I first went to the dojo, I confidently assured Zhang Teng that I could persuade the Zhou clan, but now it appears I am nothing more than a jest. He rejected me, yet in doing so, he inadvertently preserved my dignity. Otherwise, had he not turned me down, I would not have known how to broach the subject, and I would have likely had to capture him and deliver him to the Zhou clan. Zhang Zhong sighed, and then looked towards a spot not far behind him. Zhang Zonglong sensed something and glanced in the direction Zhang Zhong was observing. Why aren't they coming out? At that moment, Zhang Yong, appearing somewhat dazed, emerged. Zhang Zhong sighed deeply. When you cried and pleaded with me, I too wished for a resolution. But, Yonger, I did my utmost. Zhang Yong nodded. I understand. Alas, you are a person of great insight. I hope you prioritize the greater good. With that, Zhang Zhong departed, leaving Zhang Yong standing there, lost in thought, his eyes vacant. Their final hope had been extinguished. Grandfather, Zhang Xiaoxiao exclaimed. What does the ancestor Zhang Zhong mean? The ancestor's implication, Zhang Yong said bitterly, is that Zhang Teng is doomed without a doubt. On the other side, the carriage sped along. Along the way, Mu Qinghue curiously gazed out at the carriage's surroundings. Outside, a thoroughfare stretched forth, bustling with people bearing burdens, seemingly in the midst of migration. How peculiar! Why are so many commoners migrating? They appear weary, having traveled a considerable distance. Lin Bei also felt a twinge of curiosity. What to do? Naturally, one inquires. Lin Bei promptly signaled the coachman to halt. Stop. Once the carriage came to a halt, Lin Bei nodded at Zhang Teng. Without further ado, Zhang Teng dismounted and rushed forward to intercept a villager pushing a wooden cart. Good sir, from whence do you come? Why are there so many people migrating? Where are you all headed? The villager responded with a wry smile. We are migrating from Yugu Pass, intending to rest for a day or two in Qingyun City before heading inland. At that moment, an elderly woman beside him added, recently, there have been frequent appearances of monstrous beasts near Yugu Pass. It has become unsafe. We heard from a martial artist that a great battle may soon unfold there. Indeed, we fear that Yugu Pass cannot withstand the onslaught, hence we are fleeing to safety. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng felt a bit dazed. When he brought this news back, Mu Qinghue was the first to express disbelief. Absolutely impossible. Yugu Pass is a crucial border stronghold. How could monstrous beasts cross it and disturb the populace? Such nonsense. Yugu Pass has not been breached. Mu Qinghue stated emphatically. Moreover, they claim such beasts are mere rumors. To reach the level of a beastly demon would require intelligence comparable to that of a martial arts grandmaster. If such beasts truly infiltrated Yugu Pass, it would be a significant matter. Once the news spread, various bounties would surely flood the air. Mu Qinghue spoke with confidence. Lin Bei realized the implications and then inquired, if that is the case, does Miss Mu suggest that these commoners are panicking due to rumors and hearsay? Naturally, such blunders have occurred before. It is nothing to fret about. Mu Qinghue replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei dismissed the matter from his mind and recalled the volcano not far from the dojo, rumored to harbor the beastly fire python. Thus, he asked directly, "Miss Mu, have you heard of the beastly fire python?" Mu Qingyue nodded. "Are you referring to the one near the volcano close to your dojo?" "Indeed." Lin Bei nodded, then humbly sought her counsel. "I have heard that the beastly fire python is quite formidable. Even grandmasters are unable to contend with it. Has it reached the level of a demon?" Mu Qingyue shook her head. "Certainly not. Rest assured, if it had become a demon, bounties for its extermination would be rampant. The existence of a demon beast is far too perilous." After a moment's contemplation, Mu Qingyue continued, "The fire python you mentioned has indeed been hunted by grandmasters before, but it is clever enough to withstand the high temperatures of the volcano's magma. When faced with a grandmaster, it simply retreats into the volcano, which is why it remains unharmed to this day. Although it dwells within the volcano, it does not dare to attack humans, which is why it has not been hunted by experts for the time being." Lin Bei understood, and a firm resolve took root within him. Upon his return, he would seek an opportunity to eliminate the fire python. The extermination of demons and the pacification of the populace was one aspect. More importantly, Lin Bei had set his sights on that volcano. Once he perfected his 12 meridians and achieved mastery of his internal palace, cultivating the fire of the 5 organs would yield great utility from the volcano. Time passed swiftly. The carriage sped along. Gradually, the shadow of Nanyang City emerged before the group. Returning to this place, the fighting spirit in Zhang Teng's eyes intensified. Chapter 63. Nanyang, the focus of all eyes. Nanyang City, resplendent and flourishing. Unlike Qingyun City, it is a colossal metropolis, divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city is predominantly occupied by various prominent families, who virtually monopolize all resources. Among them, the Zhou clan stands supreme over all families in Nanyang. They control an immense wealth of resources in both the inner and outer cities. It is precisely for this reason that all families in Nanyang must heed their countenance. Coupled with their formidable martial prowess, even the patriarch of the Zhou clan boldly claims the title of Duke of Nanyang, and none dare to challenge their authority. After all, in Nanyang, offending the Zhou clan means that with a mere word, they can sever a family's access to cultivation resources, which is why all families in Nanyang harbor a profound fear of the Zhou clan. This also explains why, at the behest of the Zhou clan, Zhang Teng was to be stripped of his dantian and placed under a bounty. In Nanyang, the Zhou clan reigns as the monarch of all families. At this moment, Lin Bei's carriage entered the outer city. Along the way, many commoners from the outer city curiously gazed at the carriage in which Lin Bei and his companions traveled. "This carriage seems to be from Qingyun, doesn't it?" "Indeed. Look, there rests the emblem of Qingyun town on it. Those 2 characters signify the dojo, don't they? I heard that Zhang Teng of the Zhang clan has issued a challenge. Could this carriage belong to them?" Upon hearing this, a wave of curiosity swept through the crowd. "Zhang Teng, isn't he a wanted criminal?" "Yes. I heard that he sullied the honor of the Duke's daughter at the Duke's residence in Nanyang and subsequently fled back to his family." In a fit of rage, the Duke demanded an explanation from the Zhang clan, which promptly stripped him of his status. What happened next? Some uninformed individuals eagerly inquired. Afterward, the Zhang clan reported the punishment to the Duke, who was exceedingly displeased and ordered the Zhang clan to deliver Zhang Teng to the Duke's residence, intending to exact his vengeance and have him executed. As a result, after Zhang Teng was stripped of his dantian, he vanished, and the Zhang clan could not locate him. It is said that the Duke even searched the Zhang clan's estate, which cooperated fully, and after confirming that the Zhang clan had not harbored a criminal, the wanted notice was issued. So it is the origin of the wanted notice. Many people suddenly realized, but what of the challenge letter? How could he dare to return? Someone inquired, perplexed. "You might not be aware, but my distant cousin is the shopkeeper of the Zhang family store." A person spoke mysteriously. "I have heard that he joined a martial arts school called Daochang, part of a new faction known as the Cultivators. While in Qingyun town, it is said he defeated the master of the Liuhum Martial Arts Academy, Cheng. As a result, Cheng reported him to the Duke's mansion, which ordered the Zhang clan to bring Zhang Teng before them personally. Later, when Zhang Tao went to apprehend Zhang Teng, Zhang Teng killed him." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Wasn't he Zhang Tao at the pinnacle of the Danhai realm? Before his downfall, Zhang Teng was merely at the early stages of Danhai. How could this new faction be so formidable? This new faction, can they continue their cultivation even after their dantians are destroyed? The individual exaggeratedly declared, "Indeed, to be able to cultivate after one's dantian is destroyed, is that not an exaggeration?" The crowd nodded in agreement. "Furthermore, I heard that at that time, Zhang Teng had only recently entered the new faction." The crowd gasped once more. Shouldn't one be at the body refinement stage when just starting out? To defeat a master of the Danhai realm is utterly absurd. And that is not all. Later I learned that upon discovering Zhang Teng had killed Zhang Tao, The Zhang clan ordered Zhang Tao's grandfather to carry out the righteous act of punishing his own kin. Zhang Teng's grandfather, Zhang Yong. I recall he was a master of the martial path manifestation realm. Precisely. The person nodded. The most outrageous part is yet to come. Everyone leaned in closer. Zhang Teng defeated Zhang Yong and then wrote a challenge letter, even sending Zhang Yong to deliver it back. I heard that returning with him were Zhang Xiaoxiao and many of Zhang Tao's attendants. At this moment, someone chimed in. I know, I saw it. Those attendants seemed to have been severely beaten, severed hands and feet. The crowd exchanged glances. I feel as though I am hearing the words of an ancient text. Who could argue otherwise? Despite Zhang Teng having cultivated his copper skin iron bones, how could he defeat masters of true martial intent? Many displayed expressions of disbelief. This time, the Daochong's carriage has arrived. Can there be any doubt? Someone added. Not long ago, I saw Zhang Zhong of the Zhang clan. The direction he left was indeed towards Qingyun town, and upon his return, he immediately instructed the family to prepare for Zhang Teng's challenge. It is said that Zhang Zhong has reached the legendary realm of martial path grandmaster. Surely he will not return empty-handed. And the master of this Daochong must also be formidable. Soon, similar news seemed to take flight, spreading throughout Nanyang. Almost simultaneously, the Zhang clan received the news. That wretch has returned. The clan leader of the Zhang family barked in anger. Zhang Tsonglong's eyes shimmered with murderous intent. He has returned? Excellent. For daring to kill Tao I shall ensure he pays in blood. At this moment, outside the Zhang clan's territory, numerous experts gathered. Besides the Zhang clan's own masters, many from various martial arts schools had also arrived. They had naturally come at the behest of Mu Qingyue to bolster their numbers. After all, the Qingyun General Hall needed to ensure a fair challenge. Without a significant presence of martial arts experts, how could the clan's actions be deemed just? Among the onlookers were numerous martial artists from various families, as well as a fair number of academy practitioners eager to witness the unfolding drama. He has arrived. Someone from the outer crowd shouted. The crowd turned toward the sound. Not far away, a carriage was traversing the bustling streets of Nanyang, heading towards the Zhang clan. At this moment, the driver of the carriage felt an unusual excitement, for in a sense, the road of Nanyang had opened up a direct path for them to the Zhang clan. Once he returns, he will have tales to tell. Come on. Zhang Tsonglong gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with hatred as he looked at the carriage. The clan leader of the Zhang family similarly wore a grim expression. To have our Zhang clan so surrounded by onlookers, it feels as if we are mere monkeys performing for an audience. This is what a challenge letter entails. Zhang Zhong calmly remarked. A fair challenge naturally invites a multitude of spectators. A crowd is not necessarily a bad thing. As long as they can witness the strength of our Zhang clan, it may benefit the family. Elder Zhong's words rang true, just as they were conversing. The carriage slowly came to a halt before the Zhang clan's territory. At this moment, nearly all eyes were fixed upon the carriage. It has arrived. With the driver's voice, Zhang Teng stepped slowly out of the carriage. He walked with a brisk gait, his eyes resolute. The last time, he had fled in a disheveled and dazed state. But this time he stood tall. Chapter 64, Arrogance? This is dominance. At this moment, Zhang Teng was imbued with a different spirit, as if he had been reborn. The instant he set foot on this familiar land, his eyes, sharp as blades, swept over the members of the Zhang clan. The Zhang clan had already assumed a defensive stance, blocking the entrance to their territory. He even noticed members of the Zhou clan being treated as honored guests, equally obstructing the way. The term obstruction seemed to take on a tangible form at that moment. Zhang Teng. Upon seeing Zhang Teng, Zhang Tao's father's eyes blazed with fury, wishing he could devour him whole. At this moment, nearly everyone from the Zhang clan fixed their gazes upon Zhang Teng. Their expressions varied. Zhang Teng surveyed the crowd, observing their myriad of expressions, and a peculiar feeling surged within him. These people were once the ones he cherished most. Yet now, the vast majority wished for his demise. Just then, Mu Qingyue also dismounted from the carriage. Her ethereal beauty, combined with an air of cold elegance, immediately drew admiration from many martial artists present. At that moment, seated at the center of the Zhang clan, Zhang Zhong, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Indeed, he has come. Although he did not state who it was, the Zhang clan and all the martial artists present understood who was about to disembark. Zhang Tsonglong stared intently at the carriage. There emerged Lin Bei, dressed simply. Is this Lin Bei? Is he the one who has emboldened Zhang Teng to resist? Zhang Tsonglong scoffed. He appears to be quite ordinary. How dare he be so arrogant? The clan leader's expression shifted slightly. The unremarkable is often the most formidable. His restraint is alarming. Comparatively, the martial artists outside began to murmur among themselves. That individual must be the legendary Master Lin, to dare support Zhang Teng. One wonders what his true strength is. Just then, Mu Qingyue stepped forward, addressing the gathered members of the Zhang clan. Today, I, Mu Qingyue, represent the Martial Path General Hall to oversee the challenge of Zhang Teng against the Zhang clan in a fair manner. With that, she turned her gaze towards the Zhang clan. Zhang clan, do you have any objections? Though her words were framed as a question, all could sense the undeniable authority in her tone. The clan leader of the Zhang clan snorted coldly and inquired, "You represent the Martial Path General Hall? Where's the document?" Mu Qingyue promptly produced the document, which bore not only the seal of the Qingyun City General Hall, but also the prominent inscription of the Martial Path General Hall. Upon viewing the seal of the Martial Path General Hall, Zhang Zhong slowly began to speak. "This matter is without dispute." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue exhaled in relief. "Since there are no objections, this affair will be conducted with complete impartiality by our Qingyun pavilion." With that, Mu Qingyue stepped aside. Almost everyone's gaze fell upon Zhang Teng. The martial challenge was to be executed openly and fairly. Zhang Tsonglong stepped forward, a surging intent to kill, honed on the battlefield, bearing down on Zhang Teng like a blade. "You wretched spawn, do you dare to challenge me?" Before Zhang Tsonglong could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Without giving Zhang Tsonglong a moment to react, a resounding slap echoed throughout the venue. Slap. In the next moment, Zhang Tsonglong found himself face first on the ground, sliding several meters. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The one who had delivered the slap was none other than Lin Bei. "Lin Bei!" Zhang Zhong instantly sprang to his feet, glaring fiercely at Lin Bei and shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Lin Bei's eyes were as cold as steel as he replied, "Who dares to insult my esteemed disciple in my presence? Who has given you the audacity? Is it perhaps you?" Their eyes locked in a fierce exchange. The tension in the air crackled like lightning. At that moment, the surroundings were in an uproar. "No way. Is this for real? The lord of the Lin estate is too ruthless." He directly intervened? How protective. Just for a mere insult, he took to the field. Is he ready to turn the tables? The martial artists from various schools expressed their astonishment, while some from the academy were delighted to witness the unfolding drama. To everyone present, Zhang Teng's courage to challenge was bolstered not merely by the fairness of the martial arts school, but by the presence of his master. Yet, before the challenge could commence, Lin Bei had already taken to the field. How could this not elicit gasps of surprise? After the initial shock, some voiced their confusion. The arbiter is still present. Outsiders should not intervene in this challenge, even if it is the master. Zhang Teng had yet to declare the specifics of his challenge, meaning the contest had not officially begun. Some martial artists began to clarify. Once Zhang Teng articulated the terms of the challenge, and it was acknowledged and deemed fair by the martial arts school, only then would the challenge formally commence. At this moment, Zhang Teng gazed at Lin Bei's retreating figure, a wave of gratitude surging within him. In contrast to the family that had betrayed him and the kin that had abandoned him, Lin Bei appeared to him as a towering figure of integrity. This scene infuriated Zhang Zhong, who ground his teeth in rage. Many from the Zhang clan could not restrain their fury. How arrogant! To resort to a sneak attack. The challenge hasn't even officially begun. Let's teach him a lesson. In an instant, the martial intent surged, and the chi of the Zhang clan intertwined, giving the impression of a collective assault. "Everyone, stand down." Zhang Zhong's stern command quelled the anger of the Zhang clan. He then turned his icy gaze towards Lin Bei. "Lin Bei, you are exceedingly presumptuous. Do you wish to spar with me before the challenge?" "Presumptuous?" Lin Bei retorted. "Who, I ask, is the truly presumptuous one? We have come according to the rules to issue a challenge, yet Zhang Tsonglong opens with insults. I merely offered a slight admonishment." With that, Lin Bei turned his attention back to Zhang Zhong. "If you are unsatisfied, feel free to make a move." At this point, Lin Bei's voice took on a chilling tone. "However, I do not favor those who act unreasonably. Before you strike, I advise you to consider carefully whether you are prepared to meet your demise." These words sent a ripple through the crowd. Mu Qingyue's gaze towards Lin Bei shifted. She had always perceived him as particularly amiable and gentle, yet now, she sensed an overwhelming aura of dominance. The Zhang clan leader was seething with rage. Zhang Zhong swiftly intervened, grasping the furious Zhang clan leader. "Enough! Do you not find this enough of an embarrassment?" Upon hearing this, the clan leader paused, then gradually calmed down. Indeed, from a broader perspective, Zhang Teng's challenge was in accordance with etiquette, while Zhang Tsonglong's outburst was undeniably rude. Having been reprimanded, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, they would appear as unreasonable. As a prominent family in Nanyang, their reputation mattered greatly. Seeing the clan leader regain his composure, Zhang Zhong turned to Lin Bei. "We acknowledge our rudeness. We hope the lord of the Lin estate can forgive us." This statement sent waves of astonishment through the crowd. Zhang Zhong had actually conceded. Chapter 65, The Truth. The puppet master is the princess. Among the spectators, many were aware of a particular incident. Zhang Zhong had previously visited the training grounds, seemingly engaging in a covert confrontation with the lord of the Lin estate. Although they did not clash directly, a deep-seated caution lingered. This very reason explained why they felt it was justified when Zhang Tsonglong was slapped away. Now witnessing Lin Bei's formidable stance, they suddenly realized that this man was not to be trifled with. Zhang Zhong, a martial arts master tempered at the borders, had actually retreated? Some were bewildered, finding it hard to comprehend. In the realm of martial artists, the strong commanded respect. Thus, Zhang Tsonglong, not being his match and lacking the moral high ground, had it coming. One martial artist voiced, "The crux is that the lord of the Lin estate shows no fear of Zhang Zhong. This suggests he possesses at least equal strength, qualifying him to speak on equal terms. Otherwise, who would reason with you?" Another raised a fist. Sometimes, a fist is the only argument that matters. Many nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lin Bei, observing Zhang Zhong's retreat, narrowed his eyes and scrutinized him deeply, contemplating. Is this fellow privy to my intentions? Despite my provocations, he chose to withdraw. Why did he seize upon Zhang Tsonglong's disrespect and deliver such a punishing blow, leaving him unconscious? The reason was simple. He sought to eliminate the Zhang family's high-end combat power, thereby alleviating Zhang Teng's burden. Nevertheless, recognizing his intentions was inconsequential. At the very least, he had established his authority. He demonstrated through action that the Zhang clan's dojo was not to be trifled with. Zhang Teng had formidable backing. Now that Zhang Zhong had retreated, Lin Bei nonchalantly remarked, "Those who discern the times are truly wise." After uttering this, he calmly stepped back a few paces. In that moment, the members of the Zhang clan were on the brink of exploding with rage. An elder from the Zhang clan approached Zhang Zhong and quietly inquired, "Elder Zhong, why did you concede? Are you not allowing them to mock us?" Some elders from the Zhang clan failed to comprehend Zhang Zhong's actions. In the eyes of numerous elders, Lin Bei's provocations were the perfect opportunity for them to strike. As long as Zhang Zhong took action, they could coordinate an overwhelming assault, ensuring a high chance of victory. "Fools," Zhang Zhong scoffed. "Zhang Teng has issued a challenge to our Zhang clan. According to the pavilion's rules, anyone below the rank of master may enter the fray. If I were to engage, then his master would have the excuse to retaliate against our Zhang family directly. If I were to falter, what would become of the Zhang clan?" Upon hearing this, many expressed astonishment. What did Zhang Zhong mean by this? He was essentially admitting that if a fight broke out, he might not necessarily win. Is Lin Bei truly that formidable? The clan leader inquired. "I cannot ascertain his full strength, but from the moment I first encountered him, his demeanor has been exceedingly assertive, indicating that he does not fear me. Moreover, I cannot sense his energy, leaving me unable to gauge his true prowess. I lack the confidence to believe I could defeat him." Zhang Zhong spoke candidly. Since he discerned his purpose, how could he fall into his trap? The Zhang clan stood in solemn silence, with Zhang Teng observing the scene unfold before him. The sight of their enduring humiliation stirred the echoes of long-buried memories within him. Once, even when they knew he was wronged, the family forsook him for Zhang Tao. His grandfather, too, compelled him to bear the humiliation. And what was the outcome? He was left crippled, his meridians severed, and faced with imminent death. Yet what was truly absurd? The family, enduring disgrace at that time, deemed him a discarded pawn to accumulate strength. Now, before him, the Zhang family again bore humiliation, still in pursuit of strength. This time, however, it was to extinguish his very life. How ironic. At that moment, Zhang Teng stepped forward, declaring, "Today, I, Zhang Teng, challenge the entire Zhang clan." As his voice rang out, the ancestral grounds of the Zhang family fell into an almost palpable silence. They understood that a spectacle was about to commence. Although they were aware of Zhang Teng's challenge, the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. Now, every individual awaited with bated breath to discover the nature of his challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, were I to stand alone, I would not bother to explain grievances. But as a disciple of the Taoist temple and the head disciple of my master, it is imperative that I uphold the honor of both the temple and my master. Zhang Teng proclaimed with resounding clarity. I was once a member of the Zhang clan. At a banquet hosted by the Prince of Nanyang, Zhang Tao took advantage of my unguarded moment, rendering me unconscious. When I awoke, I found myself in the chamber of the princess. Thus, I was wronged without understanding how, and by the time I came to my senses, I was already a wanted criminal, stripped of my cultivation. Before he could finish, an envoy from the Zhou clan interjected with fury, "Nonsense. If you had not sullied the princess's reputation and even conceived a bastard child, would the mighty Zhou clan of Nanyang pursue you? Such a misunderstanding. Our esteemed Zhou clan is not so petty." With a cold sneer, Zhang Teng retorted, "How utterly ludicrous. Sullied her reputation? When I awoke, my attire was intact, and my primordial yang was still intact. How could I have tarnished her purity? As for the so-called bastard child, perhaps you should inquire with the princess. At this revelation, an uproar erupted among the crowd. If what Zhang Teng said was true, then the dirt cast upon him might very well be a scheme devised by the princess herself. The envoy, taken aback, turned pale as realization dawned. Even Lin Bei was momentarily stunned. No wonder Zhang Teng expressed such profound disappointment towards his family. He must have voiced his grievances, yet the family, even if aware, dared not elaborate and treated him as a discarded pawn. It appeared that their motives extended beyond merely preserving Zhang Tao. It involved the princess of Nanyang as well. Preposterous. You possess a tongue as sharp as a dagger. The clan leader of the Zhang family seethed with rage, understanding that Zhang Teng's words had dealt a significant blow to their reputation. In that moment, the envoy from the Zhou clan regained composure and barked, "Impudent youth! How dare you slander the princess? Seize him at once." The members of the Zhang clan exchanged glances. Yet none moved to act. It was Zhang Zhong who finally spoke. "Do not be hasty, envoy. We, the Zhang clan, will capture Zhang Teng and present him to the Zhou clan." Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng smirked in derision. "Slander? Prior to submitting my challenge to the Grand Hall, I engaged in a spar with Miss Mu, who is well aware of my primordial yang. Otherwise, how could the Qingyun Grand Hall possibly agree to advocate for me before the martial Dao Grand Hall?" Though Mu Qingyue said nothing, her silence affirmed Zhang Teng's claim. At that moment, enlightenment washed over the crowd. Zhang Teng seized the moment, declaring, "Everyone, this is the reason for my challenge against the Zhang clan. They are fully aware of my unjust treatment, yet collude with the Zhou clan to cripple my cultivation and seek my demise. Truly, how much can one endure before it becomes intolerable?" With this proclamation, Zhang Teng asserted, "I reiterate before all present, I sever ties with the Zhang clan. I, Zhang Teng, challenge anyone among the Zhang clan who willingly conspires with the Zhou clan. Anyone wishing to harm me is welcome to engage." With that, Zhang Teng produced a sheet of paper inscribed with 3 bold characters, "Death Pact. Anyone willing to confront me may sign the Death Pact. Those who engage will not only determine victory or defeat, but also life or death." In an instant, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. The members of the Zhang clan exchanged uncertain glances. A voice rang out, "Well said, Brother Teng. As warriors, we must seek justice." At that moment, Mu Qinghua stepped forward. Addressing the crowd, "The terms of the challenge have been issued. Those who sign the Death Pact may engage Zhang Teng one-on-one." As she spoke, she took the Death Pact and unfurled it. Just then, a powerful member of the Zhang clan shouted, "Impudent brat! Enough of your nonsense. Today, I shall cleanse our ranks." This individual leapt forth, signing his name on the Death Pact even as he moved. Zhang Yaxing. He was none other than the father of Zhang Tao. Chapter 66, Sealing the Acupoints. Retribution for Evil Deeds. When Zhang Teng saw Zhang Yaxing charging towards him, a singular thought flashed through his mind. Debts must be repaid. It was said that the poison Zhang Tao had employed originated from Zhang Yaxing, and now, Zhang Yaxing was the first to leap into the fray. However, it was hardly surprising. Their enmity ran deep. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with intensity. The murderous intent in their eyes was palpable to all present. At this moment, words were unnecessary. Only life and death could quell this overwhelming bloodlust. Spawn of evil, prepare to meet your end. Zhang Yaxing surged forward, a tempest of murderous intent propelling him within mere meters of Zhang Teng. Though he had reached the manifestation realm, his martial will had not yet manifested. Instead, it fused with his true qi, surging within him. Even from a distance, one could sense the formidable strength radiating from him. He was in a state of unparalleled vigor. Clearly, he had received word of Zhang Teng's ability to disrupt the manifestation of martial intent, and this posture would allow him to unleash his full potential. Had Zhang Yong leaked this information? A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Teng's mind. Yet, he clung to a sliver of hope. As Zhang Yaxing charged, the muscles in his arm bulged with explosive power, emanating an overwhelming force that every martial artist present could feel. This punch was formidable. Zhang Teng's eyes narrowed, instantly recognizing the technique. This was the famed breaking wind and shattering mountain from the Zhang ancestral martial arts. Legend had it that a martial king from the Zhang clan once used this technique to pierce the heart of a mountain, creating a tunnel over 100 meters long. This punch was renowned for its speed and strength. Zhang Teng had no intention of meeting it head-on. His 8 refined Dao body could easily match Zhang Yaxing's speed. He executed the Taichi step, his footwork resembling the dance of yin and yang, appearing simple, yet precisely evading the incoming fist. In a seamless motion, he closed the distance, exposing Zhang Yaxing's vulnerability in the moment of their convergence. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Teng transformed his palm into a finger, unleashing the sealing technique he had comprehended, sealing acupoints. With a mere gesture, he sealed the Yunmen acupoint. In an instant, Zhang Teng's expression shifted subtly, for as he sealed the acupoint, he distinctly sensed that Zhang Yashan's Yunmen acupoint was brimming with an abundance of true energy. And even the essence of martial arts spiraled within. What did this signify? Preparedness. It seemed he had foreseen this very moment. At that instant, any semblance of hope in Zhang Teng's heart was utterly extinguished. He could almost ascertain that this information must have been leaked by Zhang Yong. Yet, despite his disappointment, his current prowess was far superior to what it had been during his confrontation with Zhang Yong. He had already attained the 8th refinement of the Tao body. At this moment, even if Zhang Yashan had been forewarned, what of it? Was sealing an acupoint so easily thwarted? As Zhang Teng initiated the sealing process, a minuscule yet potent force of celestial energy swirled at his fingertips. The instant it struck the Yunmen acupoint, it pierced through the defenses of martial essence and true energy effortlessly. Yunmen acupoint sealed. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Yashan's countenance changed dramatically, but he had no time to react as Zhang Teng, like a bolt of lightning, sealed 3 of his acupoints. As he swung his fist in an attempt to repel Zhang Teng merely shifted his Taichi steps slightly, evading the assault with ease, subsequently sealing 6 more of his acupoints. In an instant, his true energy became obstructed, and the essence of martial arts could not coalesce, revealing numerous complications. To his astonishment, his strength had significantly diminished within such a brief span. Panic set in. At this moment, Zhang Yashan finally succumbed to dread. Seemingly echoing the despair once felt by Zhang Yong, he yearned to counterattack. However, Zhang Teng's movements were ethereal and elusive. Each attempt to retaliate only resulted in the sealing of further acupoints. It was over. One misstep led to another. He never imagined that his execution of the Zhang ancestor's ultimate fist would so swiftly lead him to an irreversible fate. This was simply too formidable. In that instant, he even began to question whether Zhang Yong had deceived him. With such strength, how could he possibly be overwhelmed? Just as his movements began to slow, Zhang Teng pointed directly at his temple, causing Zhang Yashan's eyes to fill with blood vessels. His pupils brimmed with resentment and unwillingness. Yet, all of this came to a sudden halt with a thud as he collapsed to the ground. His life, in that moment, reached its terminus, leaving no time for even a final utterance. At that instant, silence enveloped the arena. Everyone stood in shock. Even Mu Qingyue was rendered speechless. Though she had been defeated by Zhang Teng previously, she had felt she at least possessed the capability to contend. But now, she was gripped by a peculiar illusion. Had Zhang Teng perhaps gone easy on him? Zhang Yashan was a master of the same manifest realm as herself, a renowned expert within the Zhang clan. How could he be slain in a mere encounter? Life and death are dictated by fate. The cycle of heaven demands retribution, and today is the moment for you to atone for your misdeeds. Zhang Teng cast a glance at Zhang Yashan before kicking him aside, as if discarding refuse. This scene incited fury among the Zhang clan members, their eyes blazing with indignation. I shall confront you. An elder of the Zhang clan prepared to intervene. However, Mu Qingyue suddenly retracted the life and death contract, obstructing him. Hold on. What do you mean? Why have you put away the life and death contract? The elder bellowed angrily. Are you perhaps being partial? Absolutely not. Mu Qingyue promptly replied. According to the rules, Zhang Teng is entitled to a break lasting the duration of an incense stick. Having said this, she turned to Zhang Teng. Do you require a respite? Naturally, Zhang Teng replied, and without further ado, he sat cross-legged and began to regulate his breath. Zhang Teng, are you afraid? Rise and engage me in 300 exchanges. The elder fumed, stamping his foot. Zhang Teng merely shot him a glance, his expression akin to that of a fool. Lin Bei, witnessing this, chuckled lightly, teasingly remarking, are all individuals from the Zhang clan this foolish? In a life and death battle, even recovering a modicum of strength can enhance one's odds. Is this not common knowledge? Or is it that the Zhang clan is filled with such vermin who seek to take advantage of others' misfortunes? Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, laughter erupted around them. Zhang Zhong's face darkened, glaring at the elder. Return at once. The elder shot Lin Bei a fierce glare, as if to express his last vestige of defiance. Before begrudgingly retreating, Lin Bei, unperturbed by the elder's impotent fury, found the display amusing. At this moment, Zhang Teng had completed his meditation and restored his condition. Previously, lacking the refined celestial energy stored within the first meridian, he could only utilize the spiritual power within his Tao body to breach Zhang Yashan's Yunmen acupoint. Initially, Zhang Teng had contemplated storing and refining the celestial energy within the first meridian to comprehend the art of control. However, he discovered that his Tao body was not sufficiently resilient, and the stored and refined celestial energy would cause minor damage to it. Thus, he recognized what it meant to lack the requisite realm and decisively halted his attempts. Logically speaking, he should not have been able to wield the art of control. Yet Lin Bei had informed him that after comprehending the art, he could leverage it to potentially defeat Zhang Zhong. With immense trust in Lin Bei, he firmly believed in this and knew his master would not allow him to harm his Dao body. Consequently, he took an unconventional route, using the channels of the 3 heavenly acupoints to locate the Tongtian acupoint, discovering that he could store refined celestial energy without damaging his Dao body. Ultimately, he grasped the spell, the divine needle of shock. Now fully recovered, he wasted no words and stood up to face the members of the Zhang clan. Who else wishes to seize me? Becoming a lapdog for the Zhou clan. Zhang Teng's eyes blazed with fury, fixing his glare on the elder from before. Why do you not come forth to meet your demise? Chapter 67, Begging for Mercy? Too late. The elder of the Zhang clan, upon receiving Zhang Teng's fierce glare, felt his anger ignite, immediately rising to his feet. Bluster, do you think you can intimidate me? Though this elder was over 70, his eyes sparkled with vitality and vigor. You merely disrupted Zhang Yashan's true energy and martial intent through sealing his acupoints. Otherwise, you would stand no chance against him. As he spoke, the elder leaped forward, positioning himself before Mu Qingyue, the life and death contract. Since the time for a break had not yet elapsed, Mu Qingyue glanced at Zhang Teng, seeking his silent approval to proceed with the contract. Upon receiving his nod, she wasted no time and unfurled the contract. Without hesitation, the elder inscribed his name. Zhang Yaran. You are Zhang Yaran? No wonder I had not encountered you before. You are the one who, after marrying your own granddaughter to Zhang Yashan, changed your name to Zhang from an outside clan. A mocking smile graced Zhang Teng's lips. No wonder you are so eager to kill me now that Zhang Yashan is dead. You wish to claim a victory for yourself? The truth, not lies, is what truly wounds. Zhang Yaran appeared to have struck a nerve, his forehead veins bulging with rage. You little thief, you seek death. Though enraged, Zhang Yaran did not charge forward like Zhang Yashan. Instead, he remained rooted in place, unleashing his martial intent and true energy with fervor. His words may be defiant, but his body was honest. He understood all too well that in close combat, he might not match Zhang Teng, especially considering the cautionary tale of Zhang Yashan that lay before him. However, should one leverage true energy and martial intent for ranged attacks, the situation would indeed differ. In his observations, Zhang Teng, this so-called cultivator, appeared to lack any mastery over long-range combat techniques, excelling instead in close-quarters combat. Thus, he opted to utilize true energy and martial intent to strike from a distance. At this moment, many shared similar thoughts. Perceiving the cultivator's sect as one that maximizes physical prowess, particularly adept in hand-to-hand combat, yet possessing certain unique methods to counter martial energy and intent. Yet, in reality, they could not fathom that what the cultivators struggled with most was indeed close combat. The refinement of their bodies was merely a means to wield their techniques, with physical strength being a mere byproduct. They could hardly conceive that Zhang Teng's journey in cultivation was merely at its inception, lacking the qualifications to truly command spells. To a significant extent, these individuals were utterly ignorant of what it meant to be a cultivator. Naturally, they could not imagine just how formidable a true cultivator could be. Meanwhile, Lin Bei could rightfully be regarded as a cultivator in every sense of the word. In that moment, upon observing Zhang Yaran's stance, Zhang Teng instantly grasped his strategy. Without uttering a word, the blue stone slab beneath his feet fractured under his weight, and in the next instant, he surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, charging toward Zhang Yaran. Upon witnessing Zhang Teng's advance, Zhang Yaran felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, this fellow's style was exceedingly peculiar. He exuded no aura of true energy or martial intent, making it unlikely for him to pose a threat from afar. As Zhang Yaran's thoughts raced, his martial energy and intent surged throughout his body, reaching a pinnacle state. Facing the oncoming Zhang Teng, he let out a thunderous roar, driving one foot forcefully onto the stone slab beneath him. In the next moment, the blue stone slab within a meter radius shattered under his stomp, sending hundreds of stone fragments soaring into the air. These fragments, varying in size, were almost instantaneously enveloped in layers of true energy, with a substantial concentration of martial intent coalescing within. Die! Zhang Yaran roared hoarsely, and with a vigorous sweep of his hand, the fragments shot forth like concealed weapons. Simultaneously, his martial intent surged, and the fragments, under its command, seemed to possess a will of their own, hurtling toward Zhang Teng from all directions. Observing this, the clan leader squinted, nodding repeatedly. In his eyes, such an attack held little efficacy against a martial intent master. After all, the collision of martial intent could easily send these fragments flying. Yet, against Zhang Teng, it seemed perfectly suited. After all, Zhang Teng's method of combat appeared akin to that of a body refinement stage practitioner. While he was formidable in close combat, how would he respond to such an array of descending assaults? Many from the Zhang clan quickly realized the implications, internally praising Zhang Yaren's cleverness. However, in that fleeting moment, Zhang Teng took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "Break!" Accompanying his fierce shout, he employed the Taichi breathing technique, instantly stirring the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Indeed, almost at the moment of his roar, the fragments, which had seemed to possess a mind of their own, immediately lost their martial intent control, their trajectories no longer erratic, merely guided by the inertia of the enveloping true energy. At this moment, numerous martial artists from the Zhang clan sprang to their feet. The martial intent had been disrupted. They were about to engage in close combat. This is bad. Zhang Yaren was in danger. Just then, like a dragon in flight, Zhang Teng effortlessly maneuvered through the gaps in the flying debris, directly arriving before Zhang Yaren. Zhang Yaren's pupils constricted, and he hastily threw a punch in an attempt to seize the initiative. Unfortunately, the moment he swung, Zhang Teng deftly executed a Tai Chi cloud hand, neutralizing the attack and transforming his palm into a finger, striking precisely at Zhang Yaren's shoulder acupoint. Zhang Yaren was instantly filled with horror. He immediately sensed that his true energy and martial intent were becoming increasingly obstructed. Two words flashed through his mind: sealed acupoint. In his panic, he desperately counterattacked, temporarily forcing Zhang Teng back after having sealed 4 of his acupoints. In his daze, he seemed to envision Zhang Yashan's fate, prompting his instinctive response to turn and flee rather than continue the fight. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. Among the observing martial artists, some scoffed. He actually intends to escape? How utterly disgraceful. The arrogance he displayed while attacking now pales in comparison to his shame. The derision from numerous martial artists cast a shadow over the faces of the Zhang clan. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Teng executed a nimble maneuver to pursue Zhang Yaren. "Where do you think you're going?" His voice resonated like the death knell of Yama himself. "I concede. Spare me," Zhang Yaren pleaded in fear. Yet, Zhang Teng displayed no mercy whatsoever, coldly uttering, "You signed a life-and-death contract. Victory and defeat are intertwined with life and death. In today's battle, it is either your victory and my demise, or my victory and your demise." In that instant, Zhang Teng closed the distance to Zhang Yaren, launching an immediate assault with the Tai Chi 8 trigrams palm, delivering blows like a relentless tide. Though Zhang Yaren hastily attempted to resist, his fighting spirit was extinguished. Almost instantaneously, he became riddled with vulnerabilities, his body sealed at over 100 acupoints. At this moment, the Zhang clan members watched with gritted teeth, fully aware that Zhang Yaren was undoubtedly facing death. Chapter 68. The Martial Arts Monarch, the Calamity of Annihilation. At this point, the battle seemed to have lost all suspense. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Teng unleashed a powerful palm strike that shattered Zhang Yaren's heart, causing him to collapse lifelessly onto the ground. Just as with Zhang Yashan, Zhang Teng casually kicked his body aside. Without uttering a word, Zhang Teng sat cross-legged, commencing his breathing exercises to restore his state. Though he remained silent, his demeanor seemed to convey to all present, who else wishes to meet their end? What shall the clan leader do? In an instant, many instinctively turned their gazes toward Zhang Tsonglong. Logically, Zhang Tsonglong was the ultimate weapon capable of eliminating Zhang Teng, yet he lay unconscious at this moment. "Elder Zhong, what has become of Zhang Tsonglong?" the clan leader inquired. Elder Zhong fell silent for a moment before responding gravely. "It is not merely unconsciousness. Zhang Teng's master was rather ruthless. The meridians in his brain have been shattered by an extraordinary force." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. "What? Elder Zhong, is this true? If so, does that mean Zhang Tsonglong?" Elder Zhong nodded. "You are correct in your assumptions. Zhang Tsonglong is merely a breathing carcass." The crowd gasped in shock. Zhang Tsonglong had suffered complete brain death. "Curse it! Zhang Teng's master has killed Zhang Tsonglong. This is a violation of our code." Elder Zhong chuckled bitterly. "Violation of the code? If Zhang Tsonglong is not dead, it cannot be deemed a violation." He employed the harshest means within the confines of the limited rules. In that moment, the crowd fell into silence. Zhang Tsonglong was a master of martial intent, yet he had been struck down in a single encounter. The clan leader could not continue speaking. "What shall we do next? Who will confront Zhang Teng? If no one steps up, it will be tantamount to surrender." To concede defeat not only strips the Zhang clan of their dignity, but also leaves them unable to provide an explanation to the Zhou family. However, at this moment, none of the Zhang clan members dared to step forward to fight. After all, none of them had the confidence to easily defeat Zhang Yashan and Zhang Yaren. With their demise, the clan elders at the martial intent manifestation realm, or even those at the martial intent convergence level, were too intimidated to accept the challenge. "I will take matters into my own hands." A glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of the clan leader, Zhang. "I have attained the true intent realm. Although I may not be a match for Zhang Tsonglong, Capturing such a rebellious individual should pose no difficulty. Zhang Zhong then spoke. Only you can go forth. From my observations, while Zhang Teng's physical abilities may not quite reach the level of true martial intent, they are nonetheless formidable. His combat skills are exceptionally strong. You must exercise caution. At that moment, an envoy from the Zhou clan suddenly interjected. Hold on. Zhang clan leader, while you are formidable, you may not necessarily subdue him. As he spoke, he approached the Zhang clan leader, presenting a small vial to him. The clan leader appeared momentarily taken aback. As the saying goes, all's fair in war. This vial contains a secret potion that can induce instant disorientation. Even a ferocious tiger could be rendered unconscious in an instant, the envoy from the Zhou clan stated nonchalantly. One of the clan elders immediately protested. Is this not a source of shame for all? The envoy of the Zhou clan cast a cold glance at him. The victor is king, and the vanquished is a bandit. My purpose here is to take Zhang Teng away, not to witness him rampaging. Upon finishing, the envoy nonchalantly took a seat nearby. The clan leader glanced at Zhang Zhong. Zhong, if I truly resort to that, would it not violate the rules of combat? Zhang Zhong replied, we cannot breach the rules. Otherwise, Zhang Teng's master will not remain idle. However, just as Zhang Zhong finished speaking, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Subdue Zhang Teng and deliver him to the Zhou clan. You may utilize the potion. The rules of the challenge need not be observed. I trust you can bear the consequences. Otherwise, you shall face unbearable repercussions. At the moment the voice emerged, Zhang Zhong felt a chill run down his spine. This was indeed a voice transmission. The people around them were utterly oblivious to it. What did this imply? The arrival of the martial Dao sovereign. Zhang Zhong immediately realized that the martial Dao sovereign of the Zhou clan had arrived. He even suspected that this secret potion had been given to the Zhou envoy by the sovereign. At this moment, Zhang Zhong, fully aware of the dire consequences of violating the rules, knew he had no choice but to comply with the voice's command. For breaching the integrity of the challenge would only result in their disgrace, but defying the martial Dao sovereign could spell annihilation for the clan. Thus, Zhang Zhong suddenly spoke. Clan leader, Zhong. The clan leader gazed at Zhang Zhong in confusion, unaware of the events that had just transpired. You must use the potion to ensure Zhang Teng is captured. What? The clan leader was stunned. He hadn't anticipated Zhang Zhong would change his mind so swiftly, leaving him bewildered. Zhong, did you not say that Zhang Teng's master is not to be trifled with? If I resort to using the potion, it violates the rules, and his master will not stand idly by? Forget that. If by any chance you truly cannot defeat him, use the potion immediately. Zhang Zhong then turned to the members of the Zhang clan. In the event of a misstep with the potion, you all must join forces to subdue Zhang Teng. As for his master, leave that to me. Upon hearing this, the members of the Zhang clan appeared baffled. They struggled to understand why Zhang Zhong insisted on such a course of action. After all, from their perspective, even if they lost the challenge, it would merely mean releasing Zhang Teng and concluding their grievances. Although they would face pressure from the Zhou clan, they would ultimately have an excuse. However, should they follow Zhang Zhong's instructions, the situation could spiral out of control, and the Zhang clan would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. In that moment, Zhang Zhong seemed to age considerably, merely uttering, "The martial Dao sovereign of the Zhou clan has communicated with me. To defy him is to invite the destruction of our clan." The Zhang clan members were left in shock. They found themselves with no choice. Just then, Zhang Teng had already regained his composure. He stood tall and straight as a pine tree, casting a cold gaze over the members of the Zhang clan. Who else wishes to meet their demise? At that moment, the clan leader was the first to react, stepping forward decisively. As the clan leader, I shall personally cleanse the family of this traitor. Onlookers exchanged glances. With the clan leader stepping in, it seemed the Zhang family had no one else left. Zhang Tsonglong had clearly lost his fighting capability. This should be the final battle. After this confrontation, the Zhang clan would be left without anyone, and their grievances ought to be settled, with the integrity of the challenge ensuring that they could not send anyone to capture Zhang Teng. What awaited them then would be the pressure from the Zhou clan. The spectators began to murmur among themselves. At that moment, even the onlookers realized one crucial fact. Even with the clan leader, a master of the true martial intent realm, personally intervening, victory was far from guaranteed. After all, Zhang Teng's displayed combat prowess was overwhelmingly strong. It was inconceivable that a master of the true martial intent realm could eliminate a martial intent manifestation warrior in such a short span of time. As the clan leader advanced, he approached the death warrant. With a sweeping motion, he signed his name. Chapter 69, Deception, Ruthless Measures. At the moment the clan leader inscribed his name, his entire demeanor transformed. His true martial intent surged forth, igniting his vital energy like flames, emanating an extraordinarily powerful aura. The bluestone slab beneath him cracked under the pressure of this energy. Moreover, a remarkable sight unfolded. The clan leader's body was seeping blood, soaking his garments as if he was clad in a suit of crimson armor. What was the clan leader doing? Such overwhelming fist intent surged forth like a tempest. Observers gasped in astonishment. I am already at the manifestation realm, yet I feel an intense sense of oppression. Martial intent, the third realm, is aptly named true martial intent, describing precisely this sensation. Another martial artist questioned, why is he bleeding profusely? It seems rather sinister. One of the warriors began to explain. He is merging his martial intent with his vital energy, squeezing his own blood essence to elevate his combat power several levels within a short time. As he finished speaking, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. He is prepared to risk everything. Afterward, he will likely be left weakened for a long time. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They witnessed the clan leader's determination. Simultaneously, they understood that in the eyes of the clan leader, Zhang Teng was an adversary worthy of such desperate measures to defeat. Zhang Teng also inhaled sharply. After the 8th refinement of his Tao body, he was capable of keeping pace with the speed of a martial intent manifestation master. Coupled with his terrifying combat talent, victory should be easily attainable. Yet at this moment, he felt the pressure mounting. The true martial intent realm, the very pinnacle of martial arts, certainly lived up to its reputation. On the battlefield, a brief silence enveloped the scene as Zhang Teng and the clan leader locked eyes. Everyone comprehends that this brief silence is merely the calm before the storm. Neither party uttered a word, seemingly scrutinizing each other in an effort to uncover weaknesses. At last, clan leader Zhang could no longer restrain himself. His current peak condition was unsustainable. He yearned for victory. He desired to triumph before resorting to underhanded tactics that would tarnish the Zhang clan's reputation. In an instant, clan leader Zhang propelled himself forward, transforming into a streak of light as he lunged at Zhang Teng. How swift! Zhang Teng's pupils constricted, his head tilting slightly. He caught sight of a fist, almost brushing against his ear, hurtling toward him. The hair at his temple shattered upon impact, leaving an imprint of the blow. Before Zhang Teng could react, clan leader Zhang unleashed a sweeping punch, forcing Zhang Teng to raise his arms defensively. Bang! The force of the punch was so tremendous that it shattered the air, creating a sonic boom that left spectators in awe. Zhang Teng immediately felt the terrifying power coursing through his arms. Had his stance not been so steadfast, this blow would have surely toppled him to the ground. Even so, the bluestone slab beneath his feet bore the marks of his struggle, etched with 2 deep imprints. Clan leader Zhang, relentless in his assault, wielded the Zhang patriarch's fist with ferocious vigor. He had learned from Zhang Yashan's lessons and understood that the lethal technique of the Zhang patriarch's fist, capable of shattering mountains, had been discerned by Zhang Teng. Thus, he harnessed the storm-like ferocity within the technique to launch a frenzied offensive. Truly, as the clan leader, Zhang Teng found himself at a disadvantage. Although he managed to block clan leader Zhang's recent strike, he could sense his muscles trembling. Had he not mitigated the force in time, that blow could have claimed his life. Many elders of the Zhang clan displayed expressions of delight. Yet, Zhang Zhong's countenance remained grave. In the midst of combat, he could perceive that aside from the initial strike, where Zhang Teng chose to take the brunt of clan leader Zhang's peak power in subsequent exchanges, Zhang Teng not only evaded attacks, but also seized opportunities to counter. Despite clan leader Zhang's formidable close-quarters combat skills, which effectively minimized vulnerabilities, leaving Zhang Teng with little chance to retaliate, Zhang Zhong felt an ominous premonition. He noticed that as the battle progressed, Zhang Teng's counters became increasingly frequent, an evolutionary prowess that instilled within him a sense of dread, as if he were facing a beast born solely for combat. Indeed, after evading several attacks, Zhang Teng swiftly seized an opportunity to utilize the principle of leveraging force, pushing clan leader Zhang back several steps, and in one fluid motion, transformed his palm into a finger, sealing off one of clan leader Zhang's acupoints. In that instant, the peak vitality, martial intent, and true energy coursing through clan leader Zhang encountered a severe impediment. This is bad. This little rascal, is he a monster? Many members of the Zhang clan stood up nervously. Even Zhang Zhong clenched his fists in response. Kill! Clan leader Zhang roared, employing his martial technique while altering the flow of his true energy, attempting to regain the upper hand. Unfortunately, his relentless attacks were met with even quicker and more numerous counters from Zhang Teng. Fists and feet clashed. In the midst of offense and defense, Zhang Teng cleverly employed a Taichi step, revealing a weakness in clan leader Zhang's stance. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive strikes sealed 3 acupoints. This is terrible. Clan leader Zhang's heart sank. These 3 sealed acupoints completely obstructed the channels through which his true energy must flow. This meant he could no longer alter the trajectory of his true energy, thus diminishing his combat effectiveness. In that moment, he recalled the fates of Zhang Yashan and Zhang Yaran. Once acupoints were sealed, combat prowess would plummet. Sure enough, after Zhang Teng executed a move that turned the tide, he sent clan leader Zhang's fist flying. An opening lay wide open. All weaknesses laid bare. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Teng pressed in, his cold voice piercing through the air. The essence of martial arts is indeed formidable. Had you maintained the power of your initial strike throughout, I might not have triumphed. But now, you are defeated. Clan leader Zhang, you are but a shadow of your former self. Buzz. Clan leader Zhang's mind went blank in an instant. As he beheld Zhang Teng drawing near, he cast aside all pretense. With a flick of his fingers, he retrieved a vial of powder and hurled it toward Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng was taken aback by this tactic, initially believing it to be a desperate counterattack, only to deflect it with a casual Taichi move. However, in that moment of deflection, the vial shattered, enveloping Zhang Teng in a cloud of powder. In an instant, Zhang Teng's senses dulled, and he staggered back several steps. Yet, at that moment, he could barely maintain his balance, his form swaying as if it might topple at any moment. The onlookers were struck with astonishment. Mu Qingyue's pupils constricted, and she erupted in fury. Clan leader Zhang, what are you doing? What disgraceful tactics are you employing? Such conduct is beneath any martial artist. Cease this at once. Simultaneously, a chorus of jeers and scorn echoed from the crowd. All martial artists derided such sordid methods. Yet, clan leader Zhang seemed oblivious. Seizing the opportunity to charge at Zhang Teng, this punch bore an overwhelming force, aimed directly at Zhang Teng's heart. This was the ultimate technique of the Zhang Patriarch's fist, shattering wind, crumbling mountain. Chapter 70, Sorcery. Do I, Lin, cease to exist? As clan leader Zhang drew ever closer, a tempest of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The penetrating power of shattering wind, crumbling mountain was formidable. If struck, Zhang Teng's heart would likely be obliterated. In his current state of disorientation, Zhang Teng swayed precariously. Had it not been for his unwavering will, he would have collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to defend himself. The onlookers were filled with trepidation. This is dire. Zhang Teng is in peril. The Zhang clan has resorted to such despicable means. The martial artists in attendance, whether from the martial arts academy or the local residents, all looked upon the Zhang clan with disdain. Mu Qingyue was particularly agitated. As the adjudicator, the actions of the Zhang clan were a direct affront to the entire council. Although this matter would surely prompt a severe response from the council, Zhang Teng's life now hung by a thread. Would the Zhang clan persist in their vile actions? Mu Qingyue admonished, trying to dissuade clan leader Zhang from further folly. Yet, clan leader Zhang appeared deaf to her pleas, seemingly resolved to see Zhang Teng perish here. In that moment, Zhang Teng, in his haze, witnessed the Zhang clan's members bearing expressions filled with a fervent desire for his demise. A profound sense of betrayal turned to hatred within him. These were his own kin, employing such vile tactics against him. At that moment, clan leader Zhang's ferocious punch was less than an inch away, and Zhang Teng sought to evade, to retaliate, but his body was utterly unresponsive. He immediately attempted to channel the Taichi breathing technique, expelling the toxins and drawing impurity, hoping to dispel the effects of the powder. It worked. But time was not on his side. He required at least a dozen breaths to rid himself of it. Yet, clan leader Zhang's next strike would arrive in mere 3 breaths. Am I to perish here? A sense of unwillingness flooded his being. His shock bolt was originally intended for Zhang Zhong, but now he found himself deprived of the opportunity to unleash it. However, just as despair threatened to engulf Zhang Teng, a cold snort resonated through the air. Humph! Accompanied by that disdainful sound, Zhang Teng's heart jolted. Suddenly, he realized something profound. He was not alone. His master is also present. How could he allow him to be bullied? In that moment, Zhang Teng seemed to regain his confidence. Indeed, at that very instant, Zhang Teng felt an extraordinarily terrifying celestial energy converging around him. His master was casting a spell. Strangely, a profound sense of peace enveloped him. His conjecture was correct. This was indeed a spell that Lin Bei had unleashed using a drop of spiritual energy, the Taichi Shin Shield. At this very moment, beneath Zhang Teng's feet, black and white energies swirled, transforming into the Taichi diagram. Almost simultaneously, 2 fish emerged from within the Taichi diagram, the black and white energies spiraling upwards, carrying an abundance of celestial energy, forming a protective shield that encased Zhang Teng within. What is that? A nearby warrior gasped in astonishment. The manifestation of martial intent? Nonsense. The so-called manifestation of martial intent refers to something faintly visible to the naked eye, implying that the warrior can sense the opponent's intense martial will. But this is not it. If this is not the manifestation of martial intent, then what is it? The might of a martial arts master does not manifest in such a way. The warriors were all bewildered. What is might? Might is the highly concentrated essence of martial intent, the refinement of celestial energy imbued with martial will, multiplied several times over. Even the martial intent of a master could not possibly manifest in such a tangible form. This is not martial intent. I do not perceive the slightest trace of martial intent, nor do I sense it as might. An onlooker remarked. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Zhang Zhong's pupils narrowed. His face a mask of shock. Elder Zhong, what is this? Could it be a domain? The mention of a domain sent everyone into a panic. That is a power wielded only by the kings of martial arts. I do not know, but this is certainly not a domain. Elder Zhong shook his head. A domain does not manifest in this manner. Could it be that this is something peculiar to cultivators? As the crowd stood in astonishment on the other side, the murderous intent of Clan Zhang intensified. Though surprised, their offensive did not wane, as if they were determined to kill Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng, you will die? With a punch that shattered the wind and mountains, the head of Clan Zhang unleashed a fatal strike that directly struck the black and white energies. Boom. As the punch landed, an astonishing scene unfolded. The head of Clan Zhang's ultimate move, the Zhang ancestor long fist, could not even disturb the black and white energies. What was even more outrageous, the force of his punch was doubled and rebounded back upon him. Everyone could see that his hand was shattered from the impact. The head of Clan Zhang was horrified. He hastily retreated 100 steps. At this moment, the surrounding martial artists were all astounded. My heavens, what is this? How can the defense be so terrifying? His hand was broken. That was the killing move of the Zhang ancestor long fist. Could this be the martial intent of a cultivator? I feel it is something entirely of a different realm. Is the cultivator's school this formidable? As the crowd gasped in shock, Zhang Zhong's pupils narrowed further, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. He knew very well that this move was executed by Lin Bei. He had always harbored trepidation towards Lin Bei, but now a glimmer of fear flashed across his mind. Meanwhile, Zhang Teng's eyes regained clarity. The Taichi breathing technique expelled the toxins from his body. At this moment, he also beheld the spell that protected him. Indeed, it was his master who saved me. Zhang Teng's heart swelled with excitement. In a sense, this was the first time he had witnessed Lin Bei casting a spell. Then he saw the dire state of the head of Clan Zhang. So powerful. Overwhelmed by astonishment, he seized the opportunity. The head of Clan Zhang was now akin to a fish on the chopping block. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Teng lunged towards the head of Clan Zhang. His gaze towards the head of Clan Zhang was filled with overwhelming killing intent. Despicable coward, come and accept your death. Zhang Teng shouted in fury, charging straight at the head of Clan Zhang. Seeing this, Zhang Zhong's expression changed dramatically. Despite his fear of Lin Bei, he could no longer hold back. With a fierce and grim countenance, he bellowed, everyone, attack together. Eliminate Zhang Teng and protect the clan leader. Almost instantly, over 30 martial arts experts from the Zhang clan surged forth from all directions to engage in battle. Zhang Zhong's gaze remained fixed on Lin Bei, ready to intercept him at any moment. This scene left the surrounding martial artists and scholars utterly dumbfounded. They had openly torn off the mask of civility. Previously, using drugs could be considered foul play, but the severity of the situation had escalated alarmingly. They seemed to disregard the main hall entirely. Has the Zhang family gone mad? Would the Zhou family from Nanyang dare to act in such defiance? Such actions would surely provoke the main hall to send someone to seek retribution, rather than merely to hold them accountable. The onlookers were stunned. Zhang Teng's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that the Zhang clan would resort to using secret drugs and openly tear off the facade to attack him together. At the moment he surveyed the assailants, his heart trembled. Who did he see among the crowd? Zhang Yong. At that instant, his heart chilled. Yet a glimmer of resolution flashed in his eyes. First, they used drugs, and now they surrounded him. Lin Bei snorted coldly. Do you all consider me, Lin, to be non-existent? Chapter 71. The sky is falling. Lin Bei's voice was not loud, yet it reverberated in everyone's ears like thunder. The members of the Zhang clan remained indifferent. Zhang Zhong stood up, his martial might soaring, as if ready to act against Lin Bei at any moment. Observing the Zhang clan's unyielding attitude, a glint of severity flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. Impudent. Accompanied by the word impudent, Lin Bei immediately drew upon 10 drops of spiritual energy from his first meridian, merging it with the celestial energy. He then emulated the oppressive aura Zhang Zhong had utilized in the dojo, directly summoning the celestial energy to suppress the members of the Zhang clan. As a master, Zhang Zhong could infuse celestial energy with martial intent, refining it several times over to form might that suppressed others. What about Lin Bei now? He directly summoned an immense quantity of celestial energy to overwhelm these individuals. In an instant, the Zhang clan members rushing towards Zhang Teng had their expressions drastically altered. An unimaginable force descended upon them like a mountain crashing down. Their martial intent was instantly obliterated, and every one of them felt their legs buckle. With some even kneeling to the ground, Each person experienced an illusion. The sky is falling, and this collapsing sky descended directly upon their heads. They all sensed what it meant to be enveloped by celestial might. What kind of power is this? How can it be so terrifying? Martial intent can suppress. Martial might can suppress. Even martial domains can suppress. Yet the sensation of oppression experienced by these suppressed Zhang clan warriors was entirely different. This oppressive force felt as though it was not merely human, but rather the weight of the heavens and earth. The sensation could only be described as the sky collapsing and the earth sinking. At this moment, Zhang Zhong, his martial might soaring, tried to counteract this oppressive force. But he still felt immense pressure. He was merely forcing himself to endure. Were it not for his efforts, he would have likely buckled under the weight. At this moment, he could not help but recall his own experience at the dojo. Back then, he had gone to the dojo, using his might to suppress others. Now, Lin Bei was returning the favor 1,000-fold. Even he could not withstand it. But this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most frightening part was yet to come. He was not being given special attention. He was merely one among the oppressed crowd. He felt no anger towards the members of the Zhang clan who knelt before him without hesitation. After all, even he felt the immense pressure bearing down on him. His calves trembling, unable to withstand it for long. What could be expected of those clansmen? Unbeknownst to him, his gaze towards Lin Bei shifted from wariness to sheer terror. In that moment, he even lost the courage to confront Lin Bei. Around them, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. What had transpired? Hadn't the Zhang clan been brimming with aggression? Ready to launch an attack? Why had they all fallen like rain, some even prostrating themselves? A master of martial intent remarked. Those who cannot comprehend the Dan Hai realm should refrain from embarrassing themselves. I can sense a terrifying aura, heavy as the ocean, pressing upon them. What does aura imply? Another inquired. Unlike martial intent, what restrains them is the overwhelming might of heavenly authority. A practitioner of true martial intent clarified. Heavenly authority. The listener gasped in astonishment. Not far away, the fair and impartial Mu Qingwei stood in stunned silence. The moment the Taichi Xian shield manifested around Zhang Teng, she instantly recognized its significance. The art of control. She had previously conversed with Zhang Teng, who had only a rudimentary understanding of this technique, suggesting it could be interpreted as martial intent. But now, the members of the Zhang clan knelt, some even collapsed to the ground, unable to move a finger. At that moment, Mu Qingwei realized this was indeed the art of control, commanding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as if the sky had fallen. To consider such power as mere martial intent? Absurd. They were not even on the same level. At that instant, a peculiar thought crossed her mind. Perhaps cultivating immortality truly surpassed martial arts, even to an unfathomable degree. For she understood that Zhang Teng was merely at the threshold of immortality, refining his Tao body. Yet even so, he could defeat numerous masters of true martial intent. Once he mastered the art of control, even a grandmaster might not stand a chance against him. The more she comprehended the nature of cultivators, the more she felt their terrifying potential. Just as she was lost in thought, Zhang Teng did not falter. He darted like lightning to confront the clan leader. Zhang's patriarch was struck with fear, realizing in a flash that Lin Bei had not suppressed him merely to allow Zhang Teng to take action. Patriarch Zhang, prepare to meet your doom. Zhang Teng charged forth, and the clan leader hastily defended himself. Having lost his composure, he barely managed to fend off Zhang Teng's initial attack, which swiftly exploited his weaknesses, sealing over 300 of his acupoints in quick succession. Even as a master of true martial intent, the patriarch now felt his movements hindered. It's over, Zhang's patriarch thought, despair gripping his heart. After exchanging several blows, Zhang Teng struck the patriarch's fist aside, leaving his center wide open. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Teng suddenly assumed a stance for a charging punch. His aura surged dramatically. Upon witnessing this posture, the patriarch was taken aback, for he understood that this was the preparatory stance for his own lethal technique. This must end. Zhang Teng roared, delivering a devastating punch. Break wind, shatter mountain. The sound of flesh colliding echoed. Zhang's patriarch staggered back several steps, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked down at his chest. There, an empty void remained, marked only by the impression of a fist. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came forth. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, his pupils dilating. Patriarch, how could this happen? How could you have mastered break wind, shatter mountain? Only those who focus on martial intent can cultivate such a technique. Did you steal it? An elder from the Zhang clan shouted in fury. Yet, as he unleashed his anger, the breath left his body, and he could only kneel on the ground, resembling someone begging for forgiveness from Zhang Teng. How utterly ridiculous! Zhang Teng cast a cold glance at the members of the Zhang clan. Steal? The version of break wind, shatter mountain you executed was riddled with flaws. Can you not discern the differences in my application? At that moment, The members of the Zhang clan's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon them. Could it be that you derived it through deduction? Zhang Zhong found himself momentarily dazed. Zhang Teng's version of Break Wind, Shatter Mountain was far more perfected. It seemed that only then did the Zhang clan members grasp the absurdity of having abandoned Zhang Teng. Had they known of his prodigious talent earlier, they would have willingly sacrificed all familial interests in Nanyang to relocate as a clan. Regret began to seep into the hearts of some within the Zhang clan. Zhang Zhong too felt a wave of confusion wash over him. However, at that very moment, a voice echoed in his ears. This kind of prodigy must be eliminated. If he lives, you shall perish. The instant that voice emerged, Zhang Zhong's face turned pale. The martial king of the Zhou clan was urging him to kill Zhang Teng under such dire circumstances. Chapter 72. Domain, Confrontation. What to do? Zhang Zhong's expression shifted. He realized that while it seemed Zhang Teng posed a significant challenge to the Zhang clan, his true adversary was the Zhou clan of Nanyang. It was precisely for this reason that the Zhou clan's martial king had commanded him to eliminate Zhang Teng. Now, the martial king of the Zhou clan appeared to present him with two options. In reality, he had none. The choices laid before Zhang Zhong were stark. Either he would instantly attack and kill Zhang Teng, or he would represent the Zhang clan and surrender. Should Zhang Teng and Lin Bei acquiesce, under the impartial scrutiny of the main hall, they would inevitably face consequences for their transgressions, possibly even punishment. However, the involvement of the main hall would mean that despite the Zhang clan facing repercussions, in some sense, their grievances would be resolved. But what if they refused? The Zhang clan would not only suffer a loss of face, but would also incur the wrath of the Zhou clan's martial king, facing utter annihilation. Zhang Zhong quickly calculated the potential outcomes in his mind. If Zhang Teng and the others accepted the Zhang clan's surrender, there was a chance the Zhou clan's martial king would intervene personally. If the martial king of the Zhou clan acted, it would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Zhang Teng's master. Should Lin Bei be defeated while protecting Zhang Teng's escape, the Zhang clan would undoubtedly incur the martial king's furious retribution, leaving their disputes with the dojo unresolved. Conversely, if the martial king were to be defeated and forced to flee, he would surely seek retribution against Zhang Zhong afterward. What was the sole glimmer of hope in surrendering? It lay in the possibility that Lin Bei was strong enough to severely injure or even slay the Zhou clan's martial king. In such a case, the Zhang clan might find a sliver of survival. Conversely, if Lin Bei were to be grievously harmed or killed, the Zhang clan would similarly find themselves unable to escape disaster. Yet if he took action, and Lin Bei intervened, or even turned against him, would he be successful? There was a chance he might not only fail, but also be struck down by Lin Bei. Under the weight of heavenly authority, he found himself devoid of the courage to contend with Lin Bei. He suspected that Lin Bei might very well be on par with the martial king in terms of power. Left with no viable options, Zhang Zhong was paralyzed by indecision. Just then, the voice of the Zhou clan's martial king resonated in his ears once more. Act now, and I shall block Zhang Teng's master for you. Time waits for no one. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Zhong ultimately decided to align himself with the Zhou clan. Zhang Teng, for slaying the patriarch of the Zhang clan, you shall meet your demise. Almost instantaneously, as Zhang Zhong's furious rebuke echoed, he felt an unexpected lightness wash over him. The overwhelming pressure, akin to a celestial decree, dissipated. He understood that the martial Dao King had intervened, directly employing his domain to dispel Lin Bei's oppressive force. In an instant, Zhang Zhong charged towards Zhang Teng. At that moment, Mu Qingyue's pupils constricted. She could not fathom why Zhang Zhong, a martial Dao master, would choose to court death at such a critical juncture. Indeed, to her perspective, Zhang Zhong was recklessly seeking his own end, regardless of his status as a martial Dao master. After all, the power Lin Bei had exhibited was utterly terrifying, placing him on an entirely different echelon. She was not alone in her thoughts. Nearly every martial artist present shared the same sentiment. To exert pressure over dozens of martial experts was no ordinary feat. Suddenly, Lin Bei directed an angry shout toward the crowd of the Zhang clan. Who dares? Step forward. As his words rang out, an individual from the Zhang clan soared into the air, seemingly walking upon the void itself. The matters of the Zhang clan shall be resolved by the Zhang clan. With this declaration, his gaze, sharp as a blade, fixated intently on Lin Bei. The aura. What a powerful martial domain. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Simultaneously, someone exclaimed, "Isn't he an envoy of the Zhou clan?" The martial Dao King of the Zhou clan had, in fact, disguised himself as an envoy. In that moment, the crowd comprehended why Zhang Zhong had recklessly attacked Zhang Teng. It was clearly orchestrated by the martial Dao King of the Zhou clan, who had recognized Zhang Teng's exceptional potential and sought to eradicate him in his infancy. Upon the appearance of the Zhou clan's martial Dao King, he remained silent. merely observing Lin Bei. Lin Bei, in turn, scrutinized this figure and noted the complete absence of spiritual energy around him. Or rather, the surrounding spiritual force had been entirely infused with his martial intent, highly concentrated, seemingly transformed into what everyone described as a domain. It appeared as though he walked upon air, yet in truth, he was buoyed by the spiritual energy imbued with martial intent. Could this domain be a different application of spiritual energy? Lin Bei began to gauge this individual as strength based on the refinement of the spiritual energy surrounding him. It was far inferior to the spiritual energy within his own body, yet the density of the surrounding spiritual energy was immense, comparable to a minuscule portion of the refined spiritual energy he had absorbed into his meridians. Lin Bei's initial reaction was one of confidence in his combat abilities, though he remained uncertain of victory. After all, this was his first encounter with a martial domain, and he was unfamiliar with its characteristics. Neither Lin Bei nor the martial Dao King of the Zhou clan made a move. The latter, aware of his inability to see through the man before him, refrained from acting impulsively. His objective was merely to stall Lin Bei, allowing Zhang Zhong to eliminate Zhang Teng. Yet little did he realize that Lin Bei's inaction was not due to hesitation or trepidation, but rather because he was meticulously strategizing for battle. At this moment, Lin Bei was elated to see the Zhou clan's martial Dao King remaining passive. He was awaiting the outcome of his calculations. What was this individual waiting for? Death. Had the martial Dao King of the Zhou clan acted immediately, Lin Bei would not have had the opportunity to strategize, making the outcome uncertain. Now, having lost the initiative, the situation was tantamount to courting death. Meanwhile, like a bolt of lightning, Zhang Zhong reached Zhang Teng. This time, Zhang Teng confronted a master directly. The overwhelming pressure almost instantaneously rendered Zhang Teng's breath labored and strained. What a terrifying sensation. This was the might of presence. Zhang Teng's pupils narrowed as he realized a harrowing truth. He might rely on his exceptional combat talent and the eighth refinement of the Dao body to contend with martial intent masters. But there was no way he could stand against a martial Dao master. The disparity was insurmountable. In that moment, he felt as fragile as an infant facing a robust adult man, utterly incomparable. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Zhong had closed the distance. Zhang Teng discerned that Zhang Zhong's clenched fist was poised to unleash the famed long back fist of the Zhang ancestors' long fist technique, renowned for its speed. In the mere flutter of an eyelash, that fist descended upon him. The speed was astonishing. It seemed as if it could shatter his skull within a breath's time. Just then, Zhang Teng's pupils began to exhibit an extraordinary transformation, with the faintest hint of the Taichi swirling within his gaze. Zhang Zhong, fixated on Zhang Teng, was suddenly beset by an inexplicable sense of unease. Chapter 73. Spell? Mind-confounding strike. An illusion? For the first time, Zhang Zhong questioned his instincts. Could this Zhang Teng actually pose a threat to him? Impossible. Not long ago, merely the pressure of presence had rendered Zhang Teng's legs weak. How could he, in just a few days, become a threat? It was absurd. The unsettling sensation was quickly dismissed as he propelled his fist toward Zhang Teng with the speed of lightning. The distance now mere inches. Just at that moment, a flicker of spiritual energy seemed to emanate from the corners of Zhang Teng's eyes. The spell had been activated. Mind-confounding strike. Silently, to the onlookers, it appeared as if nothing had transpired. Zhang Zhong's fist was almost upon Zhang Teng, seemingly destined to pierce through his skull. Yet, at the instant the mind-confounding strike was unleashed, it struck Zhang Zhong directly. For him, it felt as though the heavens had collapsed. His mind was instantly engulfed in blankness, the resounding noise seemingly banishing his very soul. Buzzing. Zhang Zhong's attack was instantly stripped of its potency and martial intent, leaving only the force of inertia. Such an assault was no longer a concern. Zhang Teng seized the momentum of the fist with a single hand, astonishing the onlookers around them. Particularly, the members of the Zhang clan were bewildered. Within their view, Zhang Zhong's fierce strike had been caught by Zhang Teng with a single hand. It was utterly preposterous. While Zhang Teng was formidable, it was inconceivable that he could catch a master's full-powered strike with his bare hands. Something was amiss. Suddenly, a martial artist in the crowd perceived a revelation. Look, Zhang Zhong is acting strangely. His gaze has lost its luster, as if he were wandering in another realm. In the deadly struggle, wandering in another realm? How could that be possible? Zhang Zhong was indeed acting oddly. He had lost his true energy, his martial intent, his presence. The crowd gasped. Even the dimmest of minds recognized that something had gone awry with Zhang Zhong. While others failed to comprehend, Mu Qingwei understood. This was the art of control. This was a spell. During these days, she had remained within the martial arts temple, fully aware that Zhang Teng had been preparing a trump card, seemingly aiming to grasp a particular technique of control within the realm of the Dao body. Clearly, he had succeeded. Moreover, This technique of control was exceptionally unique, executed without a sound or sign. In this sudden ambush, even a martial Dao master like Zhang Zhong was caught off guard. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall her exchanges with Zhang Teng. Considering the art of control as martial intent? Men. Not a single word of truth escaped their lips. Even the grandmasters found themselves ensnared. How could one compare to such martial intent? The multitude of astonishment transformed into a singular thought within her mind. The cultivators are formidable. At that moment, she suddenly realized the extent of her past ignorance. She had foolishly sought to draw upon the strengths of the cultivators to enhance her own martial path. Such aspirations were of an entirely different realm. Her thoughts were utterly misguided. Moreover, a tinge of self-mockery arose within her. In the past, she had implored Zhang Teng and even Lin Bei to impart their cultivation techniques, and the dojo had readily acquiesced. Initially, she believed that the cultivation methods were not particularly precious. Only now did she comprehend the truth. It was not that the techniques were not valuable, but rather that the threshold was insurmountably high. Even if they were imparted to her, it did not guarantee her success in cultivating them. However, once initiated, it was akin to joining the dojo itself. After all, having witnessed the cultivation methods, only by joining the dojo could one hope to access further means of cultivation. The martial path was irretrievable. Simultaneously, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Zhang Teng was acutely aware of the fleeting opportunity that lay before him. Uncertain of how long his spirit-piercing strike would last, he recognized that each breath was of utmost significance. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Teng launched his counterattack. His first move was an onslaught of unparalleled ferocity. The instant he assumed his stance, the members of the Zhang clan blanched, many unable to suppress their gasps of disbelief. The force of the wind could shatter mountains. How potent could this strike be? What was wrong with Elder Zhang? Why was he standing motionless? Something was amiss. Elder Zhang, what ails you? Defend yourself. Where is your true energy, your martial intent, your momentum? Such a lack of defense could lead to death. The clan members cried out, some even shedding tears in their urgency. Yet, it was as if Zhang Zhong had lost his soul, remaining frozen in the posture of his previous attack, like a wooden post. Meanwhile, Zhang Teng unleashed his fist. The might of this punch was terrifying. As he struck, bones seemed to resonate, akin to a sonic boom. Bang! Flesh collided with flesh, and Zhang Zhong was sent flying several meters into the air. Almost everyone could discern from the sound just how dreadful this punch was. When he crashed to the ground, it stirred up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, he lay still, resembling a lifeless corpse. Elder Zhong. The Zhang clan's members cried out in anguish. At that moment, Zhang Zhong instinctively coughed twice. Cough, cough. With each cough, torrents of blood spilled forth, clearly indicating he had sustained grave internal injuries. After the violent coughing fit, Zhang Zhong collapsed once again. Evidently, the effect of the spirit-piercing strike persisted, leaving him utterly incapacitated. Truly, he was a grandmaster. This punch had not shattered his martial body. Zhang Teng silently acknowledged this. He understood that while this punch had not pierced through Zhang Zhong's defenses, it had nonetheless shattered his internal organs. Zhang Zhong was finished. Without haste, he approached Zhang Zhong. At this moment, the light returned to Zhang Zhong's eyes, though he appeared somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had suddenly ended up here. Upon seeing Zhang Teng approach, he instinctively prepared to attack. However, the next instant, his expression changed dramatically. He realized that his internal organs had been shattered. He remained alive solely due to the formidable vitality of a martial arts grandmaster, clinging to a breath of life. Have I been defeated? At this juncture, Zhang Teng stood beside him, gazing down at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong lifted his gaze to meet Zhang Teng's. In Zhang Zhong's eyes, the blazing sun behind Zhang Teng was exceptionally radiant. Whether it was an illusion or not, Zhang Zhong felt that within Zhang Teng's gaze, there was no anger or hatred, but rather a glimmer of compassion. It was this very compassion that obliterated all words he wished to utter. Zhang Zhong found himself rendered speechless. In that instant, he perceived a man of immense stature before him. He even realized that this man understood the tribulations of the Zhang clan, and even his own plight. As for the challenges faced by the Zhang clan, this man chose not to conform, not to submit, nor to endure. He opted to shatter everything with his own fists. And now he had succeeded. There were no curses, no hatred, nor even fear. Zhang Zhong recognized his impending demise. His expression transformed into one of tranquility, even tenderness. Thousands of words remained unspoken. Ultimately, all that he could articulate was reduced to 3 simple words: good child. The moment those words left his lips, Zhang Zhong's injuries erupted, and his head, which had been raised, fell lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 74. The Realm of Martial Arts. Another world. Zhang Zhong seemed to have said nothing at all. Yet paradoxically, he seemed to have conveyed everything. He had perished, his breath extinguished. Yet his expression spoke volumes, revealing his pride in Zhang Teng. It was as if he had proven, through his death, that Zhang Teng's choices were indeed correct, while the Zhang clan had erred grievously. Zhang Teng remained silent, simply standing there, eventually exhaling a sigh as he slowly crouched down to close his eyes. This scene caused the king of the Zhou clan to narrow his pupils, the murderous intent in his eyes reaching an apex. At that moment, Zhang Teng gradually rose to his feet, surveying the members of the Zhang clan. Then his voice, devoid of malice, echoed softly, "Who else wishes to strike?" One of the clan elders gritted his teeth, seemingly poised to act. But the celestial pressure bearing down upon him rendered him immobile. A companion beside him sighed. "Enough. Do you still wish to act? Elder Zhong is dead. Our Zhang family's mission has come to an end." Upon hearing the word mission, the elder who had nearly acted awakened from his stupor, his expression dimming. At this moment, some mocked themselves, others wept. In the world of martial artists, strength reigned supreme, and at this moment, it was laid bare. The members of the Zhang clan fell into silence. The onlookers were equally hushed. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the Zhang clan with the arrival of the martial arts king from the Zhou clan. Was it helpless resignation? Or perhaps, an unwillingness to accept fate? At this juncture, some martial artists even began to comprehend why the Zhang clan had disregarded the challenge and turned hostile. After a brief silence, one elder spoke up. "We have lost, having violated the fundamental rules of the Grand Hall. We are willing to accept the consequences." Another elder from the Zhang clan chimed in. "Zhang Teng, whether it be friendship or enmity with the Zhang clan, it has now been settled." At this moment, Zhang Teng regarded the members of the Zhang clan with a complex expression. "The reasons, I understand." Zhang Teng spoke slowly, recognizing that the time for distinguishing right from wrong had passed. He simply turned his gaze toward Mu Qinghua. "I will not pursue the violation of the rules." Upon uttering these words, Zhang Teng felt an unprecedented lightness. He understood that from this moment forth, he and the Zhang clan had truly severed ties, having exhausted all kindness and obligation. In a certain sense, they had also reached a conclusion. Mu Qinghua nodded. "I will document this matter when I report it in the official records." The Zhang clan stood in somber silence, with Zhang Yong among the crowd, his head bowed. A tapestry of shame, self-reproach, and a flicker of joy etched across his face. Meanwhile, Zhang Teng inhaled deeply, abruptly lifting his gaze. At that moment, he beheld the martial arts sovereign of the Zhou clan, standing imperiously in midair, casting a disdainful glance upon Zhang Teng. The sight of the exalted martial king from the Zhou clan ignited a fierce killing intent within Zhang Teng's eyes, for he comprehended that the Zhou clan was, in essence, the true source of all malevolence. Had it not been for them, how could he have faced his downfall? How could he have been relentlessly hunted? The Zhang clan may have erred, perhaps they made the wrong choices, yet one truth remained clear to him. The Zhang clan was ensnared by circumstances beyond their control. Zhou clan of Nanyang. Zhang Teng suddenly bellowed with fervor. "Today, I, Zhang Teng, challenge your Zhou clan. According to the rules of challenge, I shall visit you in 6 months. Will you dare accept this declaration of war?" The martial king of the Zhou clan narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, and then erupted into a booming laughter, a sound laced with scorn. Eventually, his laughter subsided, and with a cold gaze directed at Zhang Teng, he uttered 3 disdainful words. "You are unworthy." The Zhou martial king had no intention of accepting the challenge. To do so would subject him to the constraints of the martial arts general hall. With no impartiality in play, why would he willingly invite trouble upon himself? In a moment of fury, he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Bei, who was still some distance away, while Zhang Teng stood perilously close. A mere fraction of a kilometer apart, his martial domain was remarkably unique, capable of extending 100 meters, yet due to his prolonged concealment of identity, he had comprehended the true essence of the shadow path, allowing him to transform his domain into a line that could stretch tenfold. Thus, should he wish, he could envelop Zhang Teng within his domain in the blink of an eye. Within this domain, he would reign supreme. He was confident he could obliterate Zhang Teng instantly. Yet, this proximity, while tempting, was fraught with peril, as Zhang Teng's displayed talents filled him with trepidation, compelling him to consider eradicating the threat entirely. The only variable in this equation was Zhang Teng's master, for he was entirely unaware of Lin Bei's true strength. Just as the martial king of the Zhou clan was caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, Zhang Teng's voice rang out once more. "What, the illustrious martial king fears? Or perhaps the princess of your Zhou clan is shamelessly tarnished, yet resorts to slander and deceit?" At the mention of the princess, a glint of cold fury flashed in the martial king's eyes. This was indeed a source of shame for the Zhou clan. He understood that should he fail to eliminate Zhang Teng today, this incident would be forever etched in the minds of all present. The moment Zhang Teng was silenced, the Zhou clan could manipulate the narrative, casting the disgrace of their princess onto the lifeless form of Zhang Teng. After a brief contemplation, the martial king of the Zhou clan resolved with unwavering determination. Even if he remained oblivious to Lin Bei's capabilities, as long as he swiftly dispatched Zhang Teng, it would be too late for Lin Bei to turn the tide, and he doubted Lin Bei would dare confront him. Even if he did, what of it? Fleeing from a confrontation with a martial king should pose no challenge. Drawing upon his family's deep-rooted legacy, he held no belief that Lin Bei could truly threaten him. In contrast to Lin Bei, he was far more wary of the prodigious Zhang Teng. With this thought in mind, the martial king of the Zhou clan ceased his hesitation and roared with authority. "Ignorant youth, dare you defame my Zhou clan? You shall not be spared." And with that, he sprang into action. Almost instantaneously, his martial domain surged forth, coiling around Zhang Teng like a serpent, enveloping him within its grasp in the mere span of a breath. Zhang Teng found himself ensnared within this domain, feeling as though he had plunged into a separate realm, completely severed from the world's spiritual essence. All he could perceive was the overwhelming aura of murderous intent that permeated the domain. This was the martial domain, a veritable alternate universe. Zhang Teng was struck with dread. He had once triumphed over Zhang Zhong using the spirit-piercing strike, but before the martial king, he felt like an insignificant insect. In that moment, despair washed over him for the first time. Trapped within the martial domain, he desperately unleashed the heavenly spiritual energy that had been refined within his body, managing only to move with great effort. Yet, even then, it felt as though he were sinking into a quagmire. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the martial king of the Zhou clan could extinguish his life in less than 3 breaths. But he felt no fear, for he understood that his master was present and would never permit the Zhou clan's martial king to act with impunity. Indeed, almost as soon as he was engulfed by the martial domain, a cold snort echoed through the air, followed by Lin Bei's thunderous roar. Akin to a tiger's fierce cry, presumptuous. Alongside Lin Bei's roar, his eyes glimmered with an ethereal light, as spiritual energy emanated from the corners of his gaze. This was the very spell Zhang Teng had invoked, the spirit-piercing strike. Yet this time, Lin Bei's rendition was even more flawless, seamlessly executed. Moreover, he infused it with 20 drops of spiritual energy. As he unleashed the spell, an invisible pressure and threat surged from the depths of the Zhou martial king's being. Before he could react, he felt an irresistible force surge toward his mind. Buzz, the martial king of the Zhou clan, let out a harrowing scream. His mind plunged into darkness, as his martial domain burst like a fragile bubble. In the next instant, he plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Boom. The martial king of the Zhou clan shattered the floor upon impact, leaving a gaping crack in the ground. This spectacle left many in stunned silence. What just transpired? The martial domain shattered? What occurred? Previously, Zhang Zhong had faced a similar fate, and at that moment, it seemed Zhang Teng's eyes had sparkled with an otherworldly light. Was this the technique of an immortal cultivator? This was utterly absurd. A power that could not even be sensed. What a peculiar lineage. Just how formidable was Zhang Teng's master? The onlooking martial artists exchanged glances. Their understanding of the capabilities of immortal cultivators transformed, and a newfound reverence for Lin Bei took root within them. In their eyes, Lin Bei became an enigma, mysterious and powerful. Mu Qingyue was equally astounded. She recognized this as the art of manipulation, a spell of considerable prowess. Initially, she believed that Zhang Zhong's inability to withstand Zhang Teng's spell stemmed from his weakness. If only he had the martial domain, the outcome would have been different. Within the confines of a martial domain, a martial king was an absolute sovereign. Such intricate spells should have been rendered ineffective. However, Lin Bei's actions had served as a resounding rebuttal. Even within the martial domain, the spirit-piercing strike could not be thwarted. The more she understood, the clearer it became that immortal cultivators were a force to be reckoned with. Zhang Teng extricated himself from the mire, his gaze falling upon the martial arts sovereign of the Zhou clan, and he was profoundly astonished. Could this be the master's divine shock? How formidable! It surpasses my own imperfection. Zhang Teng marveled inwardly, simultaneously gaining insight into enhancing the divine shock technique. Meanwhile, the fallen martial arts sovereign of the Zhou clan suddenly staggered to his feet, his inner energy surging as he attempted to re-establish his martial domain. Yet, under the influence of the divine shock, he found himself momentarily incapable of unleashing his martial domain. The Zhou clan's sovereign, disoriented and flustered, felt a surge of panic. Since ascending to the rank of martial arts sovereign, he had been virtually invincible, undaunted by any challenge. Yet at this moment, an unfamiliar sensation of fear gripped him. What was there to fear? What was approaching? Just as the Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign managed to precariously regain his footing, Lin Bei's cold voice rang out. "You dare to ambush my disciple? Such audacity! Today, I shall impart an unforgettable lesson. As his words fell, nearly everyone turned to Lin Bei. They beheld him, his arm enveloped in intertwining black and white energies. In the next moment, he raised his hand, and the black and white energies surged forth like two ethereal fish darting into the sky. Instantaneously, the heavens appeared to shift, the black and white energies coiling like a dragon plunging into the sea. Then, a scene of sheer terror unfolded before the onlookers. The black and white energies coalesced into a massive hand, spanning several dozen meters, breaking through the clouds and descending like a meteor towards the Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign. Zhang Teng, witnessing this spectacle, felt an overwhelming sense of shock. While others could only sense the looming terror of the colossal hand, Zhang Teng perceived that as it descended, a vast amount of celestial energy converged into the hand, amplifying the force of the strike. Is this truly the Master's divine prowess? Zhang Teng mused, filled with awe. How powerful! After a moment of astonishment, he quickly grasped the implication. The master had not utilized his full strength. Both the previous divine shock and the current technique seemed to serve as demonstrations on how to wield power. Enlightenment dawned upon Zhang Teng. He realized that had Lin Bei unleashed his full might, the Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign would never have recovered so swiftly, let alone stand unsteadily. Having initiated the confrontation, why would he hold back? Zhang Teng swiftly arrived at this logical conclusion. His master was guiding him through action. If Lin Bei were aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly give him a silent thumbs up. Yet, Zhang Teng's deductions were far removed from reality. Lin Bei's approach to combat was the result of countless calculations leading to the optimal solution. This strike had entirely depleted the celestial energy stored within his primary meridian. At this moment, the Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign, regaining a semblance of composure, gazed up at the rapidly descending hand, his pupils constricted. The inability to unleash his martial domain, what did that signify? It meant he had no choice but to withstand the blow with his own body. Cursed be it. The Zhou clan's sovereign cursed under his breath, bracing himself for impact. Almost simultaneously, the massive hand struck him with tremendous force. Bang! The terrifying power sent stones flying in all directions for hundreds of meters, and the ground trembled violently from the impact. Nearby, the Zhang clan's dwellings were toppled. As the tremors subsided, the crowd turned their attention to the location of the Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign. At that moment, they beheld him, bloodied and trembling. Gasping for breath, he was grievously injured. The onlookers were taken aback. Is this what it means to be a martial arts sovereign? Can such an assault be withstood? How incredibly powerful. Were I in his place, I would have been reduced to mere dust. What are you? Even martial arts masters would be turned to ash. The surrounding martial artists voiced their astonishment. Just then, the Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign coughed violently, blood spilling forth. It was evident he had sustained internal injuries. In that moment, he fixed his gaze on Lin Bei, eyes filled with dread and wariness. Lin Bei, however, was unperturbed, for he knew that this was precisely as he had predicted. Even if he had unleashed his full strength through his calculations, he understood that he could never kill this man. The martial arts sovereign's physique was simply too robust. Yet, despite his severe injuries, should he choose to attack, Lin Bei would likely suffer a bitter fate. However, in his current state, the martial arts sovereign no longer possessed the courage to act. Chapter 76. Not agreeing? You must comply. At this moment, the Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign stood in tattered garments, his robes stained with blood. He gasped heavily, his former grace entirely gone, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. He glared fiercely at Lin Bei, though this ferocity merely masked his profound inner terror. To him, when he activated his martial domain, he was the absolute ruler within that realm. Lin Bei had effortlessly penetrated his martial domain, leaving him disoriented, and could even injure his meticulously honed physique with a single strike. Such a scenario could only indicate one possibility: Lin Bei was stronger. For a martial arts sovereign, a 100-meter martial domain merely represented the early stages, while a 1,000-meter domain signified the peak of the initial phase. To breach his domain so easily suggested that Lin Bei had reached at least the mid-stage of the martial arts sovereign rank. In his understanding, only a superior martial domain could penetrate another martial arts sovereign's domain. In a sense, his interpretation was not entirely erroneous. For the level of the technique Lin Bei wielded exceeded the limits of the Zhou clan's martial domain. Within the range of his domain, every strand of celestial energy equated to a mere fragment of Lin Bei's refined energy. Conversely, Lin Bei's technique was based on several drops of energy, invoking multiples of celestial energy in its execution. Each drop of energy was akin to the convergence of 100 strands of energy. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. For techniques and martial domains are fundamentally different concepts. Techniques are infinitely variable, rooted in the laws of nature, controlling celestial energy in myriad forms. Meanwhile, Martial domains are based on the martial artist's will, forming a territory around oneself. The size of the domain, the density of celestial energy within it, and the martial art sovereign's command of the domain directly determine their strength. One possesses infinite potential, while the other has inherent limitations. As the saying goes, human strength is finite, while the heavens are boundless. The two cannot be compared. However, it was precisely due to the Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign's flawed understanding that he remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Bei had exhausted the celestial energy within his primary meridian. He could not possibly realize that, at this moment, he was the strongest entity present. The Zhou clan's martial arts sovereign was so cautious in his breathing that it bordered on trepidation. Lin Bei, naturally, would not afford him the opportunity to react. He understood the necessity of subduing this man immediately and providing a compelling reason for sparing his life. Otherwise, he was greatly concerned that the rabbit might become agitated and bite, and that the dog, in a moment of desperation, might act recklessly, which would spell disaster. Regarding the art of deception, Lin Bei was a master of familiarity. Thus, after delivering a decisive blow, he immediately adopted a posture of condescension, looking down upon the martial king of the Zhou clan with an expression of indifference. Zhou clan's king, might this lesson grant you some composure? The mockingly calm tone carried a weight of insult without significant harm. The martial king of the Zhou clan felt his pupils constrict as he clenched his fists in silence, his heart brimming with pent-up frustration. However, this remark caused him to abandon any thoughts of a desperate struggle for dignity. After all, Lin Bei's use of the term lesson and his inquiry about his composure were sufficient to indicate that Lin Bei did not intend to kill him. Otherwise, would he have adopted such an attitude? Yet, he was perplexed as to why Lin Bei spared his life. After all, he had initiated a sneak attack on Zhang Teng, and should he have been countered, no one would blame Lin Bei for it. How could Lin Bei let such an opportunity pass? Just as he was immersed in his confusion, Lin Bei pivoted his words. My disciple has declared his intent to challenge your Zhou clan. The Zhou clan's king remained silent, fixating his gaze on Lin Bei. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice suddenly resonated with an overwhelming strength, proclaiming, since my disciple has expressed his desire to challenge you, you shall acquiesce, whether you agree or not. Domineering. Indisputable. Upon hearing this, the surrounding martial artists exchanged glances. How tyrannical. Observe how the martial king of the Zhou clan appeared both humiliated and reluctant to retort. The pressure exerted by Lin Bei was formidable. The surrounding martial artists buzzed with discussion. Though the Zhou king felt deeply embarrassed by being commanded so brazenly, he also inexplicably sighed in relief. He understood that Lin Bei did not intend to kill him. Rather, he was preparing for the entire Zhou clan to serve as stepping stones for Zhang Teng. While it was a disgraceful predicament, at least his life was spared. In that moment, the Zhou king truly grasped what it meant to be powerless. In that case, our Zhou family shall accept this challenge. Witnessing the Zhou king's begrudging agreement, the members of the Zhang clan did not voice their thoughts. Yet their expressions seemed to convey a singular sentiment. Today is your day of reckoning. Teng, do you have any requests? Lin Bei inquired of Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng coldly replied, let us adhere to the rules. For 6 months, we shall not interfere with one another, and after 6 months, I shall pay a visit. At that time, I will present my challenge rules one by one. Very well, I await your arrival. With that, the Zhou king glanced at Lin Bei. May I take my leave? Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively. Begone. Upon hearing these words, the Zhou king was completely relieved. He understood that once Lin Bei had spoken, he would not easily change his mind. There were no further words exchanged, nor any display of anger. The Zhou king, dragging his heavily injured body, fled with haste, as if fearing that a slow departure might invite further misfortune. Finally, he had departed. As Lin Bei watched the Zhou king leave, he too exhaled a sigh of relief. This martial king possessed an astonishingly powerful physique. The strength of such a formidable warrior had opened Lin Bei's eyes, by his estimation. To rely solely on the Taichi seal to kill the Zhou king would require at least 300 drops of spiritual energy to enhance the Taichi seal. At that moment, Lin Bei's disdain for martial artists diminished considerably. He also recognized that the stronger the martial artist, the more formidable their physique. If every encounter with a martial artist necessitated expending vast amounts of spiritual energy, it would be a tremendous waste. Just then, a flash of insight struck Lin Bei. Perhaps it was time to explore the realm of magical artifacts. At that moment, Zhang Teng approached Lin Bei respectfully, saying, I apologize for troubling you, master. Lin Bei smiled and waved his hand. No matter, you may return now. Yes. Lin Bei then turned his gaze toward Mu Qingyue, who was not far away. Shall we depart together? No. Mu Qingyue shook her head. The verification has concluded, and I must return to the main hall immediately to report this matter. Very well. Lin Bei nodded and glanced at Zhang Teng. Let us go. It is time to return. Meanwhile, at the Zhou clan. Chapter 77, renowned across the lands. At that moment, the gatekeepers of the Zhou clan were engaged in hushed conversation. I heard that today is the day Zhang Teng challenges the Zhou clan. What a pity we cannot witness it. No matter, once the Zhang clan captures him, they will surely bring him here. Just as the two were conversing, a figure suddenly plummeted from the sky. Who is that? It appeared as though something had fallen from the heavens. The two guards were astonished when a voice suddenly rang out. Bang! They witnessed a bloodied figure collapse at the entrance of the Zhou clan. The two rushed forward to investigate, and their expressions changed drastically. At that moment, within the Zhou household, the Duke of Nanyang sat upon his throne, receiving a young man dressed in extravagant attire. In the eyes of the public, the Duke of Nanyang was expected to exude great authority. Yet now, before this elegantly dressed man, he wore a smile, his face brimming with obsequiousness. Young Master Chiu, rest assured, we shall take good care of your daughter, and we will also ensure that the child in her womb remains oblivious to your involvement. Young Master Chiu gave a slight nod. I heard that the unfortunate Zhang Teng has yet to be captured. How fortuitous. Today is indeed the day that Zhang Teng walks into the lair of the Zhou clan. If all goes well, he may soon arrive at our Duke's residence. The Duke of Nanyang replied with a smile. Ah, what does it matter? That insignificant person is of no concern. It is merely a burden for Shuang, how she must suffer. To have caught the attention of young Master Chiu is her fortune, the Duke of Nanyang hastily added. Were it not for young Master Chiu's assistance, how could our Zhou clan have produced a martial king? Young Master Chiu nodded in satisfaction. That is what you deserve. Fear not. Once I have solidified my position, I shall grant her a rightful title. Just then, a guard burst in. Your Grace, there is trouble. Something grave has occurred. Upon seeing the guard's demeanor, the Duke regained his authority and coldly huffed. Do you not know there are esteemed guests present? What kind of decorum is this? How dare you disrupt our guest? What punishment do you deserve? The guard was taken aback, his face paling instantly. It is of no consequence, young Master Chiu said with a smile. If it were not for a pressing matter, the guard would not have acted so recklessly. The guard cast a grateful glance at young Master Chiu. At that moment, the Duke of Nanyang coldly huffed. Speak. What is it? Your Grace, King Zhou has fallen from the sky, bloodied and gravely injured. What? The Duke of Nanyang's face contorted in shock. Unable to believe his ears, he asked incredulously. What did you say? I said, King Zhou is receiving treatment in the medical hall within the residence. How can this be? The Duke of Nanyang replied in disbelief. How could this happen? Young Master Chiu was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Where did King Zhou go? How could he be injured? Young Master Chiu inquired immediately. King Zhou, upon hearing that Zhang Teng would challenge the Zhou clan today, disguised himself as an envoy to seek some excitement. The Duke responded hastily. How could he possibly get injured? Let us hasten to visit King Zhou. Soon, the Prince of Nanyang and young Master Chiu arrived at the medical hall. There, they beheld King Zhou, covered in blood and barely breathing, yet fortunately, he had regained consciousness. However, as he lay on the bed, his eyes appeared somewhat vacant. Young Master Chiu, is that you? Upon seeing young Master Chiu, King Zhou managed to muster a faint smile. I apologize for the sight, he said. The Prince of Nanyang stepped forward, grasping King Zhou's hand with urgency. What on earth transpired? What happened? With a bitter sigh, King Zhou replied, I nearly did not make it back. I only intended to witness a spectacle, and who could have foreseen that I would almost perish at the hands of the Zhang clan? He recounted the events of his ambush on Zhang Teng, only to be countered by Lin Bei. As he finished his tale, young Master Chiu's expression fluctuated between concern and contemplation. Are you suggesting that Zhang Teng has taken a master named Lin Bei, and this Lin Bei possesses such formidable strength that he left you utterly defenseless? King Zhou nodded grimly. Who could have imagined that such hidden talents lay near the border? Young Master Chiu pondered. King Zhou lamented, Young Master Chiu, Zhang Teng will challenge our royal residence in 6 months, and his master is likely to accompany him. I fear I may not be able to contend with him. A 6-month appointment, you say? I am already aware of this matter, young Master Chiu replied, closing his eyes in contemplation. My own affairs should be resolved within that time frame, and I shall personally bring assistance to you. Upon hearing this, the members of the Zhou clan breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief moment of reflection, the Prince of Nanyang inquired, Young Master Chiu, given your prowess, why not take action sooner and discreetly eliminate this threat? Would that not be more expedient? Absolutely not. Young Master Chiu rejected the notion outright. My affairs are at a critical juncture. Zhang Teng's challenge is sanctioned by the Martial Arts Guild. Should I send individuals to intervene, it would leave evidence against us, and complications would surely arise. Do not underestimate the Martial Arts Guild. It is prudent to adhere to the rules. The Prince of Nanyang quickly conceded, indeed. Young Master Chiu's matters take precedence. With a sigh, young Master Chiu added, originally, I intended to hunt down that scoundrel Surue, coincidentally passing through Nanyang. I wished to visit Shuang, only to be met with Zhang Teng's slander against her character. Rest assured, even if you do not speak of it, I shall not let Zhang Teng escape unscathed. Young Master Qiu's resolve was evident. Meanwhile, news of Zhang Teng's challenge to the Zhang clan spread like wildfire throughout Nanyang. Have you heard? Zhang Teng has stormed the Zhang family and even killed a martial arts master. The Zhang family truly lacks discernment. With so many skilled fighters fallen, can they retain their vast territory? You think your gossip is impressive? Mine is far more explosive. In a tavern in Nanyang, a warrior declared, his eyes bulging with excitement. Did you know that during Zhang Teng's challenge to the Zhang clan, even the martial arts king appeared? What? The martial arts king? Is that true? Such a legendary figure exists in our borderland? Who is this martial arts king? The townsfolk clamored with questions. The warrior shook his bottle of wine, and someone quickly grasped the implication. I'll cover today's drinks. The warrior continued, the martial arts king is from the Zhou clan. He disguised himself as an envoy to observe the battle and realized Zhang Teng posed a significant threat, intending to personally eliminate him. But guess what happened next? What happened? Zhang Teng's master, Lin Bei, intervened. The warrior stood tall, declaring, when Lin Bei made his move, it was as if the heavens roared, and a colossal black and white hand descended from the clouds, striking the Zhou clan's martial arts king severely. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Among them, a man wearing a straw hat paused mid-bite. Is it true? The martial arts king was gravely injured by a single strike? Doubt lingered in some voices. Martial arts masters were figures they revered, let alone the legendary martial arts king. It is indeed true. This place known as the Dao Field is said to be a new and mysterious sect, the warrior continued. I heard that the Zhou clan's martial arts king survived because he showed mercy. Why would he show mercy? After all, he attempted to ambush Zhang Teng. He deserved his fate. Some questioned. The warrior chuckled, because he wishes for Zhang Teng to seek vengeance himself, hence the 6-month appointment. Does this imply that Zhang Teng's master does not even regard the martial arts king with respect? How powerful must he be? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the man in the straw hat approached the warrior with a jug of fine wine. Pray tell, where is this Dao Field located? The warrior glanced at the wine, beaming with delight. I hear it lies near Qingyun town. I am unsure of the exact spot, but once you reach Qingyun town, simply inquire, and you shall find out. The straw hat man clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, and swiftly departed. With young Master Qiu pursuing me so closely, perhaps this Dao Field could offer me refuge. At that moment, in Qingyun town, Tainyo and Xiao Lu were yawning, feeling rather bored. Tainyo, this is so dull. Xiao Lu pointed to the flags behind them. One reading Dao Field recruiting, and the other desperately seeking talents. Tainyo, are we really the right fit for this? Does our master even know about this? Tainyo, with a hearty smile, reassured him, of course, master is aware. I reported it to him before leaving. With a sincere expression, Tainyo explained, Xiao Lu, to establish a Dao Field and ensure our community thrives, we need true talents. Without proper management, chaos would ensue. Look at Qingyun town. Our Ding town is flourishing, with the highest taxes and the most settled residents. This indicates a wealth of talent, understand? Many have inquired, yet you turn them all away? Xiao Lu couldn't help but complain. I think those folks had some valid points. Valid points? They lack vision. Tainyo replied, somewhat exasperated. Our Dao Field has a long journey ahead. We must seek someone with grand aspirations. Fine, I concede. I just wonder how Zhang Teng and the others are faring. Xiao Lu expressed his concern. There's nothing to worry about. With Master by their side, how could Zhang Teng encounter trouble? Tainyo asserted confidently. True. As time passed, occasional inquiries came in. After a brief exchange, Tainyo registered them and returned to waiting. Before long, the sun's dying rays bathed the streets of Qingyun town in golden light. Xiao Lu yawned, just then catching snippets of conversation on the street. Have you heard? Mu Qingyue has returned with news that Zhang Teng has toppled the Zhang family and is now challenging the Zhou clan of Nanyang. I heard that the Zhang clan's master has perished. In this upcoming battle, the Zhou clan will have the martial arts king involved. Yet Lin Bei from the Dao Field severely injured him. Aren't they recruiting at the Dao Field? We should go ask. Quickly, many townsfolk gathered around. Initially, Tainyo and Xiao Lu were bewildered, but upon hearing the outcome, they too exhaled in relief. Indeed, the master is the strongest, exclaimed Xiao Liuzi joyfully. I told you. With the master around, my senior brother will be safe. Their conversation left many in a state of confusion, prompting someone to directly ask, are you unaware of the events in Nanyang? Tiniu responded matter-of-factly, of course we are unaware. We have yet to return to the temple. Many felt this reasoning was sound and dispersed accordingly. Isn't it about time? The master and the others should have returned to the temple by now. We ought to head back, Xiao Liuzi remarked. Indeed, let us return. The two promptly began to pack up and prepare to leave. Just then, a figure appeared before them. Excuse me, does your temple accept new members? Xiao Yozi opened his mouth to refuse. We are not accepting new members. We have matters to attend to. Tiniu swiftly pulled him aside. Do not heed his words. We are still recruiting. After saying this, he looked at the stranger, noticing that he wore a conical hat, and gestured for him to remove it. The stranger sighed helplessly. I am being pursued and must conceal my identity with this hat. Someone is after you. What have you done? Tiniu raised an eyebrow. Allow me to explain slowly. I hail from Yunzhou and enrolled in its prestigious institution, Songyun Academy. Upon hearing the name of Songyun Academy, Xiao Yozi could not help but exclaim, You are a student of Songyun Academy? Is that true? I have heard that the students there hold a status comparable to that of the masters of top-tier martial arts academies. This is my academy token. The stranger produced a token inscribed with the character Su. Why are you being pursued? He sighed. This is a long story. And it is my fault for falling into a trap. He then recounted his experiences. It turned out that Songyun Academy was in the process of selecting its chief disciple. Songyun Academy comprises 8 divisions: Tian, Di, Xian, Huang, Yu, Zhou, Hong, and Huang. The man in the hat, originally a disciple of the Tian division, was courted by its head due to his exceptional abilities. Not wishing to become embroiled in the conflicts among the 8 divisions, he declined the head's overtures. Consequently, the head of the Tian division had his subordinates secretly drug him and employed the allure of a temptress. Indeed, he unwittingly fell into a compromising situation, compelled to serve the Tian division's head. However, this man was not to be trifled with. As his anger grew, he refused to be manipulated. Thus, during a material collection assessment among the 8 divisions, he devised a clever scheme against the Tian division's head, absconding with many treasures. The once confident head of the Tian division was furious and pursued him relentlessly. Tiniu, seemingly bewildered, asked, So you stole the treasures of the head of the Tian division and fled? You wish for us to protect you? The man in the hat nodded. I am willing to offer treasures in exchange for the temple's protection. Tiniu shook his head. I'm sorry, but our temple does not favor conflict. He resolutely declined, for he had no interest in treasures. In response to Tiniu's refusal, the man in the hat calmly stated, It seems you are in the process of establishing a temple? I, though humble, once managed a region during my training at the academy, and under my governance, the residents' income doubled within 7 days, and tax revenues surged. Commerce thrived exponentially. Upon hearing this, Tiniu, who had initially been averse, paused in surprise. He then looked at the stranger with suspicion. Is that truly the case? You can prove it? The man in the hat smiled. Tiniu glanced at Xiao Yozi, who appeared to be entirely receptive to Tiniu's judgment. After a moment's hesitation, Tiniu inquired, What is your name? I am Su Rue. Chapter 79, Strike First. Dig Deeper. As Su Rue spoke, he lifted his hat, revealing his visage to Tiniu and Xiao Yozi. Demonstrating his sincerity, Tiniu refrained from making an immediate decision, instead contemplating the situation thoroughly. Xiao Yozi also recognized the significance of the matter and refrained from asking further questions. Su Rue quietly observed Tiniu, noting that although the man appeared simple-hearted, he seemed to possess a keen intellect. After a moment of contemplation, Tiniu asked, Is your trouble significant? Su Rue's eyes reflected earnestness. Very much so. The head of the Tian division wields considerable influence, and he is vengeful. Our conflicts will be relentless. Tiniu sighed regretfully. While our temple could greatly benefit from someone of your talents, should we invite turmoil upon ourselves, it is best to forego this matter. Tiniu delivered his final verdict. Despite his desire for the temple's growth, he ultimately deemed the risks too great. Having said this, Tiniu turned to leave with Xiao Yozi. Just then, Su Rue suddenly spoke up. Wait, allow me a moment to present my case. If it seems unreasonable, you may depart. Tiniu halted, eyeing Su Rue. You have half a stick of incense's worth of time. Good. Su Rue wasted no time and directly stated, Do you know who the head of the Tian division is? Who? Xiao Yozi inquired. He is referred to as young Master Chiu. Su Rue replied with a smile. This man once left an heir in Nanyang, that is, a child in the womb of the Nanyang princess. In his quest for the chief disciple position, he chose to conceal this fact. It is precisely because of this that your senior brother Zhang Teng was drugged and falsely accused of tarnishing the princess's reputation. This was merely a cover for young Master Chiu, while the Nanyang prince sought to provide an escape for the Zhou clan. Upon hearing this, Tiniu's pupils constricted. Are you saying that Zhang brother has suffered all these tribulations because of young Master Chiu? Su Rue nodded. Indeed, he is the source. Tiniu's expression shifted visibly. In a sense, the temple had long harbored enmity towards young Master Chiu. Thus, accepting me would not be unreasonable, Su Rue remarked with a smile. However, Tiniu remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Xiao Yozi, on the other hand, grew agitated. That young Master Chiu is truly nefarious. His methods against Brother Zhang are akin to those he employed against you. I sensed something was amiss. Seizing the moment, Su Rui pressed on. Aside from young Master Qiu as a potential adversary, Zhang Teng's approach against the Zhou clan of Nanyang is rather crude. Challenging them directly achieves little. It merely addresses the initial instigators. A cold light flashed in Su Rui's eyes. The Zhou clan of Nanyang operates with impunity primarily due to their vast numbers and considerable influence. Ultimately, the Zhou clan of Nanyang is exceedingly wealthy. Even if all the instigators perished, they would still reign over Nanyang. Their abundant resources cultivate numerous experts, ensuring their status remains unshaken. Tiniu regarded Su Rui, quietly inquiring, "What then?" Su Rui smiled confidently. "I believe that to make the Zhou clan of Nanyang truly pay the price, we must progressively dismantle their sources of wealth, undermining their foundations. In doing so, the Zhou clan will be preoccupied with their own crises, at least during the 6 months Zhang Teng challenges them. Otherwise, do you think they would patiently await his challenge?" Striking discreetly from the shadows, this tactic should resonate with Zhang Teng, shouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Tiniu looked at Su Rui with intrigue. "Do you have a plan?" Su Rui nodded affirmatively, brimming with confidence. "Indeed, I have a plan. I hail from Nanyang and possess a deep understanding of the inner and outer workings of its cities, as well as the structural composition of its resources." Su Rui chuckled. "Moreover, I am well aware that the Zhou clan of Nanyang, relying on their formidable strength and vast wealth, has oppressed numerous families and martial arts schools, leaving those individuals with no choice but to endure in silence. Now, during Zhang Teng's challenge to the Zhang clan, the Master of the Forest has dealt a heavy blow to the Zhou clan's king, presenting a rare opportunity for unity among us. If the Master of the Forest grants his approval, I am confident in uprooting the foundation of the Zhou clan in Nanyang." Upon hearing this, Tainyo stepped forward and grasped Su Rui's hand firmly. "Mr. Su, you are precisely the talent our dojo requires." Tainyo's sudden enthusiasm eased Su Rui's tension, bringing a smile to his face. However, the head of the Tianyuan Academy, that young Master Qiu, possesses considerable capabilities, and it is likely he will soon discover my presence in the dojo, potentially bringing trouble our way. "Let him dare," Tainyo retorted, his gaze fierce. "Rest assured, no matter who that young Master Qiu may be, our dojo has a master overseeing it. Can he truly cause us any upheaval? Come, let us return to the dojo at once." "Very well." The three quickly embarked on their journey back to the dojo. Along the way, Tainyo inquired, "I wonder, Mr. Su, what stratagem do you intend to employ to topple the Zhou clan's foundation? By uniting a portion of them, suppressing another, and exploiting the Zhou clan's greed to orchestrate a grand scheme, we can sufficiently destabilize their position." Su Rui replied with certainty. Tainyo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mr. Su, do you have confidence in your plan?" "With the dojo's support, I am 90% assured." Su Rui's demeanor was calm and composed. "Excellent. But what kind of support do you require from us? Our dojo is newly established and may not be able to provide significant financial assistance." Su Rui smiled and said, "I have naturally considered this matter. In truth, I do not require any financial backing. I simply need the Master of the Forest to lend his support. If he could publicly declare me as a member of the dojo, that would be even better." Upon hearing this, Tainyo furrowed his brow slightly. "You need the Master to make an appearance?" "It is not necessary for him to appear. However, the arrangements may become somewhat troublesome without his involvement," Su Rui stated frankly. "I understand. Ultimately, we must heed my master's guidance." Meanwhile, Lin Bei, Zhang Teng, and their companions returned to the dojo. As they arrived, the villagers from Wuming village immediately illuminated their homes and welcomed them with great enthusiasm. Observing the villagers' warm reception, Zhang Teng couldn't help but feel tears welling in his eyes. Here, he truly felt a sense of warmth. Upon returning to the dojo, the place was adorned with colorful flags, and the apprentices rushed out in unison, exclaiming, "Master, you have returned." Xiao Yuan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "I heard that you displayed remarkable prowess in Nanyang." Lin Bei affectionately ruffled her hair. "What remarkable prowess? It was merely a smooth journey." "Master, I have something I wish to discuss with you," Xiao Yuan said, her expression filled with enthusiasm, as if she had accomplished something extraordinary. "What is it?" Lin Bei inquired curiously. "Master, I believe I possess a special talent for alchemy. During your absence, I experimented with refining elixirs, and to my astonishment, I succeeded in creating a particularly powerful pill." Xiao Yuan gesticulated animatedly. Lin Bei regarded her with skepticism. Chapter 8. A stab in the back from Lin Bei. The reason for Lin Bei's skepticism was simple. If it were truly impressive, how come his golden finger showed no reaction whatsoever? Before Lin Bei could speak, Zhang Teng interjected, "How powerful is it? What effects does it have?" "Hehe. This elixir is my original creation. I combined what I learned from the Shenong Benchao Jing that you showed me to refine it. I have had many people from the dojo try it, Xiao Yuan'er said. They all claimed that after taking it, they felt invigorated, and their training efficiency increased significantly. Really? Zhang Teng was taken aback. Immediately, several apprentices from the dojo chimed in. It's true. I took one, and I felt energized all day. After taking it, I felt completely unburdened, and my understanding of Taichi deepened. Hearing this, Zhang Teng became increasingly intrigued. Do you have more? I want to try one. There's only one left. The materials are quite precious, Xiao Yuan'er said, her expression turning pitiful. This is the elixir I painstakingly refined. I wanted Master to sample it. Zhang Teng wore a helpless expression. Lin Bei chuckled in resignation. Very well. I shall see how remarkable your talent is. At that moment, Xiao Yuan'er carefully retrieved a brocade box, revealing a pure white elixir nestled within. Master, give it a try. I named it the Clarity Pill, which aids in purging bodily impurities and sharpening the mind. Xiao Yuan'er's bright, sparkling eyes were filled with eager anticipation. All right. Without hesitation, Lin Bei swallowed the Clarity Pill. As it entered his stomach, it began to dissolve. In the next instant, Lin Bei's expression changed, feeling an intense turmoil in his abdomen. An upset stomach? Lin Bei thought, bewildered. Didn't Xiao Yuan'er say this Clarity Pill would invigorate the mind? Would it eliminate impurities? Why is my stomach churning? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei dashed toward the restroom. After all these years of caution and vigilance, he never expected to be betrayed by Xiao Yuan'er in this manner. His sudden disappearance left everyone in confusion. Along the way, Lin Bei forced himself to concentrate. He immediately began to analyze the situation, eager to uncover the truth. Analysis successful. The pill you consumed is composed of the essence of 38 herbs, which serves to eliminate impurities and enhance mental clarity for ordinary individuals. As you possess a Tao body, the chaotic spiritual energy of this pill, lacking any order, triggered an emergency response from your Tao body amidst the clash of various energies. This pill is unsuitable for cultivators. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lin Bei felt a surge of frustration. Indeed, he had suspected that if Xiao Yuan'er had truly concocted a pill suitable for cultivators, his golden finger would have certainly reacted. Although he had been betrayed by Xiao Yuan'er, Lin Bei recognized her innate talent for alchemy. In the restroom, Lin Bei felt an immediate release. Ah, that feels good. This pill cannot be haphazardly concocted. Perhaps I can analyze the Clarity Pill to understand the foundational rules necessary for creating pills suitable for cultivators, thus compiling a manual for alchemy. This accidental consumption of the elixir had enlightened him to Xiao Yuan'er's true talent in alchemy. Given this, he felt it was time to draft a personalized cultivation method for her. Meanwhile, on the other side, where has Master gone? Why did he suddenly leave? Xiao Yuan'er asked with her big, innocent eyes, looking quite pitiful. Could it be that my alchemy was so inadequate that Master became upset? Zhang Teng chuckled. Don't overthink it. Master's sudden departure must have some deeper significance. At this moment, after leaving the restroom, Lin Bei was just about to take a few steps when suddenly, his stomach churned once more. To Zhang Teng, who believed there must be some profound meaning behind Lin Bei's actions, the only significance was the relentless discomfort he felt. Goodness, the effects are so intense. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to return yet again. After this episode, Lin Bei finally felt his stomach settle. Xiao Yuan'er, you have betrayed me. This time, I must show you my devious side. Lin Bei was resolute. It was time to teach Xiao Yuan'er a lesson. When Lin Bei returned, Xiao Yuan'er, with her big, innocent eyes, looked at him with a pitiful expression. Lin Bei, initially filled with anger, found his ire dissipating in an instant. Sigh. Little Yuan is, after all, still a child, a mere child. What malice could she possibly harbor? Master, have I not performed well? She asked, her voice tinged with grievance. You have done remarkably well, Lin Bei replied. Yet you have yet to embark on the path of cultivation, and your understanding of cultivators remains limited. Your elixir holds no efficacy for them. He continued, however, I have discerned your innate talent for alchemy. I shall tailor a cultivation method specifically for you. Overjoyed, little Yuan clung to Lin Bei's arm, exclaiming, I knew you were the best, Master. After her moment of elation, she produced another elixir, saying, Master, the previous one may have been ineffective, but I have another here. This is called the five-colored elixir. Upon consumption, it greatly enhances one's strength. Would you be so kind as to taste it? With that, she unveiled a vividly multicolored pill, clearly made with more substantial ingredients. Lin Bei felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Goodness! While little Yuan contemplated how to step into the realm of cultivation, was this little imp preparing to betray him once more? Instinctively, he prepared to decline, but upon seeing the earnest plea in her sparkling eyes, he found it difficult to reject her sincere offering. Zhang Teng, you are now a mature cultivator. Please assess your junior sister's elixir, he instructed. Certainly. Zhang Teng smiled, promptly taking the elixir. Junior sister, Let me see how effective your medicine truly is. Without hesitation, he consumed little Yuan's concoction. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Teng's expression transformed, and he cast a glance at Lin Bei. The look in his eyes was one of indignation, yet he remained silent. Moments later, with a swift whoosh, Zhang Teng vanished from sight. Little Yuan was taken aback. Master, what has happened to senior brother Zhang? Lin Bei calmly replied. Your senior brother is dealing with an urgent matter. Your elixir will undoubtedly leave him with a profound memory. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Zhang Teng wore a disgruntled expression. Master, how could you betray your disciple like this? On another front, Tainyo and Su Rue returned to the dojo. Upon their arrival, Tainyo said to Su Rue, please wait a moment. I must report to the master. All right. Su Rue stood in the dojo, surveying his surroundings. He noticed that many of the apprentices appeared to be ordinary folk. Curiously, he asked the nearby Xiao Liuzi, pray tell, why are there so many commoners in your dojo? Oh, you mean them? Xiao Liuzi chuckled. In truth, besides senior brother Zhang Teng, only Tainyo has crossed the threshold of cultivation. The rest of us have yet to enter. How long has Zhang Teng been in the fold? I heard his dantian was destroyed previously. Xiao Liuzi tilted his head in thought. Perhaps less than a month? Upon hearing this, Su Rue's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 81. The moment that decides fate. Zhang Teng has been in for less than a month? What does that imply? In such a brief time, Zhang Teng not only shattered the Zhang family's defenses, but also killed Zhang Zhong, a master of martial arts. What kind of school is this? How could it be so terrifying? Is this true? Su Rue asked incredulously. Even a martial arts prodigy could not achieve such feats. Defeating a master within a month? It sounds like a fable. Indeed, it is true, Xiao Liuzi stated matter-of-factly. Su Rue took a deep breath, suddenly realizing something. Everyone believes that cultivators represent a unique martial arts school. However, he quickly understood that cultivators are not merely a special martial arts faction, but rather a self-contained system of practitioners. Moreover, this system is extraordinarily powerful. Can I enter? Su Rue inquired anxiously. If you wish to learn, of course you may, but the path to becoming a cultivator is particularly arduous. For instance, I have been practicing for over a year and have yet to enter, Xiao Liuzi explained. Previously, Mu Qingyue from the Qingyun General Hall also attempted to cultivate, but could not break through. After stating this, Xiao Liuzi glanced at Su Rue. By the way, what is your level of strength? I am at the true intent stage of martial arts, currently attempting to condense my essence. However, crossing this threshold to become a master is still quite difficult, Su Rue replied candidly. With such prowess, it seems you may have a tough time, Xiao Liuzi remarked. Master has evaluated Mu Qingyue and found that her inability to enter is due to her singular focus on martial arts. Does that mean one cannot cultivate if they focus solely on martial arts? Su Rue quickly asked. Not at all. Senior brother Zhang was once a martial artist himself. However, he mentioned that martial artists have a harder time entering the path, Xiao Liuzi clarified. Upon hearing this, Su Rue pondered thoughtfully and proceeded to ask Xiao Liuzi more about cultivation. Xiao Liuzi willingly shared his knowledge. For the dojo's stance was clear. The foundational methods of cultivation could be imparted to anyone wishing to learn. Xiao Liuzi had once been puzzled by this, wondering how such precious cultivation methods could be shared so freely. Later, Tainyo explained to him that the entry methods of cultivation are not particularly rare. What truly holds value is the practice that follows. Without proper guidance, even if a cultivator were to enter, their highest achievement would merely halt at the Tao body stage. Hence, for a cultivator to truly progress, they must join a dojo. However, to join a dojo, one must undergo trials. If one cannot enter, what harm could it cause? Thus, this is a grand strategy to strengthen the dojo, a strategy that is indeed foolproof. After Su Rue inquired about many matters, he finally remarked, a grand strategy is indeed foolproof. No wonder cultivators are so unreserved in sharing the methods of entry, even appearing somewhat eager. Xiao Liuzi chuckled. You figured that out? I had to ask Tainyo before I understood. Su Rue smiled faintly. Cultivators are truly extraordinary. I am inclined to seek apprenticeship under Master Lin. Yet, you must first enter the realm of cultivation and master the breathing techniques. Additionally, you must pass Master S trials, Xiao Liuzi laughed. I can teach you Taichi. Do you wish to learn it now? No. Su Rue replied decisively. Xiao Liuzi looked skeptical. But you have already cultivated to the true intent stage, and you are not far from becoming a master. Why would you consider giving up martial arts for cultivation? Because Master Lin has guided Mu Qingyue, she did not understand. But I do. Su Rue's gaze was calm, yet resolute. To become a cultivator, a martial artist must first relinquish their martial path. Xiao Liuzi was puzzled. Entering the path of cultivation is quite difficult. Even with strong determination, one might achieve nothing. Look at our dojo. Hundreds practice martial arts, yet entry remains a distant dream. Su Rue smiled lightly. If it remains a distant dream, so be it. If the cultivation method succeeds, I will have hope to achieve my ultimate goal. If it fails, being an ordinary person is not a burden. Xiao Liuzi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Su Rui, are you hiding something from us? Rest assured about my personal matters. Aside from my grievances with young Master Chiu, they will not affect the dojo, Su Rui replied. Cannot share? Xiao Liuzi pressed. Su Rui paused for a moment, then finally looked at Xiao Liuzi. Xiao Liuzi, have you ever seen a saint? What saint? Xiao Liuzi asked, bewildered. The martial saint, Su Rui declared. Never. Xiao Liuzi replied. I have, Su Rui asserted. At that moment, upon witnessing the martial sage, I felt akin to an ant gazing up at the heavens. In that instant, a singular truth dawned upon me. My journey in martial arts would never allow me to attain the status of a martial sage. Su Rui lowered his head and, after a moment of silence, declared, I refuse to be an ant. A glimmer of yearning flashed in Su Rui's eyes. He yearned to surpass him. Xiao Liuzi, at that moment, appeared to be taken aback by Su Rui's words. It was then that he realized this man possessed an indomitable spirit and a resolute determination. No wonder you dared to seize the opportunity to confront the head of the Heavenly Academy, Xiao Liuzi remarked. I admire you. Su Rui offered a faint smile. It is still too early to speak of such matters. I must first prove my worth and navigate past the headmaster's obstacles. Xiao Liuzi brimmed with confidence. Rest assured, as long as the master consents to let you remain in the dojo, not even the king of heaven could lay a finger on you. Before long, Tinyu approached. Xiao Liuzi was the first to inquire. How did it go? What did the master say? Tinyu looked at Su Rui with a smile and replied. The master wishes to see you. Let's go. Su Rui took a deep breath. At the dojo, in the dormitory, Tinyu gently knocked on the door upon their arrival. Master, Su Rui is here. Come in. Lin Bei's voice echoed. You may enter. Tinyu patted Su Rui on the shoulder before turning to leave. Su Rui inhaled deeply, adjusted his attire, and donned a serious expression as he pushed open the door. In that moment, Su Rui beheld Lin Bei. Although he was a formidable practitioner of martial arts, at that instant, Lin Bei appeared to him as an ordinary person. I cannot discern the depth of his strength. This sensation is truly peculiar. Su Rui's anxiety intensified. He had encountered the martial sage and understood that ascending to such heights was akin to reaching the heavens. Yet, before Lin Bei, he could not even gauge the extent of his strength. Sit. Lin Bei calmly gestured towards a nearby wooden chair and personally poured tea for Su Rui. I pay my respects to Master Lin. Su Rui dared not take a seat, bowing with trepidation. Lin Bei, however, did not press him, instead inquiring with composure. I have heard you can bring down the Zhou family of Nanyang. Indeed, Su Rui affirmed firmly, his heart racing with apprehension. He understood that the moment determining his fate was at hand. Chapter 82, The Demon Sage. Observing Su Rui's trembling demeanor, Lin Bei gestured towards the table beside him. There is no need for such formality. We cultivators do not adhere to such mundane rituals. Please, take a seat. Respect is better than compliance. Su Rui finally sat down. Though his expression remained solemn, sitting upright with impeccable posture, exuding an air of reverence, Lin Bei was somewhat puzzled. Su Rui was a master at the true essence of martial arts, far superior to Mu Qinghua, yet he displayed such deference? Could it be due to his awareness of Lin Bei's victory over the Zhou family's king? However, upon reflection, even knowing this should not warrant such exaggerated respect. Lin Bei could not fathom that Su Rui's profound respect stemmed from having witnessed the martial sage and feeling the weight of reverence before him. Yet, in the face of Lin Bei, he could only perceive an unfathomable depth. What are your plans to deal with the Zhou family of Nanyang? Lin Bei inquired. This time, Su Rui did not respond as vaguely as he had with Tinyu. Instead, he pondered seriously before offering his answer. I have 3 strategies. The first is to employ deception in warfare. The second is to use another's blade to kill. And the third is to create upheaval. Su Rui respectfully articulated his 3 schemes. Lin Bei's interest was piqued immediately. What do you mean by deception in warfare? Su Rui smiled and said, Master Lin, are you aware that the situation at Yugu Pass has recently become dire? Many border residents have migrated inland. I am aware, Lin Bei nodded. During their journey to Nanyang, they had encountered border residents from Yugu Pass. At that time, the residents expressed that demonic beasts had infiltrated, which Mu Qinghua had vehemently denied. In truth, the term dire situation was somewhat misleading. The chaos stemmed from demonic beasts vying for dominance over the demon king, resulting in increased conflicts at the border. Su Rui continued with a smile. To my knowledge, the Zhou family's primary industry is their precious herbs. They possess extensive herbal plantations, monopolizing nearly 60% of the herbal cultivation industry in Nanyang. The deception in warfare entails spreading rumors in Nanyang about the urgent need for healing medicines due to the tense border situation. During this time, I will ally with some oppressed families, martial arts schools, and fighters from the Zhou family to secretly inflate the prices of healing medicines. As the titans of the cultivation industry, the Zhou family will naturally seize this opportunity to amass wealth. I will then employ strategy to compel the Zhou family to hoard healing medicines, ultimately driving the prices to exorbitant heights, resulting in a heavy blow to the Zhou family. This is the essence of deception in warfare. Lin Bei nodded lightly, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. What do you mean by using another's blade to kill? The Zhou family of Nanyang is vast and powerful. Merely relying on deception will not suffice to bring down such a colossal ship. Therefore, prior to this, I will masquerade as a noble from Yunzhou, arriving in Nanyang to negotiate cooperation, offering precious medicinal herbs at a low price to the Zhou family. I will assess the funds available to the Zhou family and engage in extreme underpricing. Of course, the crux of this plan lies in the penalties for breach of contract. Whoever defaults must pay a hefty price. Lin Bei expressed doubt. Can you truly procure so many precious herbs? Or sell them at a low price to the Zhou family? I certainly cannot. However, many families in Nanyang can, as can numerous martial arts schools. I have ways to persuade them to provide these herbs. I believe they will be more than willing to cooperate with me. After all, if executed properly, they not only stand to gain significantly, but also have the chance to topple the Zhou family. Why would they not seize such an opportunity? Su Rui exuded confidence. This is the concept of using another's blade to kill. Lin Bei slightly nodded, regarding Su Rui with newfound respect. After all, Su Rui's words were not mere wishful thinking. He demonstrated a keen understanding of human nature, orchestrating his plans by leveraging both profit and enmity to create alliances. What do you mean by upheaval? Su Rui, at this moment, appeared to shed his reservations, speaking with full confidence. The Zhou family's support rests on two pillars: immense wealth and formidable martial power. Su Rui smiled. If I sever the pillar of wealth while Zhang Teng dismantles the pillar of martial power, then the Zhou family's grand vessel shall collapse. This is upheaval. Lin Bei could not help but applaud. Brilliant. Even if it is merely a theoretical discussion, it is indeed well articulated. Thank you for your kind words, Master Lin. Lin Bei chuckled. I am curious about how you plan to execute this. At this juncture, Lin Bei paused and then, with a smirk, inquired. What kind of support do you require? First, I must ensure my own safety. The head of the Heavenly Academy holds a grudge against me, Su Rui quickly replied. The head of the Heavenly Academy is, in fact, young Master Chiu. He has pursued me to Nanyang and is likely at the Prince's residence meeting with the princess. Tiniu has already elaborated on this matter. Lin Bei nodded gently. Seeing this, Su Rui continued. All I need is for you to publicly announce that I have joined the dojo. The head of the Heavenly Academy will undoubtedly be wary of your strength and, to avoid unnecessary complications, will temporarily abandon his pursuit of me. However, should he ascend to the position of chief disciple in 6 months, he will undoubtedly seek revenge, and the dojo will face troubles then. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei responded confidently, 6 months from now? What is there to fear? No matter, this matter is settled. Upon hearing this, Su Rui immediately sighed in relief. Furthermore, I also require the assistance of Zhang Teng. If I am to strategize in Nanyang, I must conceal my identity. Thus, leveraging the residual authority of the dojo is essential. The most convincing approach to gain others' trust is for Zhang Teng to make a personal appearance. Lin Bei nodded. Certainly. After all, you are aiding him, so it is only fitting that he assists you in turn. Su Rui exhaled, feeling relieved. Master Lin, I actually have another matter to report to you. What is it? Lin Bei inquired, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at Su Rui. Are you aware of why Sangyun Academy seeks to select a chief disciple? Lin Bei shook his head in response. Su Rui's expression turned serious. In fact, there is a rumor circulating within Sangyun Academy. The reason the monsters outside Yugu Pass are vying for the title of Monster King is likely due to the Monster Saint consolidating their forces in preparation for an assault on Sangzhou. The monsters intend to attack Sangzhou? Why? Lin Bei asked. Because of the sacred bone, Su Rui stated gravely. Within Sangyun Academy, there exists a martial saint who once vanquished the Monster Saint, crafting sacred weapons from its bones, which now lie within the academy. Presently, a new Monster Saint has emerged, a descendant of the previous beast, seemingly intent on reclaiming the sacred bone. Outside Yugu Pass, the monsters are competing for the title of Monster King to gain the right to follow the Monster Saint into the assault on Yunzhou. Lin Bei felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Monster Saint? Martial Saint? What level do they represent? In this remote area, he only knew of the Martial King. What lies beyond the Martial King, he was utterly ignorant of. How formidable must a Monster Saint be? Lin Bei immediately inquired. How long would it take for the Monster Saint to launch an assault on Sangzhou? Chapter 83. The Method of Breathing in All Wonders. Hearing Lin Bei's questions, Su Rui did not hesitate to share his insights. Based on my analysis, given Zhangzhou's vastness and the multitude of experts within, this monster saint will undoubtedly seek alliances with other monster saints outside the pass, which will require time. Su Rui continued his analysis. Moreover, I have heard this new monster saint is exceedingly clever. Perhaps this display is a deliberate act intended to exert pressure on Songyun Academy to relinquish the sacred bone without bloodshed. Thus, not only Yugu Pass, but every one of the 36 passes in Zhangzhou is currently plagued by monsters, frequently launching assaults on critical border defenses. Su Rui spoke with gravity. The selection of the chief disciple by Songyun Academy is actually aimed at delving beyond the borders to investigate this matter and ascertain the movements of the monsters. While Songyun Academy believes the monsters will attack Zhangzhou and the academy itself, I contend that whether the monster saint will indeed attack Zhangzhou remains uncertain. Even if an attack is to occur, I conservatively estimate it will be over a decade away. Lin Bei found Su Rui's analysis quite reasonable. If the timeline were conservatively set at over a decade, then why should he fret unnecessarily? Who could predict how far his path of cultivation would progress in 10 years? Lin Bei nodded softly. I am now aware of this matter. Su Rui continued, Master Lin. The news of you and Zhang Teng in Nanyang should soon reach the main hall in Qingyun City. They will likely apply to the Martial Dao headquarters for recognition as a first-rate force. The certification should arrive at the dojo within 3 days. Recognition as a first-rate force? A hint of confusion flickered in Lin Bei's eyes. Su Rui, noticing Lin Bei's unawareness, found it understandable. After all, in his understanding, cultivators typically remain oblivious to worldly affairs. Even recognition for a second-rate force is usually delivered directly from the Qingyun main hall. Indeed, according to the regulations set by the Martial Dao headquarters, for the Qingyun main hall to advance, it must possess a sufficient number of first-rate forces. Your display of prowess in Nanyang has already qualified the dojo as a first-rate force. Su Rui stated. The Qingyun main hall will undoubtedly assist the dojo in applying for first-rate force recognition. Otherwise, if delayed, the dojo might qualify for advancement to a regional force. Thus, I assert that within 3 days, the certification from the main hall will surely arrive. Lin Bei understood this well. The promotion system of martial halls differs entirely from that of families and academies. The advancement of a martial hall requires not only significant strength, but also a sufficient number and level of subordinate forces. And then, Lin Bei turned his gaze towards Su Rui. In order to be recognized as a first-rate force, one hard requirement is military merit. I wish to represent the dojo in approaching the Yugu Pass with the identity of the Yugu Pass military. Only then can I turn rumors into reality and target the Zhou family of Nanyang, Su Rui remarked with a smile. If we are to ensnare them in our plans, we must meticulously consider every aspect, crafting an intricate net so that the Zhou family of Nanyang falls into our trap. Without hesitation, Lin Bei nodded in agreement. This matter is settled. Su Rui sighed with relief, rising to his feet and respectfully bowing to Lin Bei. I have no further business. Lin Bei nodded, and Su Rui then exited with courtesy. As Lin Bei observed his departing figure, he fell into contemplation. At that moment, Tai Nyo entered the room. Master, is Su Rui's strategy reliable? Tai Nyo had reported earlier that he could listen in, but concerned that Su Rui might hold back with him present, he stood outside. However, he had already refined his body to the 6th level, possessing keen hearing, and since Lin Bei and Su Rui had not intentionally lowered their voices, he had heard everything clearly. Tai Nyo inquired, and Lin Bei nodded. In theory, it is reliable, but it remains mere speculation on paper. The actual execution depends entirely on his capabilities. If he succeeds, it would demonstrate that his strategic acumen is truly remarkable. Tai Nyo nodded. Master, you are correct. Regardless of whether he succeeds, at least this strategic approach is beyond our imagination. Lin Bei agreed. If this endeavor were successful, it would undoubtedly benefit the dojo. If it failed, there would be no significant loss. Let him attempt it. I am eager to see whether he can achieve success. Master is wise. After the two departed, Lin Bei began to ponder how to assist Xiao Yuan in formulating a cultivation method. Soon, his thoughts began to crystallize. The Tongming pill is, in essence, a concoction wherein Xiao Yuan, utilizing her innate talent, extracts the spiritual essence from the spiritual herbs, harmonizing them according to the pharmacology outlined in the Shinong Benchao Jing. In essence, the process of refining the Tongming pill poses no issues. The sole complication is that Xiao Yuan is unaware that the spiritual energy within such a pill must adhere to a certain order to be deemed a true spiritual pill. Lin Bei's eyes gradually cleared as he mused. Xiao Yuan's ability to perceive the spiritual forces of heaven and earth signifies her capacity to grasp the rules governing their operation. The reason she has not made progress in her cultivation of the breathing technique is quite simple. She has become accustomed to the spiritual forces, treating them as if they were mere air to breathe. Lin Bei suddenly understood. Habits become second nature. Logically, Xiao Yuan should possess an innate ability to cultivate the breathing technique. However, her habitual nature has led her to breathe the spiritual forces as naturally as air. This is entirely different from Zhang Teng and Taichi, who, at the onset of their cultivation, could not perceive the spiritual forces and thus relied on their senses to detect their presence. Consequently, when they finally sensed the spiritual forces, they stood out like beacons in the dark. In contrast, Xiao Yuan has grown accustomed to these forces, perceiving them as normal. Only when she witnesses Taichi emanating the refined spiritual energy does she find it unusual and peculiar. I comprehend that Xiao Yuan's cultivation method necessitates an understanding of the operational rules governing the celestial and earthly spiritual energies. The essence of these energies, with their myriad transformations and the variations of their governing principles, can evoke her sensitivity. This, indeed, serves as her foundational approach to cultivation. Lin Bei's thoughts crystallized. An inspiration surged forth. He realized that if Xiao Yuan's cultivation method were meticulously crafted, it would not only be immensely beneficial for her training, but would also provide unimaginable enhancements to alchemy. As time elapsed, 2 days later, a tome appeared before Lin Bei, inscribed with the 5 grand characters, the method of profound breaths. This title is derived from the Tao Te Ching, where it speaks of the enigmatic and the gateway to myriad wonders. Here, the myriad wonders refer to the ever-changing essence of celestial and earthly spiritual energies, as well as the fundamental principles governing their operations. The gateway to the myriad wonders represents the path to the great Tao. At long last, the method was completed. This time, Lin Bei had not merely constructed a framework, he had even delineated its contours. He was confident that at this level of detail, Xiao Yuan should be able to comprehend it. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei promptly exited the seclusion chamber. "Master, have you emerged from your retreat?" Little Liuzi exclaimed upon seeing Lin Bei. "Where is Xiao Yuan?" Lin Bei inquired. "Where has she gone?" "Ah, she reportedly went to the Chun's fabric store." Little Liuzi quickly replied. "What is she doing at the Chun's fabric store?" Lin Bei asked, perplexed. "I heard she has concocted some new methods for creating medicinal pills. However, lacking the necessary materials at the dojo, she has gone to her father for funds," Little Liuzi explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This young girl is truly passionate about alchemy, and she even knows how to save costs for the dojo, cleverly relying on her parents. "What a good child." Little Liuzi then asked, "Master, do you wish to find her? I can fetch her back." Lin Bei waved his hand. "I shall seek her out personally. And also take a look at the village's development." He was aware that the village now attracted not only wealthy merchants from Qingyun town, but also a multitude of citizens eager to settle there. He wished to observe the progress surrounding his dojo. Upon exiting the village, Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. What did he behold? Towering structures, each several stories high, were under construction, and the village was adorned with bustling streets filled with diverse commodities. Numerous residential buildings were rising from the ground. Is this truly our nameless village? How has it become so prosperous? Lin Bei, slightly astonished, inquired. Although it is true that Tiniu has brought many merchants, the village was still under construction not long ago. How has it changed so drastically in such a short time? Hearing Lin Bei's question, Little Liuzi's face brimmed with admiration as he replied, "Master, you are unaware that during your days in seclusion, Tiniu entrusted Su Rue with the task of developing the area surrounding the dojo." Little Liuzi shrugged. "And this is the result." As he spoke, Little Liuzi expressed his admiration. Before Su Rue arrived in the village, he claimed he could bring about a dramatic transformation in a short time, doubling the tax revenue. Now it seems he was overly modest. "Just yesterday, I counted that hundreds of merchants have applied to settle in our dojo." How did he achieve this? Lin Bei could not help but inquire. Little Liuzi pondered for a moment, then responded, "Our dojo gained notoriety because brother Zhang Teng challenged the Zhang clan, and you defeated the martial arts king of the Zhou clan, earning widespread acclaim." Su Rue seized this opportunity to promote the area, and many perceive it as a place of enchanting beauty and mystery. He even organized sightseeing tours, bringing people here free of charge. After gathering a substantial list of interested parties, Su Rue sought partnerships with numerous merchants, catering to food, clothing, and entertainment, creating unique garments, toys, and activities that reflect the essence of our dojo. Little Liuzi elaborated on Su Rue's ingenious maneuvers. Consequently, on the very first day after the merchants settled in, he attracted a multitude of visitors, and the merchants reaped abundant profits. Once this news spread, countless merchants began applying to join, and the surrounding populace eagerly sought to participate. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei suddenly understood. This young man has adeptly harnessed the wave of public opinion, establishing a foundation in tourism to capture unprecedented wealth. Lin Bei could not help but commend. Su Rue is truly a talent. Little Liuzi wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, his series of actions left me astounded. At this rate, our dojo's surroundings will undoubtedly flourish rapidly. As Lin Bei observed the developments along the way, he could not resist asking, why are there so many people seemingly enjoying themselves among those constructing the buildings? They appear to be working with extraordinary vigor. Little Liuzi, with an expression of respect, explained, this is a recreational initiative devised by Su Rue, called the Peach Blossom Spring Construction Experience. You may find it hard to believe, but those individuals are actually paying to help build the houses. Lin Bei, astonished, thought to himself how remarkable this was. Master, look over there at the long line. They are queuing to purchase building materials and various supplies. Are they truly so willing? Lin Bei inquired, curious about Su Rue's methods. Of course. Su Rue mentioned that this project not only allows them to expend their energy, but also grants all participants who assist in constructing a house, upon successful inspection, lifetime free access to our village's sightseeing opportunities. They can also attend the grand performance we are staging, titled Zhang Teng versus Martial Arts Master. The stage has already been set up. Little Liuzi added. Lin Bei's eye twitched. This strategy was simply brilliant. Along the way, Lin Bei soon arrived at the Chun's fabric store. At this moment, he saw Xiao Yuan loudly hawking her wares, selling fabric, fine silk, the original style of the dojo's training attire, not 9 tails 8, not 5 tails 8, only 2 tails 8. Bring home the dojo style. A throng of tourists was gathered, eagerly purchasing. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Bei exchanged glances with Little Liuzi. They both looked at each other in disbelief. What is going on? She has come out to sell fabric? Wasn't she supposed to ask for money? Little Liuzi chuckled awkwardly. I heard Xiao Yuan say that if she couldn't get the money from her father, she would sell fabric herself. The pill she was concocting is ready. I thought she was joking, but it seems she was serious. Lin Bei quietly remarked, she is selling fabric. It seems she hasn't gathered enough funds. Perhaps we should leave first and not disturb her business. Lin Bei chose to respect Xiao Yuan's decision to engage in alchemy without mentioning the dojo's support. You are right, master. Little Liuzi remarked, now in charge of finances, with a keen interest in profit. The two came to a mutual understanding. Just as they were about to turn and slip away, they heard Xiao Yuan's joyful voice calling out, Master, what brings you here? Having been discovered, Lin Bei and Little Liuzi had no choice but to halt. As Xiao Yuan rushed toward them, Lin Bei quickly donned a smile. Xiao Yuan, why are you selling fabric here? Xiao Yuan immediately responded with a pout. I came to ask for money, but my father wasn't here. The shopkeeper insisted that without my father's seal, he couldn't give me the silver. Frustrated, I decided to sell fabric instead. Hee. Am I clever? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei chuckled. Xiao Yuan is indeed clever. At that moment, Xiao Yuan promptly complained. Master, you said that the dojo would fully support the resources for cultivation. Currently, Wang Xiaolu is in charge of the finances at our dojo. When I approached him for funds to procure medicinal herbs, he insisted there were no funds available and refused to provide me with the necessary materials. I had no choice but to return and demand money, despite having witnessed him receiving a substantial sum from Su Rue. Upon hearing this, Xiaolu remained remarkably composed, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Lin Bei. At the very least, Lin Bei had previously praised him for his frugality. Just then, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and turned directly to Xiaolu. Xiaolu, are you speaking the truth? Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback. This was puzzling. Not long ago, he had informed Lin Bei of this situation, and Lin Bei had commended him for his actions. Why then did he appear to be reprimanding him in front of Xiao Yuan? Indeed, there was some truth to it. But he had yet to tally the money Su Rue had given him, making it difficult to hand anything over to Xiao Yuan. Nonsense, Lin Bei declared sternly. Cultivation is of utmost importance. Wealth is but an external matter and should not be revered as treasure. I shall punish you to return and write a 1,000-word reflection. I expect to see it on my desk tonight. Xiaolu was left dumbfounded at this command. His gaze toward Lin Bei was filled with indignation, as if to say, Master, you have betrayed me. Chapter 85, Xiaoyu's Little Essay. Observing Xiaoyu's aggrieved expression, Lin Bei could only internally express his apologies. There was no way around it. He had indeed told Xiao Yuan that cultivation was paramount and that the dojo would offer unconditional support. Previously, when they were short on funds, it was easy to make lofty promises. Now that they had money, he had to maintain his image in front of Xiao Yuan, didn't he? Thus, he had no choice but to let this good child, who had been with him for over a year, shoulder the blame. What are you staring at? Get back to writing your reflection. Lin Bei feigned anger, and Xiaolu could only respond helplessly, Yes, master. Watching Xiaolu being reprimanded, Xiao Yuan playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Enraged, Xiaolu bared his teeth at her. However, just as he attempted to intimidate her, Xiao Yuan immediately clutched Lin Bei and cried, Master, he is scaring me. Lin Bei shot a glare at Xiaolu. Is the reflection not lengthy enough? Go write 10,000 words. Yes, master, Xiaolu replied, feeling as deflated as a punctured ball, his head drooping. After leaving, he couldn't help but mumble to himself. I'm so furious. Just wait, Xiao Yuaner. I'll find a chance to get back at you. As he departed, Xiaolu caught a glimpse of Xiao Yuaner, who wore a triumphant expression, further fueling his ire. At this moment, Xiao Yuaner, seeing Xiaolu leave, exclaimed, Master, actually, Wang Xiaolu is quite nice. I understand that the dojo needs funds for its development. I never intended to take any money from the dojo. I just wanted to tease him a bit since he is so stingy. Master, the money I make selling cloth is already sufficient. Hee, being the only daughter at home. Why do I need so much money? I'll just spend a little for my father to save him from overspending. So filial. Lin Bei, at this moment, affectionately ruffled her hair, his face filled with admiration. Let us head back to the dojo. I need to impart the ways of cultivation to you. Xiao Yuaner was momentarily taken aback, then her face lit up with joy. Really, master? I have already discerned the reasons behind your inability to cultivate. I have tailored a set of cultivation methods specifically for you. From now on, you must diligently practice. Lin Bei said with great anticipation for Xiao Yuaner. As for cultivation resources, should you lack anything, just seek out Xiaolu. As long as the dojo has it, we will fully support you. Xiao Yuaner cheerfully replied. Master is the best. But as for money, let's leave that aside. The Qin family's cloth shop is thriving, and I fear my father won't know how to spend it all. I need to help him out a little. Lin Bei smiled and nodded. What could he say? The principle was to respect his disciple. As time passed, at the dojo, Xiaolu returned and immediately began to compose his little essay. Today, I was punished by my master to write a reflection of 10,000 words. To be honest, I feel quite wronged, but I dare not retort. I fear my master would then punish me with 100,000 words. The last time I was punished to write a reflection was when I reminded my master in the library that he should return the books to the shelf after reading them. As a result, after he returned the books, he suddenly questioned whether I had been diligent in practicing my calligraphy, only to discover that while practicing, I had used cunning tactics, writing deceiving the heavens and crossing the sea, and made 2 consecutive mistakes, leading to a punishment of 8,000 words. After that incident, I vowed never to be punished to write a reflection again, but unexpectedly, I fell into Xiao Yuaner's trap. Next time at mealtime, I shall add the spiciest peppers to your dish, the kind you loathe the most. After finishing his essay, Xiaolu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just then, an irate voice rang out from behind him. Wang Xiaolu, if you dare add peppers to my food again, I will bite you to death. Upon hearing the voice, Xiaolu felt a sudden pain in his arm as a small mouth clamped down on it. Qin Yuaner, let go. How did you appear so suddenly? Let go, ouch. Not adding. I was just joking. Let go, you little ancestor. Xiaoyu's face was filled with frustration. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun city headquarters, Mu Qingyue held in her hands an official document and hurried toward the dojo. On the carriage, she gazed at the scenery passing by, her expression somewhat dazed. This document was the first-class martial arts certification that the Qingyun headquarters was applying for on behalf of the dojo. She never expected the dojo would be promoted to first class so soon. The only question now was, who would the dojo send to Yugu Pass to receive the certification? Shortly thereafter, the carriage came to a halt at the dojo's entrance. As Mu Qingyue stepped inside, she saw Xiao Yuaner biting Xiaoyu's arm, while Tainyo, practicing his punches nearby, chose to ignore the scene entirely. Stop. Xiao Yuaner, we have guests. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuaner released her grip. Looking at the bite marks on his arm, Xiaolu grimaced in pain. At that moment, Tainyo, who had been practicing, seemed to regain his sight and walked past the two to approach Mu Qingyue. Miss Mu, what brings you here? Mu Qingyue presented the document. Congratulations. I have recorded the details of the Nanyang situation and submitted them to the headquarters. The martial arts headquarters has now granted you the qualification for first-class certification. Mu Qingyue smiled. Your martial arts school is now eligible for first-class status. Oh, thank you, Tainyo replied indifferently as he accepted the document. By the way, who will your dojo be sending to Yugu Pass for this certification? Mu Qingyue inquired curiously. You should have heard of him. His name is Su Rue. Tainyo replied honestly. Su Rue? Upon hearing this name, Mu Qingyue displayed a puzzled expression, feeling as though she had heard it before but couldn't quite recall. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mu Qingyue suddenly remembered. I recall now, a few days ago, you announced that a person named Su Rue had joined your dojo and was under your protection. Indeed, that is correct, Tainyo nodded. Mu Qingyue's expression turned serious. She understood that the dojo had always been low profile. Such high visibility now was unusual. Had this person committed some offense or offended a certain power? Was this the reason the dojo needed to protect him? Tainyo nodded affirmatively. Mu Qingyue, understanding the situation, then said, if that is the case, our Qingyun headquarters can also jointly declare to the outside world that we are protecting him. If needed, We can escalate this matter to higher authorities. They should respond as well. That is one of the advantages of the martial arts headquarters. Though it may appear remarkably loose and replete with freedom when confronted with matters, an unexpected unity emerges. It is precisely for this reason that the impartiality of the martial arts pavilion serves as a deterrent to the formidable Zhou family of Nanyang. Once the pavilion asserts its authority, the matters at hand become genuinely serious. There is no need for concern, frankly speaking. Su Rui has offended individuals that your Qingyun pavilion cannot afford to antagonize, so it is best to refrain from involvement. The honest reply from Tainyo was clear. This issue is one that our dojo can resolve. Chapter 86. Dignity lies above strength. If the dojo can handle it, can't the Qingyun pavilion? Tainyo's earnest demeanor and sincere words left Mu Qingyue momentarily speechless. After all, everyone is aware that the owner of the dojo nearly killed the Zhou family's king. Even so, Mu Qingyue felt somewhat unconvinced. Are you underestimating our Qingyun pavilion so much that we cannot even protect a single person? Tainyo replied nonchalantly. Su Rui's arch-nemesis is the head of the Zhangyun Academy. Can you truly guarantee his safety? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyue was immediately taken aback. Zhangyun Academy? That is the pinnacle of educational institutions in Zhangzhou, capable of standing on equal footing with the Zhangzhou Martial Arts Pavilion. Indeed, your Qingyun Pavilion would struggle to withstand such pressure. Mu Qingyue chose silence. If she could do a favor, she would certainly not mind, but under the current circumstances, it was prudent to avoid entanglement. Just then, a figure entered the dojo. The moment Mu Qingyue laid eyes upon this individual, she sensed an incredibly potent essence of martial truth emanating from him. A true master of martial intent. Mu Qingyue was somewhat astonished. What pure martial truth? This is a born warrior. Tainyo waved at the newcomer. Su Rui, you've arrived? Let me introduce you. This is Mu Qingyue from the Qingyun Pavilion. I am Su Rui. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Mu. Although Su Rui appeared courteous on the surface, his expression seemed somewhat peculiar. I have met Su Wuyo. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mu Qingyue stated, Tainyo, the documents have been delivered, and I shall take my leave. Travel safely. Tainyo was not one to hold back. After Mu Qingyue departed, Su Rui's somewhat awkward expression appeared to return to normal. Su Rui, what is the matter? Why did your demeanor change upon encountering Mu Qingyue? Tainyo inquired with curiosity. Su Rui sighed and spoke with a profound undertone. Tainyo, remember this. Beauty is a double-edged sword. Tainyo was left bewildered, completely at a loss. Mu Qingyue, with her striking features and graceful demeanor, is surely a femme fatale. Su Rui reiterated. Tainyo was rendered speechless. What on earth? He and Mu Qingyue were merely acquaintances. How did this turn into a matter of femme fatale? It soon dawned on Tainyo that Su Rui had perhaps been burned once, leaving him with a psychological scar regarding stunning women. Shaking his head, Tainyo dismissed these bizarre thoughts. Su Rui, the documents have arrived. They are now in your possession, allowing you to set forth for Yugu Pass. With that, Tainyo expressed his concern. Be cautious. Although we have released the news, that fellow Chiu should be aware of your presence in our dojo and might attempt an ambush. In response, Su Rui smiled confidently. That won't happen. After the news was spread, I noticed individuals from Zhangyun Academy covertly scouting the dojo. Upon discovering my presence here, they vanished without hesitation. Su Rui chuckled. Young Master Chiu, as the head of the Celestial Academy competing for the title of Chief Disciple, cannot afford a single misstep. The owner of the dojo easily defeated the Zhou family's king, which is sufficient to deter him. To avoid any complications, he will undoubtedly return to Zhangyun Academy at the first opportunity, allowing me to travel openly. Exercise caution. A ship sails safely with care. Do not be careless. Tainyo's expression turned grave. Su Rui recognized Tainyo's genuine concern and thus bowed in gratitude. Thank you. However, my journey to Yugu Pass is to lay plans, and it is possible that the Nanyang Zhou family will become aware of my identity, so I hope to leverage your status. Tainyo nodded. That is no problem. Su Rui was efficient, promptly grasping the documents and turning to leave. Observing Su Rui's decisive demeanor, Xiao Yozi could not help but ask, Tainyo, is he leaving just like that? Shouldn't he inform Master? No need. Tainyo shook his head. What needs to be said has already been conveyed. There is no necessity to disturb Master's meditation. Indeed, Xiao Yozi wholeheartedly agreed. Meanwhile, at Yugu Pass, upon Su Rui's arrival, he was immediately summoned by the commanding general stationed at the gate. You are from the dojo? The gatekeeper, clad in battle armor with eyes like copper bells, scanned the documents before glancing at Su Rui. You are Tainyo? Yes, I am, paying my respects to General Qian. Su Rui respectfully bowed. Having borrowed Tainyo's identity. You know me? General Qian inquired with astonishment. General Qian, your name resounds throughout Zhangzhou. 10 years ago, You personally slew the 100-faced demon fox, a creature on par with a late-stage martial arts king. This is known by all in Sangzhou. Now, with the monsters outside the pass causing chaos, they cannot encroach upon Sangzhou, and your contributions are undeniable. Su Rue spoke with clarity and substantiated reasoning. Much to General Qian's delight. Tainyo, you possess quite the eloquence. However, there is one matter I wish to inquire about. General Qian's smile suddenly shifted, his expression darkening. I have heard that your dojo's Zhang Teng killed our border guard, Zhang Zhong. Is it true that your dojo's owner, Lin, incapacitated our guard, Zhang Tsonglong? Upon uttering these words, a terrifying aura emanated from General Qian. Su Rue maintained a composed demeanor as he replied, It is indeed true. However, this matter is under the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Pavilion and pertains to the Zhang family's personal affairs. It is reasonable and just, General Qian. Being a person of great understanding, would not hold it against us. Su Rue's calmness garnered General Qian's admiration. A hearty laugh escaped General Qian, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Quite right. The various families, academies, and martial halls around Yugu Pass must bear their own private matters. Afterward, General Qian looked at Su Rue with keen interest. Since you have arrived at Yugu Pass, the old rules apply. You must accumulate sufficient military merit before you can leave. During this time, you are not permitted to step foot outside this place. Should any issues arise, you may apply to me. Yes. Su Rue acknowledged the command. I see that your martial truth is pure. You must be an exceptional martial talent. Therefore, I will make an exception and appoint you as the team leader, granting you the command of the border guards. General Qian continued. Thank you, General. Su Rue respectfully responded. Those who come to the border are at least masters of martial intent. Team leaders are either martial masters or martial intent level strongholds promoted through military merit. Su Rue's immediate appointment upon his arrival was indeed an exceptional elevation. After Su Rue departed, a general clad in black armor, standing beside General Qian, suddenly spoke. General Qian, you've appointed Tainyo as team leader. Isn't he joining the team, led by Zhang Zhong? General Qian smiled slightly. Indeed, Zhang Zhong's team appears to hold a great deal of faith in him, with feelings running deep. The black-armored general remarked. He was killed by Zhang Teng from the dojo. They may very well vent their anger on Tainyo. At this point, observing General Qian's unperturbed expression, he immediately understood. General Qian said lightly, Private matters are beyond our jurisdiction, yet upon reaching the border, one must invariably adhere to its customs. Chapter 87. The Inferno at the Dojo. The black-armored general appeared pensive, then smiled. General Qian, such noble principles. I had thought you held that iron bull in higher regard. General Qian lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, responding with calm composure. It is not that I do not regard him highly. However, he must possess the qualifications to wield such power. On the other side, Su Rue entered the military camp. And as he stepped into the tent, he was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere thick with tension. Among the 10 present, nearly every individual fixed their gaze upon him, some with an intensity that suggested they might devour him whole. Ah, is this not our newly appointed squad leader? I hear he is a mere waste from the dojo. Upon hearing this, Su Rue's pupils constricted as he turned sharply towards the speaker. What did you say? I said. The man replied with a sneer. You are but a waste from the dojo. Yet, before he could finish, a searing pain shot through his chest, and in the next moment, he was propelled backward like a cannonball. What? You dare to strike? Are you seeking death? Instantly, 3 waves of martial intent surged forth, and the aura of 6 martial wills erupted. Faced with their collective pressure, Su Rue let out a cold snort, his icy gaze sweeping the room. What? Do you wish to rebel? However, his voice failed to intimidate them. Instead, it incited their fury. The dojo's people killed Zhang Zhong. Today, we shall avenge Elder Zhong. Elder Zhong had bestowed upon me immense kindness. How could we allow someone from the dojo to become our squad leader? A mere dream. In an instant, 9 individuals surged forward, employing a unique combat tactic to attack. It seems I have been underestimated. Su Rue's head rotated slightly, his wrists flexed, and one hand swept towards his waist. In the blink of an eye, as the assailants closed in, he swiftly drew his belt, which transformed into a flexible sword. Like a dragon gliding through the air, he evaded their strikes, maneuvering with the ease of a leisurely stroll amidst their onslaught. With each light step, he danced around their attacks, his sword glinting as it moved in intricate patterns. As he passed through the throng, the soft sword reverted to its original form, securing itself back at his waist. You clever rascal, your footwork is remarkably exquisite, so slippery. Several warriors cried out in anger. However, among them, a robust man with a square face and a profound martial intent stepped forward to block the others. Enough. Do not bring humiliation upon yourselves. At this declaration, many warriors bristled with indignation. Brother Deng, what do you mean? He merely escaped. Why stop us? The people from the dojo must pay. Indeed. The crowd roared with fervor, while Su Rui regarded them with calm composure. At that moment, the man known as Brother Deng forced a smile. Look at your heart area. The crowd paused, glancing down to discover a segment of their military attire had been severed. Hiss. In that moment, they collectively inhaled sharply, recognizing the remarkable control he had demonstrated. If he had wished, could he not have pierced their hearts? It dawned upon them that this man was indeed formidable, effortlessly navigating their combined assault while still holding back. Gentlemen, Su Rui began as their tempers cooled, I understand your respect for Zhang Zhong, but do you not know that when he perished at Zhang Teng's hands, he bore no resentment, even praising Zhang Teng as a good lad? At this pronouncement, the crowd faltered slightly. Is this true? Did Elder Zhong truly speak such words before his death? Brother Deng inquired urgently. Of course. Consider this. Who is Zhang Teng? Ultimately, he belongs to the Zhang clan. Even if their ties were severed, there remains a blood connection. Did the Zhang family truly wish for his demise? The warriors exchanged glances. The Zhang family did not desire his death. It was a matter of necessity. And all of this was merely a consequence of the Zhou family of Nanyang. The martial sovereign of the Zhou clan forced his hand, leading to this tragic fratricide. Who do you believe is most deserving of your hatred? Su Rui posited. Without question. The Zhou family of Nanyang. Someone shouted angrily. Precisely. Su Rui smiled as he patted the individual on the shoulder. Gentlemen, we are not adversaries. Rather, we share a common enemy. Upon hearing this, Brother Deng sighed. Alas, we are not entirely ignorant. However, the martial sovereign is someone we can only revere from afar, powerless to exact vengeance. Indeed, who among the martial sovereigns at the border is not a figure of great stature? They cannot possibly represent us. Su Rui replied with a faint smile. To be candid, my purpose for coming to the border extends beyond fulfilling the dojo's mission. I have another objective, which is to bring down the Zhou family of Nanyang. At these words, sparks of intrigue flickered in the eyes of the crowd. Is that true? Absolutely. Meanwhile, at the dojo, Lin Bei was diligently practicing when urgent voices echoed from outside. It's bad. Their essay flood. Quickly extinguish the flames. Lin Bei, perplexed, opened the door and immediately seized a nearby apprentice. What is happening? Master. The alchemy room was set ablaze by little Yuan. What? How did the alchemy room catch fire? Lin Bei hurried towards the direction of the alchemy room. Soon, his expression darkened. Flames engulfed the alchemy room, along with the nearby 10 or so structures. At that moment, Zhang Teng and Iron Bull arrived. Master, they both exclaimed. Simultaneously, a panicked disciple from the dojo shouted, Master, it's terrible. We couldn't locate little Yuan. No matter how loudly we called, she ignored us. She might still be in the alchemy room. What? Lin Bei's face paled dramatically, and without hesitation, he dashed towards the burning alchemy room. Zhang Teng readied to follow, but Iron Bull restrained him. Brother Zhang, the flames are too fierce if Master goes in. You should not follow. Iron Bull urged. We need to organize our fellow disciples to extinguish the fire in an orderly manner. Right. Zhang Teng nodded. Meanwhile, within the alchemy room, little Yuan sat before the alchemical furnace. Despite the raging inferno surrounding her, she remained oblivious, intensely focused on controlling something. At that very moment, a beam above her head collapsed, hurtling directly towards her. Lin Bei acted instantly. Black and white energies surged forth, and the Taichi Xian shield enveloped little Yuan, deflecting the beam. Phew. Lin Bei exhaled in relief. Little Yuan seemed to sense Lin Bei's arrival, glancing up at him and breaking into a smile. Master, I knew you would come. Just wait a moment. I'm almost done. Lin Bei's anger flared. Had he arrived just a moment later, little Yuan might have suffered severe injuries or worse. Was she truly still attempting alchemy amidst such peril? Did she wish for her own demise? Just as he prepared to admonish her, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Your disciple, little Yuan, has comprehended the fundamentals of the Zhong Miao Tuana method. Chapter 88, 5 breaks. You have fully comprehended the Zhong Miao Tuana method. Your Taichi Tuana method, 4th break limit, is currently being integrated. Congratulations, your Taichi breathing technique, 5 limit breakthroughs, has once again been enhanced, and your breathing speed has significantly increased. At this moment, Lin Bei's anger had subsided considerably. However, upon seeing the madcap Xiao Yuaner still concocting pills amidst such chaos, the temper that had just calmed surged back to life. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind once more. Your disciple Xiao Yuaner has comprehended the fundamentals of alchemy, beginner, elevating your understanding of basic alchemy to perfection. Your disciple Xiao Yuaner has successfully crafted a superior spirit recovery pill, enhancing your comprehension of the spirit recovery pill to the highest level. The successive messages left Lin Bei utterly astonished. As he gazed at Xiao Yuaner, Not only did his anger dissipate, but he found her increasingly endearing. This mad girl had brought him immense joy. Could it be true what they say, that one must be mad to truly live? Not to mention, after the profound integration of the myriad breathing techniques, his Taichi breathing method had undergone substantial fortification. The spirit recovery pill alone had bestowed upon Lin Bei tremendous delight. For through mastering the crafting method of the supreme spirit recovery pill, he had come to understand its effects. What is the primary function of this spirit recovery pill? It can swiftly restore the expended spiritual energy. What does this imply? It signifies that Lin Bei no longer needs to toil painstakingly to refine his consumed spiritual energy. He merely needs to ingest the pill to rapidly regain what he has lost. At that very moment, Xiaoyuan excitedly opened the alchemical furnace. Inside lay 8 exquisite, translucent pills, within which wisps of spiritual essence danced in accordance with some unseen rhythm. Master, I've succeeded. I've crafted the spirit recovery pill. Lin Bei affectionately approached her, dismissing any remnants of anger. Good child, Xiaoyuan exclaimed. Senior brother Zhang Teng mentioned that when he executed the divine needle technique, he exhausted all the spiritual energy in the Tongtian cavern. I thought to concoct a pill that could rapidly replenish his energy. Her excitement was palpable. Now, I have succeeded. By studying the characteristics of both refined and unrefined Tao bodies, I have specifically developed this spirit recovery pill. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. However, after her exhilaration, Xiaoyuan noticed the surrounding flames and the swirling black and white energies, and she immediately realized these were manifestations of her master's spell. Master, is this your spell? It seems incredibly powerful. I wish to learn. Lin Bei smiled. Once your Tao body has been refined successfully and can store spiritual energy, I shall teach you. You're the best, master. Xiaoyuan beamed, but upon seeing the dilapidated surroundings, her spirits plummeted. Master, I am so sorry. I accidentally burned the alchemy chamber. A flicker of flame leapt out during the process, and I was unable to manage it as I was in a state of enlightenment. Xiaoyuan said pitifully, now? You even have to come and rescue me. The alchemy chamber burned down. It's all Xiao Yozi's fault. He was responsible for overseeing its construction. Lin Bei deflected the blame without hesitation. But the chamber was burned down due to my operational error. Xiaoyuan blinked innocently. You can't blame all of this on Wang Xiaolu. If not him, then who? He was the one overseeing it and lacked a strong safety awareness. Just wait until we get outside. I will seek justice for you, Lin Bei declared sternly. Xiaoyuan blinked her little eyes, saying nothing further. She seemed to sense her master's favoritism, and in her heart, could only wish Xiao Yozi good luck in his own endeavors. As they spoke, Lin Bei led Xiaoyuan through the raging flames toward the outside. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yozi's face lit up. Master is out. Xiaoyuan is fine. How wonderful. When Zhang Teng observed the protective shield formed by the black and white energies surrounding Lin Bei and Xiaoyuan, he revealed an expression of realization. Indeed, this is Master S spell. Master, are you both unharmed? Xiao Yozi hurriedly inquired. Xiaoyuan, are you all right? I'm fine, Xiaoyuan replied, her eyes darting as though she had committed a grave error. Xiao Yozi felt somewhat puzzled, wondering why Xiaoyuan appeared to feel guilty toward him. Just then, Lin Bei's voice resonated. Xiao Yozi, did you wish for your master to come to harm? Xiao Yozi was utterly bewildered. Zhang Teng, realizing the situation, discreetly slipped away. Before he could escape, he noticed that Taichi had already departed. What a coincidence, brother Zhang, why are you leaving? Zhang Teng chuckled awkwardly. What a coincidence, Taichi. You are leaving as well. Lin Bei had always indulged his little disciple, and now that the alchemy chamber had burned down, his earlier demeanor indicated he would seek accountability. Why would they stay behind to face the music? I recall I had also offered a few pointers regarding the alchemy chamber. I contributed to its construction as well. Zhang Teng retorted. The two brothers exchanged glances, secretly delighting in Xiao Yozi's perplexity. Someone was taking the blame. How delightful. Master, how could I ever wish for you to be in peril? That is absolutely impossible, Xiao Yozi belatedly realized. Is this how you constructed the alchemy chamber when I entrusted you with it? Lin Bei's expression darkened. Xiaoyuan was concocting pills in the chamber and ended up burning it down. Had I not arrived in time, she would have either perished or been gravely injured. Are you jesting with me? Xiao Yozi stammered, at a loss for words. He initially wanted to ask Zhang Teng and Taichi to intercede on his behalf. For although he was responsible for overseeing the construction, they had both participated as well. Yet, when he turned around, he found that Taichi and Zhang Teng had vanished without a trace. They had slipped away. Xiao Yozi finally realized that these two had abandoned him to face the consequences alone. Master, Enough. Lin Bei cut off Xiao Yozi's explanation. I have no interest in hearing your excuses. Write a 10,000-word reflection, and it must be profound. Yes. Xiao Yozi hung his head, his face filled with despair. Before long, the flames of the alchemy chamber were extinguished, and the chaos subsided. Xiao Yozi returned to his quarters and pulled out his notebook. I'm so furious. Once again, I've been punished by Master, and now I must write another 10,000-word reflection. I alone bear the blame for the fire in the alchemy chamber. It's all Zhang Teng's fault. He guided me to construct it according to the specifications of a warrior's alchemy room. And Tainyo boasted that he had the best alchemy chamber blueprints in Qingyan town. I shall remember this grievance. Next time you drink water, I'll be sure to slip in some laxatives, so you'll regret betraying me. Having documented his grievances, Xiao Yozi obediently took out a piece of paper and began his reflection. Meanwhile, at the border, Su Rui successfully persuaded Brother Deng and the other 10 individuals. Among them, Brother Deng exclaimed with great excitement, Tainyo, your strategy is brilliant. Old Deng hereby concedes. Indeed, you were right. We have misdirected our anger. Now, we are all in accord with you. Within the camp, everyone regarded Su Rui with admiration.